hug guys, throwing stuff, whatever I gotta do.
You're not maybe tomorrow, are you? Because I have tickets.
Who's that?
Holding a
But I want to see what Barry talked about the Lincoln's funeral.
Nobody I can go with. You know what? I don't have one female friend left.
Your dad's woman. You hate other women and they hate you.
Thank you.
So, Jerry, what time are you going to the movies? How about the 8:30? Right, left and right. You want to get something to eat first? Oh, I love it. Wonder if Susan. No, let's go. All right. Nothing more than a grown man who's afraid of a woman. Hey, why don't you ask Susan?
Oh, Susan. I should be friends with Susan. Of course. Susan. Oh, okay.
That's what they're talking about. Why? Don't you see this world here? This is George's. If Susan comes into contact with this world,
Worlds are colliding.
you know what happens then?
Do we probably got that?
Telephone number. Hookup. Chicks. Too many chicks don't like
Look at them.
Remember this remote from the new health club I joined? You know what happened, don't you? No, what? Fired. Look. That I put too much chlorine in. Hey, well, stay at the deep end. Okay, see you later.
Hey, George.
Hey, Ray!
Not much.
Yeah, right, hang on. I gotta put.
No, George, really, can I talk to Susan? Look, I want to ask her to lunch to the Met tomorrow.
Oh, I don't think you want to do that.
Why not?
Oh, that would be the point of that.
George, are you going to put her on the phone?
Where did this come from all of a sudden?
George, can you let me talk to Susan or not?
I really think I should have been consulted about this.
I'm agreeing with George. You gotta consult on that one, bro.
Oh, that sounds great.
Sit here. Over there. Buffer zone. We were in my apartment and we were watching a movie on the couch. We sit right next to each other. The seats have no number.
Lumbar is quite big.
So, I had to kill him and, what, police are still. Hi, Jerry. Hi, Ramon. Hey, I took a lot of napkins. You want some? Oh, no, thanks. Hey, is this seat vacant? No. And the worst part is after the movie, he niched on and once we wound up having coffee with him for like 2 hours. Then he walked us home all the way back to the front of the building. Finally, I said, look, Ramon, I gotta go to bed now. Oh, you just spoke to Elaine. No, what? She called Susan last night. Oh, yeah, I know. How do you know? That was my idea. Good idea. Yeah. What'd you do that for? She was looking for someone to go to the show with. I thought it was really a stupid thing. You know what's going to happen now? Because this world is your sanctuary, and if that world comes in contact... Yes, it blows up. So if you know that, what did you kill Elaine for? I didn't know. Kramer told me about the world. You couldn't figure out the world's theory for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you gotta keep your worlds apart. Yeah, I guess I slipped up. He knows the world's theory. Is it blowing up?
Metal register thing would be a thing.
Go,
Go.
let's go. And now. Numbers driving me crazy. Wrong numbers every 5 minutes. What is it? What's 555-3455? 555-3455. Wait a second, don't you see? That's 555 film. What's film? Film's nothing, but 555 film is movie phone. Yeah, so people just dialing it by mistake and getting you.
What's that?
So I film.
And
You're
then
film.
make sure your food is not a channel.
But what about that little piece of the 19th Amendment part, huh? That must be one hell of a party. What? Yeah. What? You can tell me. I'll put it in the bowl. The bowl?
What? Yes, I do. We heard you went to the movies. Well, I didn't actually go in there. I just bought it. The good thing is friends like computer. Get him to put us. Get him.
Yeah.
Hello. All right. I gotta go. See you around. What else did you do?
I don't know, girly stuff.
Flower show.
Yo,
Pretty bows. And then back to her place. We found a broadcast. Just like.
what do you think I'm gonna do there?
That's really what you're impressed with.
Yes, I do.
Ready?
Hey, George isn't too happy after new friendship.
I don't really give it.
No. No. You're looking up movies for people now? I got that. Yeah, well, my buddy Jerry, he sees his wife. I want to talk to him. Yeah. Wait, I don't want to talk to him. Just tell him about the picture. You stop it. Is he still there? Look, I'm sorry about this. All right, there's an 8:30 and a 10:15 show. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. He's the cool guy. Do me a favor. Hey, Jerry, are you a crazy guy? No, Ramon, this is my friend Elaine.
Push the heck.
So, what are you doing around here, Ramon? I was in the neighborhood. I figured to check you out. Actually, I did it. Oh, yeah? Where are you going? Just, stuff. That's cool. I'm up for some stuff. I get down there, and right away I see the train is full. It's hungry. You believe that?
Yo,
This is separate here, actually. Look, Ramon, you're nice. I actually only have 3 friends. I really can't handle anyone. Oh, I see. It's because I keep rules, right? I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah, we got along real well.
Guys, no female friends. No, that strange. You got a woman who's friends with all men.
Yeah, I know. All about that. Oh, yeah. Late. That's fault.
Did you just say full?
Yeah, right. Late.
You got that from my wife.
Yeah. So what?
Well, it's a little strange. You gonna start to talk like Elaine from now on?
I don't know. Maybe I thought we'd all go to a movie on Friday.
We'd all go to a movie on Friday? This is not good. Worlds are colliding. George is getting upset. You have no idea of the magnitude of this thing. If she is allowed to infiltrate this world, then George Costanza, as you know him, ceases to exist. You see, right now, I have relationship George, but there is also independent George. That's the George you know, the George you grew up with. Movie George, coffee shop George, liar George, naughty George.
I love that George.
Me too. And he's dying, Jerry. If relationship just walks through this door, he will kill independent George. A George divided against itself cannot stand. You're killing independent George. You know that, don't you?
I don't even like
You know the one Susan used last night? Boom!
So?
She got that from you.
I didn't tell her to say it.
She's the only girl in the whole world. Why can't you find your own girl?
I like her.
You see? See? You know what I'm
Worlds
talking
are
about?
colliding.
Oh, just slipping away. And you're letting it happen.
So you want to catch a movie later?
Hello, and welcome to Movie Phone. Brought to you by the New York Times and Hot 97. Coming to theaters this Friday. Kevin Bacon, Susan Sarandon. You got to get me over that mountain! Now! There's no higher place than out. Rated R. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, press 1.
Raymond? Is that you?
Blank.
What time does Chow Fun start?
I don't know.
Look who's here. Well, I don't think so, Jerry. You see, they gave me I'm a pool boy. Again.
Look, what about the other?
I'm sorry. I get a little crabby sometimes.
Son of a bitch. Alright, dog. You've been listening to this song for 14 fucking straight hours at least. How about Ernest Shackleton? His name Ernest Shackleton? Ernestine Rathman? His name's not Ernest Shackleton.
Operation Stop Scam Calls is in full effect. It's a federal effort in conjunction with, get this, over 100 federal and state law enforcement actions. It involves the attorney generals of all 50 states and D.C. And it is a crackdown on robocalls. They say that they're going to have over 180 enforcement actions, including 5 that they announced yesterday. They finally had it. The idea of I can be a bell damn time desk. Yeah, you know, it's where I read, I'm trying to think of it. It comes in cycles. When it's either I think it was for a long time was auto insurance. Then there's Medicare. You know, Medicare up there, it's that's I got a good one for an old credit card that they were trying to sell. They said that I've been served and that I needed to call them back and everything. Of course, it was all a complete scam. So I called them back from here at the station, and it's California, so you have to tell somebody when you're recording the conversation. I said, hey, I'm going to record this, and they're like, oh, what are we calling about? Oh, it's a bad line. Man, I'm not that, of course. You know, you said, Jason, something about the time desk, and it's a big announcement, but also they're behind the curve because a lot of this over to Texas anyway. It's the always be on the ball. And the IRS stuff seems to be on the decline for some reason. I got a lot of IRS stuff there. This is get a text and tell this number, please. Trouble with the arrested, whatever I call it. And I exist the IRS.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Yo, dog. No.
On Medieval from History Hit, we
What
set
the
out to
fuck
solve
is
the
this shit?
biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
No, dog.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Presta Job, what did they think they were hearing? Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we start a new series, this one on John McDougal Stewart. Now, most of you are probably saying things such as,
Is he related to
"What
Kevin
did he do?"
McDougal?
or "Never heard of him." And I'll respond by saying it's a huge shame that people don't know more about John McDougal Stewart, because he is probably the greatest explorer of the Australian interior in history. Stewart led 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the late 1850s and early 1860s, and was a direct competitor of the famed Burke and Wills expedition in a race to become the first people to ever cross the continent. So what made Stewart such a great explorer? Well, he not only got across the continent, he came back. In all of this, he proved to be a clever and resilient man who survived despite terrible conditions, such as scurvy, extreme heat, and 100 other challenges. And in the process, he never lost a man under his command. Some more fun stuff about John McDougal Stewart, or simply McDougal Stewart as he was called, was that the guy was a short, slight man with a history of health issues. Yet no one could equal the guy for stamina and determination. Do we need more? Well, sure. Stewart was also a social misfit, born at home in the wild and amongst other human beings. He had this big, dark, bushy beard, unkempt hair, and wore rough frontier clothing. He looked like a crazed prospector or preacher, such as John Brown. And let's not forget about his drinking. He was a notorious binge drinker, often drunk more than not when amongst others. Yet out in the bush, he banned alcohol. He was also well respected, those who worked with him displaying a fierce loyalty to the man and trusted to keep them alive. McDougal Stewart is, without question, a character, as my mother would say. I find him wonderfully fascinating and very, very human. Anyhow, let's get this series started with a few notes. Note number 1, go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see a map of Stewart's travels. I also posted a photo of Stewart, which I encourage you to take a look at, just so you can understand the vibe that the man exudes. This series, by the way, takes place in South Australia, which is the southern and central province of modern Australia. Note number 2, this is Australia, which means all sorts of odd words and pronunciations. I will try and do my best, but I'm sure my Midwest American accent will mangle something. My pronunciation of Men and D in the Burke and Wills episodes, instead of Menindi dropping torrents and comments, most of them good-natured. Anyhow, forgive me if something gets butchered, but know that I will try my best. Note number 3, I've mentioned the Burke and Wills expedition, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage you to listen to the series if you have not. It's a long one, but one of my favorites. It is a great companion piece to this series, and I highly recommend you check it out. Alrighty, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling. The life of explorer John McDougal Stewart. John McDougal Stewart was born in Scotland, just north of Edinburgh, on September 7, 1815. He was the youngest of 9 children. His parents were William Stewart and Mary McDougal. William Stewart was an army captain who became a customs officer upon retiring. The young John McDougal Stewart led an uneventful life until both of his parents died in quick succession when he was about 12 or 13 years old. How they died, I did not find out, but Stewart was left to live with relatives and then on to boarding school in Edinburgh. From the time of the death of his parents, Stewart became a solitary figure. Author Sarah Murgatroyd, in her book about the Burke and Wills expedition, The Dig Tree, said this of Stewart, quote, "From the moment on, meaning the death of his parents, John McNeil Stewart struck a lonely figure, always an outsider who never managed to reestablish a home of his own," end quote. As a teen, Stewart suffered from a variety of illnesses, including, some suggest, tuberculosis, no matter he was viewed as a small, sickly youngster. Stewart attended the Scottish Naval and Military Academy, which catered to men looking to enter the military. However, his health and slight stature, he was about 5'6" or 116 centimeters, and weighed no more than 130 pounds or 60 kilograms, made him an unattractive option for military service. Instead, Stewart graduated as a civil engineer. Then, in 1838, he made plans to go to Australia. The continent had initially been settled by convicts, but now people saw an opportunity to obtain good land, something not easily available in Great Britain at this time. A surveyor, such as McNeil Stewart, would have no problem finding work in such an environment. Now, prior to leaving, Stewart became engaged to a young woman, the cousin of her friend. Stewart reportedly went to ask the woman to join him in Australia, only to find her kissing someone else. He thus departed without saying a word. It turns out that the man kissing his fiancée was her cousin, Stewart's friend, who was just saying goodbye. It was an innocent mistake, but the incident and then the subsequent separation of Stewart and the young woman caused the engagement to be called off. It's not known exactly how the broken romance affected Stewart, but he would never again, at least that we know of, become entangled in the affairs of the heart. The voyage to Australia was a long 4 months. Stewart's health was not aided by the ocean voyage, as he suffered from constant stomach problems, including coughing up blood. Based on his symptoms, he likely suffered from an ulcer, something that would flare up all of his life. One of the passengers on the trip south took note of the awkward Scotsman, saying he was a great reader, as well as silent and stubborn. Despite the latter comments, people found him agreeable, and he was well liked by others. Stewart's destination in Australia is the fledgling colony of South Australia, which, as I explained earlier, is in the middle and central part of the continent. Stewart arrived in Adelaide, the colony's capital, in January of 1838. Adelaide was, at the time of Stewart's arrival, barely 2 years old. 636 colonists from Europe in 7 ships, called the First Fleet of South Australia, had founded the city, the colony's first, in December of 1836. The attraction was land. Many of these early colonists were poor and had little chance of owning their own property back in England or Ireland. And so when Stewart arrived in Adelaide, much of the settlement was made up of tents or simple huts with dirt floors. But the population was expanding along the coast and inland, people always looking for new lands to plant crops or set up a ranch. In this situation, the need to survey the land was critical. By surveying it, you can determine and delineate the exact position of an area by taking linear and angular measurements and by applying the principles of geometry and trigonometry. Only then can you properly lay out and assign or sell plots to the new settlers. Well, this made McNeil Stewart a valued asset, and he quickly found work with the colony surveyor general, marking out newly settled districts. Stewart's job took him away from civilization. He spent long hours in the field, 6 days a week, living in a tent. The job paid him 2 shillings and 10 pence a day. The young Scotsman thrived at his new job. He was best when he was in the bush, away from people and society, where he found himself feeling uncomfortable and awkward. Thus, he did not make many friends or form many attachments. He was said to prefer the company of kids and animals, enjoying their simple and unambiguous friendship. Even the basic creature comforts of the city eluded Stewart. When in the city, he was known to turn down a bed for the night and instead camp out in a garden. Author Sarah Murgatroyd said this about Stewart in her book, The Dig Tree, quote, "Like so many explorers, he was a social misfit, craving escape from the conventions of society and never comfortable with emotional commitment," end quote. Another thing about Stewart is that at some point in his life, he took to drinking. He never did it out in the field, but given some downtime, he would be drunk for days and days. Now, I do want to introduce someone to our story, as he's very important to our tale, and that is the Surveyor General of South Australia, Stewart's boss. The man's name was Charles Sturt. Now, I want to be clear here, that's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. Anyhow, Charles Sturt was, by this time, a famous explorer. In the late 1820s, he had led 2 expeditions into the interior of the Australian outback, reaching the Darling River and traveling the full length of the Margaret Bidgee, plus tracing the Murray River to the sea. This was critical to open up the interior of southeastern Australia to farming, ranching, mining, and colonization. Sturt believed that there must be a great inland sea in the center of Australia, and he was not alone in this belief. The reason is that many of the rivers found in the east of Australia flow from the west, so the theory was that there must be a great inland sea feeding these rivers. We will get back to Sturt in a moment, but now let's return to McDougal Stewart. The man went to work as a private surveyor in 1842, and he tried farming for a year, but the latter was not for him. Stewart was a restless type, and he worked best on the move. And then in 1844, the aforementioned Charles Sturt announced he was conducting a new expedition, this to find the great inland sea he believed existed. He offered McDougal Stewart a job as a draftsman, which meant he was responsible for things such as making maps, calculations, and drawings. In August of 1844, the expedition set out from Adelaide with 15 men, 200 sheep, 6 wagons, and a boat. And thus John McDougal Stewart was part of the first ever expedition of discovery. The team headed northeast up the Darling River toward what is now present-day Menindee, and then turned north. By the way, all of what's to come is familiar ground if you have listened to the Bergen Wells Expedition podcast. Anyhow, the march north was a difficult one. Driving a herd of sheep and hauling wagons was a slog. One thing McDougal Stewart began to understand was the extreme seasonal conditions the Australian outback offered. Water holes, creeks, and even rivers simply disappeared in the summer months, and the heat was debilitating on the men and animals. In fact, 100 or so miles north of Menindee, the expedition was forced to halt for 6 months at a place now called Milparinka due to the extreme conditions. They were essentially trapped in expansive white salt landscapes before them, massive sandy dunes to the rear. Regarding McDougal Stewart, despite his slight and at times sickly appearance, he proved to be a man of immense stamina and fortitude. He also displayed outstanding judgment and good instincts for survival. An example was at one point of the journey, when the team was desperate for water, he spotted and tracked some pigeons, which took the expedition to a water hole. Eventually, the rains came to the region, and the expedition pushed north. Sturt would eventually break up his team, setting up a depot not far from Milparinka. He then continued north with a smaller group, including McDougal Stewart. Sturt, by the way, insisted on bringing along the boat, convinced a great sea was waiting for them. But Charles Sturt's dream of finding an inland sea was, as we know, impossible to achieve because no such place existed. Instead, he would be greeted by two of Australia's most imposing physical regions, the Simpson Desert and Sturt's Stony Desert. The latter is particularly striking. It's hundreds of square miles of desert covered in gibber, which is closely packed interlocking rock fragments. The jagged and often razor-sharp pebbles and rocks quickly tore away the boots of the men. The expedition's dog lost all of its skin from its paws. Now, the small group of men did find something very important. After Sturt's Stony Desert, out of nowhere, a chain of water holes surrounded by coolabah trees was discovered in November of 1845. This was named Cooper's Creek and plays a huge part in the Bergen Wells expedition. Sturt tried to push onward from Cooper's Creek, but it was fruitless. Summer was coming to Australia, and the desert before them had become a waterless wasteland. On November 11th, Sturt called an end to the advance. It was time to head home. It was here that he finally abandoned the small wooden boat that he had hoped to sail on the inland sea. The return journey was a brutal one, as scurvy was now getting a grip on the expedition. Everyone suffered from it. The expedition's chief surveyor, James Poole, would die from the disease, McDougal Stewart taking over as the lead surveyor. Charles Sturt basically broke down on the return journey, and he had to be carried much of the way back to Adelaide. In fact, Sturt never fully recovered his health. He eventually returned to England due to long-term health issues. One of those health issues Sturt suffered from was deteriorating eyesight, and it's something I want to mention because it will, in time, plague McDougal Stewart as well. The problem was spending so much time in the blazing sun in the Australian desert, and this was especially horrible for a surveyor. To take sightings in the day and in the desert is brutal on the eyes. It's no different than a sailor being on the ocean. Christopher Columbus suffered from terrible eye pain due to decades out on the bright ocean, and he could barely go out on deck in the daytime on his final voyage. Anyhow, Sturt's expedition had returned. The inland sea they had expected to find nowhere to be seen. But he had mapped a lot of territory and identified important locations, such as Cooper's Creek. The team had traveled more than 3,000 miles, or 4,800 kilometers. Also, he had confirmed how difficult and deadly exploration into the Australian outback was going to be. As for John McDougal Stewart, he received praise from everyone for the work he had done. He was tireless, cheerful, and full of spirit and zeal. Most Most of the maps and charts put together by the expedition were drawn by Stewart. And most importantly, Stewart now had experience that few men could boast. This was critical for what was to come. Coupled with his sound judgment, it will make him a formidable frontiersman and explorer. But I want to note that the 2 years in the wild had taken its toll on Stewart. He had suffered badly from scurvy, and his ulcer was debilitating. He could not work or travel for a year. Once Stewart recovered his health, he became a sought-after surveyor who worked in remote areas and for long periods. He developed a reputation for finding good pastures in rough country. It was a great talent to have in this time and place. To be honest, Stewart had found his niche in life. He was good at what he did, and people trusted him. You know, I want to talk about a couple of things going on in Australia at this time, as they are relevant to our story. First, in May of 1851, the Australian gold rush began. This was focused primarily to the east of South Australia, but there were some smaller goldfields found in the colony starting in 1852. But more than anything, gold brought people to Australia. The population of non-native peoples doubled within a decade of the discovery of gold, and these new arrivals had to eventually start doing something other than searching for gold. And that brings me to my second point, and that is ranching. Ranching was fast becoming a big and very valuable industry. Europeans saw these vast, open, and empty prairies perfect for cattle and sheep. Of course, these lands were far from empty. The native Aboriginal people lived in these lands, often moving from place to place, depending on the availability of food and water. Anyhow, all of this led to the rise of wealthy ranchers, or pastoralists, as they were called. These men acquired the rights to huge swaths of grazing land. This was mostly for sheep, which meant wool. Wool was quickly becoming one of Australia's biggest and most lucrative industries. As early as 1807, wool was being exported. By 1870, Australia was the biggest producer of wool in the world. Most of it was sent to a rapidly industrializing Great Britain. By the way, the reason Australia is so big on wool production is that the land and climate is perfect for sheep. Ideally, you have lots of dry, arable land. Sheep thrive in such conditions. Well, Australia had all of that and then some. Anyhow, in addition to wool, the other thing people were interested in were minerals. This meant mining. Many of these same men who became rich through the wool industry were also interested in mineral rights to these interior lands. And it wasn't just gold, but there was copper and other minerals that were discovered in the bush. It was for these types of men, and they were pretty much all men, that Stewart ventured off to places such as Port Lincoln and Flinders Ranges. He was there to survey lands that could be used for grazing sheep, plus poke around for minerals. A few of these prominent prospectors/pastoralists were William Fink, plus two brothers, James and John Chambers. In doing this, Stewart honed his skills as a bushman. He usually operated with small groups, focusing on moving quickly and efficiently. Despite his own drinking habits, he banned alcohol while he worked, knowing how destructive it was. He would go for weeks, even months at a time, without drinking. Of course, once he got back to civilization, all bets were off, and Stewart would go on a bender. And that brings us to 1858. McDougal Stewart was 43 years old, a surveyor who had the respect and friendship of some of the colony's most wealthy people. Stewart was, without question, a worthy guy. As I have said, he was never really comfortable in normal society, preferring to be out in the wilderness, and he would have cut quite the odd figure. He was slight and short, his big beard streaked with gray and his messy hair starting to recede, and he was entirely unfashionable. He wore heavy cotton moleskin trousers and a long-tailed blue coat. He frequently sported a cabbage tree hat, which is a hat made of the leaves from the cabbage tree palm. And we can't forget about the drinking. If there was nothing for Stewart to do, the bottle was waiting for him. And that is when William Fink, one of the pastoralists I mentioned earlier, talked to Stewart about an expedition into the Australian interior. The goal was to find minerals in the land the Aboriginal people of Coconut Country called Winkleman, and new grazing land in the northwest of South Australia. And that, my friends, will be the first of 6 expeditions led by Stewart, aiming at exploring the interior Australia and ultimately crossing it.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those cloths to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On
Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age. So many of these travellers who went out looking for a pastor job, what did they think they were hearing? Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population was shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In June of 1858, Admiral Stewart set off on his first expedition into the interior of Australia. People expected an expedition to have dozens of pack animals, hundreds of bearers, wagons, boats, scientists, hunters, guides, and translators. Instead, when Stewart set off, it was him, a man named Forster, we don't know his first name, and a young Aboriginal man, whose name we don't know at all. Stewart had 6 horses, 6 weeks of rations, some reports say only 4 weeks, a pocket compass, and a watch. His team was armed as well. That's it. Forster was an experienced frontiersman. The Aboriginal man, Stewart hoped, would know the land and be able to translate with the tribes, also known as mobs, that they encountered. Stewart had learned a lot about exploring the past dozen years, and he understood that the size of an expedition was not the most important thing. The Australian outback was capricious by nature, changing suddenly with dramatic effect. Plotting expeditions fared poorly in such an environment. Stewart elected to go small and mobile, relying on nimbleness and toughness to meet adversity when it invariably reared its head. Now, before we send Stewart into the outback, I want to talk a little about the geography of South Australia. And I want to remind you that there's a map of all this on our website. It's not a bad idea to look at things. So if you look at a map of South Central Australia, you'll find the capital of Adelaide in the far south along the coast. There's a big bay just to the west of Adelaide called Spencer Gulf. At the northern end of the Gulf is the city of Port Augusta. If you go straight from there, you run into a big lake. This is Lake Torrens, and it runs about 100 miles north to south, or 160 kilometers. It is a salt lake, like many of the lakes in the region. From the northern tip of Lake Torrens, you can go another 50 miles or 80 kilometers, and you'll find another big body of water, Lake Eyre, as well as a bunch of smaller lakes. These lakes are pretty easy to see if you glance at a map. Both had been visited by Europeans around 1840. Stewart's plan was to travel up the western side of Lake Torrens and at the top of the lake head northwest and into the unknown. I've seen some people trace Stewart's route along the eastern side of Lake Torrens, but that is not the case. Either way, it is not a huge deal. Stewart gathered his expedition at a place called Oratanga Station. It was actually a mine operated by John Chambers, one of the wealthy ranchers in the colony. It is located east of Lake Torrens along the western side of the mountain range called Flinders Ranges. It was, at this time, one of the most remote and northerly settlements in South Australia. Both Forster and the young Aboriginal man were employees of Chambers. Stewart and his companions moved closer to the southern tip of Lake Torrens and waited for the rains to arrive and water holes to fill up. One critical thing to remember is that their water sources were not always permanent. Stewart had learned this over the past 15 years in the outback. Stewart finally departed on his journey on June 10, 1858, from a place called Utana, not far from the southern tip of Lake Torrens. The men rounded the bottom of the lake and proceeded north. The biggest issue at this point was finding drinkable water. Many of the water holes they visited were still dry, or they were filled with salt water, which the horses refused to drink. One of the difficulties with using horses on expeditions in desert-like areas is the need for water. A horse can go weeks without eating, but only a few days without water, and they need lots of water. Stewart's journals are littered with the words, "no water." Another issue surrounding horses was shoes. In the rough terrain, the horses' shoes wore down and broke. By the end of June, most of the expedition's horses had no shoes. Anyhow, steadily the expedition moved north. It was common to do 20 or 30 miles in a day, especially if water was available. In rougher terrain, the team would go as low as 10 miles. One thing I want to stress is that the progress north was not in a straight line. The company was weaving their way through great sand dunes and rocky hills, and they had to follow the water, which often meant going out of their way. It made for slow going. Also, to accommodate the horses, Stewart had to rest on some days. The rough terrain, lack of water, and heavy loads was making the horses lame. When Stewart encountered the Aboriginal people, he inquired about water. At the same time, he was told of a freshwater lake called Wimbledon. There you could find an oasis complete with trees and kangaroos. This greatly interested Stewart. Which direction was this fabulous oasis? Inland, said the natives, 5 sleeps away. Stewart wondered if this was referring to Cooper's Creek, which was 250 miles to the northeast. The Aboriginal people, by the way, generally shied away from Stewart and his people. Many had never seen a white man or a horse. Stewart could only continue into unexplored country, and like so much of the area, the landscape was harsh. Of it, Stewart wrote in his journal on June 28th, quote, bleak, barren, and desolate. It grows no timber, so that we can scarcely find sufficient wood to boil our corn pot, end quote. And then, about 20 miles north of Lawrence, Stewart came upon an isolated chain of semi-permanent water holes, which he dubbed Chambers Creek. This is now called Stewart Creek, in case you look it up on a map. This was an important discovery for Stewart, as the location will be critical as a staging post for future expeditions into the interior of the continent. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest. It was here that the rains came, transforming the landscape. What had been drought-ravaged soil filled with water, and soon there was life. And the rains kept coming, so much that Stewart and his men had to retreat to higher ground when they found themselves belly deep in water. And at one point, the horses were struggling with knee-deep mud. All of it, Stewart felt, would make the area a good sheep grazing country. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest, going about 150 miles or 235 kilometers, and crossing a small mountain range before descending onto a bleached stony plain. Stewart had reached what today we call Cooper Pedy. A bit about Cooper Pedy. At a glance, no one wanted to stay at this location for any length of time. However, in 1915, opals were discovered, and Cooper Pedy was transformed into the opal capital of the world. The place is so desolate, the people that live and work there live underground during the summer months. People literally built homes called dugouts into the area's caves, carving out different rooms. These underground homes keep constant temperature most of the year, and thus don't need air conditioning like the surface dwellings. Today, the location is a tourist spot, and in addition to the mines, you have underground churches, shops, hotels, and even a cemetery. Cooper Pedy has a unique, almost alien feel to it. It has been featured in a bunch of movies and television shows. This includes Mad Max, Pitch Black, Mortal Kombat, and The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Stewart found the bleak white landscape, coupled with the intense sun, caused mirages, making it difficult to travel as one couldn't ascertain what was before them. At this point, Stewart and his companions had been gone about 2 months. Their supplies were running low, and the horses were lame due to the cracked stones of the surrounding desert. To the north and west, Stewart saw nothing but bleak-looking desert. He decided it was time to head home. However, instead of returning the way they had come, he elected to go directly south. The lands they had come from were simply too desolate, and there was little hope for game. Remember, Stewart only brought 6 weeks of provisions. It had been 2 months, so almost everything was gone. And the wilderness had not provided much in the way of game. Up to this point, the expedition's hunting list was slim. 4 wallabies, 1 possum, 2 ducks, 1 pigeon, and a few kangaroo mice, which he said were, quote, very welcome. We were anxious to find more, end quote. On July 16, 1858, Stewart headed southward. They had 310 miles or 500 kilometers ahead of them. They soon reached some grasslands, and their food was running low, the men now eating only 1 meal a day. The last of the flour was used on July 30th. So the food was nearly gone. Water was hard to find. At one point, the horses went 3 days without water. The country was rough and unforgiving. Also, the horses were wearing down. One gray mare, who was a favorite of Stewart's, was flagging badly. She had been nearly worthless as a pack animal for weeks, but Stewart kept coaxing her along. He was afraid he would have to abandon her. Things got so bleak at the end of July, Stewart wrote, quote, there is no hope of anything here, end quote. And then on August 2nd, it rained. It brought the men home. Soon they were in good country, with emus and kangaroos and signs of the local Aboriginal people. However, the next day, the young Aboriginal man who had been with Stewart took off in the night. He had apparently been worried about the local tribes and thought it better to turn around. No matter, it is the last we will ever hear of the young man. Something else to note, by this time, Stewart was likely displaying signs of scurvy. He had been in the wild for 8 weeks, and he had barely eaten fresh food or meat. Another difficult moment for Stewart came on August 5th, when his favorite gray mare would not continue. In his journal, he lamented having to abandon her. He left her at a spot with water and plenty of feed, writing that he hoped to return for her in the future. Stewart is odd in that he displays obvious affection for his pack animals. He shows more concern for the gray mare than he does for himself, and he could easily have shot the mare and provided a lot of food for himself and Forster, but he did not. On August 11th, the men came to another barren obstacle, the Nullarbor Plains, essentially a desert. It is a flat, almost treeless expanse. Heading across the plains, Stewart wrote, quote, "When will it end?" End quote. I love that line, simple, to the point, desperate in tone. Crossing the desert would take 5 days, no water to be had during that time. The horses were doing badly, although they did find some greenery, allowing them to eat. On August 13th, Stewart wrote, quote, "This is dreadful work," end quote. However, on August 15th, the two men saw signs of hope, horse tracks. Stewart knew they were getting close to the southern coast of Australia. The next day, the men and horses finally found some water. And the day after that, they reached a place called Miller's Water, which is near present-day Sanduna on the southern coast. While Stewart now had water, he was nearly out of food, and the nearest frontier station was still a 100-mile journey down the coast to a place called Streaky Bay, and there was no promise there would be anyone at the outpost. Stewart could only press on. On August 17th, they ate the last of their food. They had nothing for 3 days until Crow was shot and eaten. And then, late in the day on August 23rd, Stewart, Forster, and the horses staggered into the depot called Mr. Gibson's Station at Streaky Bay. The station was, thankfully, manned, and the two explorers were given some much-needed food. Once they reached Streaky Bay, both Stewart and Forster essentially collapsed due to malnutrition, the sudden change in diet, the effects of scurvy, and exhaustion. They waited until September 1st until setting out again. Stewart did regret not being able to go back and find the gray mare he had left weeks earlier. Now Stewart had one final leg in a 200-mile or 320-kilometer journey towards the area around Port Augusta, but these were travel lands with water, and Stewart and Forster had to refresh their food supply. Thus, the journey went without incident. The men and horses arrived at Mr. Thompson's station at Mount Arden, not far from Port Augusta, on September 11th, 1858. John McNeill Stewart's first expedition was complete. So what had the man accomplished? Well, first his team had covered more than 1,500 miles, or 2,400 kilometers, opening up thousands of square miles of potential sheep country. The area around Chambers Creek was of particular interest. Second, Stewart had identified key water sources for future expeditions going inland, most especially the Chambers Creek area. Third, he had penetrated further inland than any European. There was no inland sea, but plenty of arable land. It gave everyone a glimpse of what lay in the Australian interior. And the amazing thing was that Stewart had prepared for a 6-week expedition that had been going for 4 months. To survive such a situation was incredible, especially considering the difficult Australian landscape. When Stewart returned, he handed over his maps and journals to government officials. People heaped praise on him for what he had done. The Royal Geographical Society gave him a gold watch. The South Australian government gave him a lease on 1,000 acres of land in the Chambers Creek area. Stewart was now one of the continent's preeminent explorers and a hero to those in South Australia. The other thing I want to note is that the expedition gave Stewart an insight into the Australian interior that few could match. Author Sarah Murgatroyd said, quote, "He, meaning Stewart, had come to terms with the capriciousness of the Australian desert," end quote. By this, she was saying that he understood the delicate balances of the land's climate and geography. The Australian interior is renowned for its irregular climate patterns. This is on a micro and macro level. Weather conditions can evolve over months, even years, and the extreme nature of the weather can be stunning. The interior of Australia is one of the driest places on the planet, yet it can experience 7 inches of water, or 180 millimeters, in a single day. Riverbeds can be dry for years, then overflowing in a matter of hours. 70-mile-an-hour winds, or 110 kilometers per hour, could sweep across a desert. Temperatures can swing from below freezing to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or 45 degrees Celsius, in 24 hours. This understanding and acceptance of Australia's crazy climate was one of the most important things Stewart came to grasp. I also want to point out that his approach to exploration, a small mobile team avoiding conflict with the native people, had proved to be an outstanding decision. Anyhow, this is where we'll leave things for today. Next time, we will begin with Stewart's second expedition. But to be honest, it's not a major endeavor. But after that, well, things will change when exploration fever sweeps across Australia and politicians embrace the idea of running a telegraph line across the continent. All of this will come to a fever pitch when the South Australian government offers a prize of £2,000 to the man who blazes a trail to the north coast. That will eventually lead to a race between McNeill Stewart and Robert O'Hara Burke. It is a great story, so please join us for the next episode. Otherwise, thank you for being with me today. I hope you enjoyed this first episode in our series on John McDougall Stewart. Take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, including The Art of Crime and Historical Blindness.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age. So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing? Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. I hope you are doing well. Today is part 2 in our series on one of Australia's greatest explorers, John McDougall Stewart. In part 1 of our series, we learned about McDougall Stewart, his upbringing in Scotland, his arrival in Australia at the age of 23 in 1838, and the experience he gained as a surveyor in the 1840s and 50s in the fledgling colony of South Australia. We also went with McDougall Stewart on the expedition that found Cooper's Creek, which was led by Charles Sturt. That's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. We then followed Stewart on his first expedition to discovery, as he and 2 other men ventured into the Australian interior, becoming the first Europeans to reach Chambers Creek, plus the future opal capital of the world, Cooper Pedy. Stewart had done a remarkable job, journeying for 3 months on only 6 weeks of supplies. He and his team had uncovered thousands of miles of territory. This greatly interested the land-hungry speculators back in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia. Today we are going to cover the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th expeditions of Stewart. The first 2 are not the most important endeavors, but they do push our story further and further into the Australian interior. These 2 expeditions are more about searching for water, grazing land, and gold than making a push across the continent. The 4th expedition, however, will do exactly that, with Stewart taking aim at the continent's center and eventually the north coast. This will be in direct competition with the Victorian Exploring Expedition, which was being organized in Melbourne. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let us jump back to early 1859. Stewart had returned from his first expedition, and as he was considered the discoverer, I use air quotes there, of Chambers Creek, he was granted the rights to 1,000 acres of pasture in the region. But Stewart wanted more than that, so he offered to return to Chambers Creek and survey the land himself. The result would be Stewart's 2nd expedition, this financed by pastoralist James Chambers and William Fink. These men understood that reliable water on the western side of the region's large salt lakes would be very valuable. Plus, they wanted to poke around for signs of gold and other minerals. The expedition would consist of Stewart plus 3 men and 14 horses. The other members of Stewart's expedition were David Hergott, Louis Muller, and a man only known as Campbell. Hergott was a Bavarian naturalist and artist, while Muller was a botanist. Both had experience in the Australian gold fields. Campbell is referred to as a stockman, which is similar to a ranch hand. Also, as a note, in Australia, ranches are called stations. I have thus far used both terms. So as with his first expedition, Stewart focused on staying light and nimble. Such a strategy had served him well previously. There were no tents, each man only having a blanket to sleep with. Food consisted of flour, jerked beef, tea, sugar, and tobacco. In addition to a watch and compass, Stewart brought along a sextant for more accurate readings, plus a telescope. Stewart left Oratanga Station on April 2nd, 1859, only 6 months after returning from his first expedition. This time he traveled north along the eastern side of Lake Torrens. This had been blazed only months earlier by Peter Edgerton Warburton. He's often referred to as Major Warburton. He was the Commissioner of Police for South Australia, but was more interested in exploring than policing. I want to remind everyone that you can see Stuart's route by going to our website, explorerspodcast.com. I have put links to some outstanding maps of each of Stuart's expeditions that come from the John McDougall Stewart Society website. They are far better than anything I could make. Plus, the site has lots of information about Stuart for those who are interested in learning more. I also want to note that the area we are covering in Stuart's first and second expeditions is dominated by two large lakes. Lake Torrens is about 250 miles or 400 kilometers north of Adelaide in South Australia's capital. Not far north of that is Lake Eyre, both are saltwater lakes. Warburton had gone up the eastern side of Lake Torrens and headed west, finding a route between the two lakes. Stuart intended to follow that trail to Chambers Creek. The expedition would quickly run into many of the same problems that they faced the previous year. Water holes were dry or filled with salt water, and horses came up lame because they lost shoes. Stuart took days off on a regular basis just to rest the horses. Another issue that arose was about a week into the journey when Stuart got sick drinking the water. He was incapacitated for several days. During this time, he sent out his men to search for water. It is during one of these excursions that Herbert found a dozen mount springs at a place that today is called Monterey, which is roughly between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre to the east. Major sources of water weren't always of interest to Stuart, and I'm going to take a sidetrack and talk about this. What Herbert had found were what's called a mound spring, which are found along the faults in the Earth's surface. A mound spring occurs when the salt in the water builds up and forms a small hill. These mounds can be as high as 160 feet or 50 meters. And the cool thing is that the water comes out of these springs like a volcano. So where is this water coming from? Well, the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. This is a massive underwater reservoir that covers much of the eastern half of the continent. It is the largest and deepest artesian basin in the world. It covers more than 660,000 square miles, or 1.7 million square kilometers, and stretches from the very top of the continent all the way down into South Australia. It provides the only source of fresh water throughout much of inland Australia. Now, no one at the time had any clue about this massive reservoir of water, but it is the main reason that you find water sources in the interior of the continent. I share this because before I started this podcast, I did wonder where the heck was this water coming from? And the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. Sidetrack done. Stuart spent more than a week recovering his health. His team often let the horses wander as they have an instinctive nose for finding water. Eventually, the team moved onward, heading northwest between the two big saltwater lakes that dominate the region. The trail between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre was rough, and the men were always on the lookout for water. When they found it, it was often too salty to drink. Regarding the Aboriginal people, Stuart tried to speak with them when he could, but for the most part, they stayed clear of the four white men and their string of horses. As a note, Stuart had strict rules regarding the Aboriginal people. They were not to be fired upon unless in self-defense. If they were aggressive, he avoided them. His goal was always to try and engage them and find out information from them, usually the location of water sources. In the end, this made most of his encounters amicable. I'm going to comment on this lack of interaction between Stuart and the Aboriginal people. I've mentioned for many of them, the first time they saw Stuart and his team was perhaps the first time they'd ever seen a white man and the horses. But I would stress that while they may have never seen a European, they had likely heard of them. The Aboriginal people had a robust and lively trade and communication network. There was a thing called songlines, which were major walking routes linking sites and locations. The songline describes the features and directions of travel, included in a song that had to be sung and memorized by a person to know the route to their destination. Ultimately, this meant that, despite the great distances, information flowed routinely throughout the continent. That meant that when Stuart encountered Aboriginal people, they likely knew about the problems associated with them. This included violence, the seizing of land, enslavement, and the destruction of the natural environment. So it is no wonder that when the Aboriginal people saw Stuart and his team, they stayed clear. On April 26th, the expedition reached the area around Chambers Creek. Stuart spent nearly 2 weeks surveying these lands. After completing his survey, Stuart headed north on May 9th. A few days later, he came upon some more springs, naming the area Elizabeth Springs. He praised the region, writing, quote, "There is enough running water to drive a flour mill in 2 or 3 places," end quote. One thing Stuart had learned from his previous expedition was to bring more horseshoes, and because of the rough and rocky terrain, he needed them. The expedition was constantly stopping to reshoe the horses. Stuart and his men continued into the interior, eventually reaching a place called the Davenport Ranges. The The goal here was to prospect for minerals, especially gold. They had little success. On May 20th, the ranch hand Campbell was sent back to Oratanga Station with reports on their progress. Stewart would continue prospecting and exploring into mid-June. Water was a big issue in one stretch, with the men and horses going 3 days without it. The horses were so exhausted that once they did find water, they were given 3 days to recover. The team continued to explore, finding several other springs, including one they called the Spring of Hope. But then on June 12th, Stewart decided it was time to turn around. The horse's shoes were run down and his food was low, plus he was ill again. The expedition had reached the north of what is modern-day Vendetta, about 60 miles or 100 kilometers from the border of South Australia and the Northern Territory. On July 29th, Stewart was back in Chambers Creek. From there, it was a familiar route to a frontier outpost. He then rode to Fort Augusta, and from there, caught a boat to Adelaide. And with that, the second expedition of John Nicholas Stewart was complete. So, this expedition had pushed into the Australian interior about 100 miles or 160 kilometers past the northernmost point of the first expedition. But just as important, it had found new reliable water sources that could be used for future exploration. The veil of Australia's interior was slowly being pulled back. And so the year was 1859, and I want to talk about two things that were going on that affect our story. The first was exploration fever. The world had caught it. No place more so than Great Britain. This was about the deeds of people like Livingston, Burton, and Speke, and finding places such as the source of the Nile. It was about filling in the blank spaces on the map. Explorers were heroes. They strove to tame the unknown lands and put a face on it. Newspapers loved telling these tales, and people loved reading about them. Australia was not immune to this fever. You know what? The continent was still more unexplored than explored. People were clamoring for someone to fill in the big blank on the map. Now, I will combine exploration fever with our next topic, and that is economics, specifically regarding communication, and that means the telegraph. The telegraph had been around for decades, but in Stewart's life, the technology involved and the ability to implement it in the real world was evolving rapidly. Great Britain was at the forefront of this as their empire was growing all over the world. The ability to communicate quickly and accurately was thus a key component in their strategy of maintaining and expanding their colonies. For years, there was talk about extending the telegraph to the growing colony of Australia, and as the technology improved and the demand grew, well, entrepreneurs jumped into the fray to meet such demand. Now, I want to stress that Australia was, at this time, still very sparsely settled. Most of the population was on the eastern and southern coasts, especially the southeast, so you needed to get your telegraph lines to those regions. The key was for someone to offer a practical and economically viable way to do this. Well, there were talks of running undersea cables to the southwest or southeast of the continent. An example was a cable going from Sri Lanka to Western Australia. But this meant really long underwater routes. The Sri Lanka to Australia cable would need to be at least 3,000 miles or 5,000 kilometers. All this was very expensive and not the most reliable. The shortest viable route to Australia was from the island of Java to the northern coast of Australia and then overland to the southern coast. This underwater cable was just a quarter of the distance compared to the proposed Sri Lankan one. This meant that the shortest route was an undersea line going from Java to the north coast of Australia and combined with an overland route going to the southern coast. In Adelaide, it was quickly pointed out that an overland route to that city was the shortest option available. However, the folks in Melbourne were not going to concede that point. They argued that a line could be run from the Gulf of Carpentaria to their city. And Melbourne was a far more sophisticated, wealthy, and cultured city compared to the frontier settlement of Adelaide. But there was more to it than just a telegraph cable for Victoria. Victoria was hemmed in at this time. To the north was New South Wales, to the west was South Australia. And while the area northwest of Victoria was technically part of New South Wales, it was unsettled. For Victoria, they felt the telegraph line to Melbourne would lead to an expansion into the interior, and thus Victoria would organically expand at the expense of its neighbors. In their minds, the region was empty, so it was fair game to take it if the chance arose. Victoria's expansion desires aside, getting the telegraph would be money, influence, and prestige. The place where news and information flowed into Australia and out of it would be the most important communication hub on the continent. The big problem for people both in Victoria and South Australia was that no one really knew what lay in the middle of the continent. The Great Inland Sea idea that everyone had talked about was proving to be a big bust. So what was there? Well, to push this issue into the forefront, the government of South Australia offered up a £2,000 prize to the person who crossed the continent and identified a route from the northern coast to Adelaide for the telegraph line. In Victoria, the government responded to Adelaide's actions by setting out to organize an expedition to do the same thing, only this from the north coast to Melbourne. An exploration committee was formed and money was raised to fund such an endeavor. However, things went slowly for Victoria. Even after a £1,000 donation to the fund, money was slow to come in. And this gave South Australia a window of opportunity to move first. And when Stewart returned from his second expedition, he was keen to take up the challenge. His influential friends, the Chambers brothers and William Fink, lobbied the South Australian government to select him to lead a new expedition into the interior. So, who would the government turn to in this situation? The decorated explorer who got deeper into the interior than any living European? A man who had the backing of some of the colony's most wealthy and influential men? No. Instead, a police officer, Alexander Tolmer, was selected. The result would be a complete bust. Tolmer never made it out of the already explored areas. Now, not getting tapped to lead the expedition did not stop John McDougal Stewart. One of the reasons Stewart was so eager to get going was that he ran into some issues with his recent survey. It seems that after his first expedition, others had taken his reports and followed up quickly, and already gone out and surveyed some of the lands themselves. This meant that Stewart again had to return to Chambers Creek and resurvey the land he wanted to claim. Plus, his financial backers wanted him to survey some lands that they were interested in acquiring. And with that, John McDougal Stewart set out on his third expedition.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those cloths to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim. On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, when did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stewart's expedition set out from Adelaide in August of 1859. The makeup was similar to his previous expedition. Now, I want to comment on something regarding the makeup of this group. To say Stewart had with him 3 other men when he departed in August, but in his journals he references 4 different men. So I'll take the latter, 4, as accurate. My guess is that he added an extra man along the way, but I can't be sure. Anyhow, Stewart's expedition consisted of himself, 4 additional men, and a dozen horses. The party included 2 stockmen named Strong and Smith. I couldn't find their first names. Plus, Lewis Muller, who had been on a previous expedition. The 4th was a man named William Darton Kedgwick. Kedgwick was the second in command, and he's an important part of the rest of this podcast series. He will become Stewart's most trusted and capable companion for the rest of his career. Kedgwick was 37 years old and had come to Australia in 1840 from England. He had experience in the goldfields of Victoria and was a first-rate bushman. While he didn't have scientific training, he was well versed in the subject of botany. He will be the rock that Stewart leans on over the next few years, a steadfast and resolute friend and colleague. The expedition took the now established trail along the eastern side of Lake Torrens and then cut across the top of the lake to Chambers Creek. Here Stewart began another survey of the region. He would complete his survey by the end of October, and on November 4th set out north for Emerald Springs. I want to point out that this third expedition does not break a lot of ground with regards to pushing northwards into the interior of the continent. Stewart's route is not a straight line. In fact, it looks like someone scribbled a bunch of lines on a map. On his second expedition, he had traveled in the area around Chambers Creek to conducted a survey of Push North was mostly a straight line. This time, however, is all over the place. East, west, north, and south. Stewart was mapping the entire region, not just trying to push further into the interior. Anyhow, Stewart and his team headed towards the western side of Lake Air. That there was a big lake, albeit a saltwater one, was encouraging as it was a prime location to find fresh water and grazing lands. And let's not forget about gold and other minerals. Once at Lake Air, Stewart found great expanses of dried up shoreline. It was hard, white sand. We tried to take the horses into it, but it eventually got soft and the horses couldn't continue. Ground was 3 inches of salt with mucky clay underneath. Stewart wanted to reach the actual lake and continued on foot, but eventually it was just a suckhole, mud and muck, and he had to turn around. Stewart and his team continued to search the region. Generally, he would set up a camp and dispatch his men, often in pairs, to go looking for water and potential grazing lands. Stewart would go on these excursions as well, but to be honest, he often ended up at the base camp due to problems with his eyes. I mentioned this last time. Surveying in the desert, which requires conducting sun sightings, is brutal on the eyes. The sun literally damages the retinas. This can cause long-term issues, including pain and even blindness. On November 11th, Stewart wrote, "My eyes are so bad I cannot see," end quote. The next day, he couldn't even move due to the intense pain. The team would eventually have some successes identifying water holes and grazing lands. Stewart was thoroughly mapping the region, setting himself and others up for further pushes into the interior. Regarding the Aboriginal people, they remained elusive. The party glimpsed them here and there, but they shied away from the newcomers. Regarding water, I read something interesting that I want to share. I mentioned that a lot of the water sources found by Stewart were filled with salt water. However, just because there's salt in them, it doesn't make them undrinkable. Sometimes he'd find water holes where the water was actually fresh under a layer of salt water. The horses would plunge their snouts into the water hole, about 6 inches deep, through the layer of salt water to reach the drinkable water below. It wasn't necessarily the best water, but it helped everyone stay alive. That really has nothing to do with our story, but I thought it was sort of cool. On November 20th, the stockman Smith skedaddled from camp during the night. This infuriated Stewart, who prized loyalty and hard work. He called Smith a, quote, lazy, insolent, good-for-nothing man, end quote. He considered sending Keckwick after the deserter, but decided they were better off without him. Stewart's main concern was that he had taken one of the horses. I want to mention that when out in the bush, Stewart ran a tight ship. Men couldn't drink from their canteens without permission. Meals were at a set time. The horses were not abused. No one left camp without a weapon. Swearing was not allowed. Sometimes Stewart could seem harsh, but the desertion of Smith aside, he was usually praised for being fair and even-handed, with all the rules applying to himself as well as his men. Benjamin Head said this of Stewart, quote, "Whatever he said was law and bound to be obeyed," end quote. All of this made Stewart's expedition run efficiently and with little fuss. In early December, Stewart found himself nearly blind, and the pain was so bad he couldn't sleep. All he could do was try and keep out of the sun and let his eyesight improve with time. It was frustrating for Stewart, who had to delegate most of the exploring to his team. Thankfully, Keckwick was proving to be an outstanding number 2. Stewart would write this of the man, quote, "Keckwick is everything I wish a man to be. He is active, pushing, and persevering. At any time and at any moment, he is always ready and takes a pleasure in doing all that lies in his power to forward the expedition," end quote. He was not so kind to the other 2 men, Muller and Strong. One of Stewart's problems was that he thought that every person could and should endure the same hardships he could endure. So when food ran low and the team went on half rations, he expected them to manage without complaint. Regarding rations, Stewart had a blind spot about what a man needed. He was a small guy, yet he expected him to have twice his weight to eat the same amount of food. But it just doesn't work that way. A 250-pound man needs a lot more food than a 130-pound man. In late December, the expedition reached a place called Freeland Springs. Here, Stewart began an extensive search for gold. He felt that the conditions were ideal for it, but in the end, they had no luck. When signs of gold proved elusive, Stewart continued mapping the area, and then on January 6, 1860, with the provisions running low and his men on half rations, he elected to return to Chambers Creek. Stewart's health continued to be spotty, some days unable to travel due to the pain in his eyes, plus back pains. Advanced scurvy had turned his legs black and his limbs ached. The expedition reached Chambers Creek on January 21st. Supplies had been brought to the location by another team, including Stewart and the men. Despite his ailing health, Stewart was keen to head back north. He had another prize on his mind, the center of Australia, and even crossing to the north coast. Such a venture would net him the £2,000 bounty offered by the South Australian government. However, two of Stewart's men, Muller and Strong, were done. They had been out in the wilderness for 4 months. It was summer. The heat was brutal. They were suffering from malnutrition and exhaustion, and probably scurvy. They wanted to go back to civilization. Stewart would curse the men for abandoning him, but to be honest, you can't blame them. What they were doing was brutal work, and the men were exhausted and sick. The last thing they wanted was to sign up for another round of it. And thus Stewart sent Keckwick south to gather fresh provisions and more men. Stewart would be able to regain his health while he waited for Keckwick's return. And that effectively ends expedition number 3. Stewart had not pushed further north on this expedition, instead branching out and mapping big parts of the area just west of Lake Eyre. He had identified trails, water holes, and grazing lands. You know, we know that Stewart had contact with other people while at Chambers Creek, and that's because he found out that the man who deserted back in November, Smith, had managed to make it back to the settled districts, although in a, quote, most forlorn condition, end quote. And because he had news of Smith, it's almost certain he had news of the Victorian Exploring Expedition being organized in Melbourne. The Victorian Exploring Expedition, or the VEE, promised to spare no expense, in the end reportedly costing upwards of £10,000. There were going to be camels imported from India, plus horses, wagons, and nearly a dozen men. The plan was to take the expedition to Cooper's Creek and then strike out for the Gulf of Carpentaria in the north. The committee running the entire endeavor organized the details, hiring men, equipment, and making plans for the crossing. But they actually wouldn't hire someone to command the entire thing until June of that year. And that would be Robert O'Hara Burke, an Irishman and a former British Army officer. At the time, he was the police superintendent of Castlemaine, which is about 50 miles or 85 kilometers northwest of Melbourne. Burke had no experience as an explorer and almost none in the outback. Now, Stewart didn't know the details of the expedition, but he had one advantage over them, and that was time. If he set out on his next expedition by spring of that year, he would be able to beat the Victorian Exploring Expedition out of the gate by several months. For Stewart, this new enterprise was quite different from anything he had done before. This time, his goal was to press forward and blaze a trail, nothing more. And that kicks off John McDougal Stewart's 4th expedition. William Keckwick returned to the base camp at Chambers Creek with 13 horses loaded with supplies and provisions, but only one additional man. Stewart was disappointed by Keckwick's inability to add others, but he would make do. The new man's name was Benjamin Head. Head had been born in Cornwall and arrived in Australia in 1854. He was around 25 years old. He was a big and tall man, over 200 pounds. He worked for John Chambers at one of his stations. He will prove to be a reliable and hardworking man. The 3 men departed Chambers Creek on March 2nd, 1860. Again, they would be moving light and fast. The good part is that for a couple hundred miles, or 320 kilometers, Stewart knew exactly what to take and where to find water. This was because of the work done on his previous expeditions. And Stewart was not going to be messing around with side excursions. His team was heading north and only veering from that route unless needed. This was not about finding grazing lands or minerals. It was an expedition of discovery. On just the second day out, Stewart and his men would come upon a disturbing scene. They encountered a native camp where a melee had occurred. There were broken dishes, boomerangs, and spears scattered about, plus the body of an Aboriginal man, his skull broken in 3 or 4 places. Crows and wild dogs, aka dingoes, had eaten parts of the body. It was a stark reminder of the potential dangers that lay ahead. In mid-March, Stewart ran into an issue he rarely encountered in Australia: too much rain. The weather had threatened rain for several days before finally arriving on March 10th. The men were forced to move their camp to higher ground to avoid flooding, but on the whole, the rain was an encouraging sign. Stewart wrote, quote, "The rain is a great boon to me, as it will give me both feed and water for my horses, and if it is going northwest, it will save me a great deal of time looking for water," end quote. One frustrating part of the rain was that it made areas boggy and impossible for the horses and men to travel through. This forced Stewart to have to pick his way through such terrain, which takes time. On May 16th, one of the horses, Billy, ended up stuck in the mud. Stewart and his men tried for hours to free Billy, but to no avail. Stewart was forced to leave the horse, and he lamented not having left the animal, who had been weak, back at Chambers Creek. A few days later, at the River Eels, near present-day ootd, the expedition ran into some more heavy rains. Unfortunately, many of the supplies were soaked, and much of the food was ruined and forced the men to go on reduced rations far earlier than anticipated. By the end of the month, the team stopped for a day to reshoe the horses and recuperate. Stewart reported that his right eye was now useless for making observations. He said he saw two suns when trying to use that eye. As the men moved north, there were signs of the Aboriginal people wherever they went, sometimes large numbers of them. If anyone thought the interior of the continent was empty, Stewart knew they were wrong. Despite the signs of human activity, the expedition did not see anyone. Roughly 300 miles or 500 kilometers northwest of Chambers Creek, the team crossed what today is the border of South Australia and the Northern Territory. In doing this, Stewart was the first man to enter the state from the south. On April 4th, Stewart reached a river that he called the Fig River after one of his most supportive patrons. The Fig is one of four main rivers of the Lake Eyre Basin and thought to be the oldest riverbed in the world. A couple of days later, the team came upon a magnificent sandstone pillar sticking 160 feet or 50 meters out of the desert floor. Stewart called it Chambers Pillar in honor of another explorer, James Chambers. Stewart wrote that Chambers Pillar and other such outcroppings made for a striking landscape. He said it looked like a bunch of castle ruins in the midst of the sand. Looking at a photo of Chambers Pillar, which is easy to find online, you can understand the comparison. About 80 miles or 120 kilometers north of the Fig, Stewart came to the McDonald Ranges, named after Sir Richard Graves McDonald, the governor of South Australia. Getting through the range was no simple task. It was up and down bluffs and cliffs, often on dangerous routes. It was around this time that Stewart reported the first signs of scurvy amongst the men. The team worked their way through the mountain range and continued north. A few days later, they fought through a lot of scrub and brush. Everyone was flagging, both men and horses. And then on April 22nd, 1860, Stewart calculated his location, writing, quote, "I am now camped in the center of Australia," end quote. The center of Australia. This was a clear and measurable goal, one that any person could understand. Stewart was proud of what he had done. The next day, he and Catwood climbed a nearby mountain, built a cone of stones, and raised the Union Jack. They also left a piece of paper with Catwood getting his signatures and a bottle on top of the cone. In his journal, Stewart wrote this at the moment, quote, "We then gave 3 hearty cheers for the flag, the emblem of civil and religious liberty, and may it be a sign to the natives that the dawn of liberty, civilization, and Christianity is about to break upon them," end quote. Stewart's words were prophetic and heartbreaking in ways he did not intend. Anyhow, Stewart named the place Mount Sturt in honor of Charles Sturt, who led the 1844-45 expedition that Stewart had been part of. The name, however, would not stick. Today it is called Central Mount Stewart. Also, the location is not really the exact center of Australia, but for Stewart, it was close enough. It was also hugely symbolic. It was one of those we did it moments. Europeans had reached the center of the continent, overcoming all that nature could throw at them. From there, the expedition moved north. Food and water continued to be in short supply. In May, Stewart and Head were suffering badly from scurvy. They found a well on May 6th and stayed there for several days while everyone recuperated and drank as much as they desired. After that, the journey north was again plagued by a lack of water. The horses in particular were in bad shape, and scurvy had caused Stewart's hands to break out into massive sores that wouldn't heal. His mouth and gums were sore. He could only eat flour and boiled water. The pain in his limbs was ever present. Stewart wrote, quote, "I almost wish death would come and relieve me from my torture," end quote. Catlin was mostly unaffected by scurvy. This allowed him to go out on excursions searching for water and roots when needed. On May 21st, things were looking bad. Stewart could barely move due to pains in his limbs and muscles, and water was nowhere to be found. Despite all of this, the men pressed north. Thankfully, a couple of days later, the rains arrived, rejuvenating the party. The next few weeks, the men went through plains and deserts and mountains. They often saw signs of Aboriginal people, and rarely did they actually see people. On June 6th, the men reached what today is called Tennant Creek, about 500 miles or 800 kilometers on the north coast of Australia. Stewart elected to go northwest to try and reach the Victoria River, whose location was known. However, progress was difficult due to a lack of water. After several days, Stewart decided to turn around. To continue north into the unknown without water was suicide. On the return march, one horse had to be abandoned when it simply ran out of strength and laid down. A second horse suffered the same fate a few days later. It pained Stewart to leave behind the animals, but there was no choice. The company eventually backtracked their steps and reached a creek on June 13th. They had had no water for 4 days, and the men and horses would spend a week recovering. It is during this time that the expedition encountered the Aboriginal people of the area. These people carried spears and boomerangs and kept their distance. When Stewart tried to approach them, they responded with signs of hostility. Thus, both sides kept apart from one another, but Stewart was wary. The long rest allowed the men and horses to recover, plus they reshoed the horses. Stewart reported his scurvy symptoms, easing the rest. Although Aboriginal people were in the area, men often hearing their voices or seeing smoke from their campfires. The team set out north on June 19th, this time Stewart aiming to reach the Gulf of Carpentaria. 4 days later, while resting their horses, the camp was visited by 2 young Aboriginal people. They presented Stewart with 4 possums and some birds. Stewart said the 2 young men were obviously scared, but after a short time, they wanted to steal everything they could lay their fingers on. Stewart eventually had to shoot the young men away. The team did enjoy fresh meat that night, which they had not had in a long time. On June 26, 1860, in the early evening, things would go badly for Stewart and his team. At a place Stewart named Attack Creek, they were approached by the local Aboriginal people. These were men waving their boomerangs overhead in a threatening manner. More and more people appeared out of the bushes and from behind hills. Stewart tried to give off signs of friendship, but the atmosphere remained tense. He ordered his men to ready their weapons. And then, as Stewart tried to lead his company away, the Warmungu attacked. A boomerang showered down on Stewart and his party, and the grass surrounding the men and horses was set afire. Stewart said the Warmungu numbered at least 30, and then when some of them charged, Stewart ordered his men to fire. The shots from Stewart's men kept back the attackers, allowing Ben Head to lead the horses away from the fray. Stewart later wrote that the Warmungu were bold and daring, and could be easily surrounded and destroyed by such determined fellows as they had shown themselves to be. End quote. Stewart wisely ordered his men to give up the field and go quickly back the way they had come. They did not stop the retreat until they reached the previous night's camp at 11 p.m. that evening. So why had the Warmungu attack Stewart? Well, we don't know for sure, but after talking to some people well versed in the history of the Australian Aboriginal people, I'll throw out 3 things. First, Stewart was in the heart of Warmungu lands. Whether he realized it or not, he was an interloper. The Warmungu people likely felt strong and confident in such a situation. And second was resource scarcity. Stewart and his team, especially the horses, were using valuable resources, in this case, water. 10 or so horses could easily drain a water hole, depriving the locals of something they needed to survive. And let's not forget that even if the Warmungu had not ever encountered white people before, they had likely heard about them. Knowing what the newcomers had done to other Aboriginal people, they may have decided it was best to drive away Stewart and his team. Anyhow, the next morning, Stewart would see fires all around him. He knew he could go no further at this time, writing, quote, I eventually reluctantly come to the determination to abandon the attempt to make the Gulf of Carpentaria, end quote. That said, for about a week or so, Stewart persisted with finding an alternative route to the north, but it wasn't going to happen. The Aboriginal people hovered on the perimeter of Stewart's party, watching them closely. Plus, food was running low. Also, Kegwood was complaining of weakness. A sign scurvy was finally catching up to the man. It was foolish to try to go on. And so a return march to Adelaide was before them. 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers through some of the harshest lands in the world. The men would face 3 major issues on this march: the lack of food, the lack of water, and scurvy. Regarding the latter, the men all suffered from aching limbs and gums. They had sores that wouldn't heal. Everyone was weak. On August 2nd, Stewart wrote, quote, my men have now lost all their former energy and activity and move about as if they were 100 years old, end quote. Regarding food, the men were now on starvation rations. Stewart even caught Ben Head taking extra rations. The big man was just more affected by malnutrition than the others. It was said that he lost half of his body weight during the expedition. Stewart, by the way, did not take heads thieving against him, as he will be invited on the next expedition. Water, or lack of it, was an issue because sources Stewart had found coming north were simply gone on the return march a few months later. This shocked Stewart. Water holes and creeks that had nourished the party coming north were now gone. At the Fig River, he found it almost completely dried up. It was a classic case of the fickle nature of the Australian interior at work. Thankfully, by mid-August, as the company got further from the continent's interior, water was found much more readily. No matter the problems faced by the expedition, Stewart pushed his team hard on their return. They eventually reached the safety of Chambers Creek on August 23rd, 1860. A few days earlier in Melbourne, Robert O'Hara Burke led the mighty Victorian exploring expedition north. The expedition had great expectations, but little did they know that there was a lot of death and misery in store for all those involved. As for Stuart, he reached Adelaide in October of 1860, and while he had not crossed Australia, reaching the center of the continent was a huge achievement. He was awarded the Royal Geographical Society's Painter's Medal, becoming only the second person to receive both the Painter's Medal and a gold watch, the other being the famed explorer Dr. David Livingstone. Stuart was feted at banquets and dinners. People said the veil of Australia had been removed due to Stuart's feat, and he was compared to the other great explorers of the age. People said reaching the center of the continent was akin to finding the source of the Nile. So that is where we will leave things for today. The Victorian exploring expedition now have to jump on Stuart in their quest to cross the continent. But that won't stop Stuart from heading back into the breach. Next time we will kick things off with Stuart's fifth expedition, this one bigger and better financed and aiming across the continent. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other fascinating shows about history, science, and pop culture, and other thought-provoking topics, including the Pirate History Podcast and This Week in Travel.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish populations were shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on John McDougal Stuart, who conducted 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the 1850s and 1860s. Today we will focus on his 5th expedition. Let's talk about the fate of Stuart's rival, Robert O'Hara Burke, and his attempt to cross the continent before Stuart. My only note is to check out our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see a route of Stuart's journey. That is it for notes. So, last time we left Stuart in Adelaide, South Australia, in October of 1860. He had returned triumphantly, having reached the center of the continent. This was a great achievement, and people hailed him for his fortitude and perseverance. Stuart had hoped to cross the continent and reach the northern coast of Australia, but he had been thwarted by a lack of water and food, scurvy, and hostile encounters with the Aboriginal people. Now, we have to take a sidetrack at this time and talk about the Victoria Exploring Expedition, historically known as the Burke and Wills Expedition. Led by Robert O'Hara Burke, the expedition had departed Melbourne on August 20th, 1860, just a few days before Stuart had gotten back to Chambers Creek. The Victorian Exploring Expedition, or the VEE as it was called, was a lavishly appointed endeavor costing upwards of £10,000. It consisted of 20 men, 23 horses, 6 wagons, and 26 camels, the latter imported from India. There were 20 tons of supplies, including such luxuries as an oak table and chairs and a Chinese gong. As you can see, it was all very unlike a John McDougal Stuart expedition. The expedition's goal was to go to Cooper's Creek, which was halfway between Melbourne and the Gulf of Carpentaria. Cooper's Creek, by the way, had only been discovered by Europeans in 1845, one of the men on that expedition being John McDougal Stuart. From Cooper's Creek, the team set off into the unknown and blazed the trail to the coast. By doing this, Victoria wanted to lay claim to a route across the continent, the first step in running a telegraph line from the north to the south coast. Now, the press loved the idea of a race between Burke and Stuart. It was Melbourne versus Adelaide, and it got the public hyped up and sold a lot of papers. There's a famous drawing from the newspaper depicting Stuart and Burke racing across the Australian outback. Stuart is this little guy on a horse, while Burke is this big man on a camel. And I want to point out that the rivalry between the colonies was fierce.
each side derided the other whenever possible. The press in Victoria was gleeful when Stuart returned from his expedition, unsuccessful in his attempt to cross the continent. Part of this was spurred by a minor controversy involving Stuart and his journals and maps. If you remember, Stuart's expedition had not been government financed. Stuart's friend and patron, John Chambers, had actually funded most of the expedition. Thus, Stuart turned his documents over to his boss. This led to claims that Stuart had never actually reached the center of Australia and was lying about all that he had done. There were even accusations that Stuart had not even left Adelaide and had simply spent the past month in a wine cellar drinking. It was all very petty, but that's how rivalries could be. No matter, Stuart had had his chance on his fourth expedition to reach the north coast, but he'd been turned back. This gave Burke and the VEE a golden opportunity to steal the prize. Now, despite not crossing the continent, Stuart had come back to a shower of accolades. All of this was great, but Stuart knew that he had unfinished business. Despite the VEE's early departure, Stuart was likely skeptical of Burke's chances to succeed due to his competitor's lack of experience and the cumbersome makeup of the expedition. And thus, as soon as he returned, Stuart dove right into planning a fifth expedition. One of Stuart's biggest backers, pastoralist James Chambers, got the ball rolling by putting together a plan for Stuart to return north with a government-provided contingent. Essentially, this was enough men to protect the company. This would address the issue Stuart had run into on the last expedition, when there had been a hostile encounter with the Warramungu people, forcing Stuart to retreat. The South Australian government would ultimately approve £2,500 to fund the expedition, giving Stuart the large force he needed to complete the crossing of the continent. Stuart's plan was to stage the expedition at Chambers Creek and then proceed from there. His goal was to reach the northernmost point of his last expedition, a place called Attack Creek, and then go northwest towards the Victoria River. Stuart and his team gathered at Chambers Creek at the end of the year. When he finally departed on January 1st, 1861, he had 49 horses, a dozen men, and rations for 30 weeks. This was, without question, the biggest expedition Stuart had ever assembled. Stuart set down some very specific guidelines. This included no firing on the natives unless in self-defense. There would be no swearing, no drinking of water without permission, and no abusing the horses. Meals were at a set time, and the men were forbidden from leaving the camp without permission or without weapons. Discipline was strict but fair and very much constructed around using common sense. And Muslim men respected Stuart, and they generally heeded his strict guidelines. Author Sarah Murgatroyd in her book, The Dig Tree, said this of Stuart's discipline, quote, "The strict routine meant that each expedition ran like clockwork. The horses and their pack saddles were numbered and divided into equal groups. Each animal learned its place and lined up automatically every morning and evening in the correct order so that the foreman could always locate whatever equipment was needed," end quote. One thing I want to mention regarding Stuart is his reputation as a leader. As I said, people, for the most part, respected the man. This was despite his binge drinking that he indulged in when he was back in Adelaide or any settled area. And that's because once he was in the bush, there was no alcohol. Stuart was all business and people recognized the man's qualities. One of Stuart's men, Benjamin Head, said his boss was a born explorer and added this, quote, "You could not beat the little fellow. No matter who he might be, he had the instincts of a bushman. However foolish he may have been in town," referring to Stuart's drinking, "there's not a man in Australia who can say a word against him as a leader in the bush," end quote. I think this is one of the things I like so much about John McDougal Stuart. He was this raging binge drinker, a social misfit, a slight guy no more than 130 or 140 pounds, yet in the field no one could match his abilities. By the way, I mentioned Benjamin Head, who had been on the last expedition. Well, Stuart had tapped him and William Darby Kedgwick to return for this new enterprise. Kedgwick would again be the expedition's second in command. Benjamin Head was given the task of organizing the base camp at Chambers Creek, which he did. However, Head's health was not good. He never fully recovered after the last expedition, and when Stuart set off, Head would not be amongst the numbers for that reason. To acknowledge Head's contributions, Stuart would name a mountain and a range after Ben Head, names that still exist to this day. Now, before Stuart sets out, I want to make an important observation, and that is the date of Stuart's departure, January 1st, 1861. Our explorer was setting out at the height of the Australian summer. As you can imagine, this was going to be very risky. But if he could get through these early months, that meant he could be out in the field longer than on previous expeditions. That said, I want to point out that Stuart's competition, the Victoria Exploring Expedition, was facing the same issue.
Robert O'Hara Berg and his team had missed a golden opportunity by leaving in August of the previous year and not having the advantage of the cooler winter months. Stewart left Waterloo Station, which is on the eastern side of Lake Torrens, on November 29, 1860. He reached Chambers Creek on December 12th. There, he let the horses rest while his team prepared for the journey into the interior. They slaughtered some cattle, turkey, meat, mended saddles, and shoed the horses. Provisions were typical for the time and place: tobacco, flour, biscuits, dried meat, sugar, that sort of stuff. As for the expedition's composition, in addition to Kedgwick, Francis Thring was named the third in command. Thring will be a valued member of the party and is frequently mentioned leading excursions on the upcoming journey north. He and his horse, Globe, demonstrated an uncanny knack for finding water. The party also included a blacksmith to shoe the horses and a saddler, which is a person who maintains and repairs saddles. Stewart departed on January 1st, 1861. It was him and a dozen other men, a dog named Tubby, and 49 horses loaded with 30 weeks of rations. For those doing the math, that means that Stewart was planning on being in the outback for 7 months. The expedition headed north, and as you can imagine, the main issues were extreme heat and a lack of water. On January 9th, 2 men and 5 of the horses were sent back to Chambers Creek due to the strain of the journey. 2 days after that, the dog, Toby, collapsed from the heat and died. As for water, much of it was dried up this time of year. Creeks and ponds and rivers were just dust in the summer months. And that began a non-stop battle against sunburn, chapped lips, sore throats, and stinging eyes. The stinging eyes were because of the constant blowing of dust into the men's eyes. It's easy to imagine. The sore throat was something very common as well, but not necessarily obvious. That would happen because the men sucked in sand all day long, and due to the lack of water, they couldn't wash it out of their throats, causing them to get scratchy. The expedition reached the Eels River on January 21st, only to find it completely dry. Stewart dispatched exploring parties up and down the river, not reaching water for 8 and 5 miles, respectively. This is a perfect example of why travel in the desert is so dangerous. The men wanted to go north, but the dry river forced them to spend an entire day exploring east and west just to find water. This tired out the men and the horses, but it had to be done. They could not advance without water. The good thing about the advance north was that this was mostly over previously covered trails. Yes, the team had to deviate frequently to find water, but for the most part, this was territory that had already been visited. The expedition continued on into February when they reached the Fink River. Stewart found it dry, but was able to locate some wells used by the Aboriginal people. This allowed them to keep pressing north. Speaking of the Aboriginal people, as usual, there were signs of them, but they shied away from a large party of white men. On February 28th, the expedition suffered a loss when one of the horses ate a poisonous plant and died in the night. Stewart took the loss hard as the horse, named Bennett, had been with him on multiple expeditions and was one of the best pack animals. For the first few weeks of March, Stewart and his team were constantly struggling to find water. There were multiple excursions searching for water sources, most coming back with nothing. The team even resorted to digging in the sand to reach water. The horses suffered the most and had to be frequently rested. The lack of rain, by the way, made feed for the horses scarce as well. So they were not only not getting much water, they weren't getting much food either. It's a bad combination. On March 13th, the expedition reached the McDonald Range, which they had to cross. The tracks from Stewart's 1860 crossing were still visible. It was here that the rains began to finally fall. But not just some nice showers, but torrents of rain pounded the region for days. The men and horses struggled through ankle-deep mud when horses got stuck in the water. It was exhausting. Many horseshoes were lost, and the horses became lame during the slog north. The expedition continued onward. They passed landmarks such as Chambers Pillar in the continent's center, as achieved the previous year. The team pulled into Tennant Creek on April 21st. Now, it was not far from here that Stewart and his men had been attacked on the last expedition. The people saw signs of the local war among the people, but not nearly as many as the last time Stewart had been here. The likely reason is that the war were simply not in the area at the time. Remember, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia often moved around depending on resource availability, meaning food and water. The last time Stewart had been at Attack Creek, it had been late June, not April. Now, I want to remind you that on the previous expedition, Stewart had reached this location and spent most of his energy searching, unsuccessfully, to the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River, which was a limited entity. This time, Stewart developed a strategy of sending smaller parties out in search of water and then reporting back to the base camp. It was an advantage of having a larger expedition. And I want to remind you that water, a lot of it was critical for a party of 10 men and nearly 50 horses. Water holes could be drunk dry by such a large number of animals and not replenish themselves for days or even weeks. So it was essential to find permanent water for the entire expedition. This meant venturing north in a small group for several days and returning to report what was found. The result was usually little or no water. Stewart spoke about one of these excursions, one time heading out with 2 other men, 7 horses, and provisions for a week. He described a landscape of hard, cracked earth covered in long, scrubby grass. This, as you can imagine, made progress slow, painful, and exhausting. On May 6th, Stewart wrote this in his journal, quote, "This has been the hardest and most fatiguing day's work we've had since starting from Chambers Creek," end quote. The expedition would lose several horses during this time, mainly due to the heat and lack of water. The horses usually just laid down and gave up, unable to continue. Another issue Stewart tried to find a route north was the tangled brush that choked the lands to the north. Sarah Murgatroyd in her book, The Dig Tree, said Stewart, quote, "found himself entangled in bull body and lancewood scrub, a nasty combination that has been described as nature's attempt to grow a wire fence. It is vicious terrain," end quote. Dismal, dreary forest throughout. Again, I love that. You could almost taste the bitterness and frustration in those words. Anyhow, Stewart was ready to give up hope, and then on May 20th, he came upon a series of water holes. 3 days later, he found a larger water source, which he named Newcastle Waters. Newcastle Waters was 240 kilometers, or 150 miles, north of Attack Creek, and it offered an outstanding base to strike out north. The pond had fish, and there were even ducks to be hunted. However, future opportunities were bleak. To the north lay what was dubbed the Sturt Plain. This area was an expanse of shrub, the thickest Stewart had ever seen. He said it was like trying to push through a hedge, and the horses refused to enter it without serious cajoling. The landscape and lack of water was daunting, Stewart writing, quote, "They are a complete barrier between me and the Victoria," end quote. But Stewart was going to try. He and his men would camp for 5 weeks at the edge of the Sturt Plain, trying repeatedly to find a path through the barrier. Of one excursion, he wrote, quote, "Went into a terrible thick wooden scrub for 11 miles and a half, becoming more dense, it is scarcely penetrable. I sat threeing up one of the tallest trees, nothing to be seen but a fearlessly dense wood and scrub all around. Again, I am forced to retreat through want of water," end quote. Stewart would ultimately mount at least 10 expeditions to the north. At one point, he abandoned the attempt towards the Victoria River and turned his attention to the Gulf of Carpentaria, which is to the northeast. The results weren't any better. And the long spell in the desert was taking its toll on the men and animals. Some of the horses died, scurvy returned, Stewart's eyes were shot, dysentery was common. The men's clothing was reduced to rags due to the thorny scrub of the region. Rations were down to 4 pounds of flour and 1 pound of dried meat per week per man. What Stewart was doing was not sustainable. Everyone was exhausted and weak, and there was little optimism. Even when it rained, it offered little to the men, as the parched Australian desert simply sucked it all up. Stewart wrote, quote, "These plains have swallowed up every drop of rain that has fallen," end quote. The Aboriginal people were also a potential problem. Likely due to the size of Stewart's expedition, they stayed clear of the white men, but in time they made their presence felt. Fires were started near the camp in the shrubs between the horses. At night, Stewart had to set up armed sentries with orders to fire warning shots if there were any problems. Several times, solitary men, out collecting the horses or hunting, had hostile encounters with the Aboriginal people. One man was only saved by firing off his shotgun, which drew some of the other expedition members to his position, forcing the Aboriginal people to flee. But Stewart saw more and more signs of the Aboriginal people and in greater numbers. It worried him that they would be bold and attack the expedition, and it made the smaller excursions increasingly vulnerable. And thus, on July 1st, Stewart gave orders to pack things up and head south, writing, quote, "It is hopeless to proceed further," end quote. The expedition had gotten, at the closest, about 250 miles or 400 kilometers from the northern coast, but that's as the crow flies. In reality, it's much further. Stewart was bitterly disappointed at being thwarted yet again, but even as he faltered, he already was wanting to make another go for the coast. When Stewart set off south, he and his men had been in the wild for half a year, 26 weeks. They had brought 30 weeks of food with them, and it was at least 8 to 10 weeks before reaching the first station in South Australia. The expedition plodded home, the men fighting exhaustion and malnutrition, plus scurvy, in
entire time. Thankfully, the Aboriginal people did not harass them too much. Stewart pulled into Mr. Levi's station north of Chambers Creek on August 31st, 1861. After resting for 3 days, the team continued on to Chambers Creek, which was attained on September 7th. After another 3-day rest, the team moved on and reached Malibu Station 5 days later. Stewart next continued on to Port Augusta and then caught a steamer to Adelaide. His 5th expedition was done.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim. Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The world that John McDowell Stewart returned to upon the completion of his 5th expedition was very different than a year earlier. Exploration fever had ebbed in Australia, and that's because everyone feared for the fate of the Victoria exploring expedition, which had been gone for more than a year. And it did not take long before those fears manifested themselves into a full-fledged disaster. Let's back up and talk about Robert and VEE. The expedition had reached Cooper's Creek as planned, but things had not gone well. Questionable decisions by Burke and his team delayed progress. The path north to Indian and Cooper's Creek was littered with deer, simply abandoned as it became too cumbersome. One item tossed aside was a supply of lime juice, reputed to fight scurvy. Burke wasn't sold on that idea and left it along the road. Once at Cooper's Creek, Burke decided to proceed north with a small contingent of men. This included William Wills, the expedition's second in command, plus 2 other men, Charles Gray and John King. There were also 6 camels, 1 horse, plus supplies for 3 months. This contingent had a very John McDowell Stewart-like makeup. The idea was to move quickly and with little fuss, making for the Gulf of Carpentaria. The rest of the men set up a stockade and supply depot at Cooper's Creek or returned to Menindee. William Braw was left in charge of the depot. Burke left Cooper's Creek in mid-December, and he headed into the outback in the hottest and driest time of the year. The result was absolute misery. The 4 men went north, the temperatures rising to 50 degrees Celsius or 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Water was almost impossible to find, but the party kept going, and then as the men neared the coast, they were blocked by mangrove forests. Mangrove forests, which are often called swamps, are almost impossible to get through unless you have a local guide, something Burke did not have. Burke would try to reach the coast, but on February 9, 1861, he decided he could go no further. The mangrove forest was just too tangled to penetrate. He got to within 20 miles of the ocean. By that point, he had used up 2/3 of his provisions, and he and his men were beginning to suffer badly from malnutrition, exhaustion, and scurvy. The march back to Cooper's Creek was a deadly slog. Instead of the heat, they now had to contend with the tropical monsoon season. Eventually, the camels began to die, as did one of the men, Charles Gray, the result of dysentery. Burke, Wills, and King, and the last 2 surviving camels, reached Cooper's Creek on the evening of April 21st. But when they got there, they were greeted by heartbreak. When Burke had left Cooper's Creek back in December, he ordered William Braw to remain there for 13 weeks. Braw ended up waiting 18 weeks before actually leaving, and the reason he left was that he and his men were low on supplies and suffering from scurvy as well. Braw had left a cache of supplies at the depot, buried next to a coolbah tree. Into the tree trunk, Braw had carved the words "dig." This was done to prevent the Aboriginal people from finding the cache. The tree is the famed dig tree. Well, in the cache was flour, oatmeal, sugar, and rice. Plus, there was a note from Ra, which said that he had departed on the morning of April 21st. This was the great tragedy of the expedition. Ra had only departed 9 hours earlier. Burke and his men, who were exhausted, were shattered. While Burke, Wills, and King, who were in no shape to catch up with Ra, spent 2 days eating food and regaining their strength. And then the 3 men set out. However, instead of heading south toward Mabindi, Burke elected to go west towards the cattle station at Mount Hopeless. It was 150 miles or 240 kilometers through the desert, but it was closer than Mabindi. Plus, the men could follow Cooper's Creek toward the station, giving them a supply of water, at least for part of the journey. Also, and this is critical, Burke buried the supplies along with his journals and a note explaining his plans, but he didn't leave any sort of indication that he had been there. He didn't carve into the trees initials on the date they arrived. He left everything almost exactly as he'd found it. And because of this, the tragedy continued. On the march to Mabindi, William Ra was greeted by a relief column led by William Wright. He and Wright thus rushed back to Cooper's Creek on the chance Burke had returned. There they found nothing. Everything looked exactly the same, and thus the men departed without digging up the supply cache. Ra returned to Melbourne, only able to say that Burke was still missing. And that sparked a public outcry, and it was not long before 5 different rescue expeditions were organized. By the way, when Stewart was told of the disappearance of Burke and his men, he immediately offered to organize and lead a relief expedition to help with the search. But with all that was going on, Stewart's aid was not needed. And so, as those who have listened to the Burke and Wills expedition series know, there was mostly tragedy in the cards. The 3 survivors were suffering badly from scurvy, and then they tried to make them ready food, which the Aboriginal people ate from the nardoo plant. But they didn't know how to make the nardoo properly, and they would leach out of the toxins. Thus, they all got sick. At the end of June 1861, William Wills died. Robert O'Hara Burke followed a day or 2 later. John King would survive by hooking up with some of the local Yajawanda Aboriginal people who took him in. Just as Burke and Wills were passing away, Alfred Howard led an expedition north from Melbourne, aiming for Cooper's Creek. On September 15th, Howard's party found John King with the Yajawanda. King led Howard to the bodies of Burke and Wills. John King ultimately returned to Melbourne, but in reality, he never fully recovered from the trek across Australia. He died in 1872 at the age of 33. The Burke and Wills expedition was mostly a disaster, complete with so many bad decisions and unlucky turns. 7 men had died, including the 2 leaders of Burke and Wills. The expedition had technically not reached the north coast of Australia, but everyone agreed it was close enough. So if you look at the history books today, it says that Burke and his team were the first people to cross the continent. John King is the first person to cross the continent and return. I talk a lot about the Burke and Wills expedition because it had some major influences upon exploration at this time in Australia. First, the exploration fever that had swept the continent a few years earlier had faded. Burke and Wills were heroes, but at what cost? Was it worth it to send all these young men to their deaths, all to fill in the blank space on the map? Second, let's remember why Burke and his team had gone across the continent. They were going to close a path with a telegraph. Well, that didn't look too promising. They needed permanent water sources along any such route, something Burke had not found. Plus, there was the whole issue with getting through the mangrove forest. That had not been solved. And third, the failure of Victoria was now an opportunity for South Australia. Granted, after the deaths of Burke and Wills, some in Adelaide were not in a rush to do more exploring, but their man, John McDougal Stewart, had come within a few hundred miles of the coast. Why not try again? I mean, the telegraph route was still a really important goal. And thus the government, after some hemming and hawing, gave £2,000 to Stewart for a 6th expedition, on the condition that he took a scientist with him. The remaining funds would come from Stewart's longtime backers, the Chambers brothers, and William Fink. And so, in the fall of 1861, John McDougal Stewart began to put together his 6th expedition. This would consist of 10 men and more than 70 horses. Stewart was determined to, once and for all, reach the northern coast of Australia. But that story will be for next time, when we conclude our series on John McDougal Stewart, one of the great explorers of Australia. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I want to wrap up by saying thanks to you, our listeners. But thank you to everyone who helps out. It can be as simple as writing and asking questions, or saying thank you, or sending me suggestions for future topics, or helping me with pronunciations, or whatever. It's all great. If you ever want to send me a message, just go to our website, exploredpodcast.com, and hit the contact link. You can fill out the form, or my email is on the page. You can just shoot me a direct message. And I also want to say thank you to all those who help out the show financially. People like Randy, Dan, Catherine, Chris, Donnell, Robert, Rudy, Gregory, Eileen, Andrew, Benjamin, Eric, Cameron, Christopher, Collier, Craig, David, Eamon, Elizabeth, George, Susan, John Paul, Mark, Peter, Mitchell, Philip, Ralph, Thomas, and many, many others. Thank you so much. It is because of your support that I can make as many episodes of the podcast as I do. So thanks. Anyhow, that is it for today. Thanks again for being with us. Take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including The Purpose Show and Tumble, a science podcast for kids.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is the final episode in our series on John McNeill Stewart, who led 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the late 1850s and early 1860s, aiming to cross the continent and blaze a route for the telegraph line. Last time we concluded Stewart's 5th expedition, where he had reached Newcastle waters, but had come up several hundred miles short of the north coast. His expedition had been thwarted by a lack of water and the thorny, scrubby plain of the area, which was described as nature's attempt at making barbed wire. Stewart had returned to Adelaide as the nation mourned the tragedy surrounding the Victorian exploring expedition. 7 men had died, including its commander, Robert O'Hara Burke. This had tempered people's enthusiasm for exploration, but not enough to stop the government of South Australia, which was still offering a £2,000 prize to the man who could map out a telegraph route from Adelaide to the north coast. John McNeill Stewart was keen to take up the challenge once again. He had come so close on his last expedition, and just as important, he knew he couldn't do this sort of thing much longer. Stewart was 46 years old, with 2+ decades in the outback that compromised his health. His eyes were permanently damaged, and while scurvy heals, it takes a toll on the body and mind. And every year it got harder and harder for Stewart to get back into the saddle. The government would eventually put up £2,000 for a new expedition, with James Chambers and William Fink providing 70 horses. The expedition was officially called the Great Northern Exploring Expedition. The government, by the way, insisted Stewart take with him a naturalist to document the plants and animals along the route. Stewart wanted nothing to do with this, but if it got him in the expedition, he was fine with bringing a scientist along for the ride. Stewart's final expedition was launched from the home of James Chambers in Adelaide on October 23, 1861. And while I usually don't talk about these early parts of an expedition, something will happen just north of Adelaide that will greatly affect our story. The expedition stopped at one point because some of the horses were being troublesome. While working with the animals, one of them would rear up and kick Stewart in the temple, knocking him unconscious. The horse then trampled Stewart's right hand, dislocating 2 joints and tearing the flesh and nail from one finger. The hand was so badly mangled, amputation was discussed. Stewart was thus forced to recover for more than a month, while the rest of the expedition continued north. It was during this recovery period that the fates of Burke and Wills reached Stewart. His Victorian rival was dead, as many had feared. While Burke had crossed the continent, the entire thing was seen as a disaster. As a note, Stewart knew he still had a chance to claim the £2,000 prize before crossing the continent. This had not been claimed by Burke's team. The prize required the route to be further west than Burke's route and to Adelaide. So for Stewart, this upcoming expedition was a way to come away with a small fortune. But there was a problem, as Stewart's hand never healed. It was essentially worthless, and it would affect him going forward. In reality, a man with such a disability was a liability for an expedition going into the Australian interior. Stewart should have left the exploring to others, but we know that's not going to happen. Crossing the continent was Stewart's white whale. A broken right hand was not going to stop him, and thus by the beginning of December, he caught up with the rest of the expedition at the Lulu Station, just east of Lake Torrens. There, the expedition would spend December and early January preparing for their departure. Let's look at the expedition's makeup. Stewart was, of course, leading everything. Next was William Kedwick and Francis Spring, both returning to their roles as second and third in command. These men were exceptional members of the expedition, their presence even more essential than on earlier journeys, as Stewart was breaking down. In addition to Kedwick and Thring, there was a surveyor and artist, Stephen King Jr., plus a naturalist, Frederick Waterhouse. There was also a blacksmith to keep the horses shod, and 5 other men, although one of this latter group dismissed shortly after the journey began for insubordination. A man not following orders was verboten on a Stuart expedition. Outside of Stuart, Kedwick, and Waterhouse, the team members were all young men in their early 20s. In the end, it was 10 men and 71 horses. One thing I want to mention was that none of the men were allowed to keep a personal diary or make any drawings. However, King, the surveyor, would make some sketches in secret, the only depictions of Stuart's travels that we have from a person actually on one of his expeditions. The reason for this was that Stuart didn't want any sort of information leaking out to other people or entities that might try and exploit the information he was acquiring. This had happened on his first expedition, when others had rushed out to Chambers Creek and made claims to lands he felt he was entitled to. The Great Northern Exploring Expedition departed Chambers Creek on January 8, 1862, loaded with supplies to last the expedition for more than half a year. From the get-go, Stuart pushed his team hard, covering 30 to 50 kilometers a day, or 20 to 30 miles. This area was familiar ground for Stuart, and he knew the best places to find water, even in the summer months. The hard pace and excessive heat took their toll on the horses, and some were suffering from worms and intestinal parasite. In the first couple of months, Stuart lost 8 of them. A few died, but most just became knocked up, as Stuart liked to say in his journals, and couldn't continue. For these animals, Stuart moved them at a location with permanent water and feed. A few would even be collected on a return journey. On February 17th, Francis Thring, while collecting the horses, came upon 3 Aboriginal men concealed in some bushes. Stuart speculated that they were going to attack Thring, but it may have been that they were just observing the white men from cover. No matter the answer, the 2 parties surprised one another, and one of the Aboriginal men threw a boomerang at Thring and his horse, which missed. Thring responded by firing his revolver and driving off the men. It was not known if anyone was injured or killed in the encounter. The Aboriginal people would keep tabs on the expedition as it moved north, sometimes starting grass fires to spook the men and horses. One time, Stuart reported several Aboriginal people appeared on top of a hill and yelled at the expedition while holding up shields and spears in an aggressive manner. Stuart ordered one of his men, William Hull, to fire a couple of warning shots at them. This drove them off. This sort of thing happened several times. Stuart and his men fired off their rifles as warnings. Thus, any direct confrontations were avoided, but the atmosphere was tense. The expedition reached the Tag Creek on March 28th, and a week later they arrived at Newcastle waters. After that, it was the scrubby, thorny landscape of the Stern Plain. This was the region that had torn up the men's saddles and clothing the previous year. Stuart had never been able to penetrate it. The team rested a week at Newcastle waters, recuperating from the hot and grueling journey. Stuart then sent excursions to the north in search of water, often led by Captain Thring. Stuart spent more time at base camp than previous expeditions due to his flagging health, but he still insisted on leading his share of scouting parties into the wilderness. But honestly, Stuart was feeling the weight of the years of hard living. Also, he was the first person to demonstrate signs of scurvy. He wrote, quote, "I feel this heavy work much more than I did the journey of last year, and feel my capability and endurance giving way." End quote. Over the next 6 weeks, the team made about 5 major excursions towards the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River. There was no luck. Stuart then led a group north in Lake Bay and discovered permanent water at a place he named Daily Waters, about 150 kilometers or 95 miles from Newcastle waters. The entire expedition was then brought up to this new location, where the team could fish as well as hunt birds, while they prepared for the next step in their journey. This demonstrated the slow stepping that Stuart had been doing all across the continent. The larger expedition size allowed him to send out smaller parties in search of water. When it was found, everyone moved up to the new base camp. It very much helped that the men and horses were not constantly on the move, as with the first 4 expeditions. When I went to point out that permanent water, meaning water that didn't dry up at some point during the year, was really important. That's because Stuart was blazing a route with a telegraph, and to successfully do that, his route needed to have access to water, because laying the telegraph line and maintaining it was going to involve lots of people, animals, supplies, and even provisions. For that, he would need water. Without it, a route was not feasible. Anyhow, from Daily Waters, the team pushed north and was greeted not just with thick scrub, but boggy marshlands. Thus, in early June, Stuart made a stab at going northeast towards the Gulf of Carpentaria. It was even worse than his attempts to the northwest. It was a massive swamps and scrub with a trees-making area, Stewart said. One of the blackest and most dismal views a man ever beheld. End quote. It was crazy terrain. Sometimes it was boggy and wet. Other times the earth was hard as rock, with cracks and holes that threatened to break the ankles of any man or horse that dared to cross it. There was no way through. Stewart retreated to alien waters. But he was not about to give up. With his failing health on his mind, Stewart knew that this was his last chance across the continent. Thus, he tried to move to the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River. No luck. And then the team made a move directly north, and on June 25th, 1862, they reached the Roper River, which had been discovered by Europeans back in 1845. They were now past the scrubby plain of thorns and needles and no water. Stewart and his team were now entering a region now covered in lush tropical forests, which run all the way to the north coast of Australia. These were the mangrove forests/swamps that had thwarted Robert O'Hara Burke. Stewart and his team now had water, but they now had to find their way through tangled tropical landscape. Stewart could have tried to go east towards the Gulf of Carpentaria, but he kept pushing north. Now, the swamps meant dangers and hazards for Stewart and his men. Such an environment can be particularly dangerous to the horses. The horses were constantly getting stuck in the water and at times not getting out. Also, there were the Aboriginal people. Stewart saw signs of them everywhere, and knew his team was being watched. In time, groups of the Aboriginal people appeared, mostly keeping a safe distance from the expedition. In an effort to prove their friendship, Stewart was mentally giving them fish hooks, something they valued. But Stewart always tried to keep the Aboriginal Australians at arm's length. He didn't want to have any misunderstandings that can happen when two very different cultures interact. That would lead to violence, and Stewart very much wanted to avoid that. Another minor issue that plagued Stewart and the team were the bugs and flies and mosquitoes. While not a serious threat to the party, they were wildly annoying. Now, there was one good thing about reaching this new region, and that was the food, and specifically vegetables. Stewart reported finding some wild cucumbers, and while not high in vitamin C, they have small amounts of it, which is helpful, and thus Stewart's scurvy eased some around this time. And so for more than a month, Stewart and his team poked and part of the way north through wet and watery and often muddy and soft earth of what today is called Kakadu National Park. On July 9th, they reached territory that had been previously mapped by Europeans. Stewart knew he was getting close to the northern coast. The expedition went from the Roper River to the Adelaide River and then to the Mary River, making their way steadily north through the forests, marshes, and valleys. Closer and closer they came to their destination. Stewart was anxious to reach the coast, always worried the team would be thwarted by some big obstacle. Even as he neared the North Shore, he didn't know how close he was to the team. He wanted to surprise his men, but also he didn't want to disappoint them if something happened to keep them from their goal. But on July 24th, 1861, Stewart and Thring were leading the expedition through a valley, and Stewart could hear the sound of the ocean. He kept quiet, and then, as the two men emerged from the valley and onto a beach, he saw that he had made it. Stewart wrote, quote, "Was gratified and delighted to behold the water of the Indian Ocean and the Van Diemen Gulf before the party with horses knew anything of its proximity. Thring, rode in advance of me, called out, 'The sea, the sea,' end quote." The rest of the men heard the shouting and they reacted first, not knowing what was going on, and then they came closer and they began to cheer. Stewart dismounted, removed his boots, and walked into the water, keeping a promise he had made to South Australia's governor, Richard MacDonald. The men were giddy at their accomplishment. They rushed into the water to celebrate. They had ventured more than 2,000 miles, or 3,200 kilometers, in one of the most grueling and challenging ventures in the history of the continent. The expedition emerged at Van Diemen Gulf, just east of present-day Darwin. It had taken a month for the expedition to cover the final 185 miles to the ocean, or 300 kilometers. The next day, the team had a ceremony to commemorate their success. A flag, given to Stewart by Elizabeth Chambers, the eldest daughter of James Chambers, was hung from a tree at a place now called Point Stewart. The flag had Stewart's name embroidered on it. He named the bay before him Chambers Bay in honor of Elizabeth. A container was left at the site of the ceremony, inside of it a piece of paper. It said, quote, "South Australian Great Northern Exploring Expedition." The exploring party, under the command of John McDougall Stewart, arrived at this spot on the 25th day of July, 1862, having crossed the entire continent of Australia from the southern to the Indian Ocean, passing through the center. They left the city of Adelaide on the 26th day of October, 1861, and the most northern station of the colony on the 21st day of January, 1862. To commemorate this happy event, They have raised this flag bearing his name. All well. God save the Queen. End quote. The paper was signed by Stewart and the other members of the company. The men asked Stewart if they could have an extra cup of tea to celebrate their accomplishment, but Stewart denied the request. And so John McNeil Stewart had done it. He had crossed the Australian continent, blazing a trail that he felt was a usable path for the telegraph. And unlike Robert O'Hara Burke, he had actually stood in the ocean. Not to denigrate what Burke had done, but those last miles were some of the toughest. Now the team had to get home, only there was one big problem with that. Remember that request by the men for an extra cup of tea to celebrate? Well, they were a bit miffed at Stewart's denial of the request, but later they understood why he had done it. Stewart had passed on the celebratory tea because he didn't want to waste any of the expedition's dwindling resources on himself. And the reason for that was he doubted if he would survive the return journey across Australia.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those cloths to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Trying to get hot to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
John McNeil Stewart was not a well man. He hid his suffering as much as he could, but to everyone, it was clear he was not healthy. Scurvy was an issue for all the men, especially so for Stewart. He was weak and achy, but he had pushed forward, ignoring the issues as much as possible. Thankfully, his top lieutenants, Kegler and Ring, filled in ably where needed to recuperate. Stewart's expedition progressed only one more night on the coast of Australia before beginning the return journey. Before leaving, Stewart had his initials cut into a tree near the beach. On his previous expeditions, Stewart moved quickly, relentlessly on his return marches. This would be no exception. The team was on partial rations already, and Stewart would go as far as possible each day to shorten the trek as much as possible. At first, the move south went well. The team had water, and the Aboriginal people kept their distance from the expedition. Also, the men had adapted to their environment. Example, when they came to a boggy area they needed to cross, they cut down the tall grass and laid it in their path. This kept the horses from sinking into the mud. It was simple but effective. However, it wasn't long before Stewart's health issues became apparent to everyone. In early August, he developed a fever. Also, the horses were getting sick, likely from eating plants that didn't agree with them. Stewart knew he was going to have to leave some behind, something he'd known doing. By mid-August, several horses were too ill to continue, and one drowned after getting stuck in the swamp. I shall feel his loss very much, wrote Stewart. Because of the loss of the horses, the team had to get rid of non-essential gear. The less the horses had to carry, the better chance they had of surviving. And then on August 14th, Stewart had an attack while he was on his horse. He wrote, quote, I was seized with a violent pain under the right shoulder blade, which deprived me of breath and the power of utterance. It darted through my body like lightning, causing the most excruciating pain that I have ever felt in my life. End quote. Stewart was temporarily paralyzed and had to be lifted out of his saddle by his men. As he was laid down, he broke out into a cold sweat. He only got some relief from the pain after taking some laudanum, which is an opium-based painkiller. Of the seizure, he wrote, quote, such a day of torture I have never experienced before, end quote. Stewart would recover from the attack and at least enough to continue on the journey. However, due to his health issues and those of the horses, the team began to go slower, often only staying in the saddle for 6 or 8 hours. The horses were really starting to suffer, many of them getting sick and weak. Stewart wrote, quote, I never saw horses fall away so rapidly before, end quote. If that wasn't enough, there was another problem as well, water. By early August, it was already starting to dry up in places. The team was able to reach Newcastle waters by the end of August, but Stewart's health continued to decline. He got weaker and weaker, scurvy sapping the life out of him. He wondered if he was going to survive the journey south. Also, his eyesight was so bad he could barely see anything in the darkness. As a note, the other men in the expedition, most of whom were half of Stewart's age, were suffering from the effects of scurvy, but not as badly as Stewart. Water was now drying up at an alarming rate. The team passed multiple locations that had water several months earlier, but were now dry. At one water hole, Stewart noted that the team was lucky to reach it when they did, as it would be dry within a few days. The drying up of the land also meant that feed for the horses was lacking. Obviously, not getting enough food was bad for the horses, but this also increased the chance the horses would eat stuff that wasn't good for them, which we have already seen can end in disaster. By early September, Stewart was weak and feeble. He had to be lifted into his saddle and could barely walk. The team had to stop frequently because he couldn't stay in the saddle for long periods. Stewart's gums and mouth were so sore he couldn't chew, and he was reduced to eating boiled flour. The expedition used a Tag Creek and continued south. By the end of the month, they were on half rations. It was at this time that one of the horses fell and was severely injured. It had to be put down. It was the first time Stewart had lost an animal to injury on any of his expeditions. The only positive to the death of the horse was that it gave the men some fresh meat. Regarding the Aboriginal people, it was interesting to see them and Stewart's team come to a tentative coexistence. With water getting scarce, parties found themselves in competition for such resources. At first, the Aboriginal people were wary of Stewart and his men, but eventually both groups would share a water source. Example, one time Stewart and his team set up camp on one side of a creek, while the Aboriginal people set up on the other. I'm guessing the fact that Stewart and his team were not staying long was helpful. The Aboriginal people likely didn't begrudge the white men for using the water hole, so long as they moved on. Through all of this, Stewart's health continued to decline. In October, he wrote, "What a miserable life mine is now. I get no rest night or day from this terrible gnawing pain. The nights are too long and the days are too long, and I am so weak that I am hardly able to move about the camp." End quote. Stewart began walking every day. It was agony to sit in the saddle. And then on October 27th, the end seemed near for Stewart. He was seized by a violent fit and was throwing up blood. Everyone was sure he was near death. That night, Stewart had two of his men sit with him in case he died. He wanted two men, by the way, because he felt it was important for a man to be with a dying person. Despite all the signs, John McNeil Stewart survived the night. Getting on a horse was impossible, so a stretcher was made and tied between the two calmest horses. He would travel around 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers in this fashion. The expedition crossed the McDonald Range, where they were greeted by a welcome friend, rain. This boosted the spirits of the men and improved Stewart's health. On November 7th, the expedition reached the Fink River, and then on the 26th, they came to the northernmost ranch in the region near Jarvis Station. Stewart was still in bad shape, but improving. He could walk a few feet, although he couldn't ride. On December 9th, the expedition reached Chamber Creek, and then a few days later ran into John Chambers, the brother of James Chambers. Stewart was sad to find out that James Chambers had died a few months earlier due to complications from a bacterial infection. It was James who had been Stewart's most stalwart supporter and friend. The team went to a new station, and then Stewart left the men and went on to Adelaide with John Chambers. The rest of the team joined Stewart the next month, and all 10 of the men rode into the city on January 21st, 1863, cheered as heroes. The men had been instructed to keep all their ragged clothing from the march and wear it for the procession. Thus, the 10 weary men, still skeletal from their long journey, rode into the city on their equally weary-looking horses. Unbeknownst to Stewart and his team, on that very day in Melbourne, the colony of Victoria held a funeral for their fallen heroes, Robert O'Hara Burke and William Wills. 40,000 people turned out for the elaborate affair. And so that concludes the sixth and final expedition of John McNeil Stewart. The goal was to cross the continent of Australia and establish a route to run a telegraph line between the northern coast and Adelaide. In that, Stewart had succeeded on all counts. And so, with Stewart's expeditions in the books, I want to talk about several things regarding our explorer. That includes taking a look at the aftermath of the expedition, including takeaways and ramifications of Stewart's expeditions. Also, the rest of the life of John McNeil Stewart, plus the legacy of the man, including my own thoughts and observations. So let's get started with the aftermath of Stewart's expedition. The first thing I should say is that Stewart had done exactly what he intended. He had crossed the continent and in the process identified a good route to run a telegraph line from the north coast to Adelaide. With an area that is now the Northern Territory, was transferred from New South Wales to South Australia. And by 1870, the deal was struck to run a telegraph line from the island of Java to Darwin, which had only been founded a year earlier on the northern coast of Australia. The line would then run from Darwin to Adelaide. It was a massive project and concluded in August of 1872. The line followed Stewart's route and stuck close to the water sources Stewart had identified. Stewart's surveying work was praised by those involved with the project, a testament to his skill and dedication to his craft. The telegraph line crossed more than 2,000 miles of land, or 3,200 kilometers, and it changed communication dramatically in Australia. And it changed the continent in many other ways, which I'll mention in a minute. But before that, I want to talk about our series star, Jonathan Newell Stewart. So Stewart had come back to Adelaide as a hero, but also he was in terrible shape. He was never able to use his hand again, and he was practically blind. He suffered from near constant pain. Stewart had suspected his sixth expedition would be his last, and it was very true. Sadly, things did not work out well for our explorer. Remember the 2,000 pounds that the government had promised to the man who crossed the continent? Well, they said that they weren't going to pay it because they had already fronted Stewart $2,000 to cover the cost of his last expedition. After public pressure, they relented a bit. Instead of giving him the full 2,000 pounds, they awarded Stewart the interest from the investment of 2,000 pounds, which netted him about 160 pounds a year. Not exactly the windfall he had expected. But let's not forget that Stewart had a big lease of land near Chambers Creek that had to be worth a lot, right? Well, no. The government said the lease would cost him 500 pounds, money he didn't have. He thus sold the rights to John Chambers for a mere 200 pounds. The truth is that no one was really in Stewart's corner anymore. James Chambers, his closest friend and supporter, had recently died, and Stewart's drinking embarrassed others to the point where they cut him out of their lives. Stewart considered going back to surveying. His eyesight and health problems made that impossible. He tried giving lectures about his experiences, but his introvert nature, failing eyesight, and drinking made him ill-suited for such a thing. Stewart fueled his frustrations by drinking more, and he became bitter and grouchy. And so, with his health failing and no prospects in Australia, Stewart elected to return to Great Britain in April 1864. He lived with his sister Mary in Glasgow, Scotland. Stewart spent much of his time preparing his journals for publication. The result was Explorations in Australia, the journals of John Newell Stewart. I want to mention that Stewart's journals are available for free online, and they're quite good for the period. Much of this podcast is based on Stewart's writings, but I also want to stress that Stewart compiled his book several years after the actual events, so he should be wary as he may have cleaned up some things that might have painted him in a less than stellar light. No matter, they are a great resource. Anyhow, Stewart's health continued to deteriorate and his drinking increased, and on June 5, 1866, he died from a stroke in London. He was 50 years old. Only 7 people went to his funeral, 4 relatives and 2 members of the Royal Geographical Society, and a South Australian farmer who was in London at the time. And that ends the life of John Newell Stewart, one of the great explorers of the Australian interior. At this time, I'm going to talk about Stewart's legacy and add a few observations. First, we talked about Stewart and Robert Burke, and while they never met, their lives were intertwined, even in death. Burke, along with Wills, became a hero. His expedition was a glorious failure, something we all love to celebrate. History is for people who fail, yet are praised in death. Some of this is, I think, a way to justify their failure. We're in glory or whatever, so there's some meaning to it. And this is what happened with Burke and the Victorian exploring expedition. They were brave and determined men. The public embraced their courage and daring and tragedy of Burke and his men and lionized them. Then you look at John Newell Stewart, and you know what? For many people, he faded into history, especially outside of South Australia. Yet he was the explorer who actually succeeded. He was the guy who had done what he had set out to do and returned. No one on his expeditions died, ever. That is 6 expeditions, which is remarkable, considering 7 people had died on Burke's 1 expedition. Part of this attitude is related to geography. Stewart was a hero in South Australia, the least populous of the Australian colonies. People in Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland simply didn't take to the guy who wasn't their own. That's understandable. And then there was the fact that Stewart had just missed out on the easy-to-remember trophy and title. First person across Australia, not John Newell Stewart, but Burke and Wills. Stewart was the first guy to make the crossing, successfully return, and establish a route for the telegraph. That's great, but the title doesn't exactly roll off your tongue. Another interesting thing that affected Stewart was regarding the tree he had carved his name into on the north coast. Remember that? He had done that right before setting out on his return journey. Well, when others initially came to the area, they could not find the tree Stewart described. This led some to question if Stewart had actually made the crossing. Was Stewart a fraud, people asked? question lingered until the tree was discovered in the early 1880s, a photo taken with Stewart's initials clearly carved into it. This proved that Stewart's story was true, but the damage to his reputation was done. And speaking of reputation, Stewart's actions upon returning from the crossing of the continent, in particular his drinking, did not help his already shaky reputation. He repeatedly embarrassed himself and angered others in the process, and thus some people thought it not ideal to hold up this raging alcoholic as a hero. They wanted a proper, upstanding man put on a pedestal, not this antisocial weirdo with a severe drinking problem. Because of this, Stewart was, in many ways, pushed aside by some historians, which is a shame, because in reality, Stewart did so many things the right way in order to accomplish his goals. I respect how he went further and further north, one step at a time, figuring out how to get the job done, and at the same time, never forgetting his duty as a surveyor. He developed tactics and strategies to accomplish his goals, learning and adapting from previous experience. That's the sort of thing you want in a groundbreaking leader. I also love the respect he got when he was out in the field. His certain discipline was not for everyone, but in the end, it helped his team survive and succeed. His men, by the way, were devoted to him because of this. In fact, after Stewart's death, they gathered every year to celebrate their old boss, calling themselves Stewart's companions. They'd get together, drink a bottle of malt whiskey, and toast their old leader. The group would meet for decades. One photo of them that I saw online is dated from 1904, so more than 40 years after the last expedition. That is a wonderful testament to Stewart's leadership. The one thing that Stewart didn't do on this expedition was embrace communication. On his first journey, he brought along a young Aboriginal man, but Stewart found his contributions lacking. Perhaps this soured him on employing other Aboriginal Australians on later expeditions. Or it might be that Stewart understood the Aboriginal people would avoid him no matter who was with his party, and that there were many different tribes in the interior, and that just because you had an Aboriginal person in your ranks, it didn't mean that you would be treated as a friend. Who knows the whole truth? Another thing about Stewart that I admire, but has a downside, was the man's determination, fortitude, and zeal. No one worked harder, no one endured more, but because of this, he lost his eyesight and his health, and ultimately his life. We praise individuals for enduring difficult, often deadly situations, but there are often costs that explorers pay, both mental and physical. We can't forget that. Oftentimes, men who are immensely robust and unstoppable in their younger years pay the price as they age. Men like Shackleton, Roosevelt, and Stewart are almost a force of nature when out in the wild, but they fall apart, often dramatically, as they hit 40 or 50. Now, Stewart's accomplishments were great in South Africa and the entire continent. It's because of his work that the telegraph became a reality just a decade later. But I also want to note that Stewart's journey would have a profound impact on the people who lived on this route. On one hand, the establishment of the telegraph helped spur the creation of many towns and cities, including Darwin on the north coast. But the telegraph line also sped up the encroachment of Europeans on the lands of the Aboriginal Australians, who are recognized for having one of the oldest continuous living cultures in the world. These people's lives were going to change very quickly and in many tragic ways. The installation of the telegraph line led to many confrontations between whites and Aboriginal peoples, including many, many deaths. This is something that went on for decades, and it almost always ended badly for the native Aboriginal people, whose technology was antiquated and, in time, were vastly outnumbered. Example, as recently as 1932, an estimated 70 Aboriginal Australians were killed in retaliations for the murder of a white trapper. This event is known as the Constant Massacre. I would say that Stewart, for the most part, tried to be fair in his dealings with the Aboriginal Australians. He certainly wasn't a shoot first and ask questions later sort of guy. Was he perfect? No. Several times Stewart has been fired on Aboriginal peoples, but Stewart claimed he was always in self-defense. Whether anyone was killed in these encounters is not known, but at the very least, there were likely some injuries. Anyhow, I want to move on and talk about how Stewart is remembered today. I'll start by saying that his legacy primarily resides in South Australia and the Northern Territory of Australia. The telegraph route was an enormous legacy, but that eventually became obsolete. But in its place, you'll find the Stewart Highway, often just called the Track. This is a major highway that runs along the old telegraph route and goes from Darwin north to Port Augusta in the south. It's roughly 1,700 miles long, or 2,700 kilometers. How else is Stewart remembered? Well, there's a central Mount Stewart in the heart of the continent, and you'll find parks, schools, roads, and a town named after Stewart. A statue of Stewart can be found in Adelaide, as well as in Alice Springs, which is in the Northern Territory. In the end, the thing I think we'll remember about Stuart was that he was the social misfit who found himself in the right place at the right time for a man of his skills. In most other places and times, Stuart was probably this oddball on the fringe of society. I mean, let's be honest, he was that at this time. But he was the oddball with the skill set needed to accomplish something really, really hard. And we cannot forget that when we talk about the accomplishments of Stuart, the man did something incredibly, incredibly difficult. Others had tried and failed. Bergen died along with 6 others. Stuart had lost no one. That's remarkable. As I said early on, I have a soft spot for guys like John Stewart. These oddballs, in my book, are far more interesting than the conventional types. Anyhow, that is it for John McNeil Stewart. I hope you enjoyed this series. I had a great time learning about this man and his exploits. I want to wrap up with one comment about this series, and that is to give a huge thank you to Nicholas from the University of Newcastle, Australia, who helped out with pronunciations, plus provided a lot of amazing expertise about the Aboriginal nations, people, and culture. His contributions were invaluable. So thanks to Nicholas and everyone who helps out with the podcast. I appreciate it. And with that, I'll finish by saying thank you so much for being with us. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other podcasts that will pique your curiosity, including the Useless Information Podcast and This Week in Travel.
Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's also the backbone of the emergency alert system, keeping us safe in dangerous times. Text AF to 52886.
Everyone loves the idea of finding and unveiling something of immense historic importance. Tutankhamun's tomb, Machu Picchu, Shackleton's endurance, and of course secret messages on the back of the Declaration of Independence that leads Nicolas Cage to the treasure of the Knights Templar. Well, maybe we don't have something that dramatic, but it is still extraordinary. It is a sort of historical treasure hunt, the decades-long unveiling of one of the most remarkable stories regarding travel and exploration in the history of the world. Our story begins in the early 1800s when German explorer and traveler Ulrich Jasper Sensen came into possession of a collection of manuscripts in the Middle East. In that trove was a 94-page volume titled A Masterpiece to Those Who Contemplate the Wonders of Cities and the Marvels of Traveling. In more simple terms, it was called the Rihala, which translates into Travels. This tome told the story of a man from what is modern-day Morocco, who traveled for 30 years throughout the Islamic world in the 14th century. The story was transcribed by a scholar named Ibn Juzay, but the man who tells this epic tale is Ibn Battuta. Excerpts from the Rihala were published in 1818 and 1819. The next Arabic text was translated into English and published in 1829. Then in the 1830s, the French occupied Algeria, and scholars got their hands on 5 manuscripts of Ibn Battuta's travels. 2 of these were complete. Also, one of the manuscripts that they got was dated 1356 and signed by Ibn Juzay, making it about as original of a source as you could get. Anyhow, over the next decades, the story of Ibn Battuta was slowly translated and revealed to the world. In 1929, time, selected portions of their Hala were translated and published in English for the first time. A fully translated and annotated version of the entire Hala was thus begun, the first of 4 volumes released in 1958. The final volume wasn't completed until 1994. And what was revealed was amazing. Ibn Battuta, according to his works, is one of the greatest travelers and explorers in recorded history. In the 14th century, he traveled around North, East, and West Africa, Mediterranean, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, going as far east as China. We are talking about traveling 73,000 miles, or 117,000 kilometers, over the course of 30 years. That is extraordinary. Today on the Explorers Podcast, we're going to begin a series on Ibn Battuta. For this episode, we will start by putting Ibn Battuta's travels into context with the world around him. After that, we will cover his early life and his upbringing, and then follow him on his first great adventure, a trek from Morocco to Mecca, as he conducts his first Hajj, which is a pilgrimage all Muslims are required to undertake in their lifetime. But before we do all of that, a couple of notes. First, as always, there are maps of Ibn Battuta's travels on our website, explorerspodcast.com. It's not a bad idea to check these out to understand where we are going on our journey. Second, I want to point out that Ibn Battuta's full name is Abu Abdullah Muhammad Ibn Battuta. He is known as Ibn Battuta, but I want to stress that Ibn is a first name. The full last name is Ibn Battuta, which is how I will refer to the man throughout this series. Ibn Battuta, by the way, literally means son of the duckling. So let us start with a little background about the world of Ibn Battuta and understand the scope and limitations of what he did and didn't do. The first item I'll mention is something I've already noted, and that is that Ibn Battuta's travels were really unknown to much of the world until the 1800s. That means nearly 500 years passed before the man's adventures were shared with the world. It is because of this, along with his religion, that Ibn Battuta isn't a household name like Marco Polo. His story was simply not known by many people. I also talked about Ibn Battuta's religion. He was a Muslim. That meant that even upon the discovery of his writings, there was some reluctance to acknowledge the man's accomplishments, at least from those in the Western world. A Muslim Africa just wasn't the kind of person some history classes talked a lot about. This means that Ibn Battuta's journeys are only now really gaining recognition to the rest of the world. The second thing I want to mention is regards to the actual journeys of Ibn Battuta. If we look at his book, you can track him going 73,000 miles, nearly 3 times around the globe. That's extraordinary. And you know what? It's almost assuredly an exaggeration. Let me explain. Ibn Battuta recounted his travels after they were concluded. Something when you talk about it happened decades earlier. He did not have a diary or journal to jog his memory, just what he could recall at the time. And Ibn Battuta did not write out his story. He dictated his narrative to Ibn Juzay, who I mentioned earlier. That meant there are likely some errors in the text, especially regarding the exact dates and things like that. And it would have been easy for Ibn Juzay to twist things to his own liking. A few other points about this topic. For one, it was not uncommon for a person to incorporate stories they heard while traveling into their own narrative. So if you're in Mecca and a guy tells you about the amazing city of Baghdad, it's fair game to include that guy's experiences in your tale, as if you had been there. As I said, the sort of thing was not uncommon. Marco Polo was another famous explorer who did this in his writings. The second point is that it was not unknown for transcribers to simply lift other travel logs from one writer to the other. Scholars have found near verbatim sections in Ibn Battuta's writings that come from other earlier travelers. Again, it was just something that was done at this time. For all we know, it was Ibn Juzay who did some of these other writers' works. We just don't know. In the end, there will always be some doubts about the authenticity of Ibn Battuta's deeds. But let's be clear, just like someone such as Marco Polo, few people got the scope and accomplishments of Ibn Battuta. Just know that some of his adventures may not have been his direct experiences. So, to continue with the notes, as we read Ibn Battuta's writings, we should be aware that it was written by a learned Muslim man for other learned Muslim men. Ibn Battuta was a Sunni Muslim and followed a practice called Sufism, which is often called Islamic mysticism. Sufi Muslims have a slightly different method of practice than other non-Sufi Muslim followers. There's a deep emphasis on materialism and an elevation of qualities that allow for and facilitate an individual's unique path to find their relationship with God. It is considered to be a very tolerant practice of Islam. Because of this, Ibn Battuta spends a lot of time visiting and talking about his encounters and the accomplishments of Sufi mystics. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. I will talk about some of these things during our series, but I won't spend a lot of time diving into his discussions about these people and their stories. My final note is about the rate of Ibn travels. At the time of the man's birth in 1304, Islam was the predominant religion in northern Africa, much of East Africa, all the Middle East, and into Asia, including parts of India. With that in mind, understand that Ibn Battu's travels will an adventure outside what I'll call the Islamic world. We will have lots and lots of dangers on his journeys, but he will almost always be able to fall back on his religion, Islam, to lead him to those he encounters. It is a huge advantage for Ibn Battuta. He can have a different skin color from others, speak a different language, have different cultural norms, but he will always have, wherever he goes, a set of religious beliefs, customs, and practices that he shares with those he visits. It's a safety net, something our explorers don't always have. I've mentioned Marco Polo several times, and Ibn Battuta is often called the Islamic Marco Polo, and his champions point out that he traveled 3 times the distance of Marco Polo, which is true. The distance of Ibn Battuta's travels is staggering. One big difference between the two men is that Ibn Battuta, unlike Marco Polo, will rarely go outside of what he would have thought of as the civilized world. When Marco Polo went east, he was putting everything he knew and everything he could rely on behind him. This is not to downplay the accomplishments of Ibn Battuta. I just want to stress how important his religious safety net is for the man. Okay, I think we've done a lot of pre-adventure talk and notes. Let's get going with the amazing life and adventures of Ibn Battuta. Abdullah Muhammad Ibn Battuta, or really when you get fancy, Shams al-Din Abdullah Muhammad Ibn Abdullah Ibn Muhammad Ibn Ibrahim Ibn Muhammad Ibn Yusuf al-Wada al-Taji Ibn Battuta was born on February 24th, 1304 in Tangier, which is located along the Strait of Gibraltar, less than 20 miles from Spain. This area was ruled by the Maronite Sultanate, a Berber Muslim empire that controlled much of what is modern-day Morocco. Tangier, by the way, was founded, according to legend, by Hercules or Hercules' son. I have read both versions. That has nothing to do with our story, but I thought it was cool, so there you go. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta is a Berber Maghrebi. The Maghrebi were the predominant people of northwest Africa. They were of Berber and Arab descent. In Europe, many of these people were referred to as Moors. Ibn Battuta was part of the Berber tribe known as the Wada. By the way, everything we know about Ibn Battuta comes from the autobiographical information he provides in this book. Ibn Battuta came from a family of Islamic legal scholars and judges, later known as Qadis. When I talk about Islamic legal scholars, this means experts in Islamic laws and doctrine, commonly known as Sharia law. Sharia law, or sacred law, was the foundation of social order at this time. And religious legal scholars, the Qadis, were leaned upon by Islamic communities to interpret and apply the law. This plays out in every facet of a community, meaning these legal scholars held a prominent place in society. As a youth, Ibn Battuta studied at a Sunni school, which was the dominant form of education in North Africa at this time. In Islam, there are 4 major schools or theory of law. Among these, jurisprudence relies heavily on the Quran and Hadiths as primary sources. Ibn Battuta would go on to become a religious judge or qadi like others in his family. This will be very important to him. It will give him a level of respect and honor as well as protection wherever he went in the Islamic world. Our explorer, despite being of Berber heritage, likely spoke Arabic as it was considered the language of the cultured and urbane population of the era. Not much is known about Ibn Battuta's youth, but he grew up into what someone in Western society might call a gentleman. He was courteous, refined, and understood how to operate within a complex social world. In his writings, he comes across as intelligent and gracious, but scholars also note that he was pious and self-righteous, as well as ambitious at times. He also knows how to ingratiate himself with men of wealth and power. And that sets the stage for the first great adventure of Ibn Battuta, a Hajj or pilgrimage to Mecca, in modern-day Saudi Arabia. The journey was expected to take a year and a half. He would not return home for 24 years.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those clots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, when did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tuda set out on his first Hajj in 1325 at the age of 21. This was no simple thing. The journey to Mecca was roughly 3,700 miles or 6,000 kilometers. If a Muslim was required to go on a Hajj at some point in their life, assuming they were physically and financially able to perform the journey. For Ibn Battuta, his Hajj was a momentous and exciting event. He was going out into the world for the first time, seeing and experiencing things he had never imagined. Of it, he would write, quote, I set out alone, having been a fellow traveler in whose companionship I might find cheer, or caravan whose part I might join, but swayed by an overmastering impulse within me, and a desire long cherished in my bosom to visit these illustrious sanctuaries. End quote. Now, for his journey to Mecca, Ibn Battuta had two options. He could travel along the coast of North Africa by boat and then go overland to Mecca, or he could travel by land following the caravan trails running along the coast. Either way was dangerous. The sea voyage meant pirates and storms. If you went overland, there were marauders, bandits, and even wars. Ibn Battuta elected to go by land. While he would start the trip alone, he would join a caravan heading east. Pilgrims understood that there was safety in numbers, and thus they gathered and went east together, making up more and more people along the way. These caravans from the very poor to the very rich. Some people actually applied their trade along the route, using their skills to get food, shelter, and transportation. A pilgrim's Hajj took years to complete, as a person went from city to city, stopping for weeks or months at a time to earn money, and then moving on. Ibn Battuta departed Tangier on June 14, 1325, and headed south of Fez, about 150 miles away, or 240 kilometers. There he joined a caravan, a solitary young man officially beginning his holy journey. As the caravan went east, they picked up traders, merchants, pilgrims, and travelers along the route. It's not hard to imagine Ibn Battuta taking on the look of a legal scholar, a turban and a long, wide-sleeved gown of fine material, all impeccably clean. And he probably had a beard, as it was the style of educated men of the day. Ibn Battuta's caravan traveled for a few weeks through the mountains of Morocco, and after about 200 miles, or 325 kilometers, reached Tlemcen. Here, Ibn Battuta would join the company of a pair of envoys heading to Tunis. This would provide him with an extra degree of safety, which was important as the roads were plagued by rogue tribesmen and bandits. From Tlemcen, he was on to Algiers, the first sighting of the Mediterranean for Ibn Battuta since leaving Tangier. Algiers was at this time a small and not particularly important town. Ibn Battuta and his companions would continue east to the Kabali Mountains. Along the way, he would be weakened by fever, but Ibn Battuta insisted he continue with the rest of the company, saying, if God decrees my death, then my death shall be on the road, with my face set towards the lands of Hijaz. End quote. Hijaz, by the way, is the area around Mecca. Now, did Ibn Battuta really say all this at the time? Well, we don't know, but it sounds great, and to be honest, I don't want to pick this kind of stuff. In the end, he got back on his donkey and kept going. That's what mattered. If he actually made such a bold declaration and threw caution to the wind, who knows? But it sounds pretty good, so I'm happy to share it. Ibn Battuta's company moved light and fast. This was primarily due to the dangers presented by the rival tribes and factions that dotted the route. This was a volatile area, and not just simple tribal squabbles, but all out war as rebels sought to overthrow the local sultan, Abu Bakr. The men continued east, Algiers to Bajaya to Constantine. The latter was the largest city in the interior of East Maghreb. And here I want to talk about something that is important to our story. At the edge of the city, Ibn Battuta was greeted personally by the governor, who was the son of the region's sultan. The man gave Ibn Battuta 2 gold dinars, which are coins, and a fine woolen cloak. The latter would replace Ibn Battuta's own mantle, which was worn and tattered from his travels. Anyhow, this is important for a couple of reasons.
First, it demonstrates that Ibn Battuta was a person of importance. While he was still a young man, he chose to be respected, and the local governor showed the proper deference by greeting him as such. The second thing is regarding the gifts given to Ibn Battuta. This wasn't just because he was an important dignitary, which I'm sure didn't hurt, but because of Islamic tradition and law. Just a little information to share. There are 5 sacred pillars of Islam. Profession of faith, which means acknowledging that there is no other God but God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. This basically means that an individual does not believe in any other divine spirit or influence. Second is daily prayer. Third is alms, meaning charity to those who need it. This includes the poor, orphans, slaves, fighters in holy war, and travelers. Ibn Battuta fell into this category. Fourth was fasting during the month of Ramadan. And finally, there was the Hajj, which we have discussed already. And it is because of these gifts of charity that Ibn Battuta will make its way throughout the Islamic world. This sort of thing allowed religious figures and dignitaries to travel without fear of being stranded alone and without means. We will see this throughout Ibn Battuta's travels. He will arrive in a city by people who take him in, feed him, and provide for the next stage in his journey. Anyhow, from Constantine, he was next on to Tunis. Again, the company moved quickly to avoid being set upon by bandits. At this stage of the journey, Battuta was plagued by fever, and instead of stopping and letting him rest, he was often tied to his saddle to prevent him from falling off his mount. Thankfully, the expedition arrived safely in Tunis on September 10th, 1325. In Tunis, Battuta would have found the crown jewel of northwestern African cities. Tunis had a population of around 100,000 people and was the provincial capital of Eastern Maghreb. There were splendid palaces, mosques, and colleges. It was wealthy from trade, and the city dealing in wool, leather, hides, cloth, wax, olive oil, and grain. From sub-Saharan Africa, there would have been slaves, ivory, and gold. The city had only recently been retaken from rebels by the Sultan Abu Bakr. Interestingly, Battuta had a rather unique reaction upon arriving at one of the Mediterranean's great ports. He recounts being sad. He said he showed up in Tunis, the destination of his company, and everyone was greeted by friends and relatives, but no one was waiting for him, and he started to cry. I love this moment. It shows how vulnerable he was at this time. A 21-year-old young man, no friends or family to share a homecoming with. It was a very human moment. By the way, Ibn Battuta said one of the pilgrims in the group saw his reaction and took him in. He would eventually find lodging at one of the colleges in the city. Tunis, by the way, had 3 colleges. A college is called a madrasa, and here Ibn Battuta would be exposed to prominent Maliki scholars and officials. Ibn Battuta spent 2 months in Tunis before departing with the caravan heading east, but in a new development, he was named the caravan's Qadi, or judge. This was a pretty important gig. A caravan could have hundreds or thousands of people with it. It was like a great moving community. To make things work properly, a caravan needed discipline, and to keep law and order among the disparate travelers. The Qadi was thus responsible for settling disputes and answering questions, just helping people out as needed. This demonstrates Ibn Battuta's rising status. He would have been one of the most sought after and flattered men in the caravan. The next major stop would be Tripoli. However, along the way, Ibn Battuta entered into a contract to be married to the daughter of a Tunisian official who was with the caravan. However, the marriage fell apart once they reached Tripoli due to a dispute with the prospective father-in-law. But don't worry, Ibn Battuta will wed someone else instead, daughter of another pilgrim, a scholar from Fez. The caravan would stop for an entire day to celebrate the union. If you were wondering what was up, well, don't sweat it. Ibn Battuta's personal life is, honestly, rarely talked about. The man will get married several times over the course of his travels, and there will be concubines and slaves as well. Having multiple wives and slaves was legally and culturally acceptable. Ibn Battuta treats these relationships with barely a mention in his book. A man's relationships with his own business, after all. Thus, a wife is lucky to be mentioned once or twice, if not even by name. Now, the area around Tripoli marks an important boundary. This is where the mountains and valleys of North Africa end, and the classic deserts of Libya begin. It is also the cultural end in Maghreb. Going forward, Ibn Battuta would be an outsider. Maghreb, such as himself, would have been viewed as coming from a frontier province. So at this point, it was a long plod across the desert to the Nile Delta. Ibn Battuta would arrive in Alexandria in late 1325 or early 1326. Dates are a bit confusing. He had traveled roughly 2,000 miles over the past 8-9 months. He was no doubt a wiser and more experienced young man. The plan next was to go with a Hajj caravan across the Sinai Peninsula and then on to Mecca. However, this was not the time of year for the caravans to Arabia, so Ibn Battuta had some time on his hands, which was not a bad thing for a smart and curious young man. He would thus wander around Egypt, enjoying the historical and religious sites. He was impressed by Alexandria, noting its two harbors, one for Christians, the other for Muslims. He went to see the legendary lighthouse of Alexandria, which he reportedly fallen apart. Also, the arrival in Egypt begins Ibn Battuta's love for talking about important religious and political figures. He will do this over and over when he spends time in any city. He really loves to mention religious people, especially Sufi mystics and the like, plus stories involving miracles and great deeds. Otherwise, with time on his hands, Ibn Battuta would travel extensively. The Great Pyramids got a cursory mention, and even then, he refers to them as a single structure, not several. And the Sphinx is not mentioned at all. This led some people to speculate that Ibn Battuta never actually went to the pyramids. In Cairo, Ibn Battuta would have found the intellectual capital of the Arabic-speaking world. It would have been extraordinary. There was 1,000+ ships sailed up and down the Nile, many of them bringing spices from the east. In Cairo, he would spend weeks in the city, visiting the colleges, libraries, and mosques. He also took time to visit Sufi holy men. He said one mystic predicted his future, telling them he would visit India and China. This was probably added to the story to give more of destiny to his life and travels. Another thing about Cairo and all of Egypt was the mix of peoples. Ibn Battuta saw Christians and Jews. He saw black Africans, Turks, Persians, Asians, and 1,000 more peoples, religions, and cultures. When Ibn Battuta visits a city such as Cairo, he gives incredible amounts of detail. His descriptions are part travelogue, part history, part gossip, that sort of thing. The sheer number of names can make for some tedious reading. Now, I want to share a couple of notes. First, much of Egypt and Syria was now under the rule of the Mamluks, who were of Turkish origin. This made for an odd but at times successful union. The Mamluks had repelled the Mongols just a few decades earlier. In fact, many refugees had come to Syria and Egypt at this time to escape the Mongols, bringing with them some of Islam's brightest minds. The Mamluks would keep themselves apart from the Egyptians. They got to rule, the locals got stability. Second note, in spite of all these new experiences in the world, Ibn Battuta remained an Orthodox Muslim. He tells one story of going to a bathhouse and finding some of the men not wearing proper clothing for such a setting. He promptly reported the offense to the local governor, who instituted a crackdown. Anyhow, come May of 1326, Ibn Battuta was ready to continue his Hajj. However, instead of crossing the Sinai Peninsula on foot, under the protection of Mamluk soldiers, he elected to go down to the Red Sea and catch a ship to Jeddah on the western coast of Saudi Arabia, just 40 miles from Mecca. But as they neared, it was found that the local people, the Deja clan, had revolted against their Mamluk rulers. No one had used the road to Mecca anytime soon. Thus, Ibn Battuta had to retrace his steps to Cairo. It was too late for Ibn Battuta to cross the Sinai. What about Damascus in Syria? There, a great caravan always gathered in late summer and traveled to Mecca. And so off to Damascus it was for Ibn Battuta. The road to the famed city was a well-traveled one and relatively safe. Along the way, Ibn Battuta got to visit Jerusalem, and he was surprised to find Christian pilgrims visiting the Holy Land. Reading Ibn Battuta's visits to the holy sites in and around Jerusalem, you do understand a bit more of why this land is so sacred to three different religions, and how they are intertwined in many ways. Ibn Battuta's road to Damascus is not exactly known, but he arrived in the city on August 9th, 1326. He would spend 23 days in the city, waiting for the caravan to head south. While he was there, he stayed at a Maliki madrasa and spent much of his time learning from a variety of theologians and scholars. Damascus, like Cairo, was teeming with such intellectuals and artisans, many of whom had fled the Mongols decades earlier. It was a perfect place for Ibn Battuta to expand his knowledge and horizons. He also mentions that he was laid up by fever for a time, but all of that would not stop him from getting married again, this time to the daughter of a Moroccan man residing in Damascus. The caravan to Damascus was a huge affair. We don't know how big it was for Ibn Battuta, as it varied from year to year, but one source from the 14th century said they were part of a caravan that included up to 20,000 people, so these things could be massive. Every person was expected to have funds and provisions for their trip to Mecca, and it wasn't cheap. It's not like you could carry months of food with you, so you needed money, and the prices on the road were high. Ibn Battuta would again rely on the charity of others to help him continue his Hajj. A man he was staying with in Damascus, a Maliki jurist, hired him some camels and gave him money for the journey. The The caravan from Damascus to Mecca was important for the Mamluk regime, who would protect it. They were trying to solidify their rule in Medina and Mecca, and thus they wanted the Hajj to go smoothly. They wanted to be seen as the best source of law and order to the people, and thus accepted as rulers despite their outsider status. The Hajj caravan departed on September 1st, 1326. Before leaving, it's likely that Ibn Battuta divorced the woman he had just married, as it does not appear she traveled with him. The journey to Medina, the first stop on the trip, was 820 miles and was expected to take 40 to 50 days. And this was not easy. Physically, it was tough. There were mountains to pass through, sandy deserts, caked hard earth, black lava fields, and all with searing heat and little water. There were hostile nomadic tribesmen, titanic sandstorms, and even the occasional flash flood. This meant that entry and death were a common thing. Another main threat to these caravans was disease. Even thousands of people converging from all over the world at this one spot, but with those who they brought with them. Plague, smallpox, influenza, they could easily take hold of a group of people who were packed together, sharing food and water in tents. For his journey to Medina and Mecca, Ibn Battuta does not report any great calamities or incidents. He befriended several people on his trip, including a Sufi from Grenada, as well as a man from Medina. The latter would host Ibn Battuta for 4 days while in his home city. For Ibn Battuta, the arrival in Medina was a momentous event. Medina was the second most sacred city of Islam. It is the burial place of the Prophet, and Ibn Battuta went to his tomb. By the way, a visit to Medina is not an obligatory part of the Hajj, but it is only 200 miles north of Mecca, or 320 kilometers, so most pilgrims take the time to visit the cradle of Islamic culture and civilization. Anyhow, while in Medina, Ibn Battuta would do all the things most pilgrims did, such as visit the many sacred sites and mosques, including the famed Green Dome Prophet's Mosque, Muhammad's tomb. But Mecca was soon back in, and after 6 days, Ibn Battuta was on the move again. 2 notes about Ibn Battuta's Hajj. First, I want to point out that the Hajj is an event. You don't just visit Mecca at any time of the year and say you completed your Hajj. The Hajj takes place over a 5 to 6 day period in the 12th month of the Islamic calendar, which can be anywhere from July to November on the Gregorian calendar. Second, as Ibn Battuta neared Mecca, he would go through various rituals and ceremonies in order to prepare for and complete his Hajj. For example, just before reaching Mecca, or as one arrived, there was the Ihram. This is where a pilgrim really began her Hajj. Ibn Battuta, like all men, was required to wear 2 white seamless cloths, one wrapped around the waist reaching below the knee, and the other draped over his left shoulder and tied to the right side. He was not allowed to cut his nails or have any hair shaved. No one was allowed to have sexual relations, be married, or carry weapons. Because of the no shaving rule, men often shaved their heads just before Ihram. Ibn Battuta reached Mecca in October 1326, riding into the city on a camel. He was 22 years old. Wrote this of the experience. We entered the illustrious holy house, wherein he who enters is secure, by the gate of Banu Shaiba, and before the illustrious Kaaba. God increased its veneration. Like a bride who is displayed upon the bridal chair of majesty, and walks with proud steps in the mantles of beauty, surrounded by the companies which come to pay homage to the God of mercy, and be conducted to the garden of eternal bliss. It would have been an incredible moment for Ibn Battuta and his fellow pilgrims to have finally reached their destination. Many had been on the trek for years. Others would never get the chance to make the journey or died en route. Over the next few days, Ibn Battuta followed the steps required to complete his Hajj. In his writings, he describes the ceremonies, places, and events. There was the great mosque of the Kaaba, the latter the huge square black-covered stone building at the center of the mosque. There was the stone where the devil, the journey to Mount Arafat, and the sacrificing of animals. Ibn Battuta describes it all. In addition, he talks about the great markets and bazaars, the other holy sites in the city, plus the many revered figures who resided in Mecca or who he encountered. Something Ibn Battuta says, no matter where he goes in Mecca, was the crush of people. Today, more than 2 million people go to Mecca each year for the Hajj. We don't know the exact number that would have gone in Ibn Battuta's time, but it was likely hundreds of thousands, making Mecca, for a few days, one of the biggest cities in the world. By the way, one thing I love about Ibn Battuta's writings is that he likes to report miracles that he heard about from other people. One that he reports here is that the pigeons never landed on the Kaaba and would fly over it. Thus, it doesn't have any bird poop all over it. Anyhow, when it was all over, Ibn Battuta could claim the title of Al-Hajji, an honorific granted only to those who completed their Hajj. It would have been an impressive thing for such a young man. And so, Ibn Battuta was done with his Hajj. He had done what he had set out to do. So now, what were his next steps? Well, logically, Rip headed home back to his family, who likely expected him to do that exact thing. But you know what? Ibn Battuta had other things on his mind. He discovered that he liked traveling. While he was out in the world, why not do some more? But that will be for next time. In this hearing, back on that will wrap up our first episode in the story of Ibn Battuta, one of the great travelers and explorers of the age. Next time, the mysterious world of the East will call to him, and he will go. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed today's story. Thank you for listening. Please take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, such as Clever, Conspirators, and Bro History.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. Internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Hello, welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is the second part in our series on one of the world's greatest travelers and explorers, Ibn Battuta. Often referred to as the Islamic Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta journeyed throughout Africa, the Middle East, and Asia in the 14th century. His travels covering an astounding 73,000 miles or 117,000 kilometers. It is truly a remarkable story, even if there's likely some exaggerations involved. One note for today, you can look at our website, explorerspodcast.com, to find a map of Ibn Battuta's journeys. And that is it for notes. Let's get Ibn Battuta back on the road. Last time, we left our Moroccan ruler traveler in Mecca after finishing his Hajj. It had been a 3,700-mile or 6,000-kilometer journey. A pilgrimage to Mecca was one of the most important things required of a Muslim at some time in their life. Ibn Battuta had done this by the age of 22. Now, at this point, it was likely assumed that he would head home. He was, after all, part of an important family of Islamic legal scholars and jurists in Tangier. But young Ibn Battuta had caught something that prevented him from going back to his homeland just yet: wanderlust. Wanderlust is defined by Merriam-Webster as, quote, a strong longing for or impulse toward wandering, end quote. It is a simple explanation, but it perfectly encapsulates Ibn Battuta at this time and place. He had found that he enjoyed traveling. He liked meeting important religious and political figures. He found wonder and meaning in visiting holy places. He was a curious and at times impetuous young man, happy to strike off when the opportunity presented itself. This was a rare thing, especially for a man in his time and place. We can't forget that traveling was a dangerous endeavor. There were risks to travel, such as bandits, warfare, and unrest. There was disease and hunger, not to mention loneliness. Morocco offered Ibn Battuta comfort and security and family, yet he put those things aside, elected to travel and explore and broaden his world. After spending a month in Mecca, Ibn Battuta departed the holiest city in Islam on November 17th, 1326. He joined a large caravan heading towards Baghdad, which was a key city linking the Middle East and Asia. The caravan departed Mecca and traveled north to Medina. After 6 days there, it was off towards Baghdad in modern-day Iraq. Now, there was something very important about this caravan, and that is that it was the first official caravan to travel to Mecca from the Khanate state. This is the Mongol kingdom, or Khanate, that was centered around Persia, which is modern-day Iran. The Mongol rulers of the Khanate had, by this time, converted to Islam, and this was their first major caravan to come to Mecca. This was important because it had been the Mongols who had swept into the Middle East 60 to 70 years earlier, leaving devastation in their wake. We will talk more about that later. Now, we have seen Ibn Battuta display the ability to find sponsors all along his journey to Mecca. People offered him shelter, protection, and money. He had even gotten married twice in the past year, although those wives are in our rearview mirror. Well, Ibn Battuta's talent for finding new sponsors was as effective as always. For this journey, he was taken under the wing of Amir al-Hajj, Palawan Muhammad al-Hawai, the caravan's head guy. The Amir, which means ruler or general, Granted, Ibn Battuta double camel litter, meaning he would be traveling in a sort of hammock. This was immensely comfortable compared to the alternatives. He also had access to food, water, and medicine as needed. You know, in reality, we really can't fully understand what kind of person Ibn Battuta was. We just don't know enough about him for such a critique. But I think this sort of thing demonstrates a guy who was very likable and smart and charming. To be able to ingratiate himself with powerful people on a consistent basis shows a unique talent, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I look at someone like Richard Francis Burton, who couldn't help not being a first-class ass to anyone he deemed inferior, and it boggles the mind. It sabotages so many opportunities. What Ibn Battuta had was a special quality, and it was going to take him very far in the world. So for this trip to Baghdad, we're talking about 850 miles across the desert, or 1,400 kilometers. This is classic Saudi Arabia stuff, through great sandy deserts and caked earth. However, it was over a well-established trade route with known water sources. The trek from Medina to Al-Najaf, which is south of Baghdad, would take 44 days. From Al-Najaf, it was a short jaunt to Baghdad. But you know what? The ever-antsy Ibn Battuta decided to trip south to Basra, which is at the southern end of the Tigris-Euphrates Delta, would be a cool idea. Little geography/history discussion is probably appropriate at this time. Ibn Battuta was now in an area called Mesopotamia. The heart of Mesopotamia is the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which run roughly north to south and parallel with each other. The two rivers are only a few hundred miles apart at most, but those fertile lands in between are what birthed one of the great early civilizations in the history of the world. And in the heart of Mesopotamia lay Baghdad, Ibn Battuta's ultimate destination. Now, a couple of important things about arriving in Mesopotamia. First, these were no longer the lands ruled by the Turkish Mamluks. Mesopotamia was the western part of the Ilkhanate, the descendants of the Mongols who had swept through the region about 65 years earlier. The second major thing that Ibn Battuta was finding was that Mesopotamia, despite being a Muslim-dominated territory, was different from a religious standpoint than the world he was accustomed to. And that's because Shiism was the predominant branch of Islam in this region. Ibn Battuta was a Sunni Muslim. The two sects had been formed over a disagreement on who should succeed Muhammad as Islam's leader following the death of the Prophet in 632. This led to a schism in Islam, and over the centuries, some bitter disputes. As a result, the Sunni versus Shia rivalry has made sides suspicious of one another at best. At its worst, there were brutal atrocities. These tensions were at play in Ibn Battuta's time, as well as into the 21st century. Ibn Battuta would find many worthy individual Shia Muslims, but on the whole, he does not care for them. He thinks they are unreasonable fanatics. For the most part, he avoids dealing with Shia religious scholars. So after a few days in Al-Najaf, where he visited the city's historic tombs and temples, Ibn Battuta headed towards Basra. The Euphrates River, which empties into the Tigris River, not far from Basra, was avoided as it was mostly impassable swamps quite south. Instead, Ibn Battuta went east for 5 days overland to the city of Wazid on the Tigris. He traveled with a group of Arabs in a caravan, hiring himself a camel for the journey. His companions planned a 3-day rest in Wazid, so Ibn Battuta went on an overnight excursion to a nearby village to visit the tomb of Sheikh Ahmed ibn al-Rifai, the founder of the Sufi order in the 12th century. Sufism is a religious practice within Sunni Islam, and Ibn Battuta was a faithful follower. He was thrilled to meet one of the Sheikh's descendants. It was not long before Ibn Battuta was back on the road, arriving in Basra in late January of 1327. The city was an important one, a key port at the northern tip of the Persian Gulf. In addition to trade, it was an important Islamic cultural and educational center. The city had avoided being sacked by the Mongols the previous century, but it had suffered as a result of the overall devastation of the area. Ibn Battuta was disappointed by what he perceived as the failures of the city's religious and educational leaders. At a mosque, he was appalled by grammatical errors in his sermon, saying, quote, "I was astonished by this conduct," end quote. He then added, quote, "In this town there is not a man left who knows anything of the science of grammar," end quote. Ibn Battuta was treated kindly by the city's governor, as well as the local Sunnis. They gave him gifts and presents, all of which would help him sustain his travels. As usual, he visited local mosques and the graves of notable people. After a week or two in Basra, Ibn Battuta was on the move again. This time he took a small river boat about 10 miles to the ocean. He noted the traders and merchants along the way, dealing bread, fish, dates, milk, and fruit. It was here, at the village of Abadan, The Ibn Battuta heard the story of a Sufi hermit who ate only fish and lived in the local marsh. Ibn Battuta loved this sort of thing, so he set out in search of the man, finding him residing in the ruins of an abandoned mosque. The hermit shared fish with Ibn Battuta, and after talking with him, gave him his blessing. This sort of thing moved our young explorer. He admired men who devoted their lives to finding enlightenment. He would write, quote, "For a moment, I entertained the idea of spending the rest of my life in the service of the sheikh," end quote. But Ibn Battuta was too restless for such a thing. As I said, he had wanderlust, and sitting in a swamp contemplating his lot in life was just not for him. He had places to go, things to experience. At this point, Ibn Battuta could have turned around and went north towards Baghdad, but he let his wanderlust get the better of him again. He decided to go to the city of Isfahan in the Zagros Mountains to the east. This is very much the explorer in Ibn Battuta at work, the person always looking for something new to experience. He even says that he liked to shun any road that he has already traveled. The Zagros Mountains form the border between Mesopotamia and the Iranian Plateau. For this journey, Ibn Battuta got a new boat and headed east along the coast of the Persian Gulf, embarking at the city of Manchul, which is today called Bandar Lam. This was probably a journey of about 100 miles or 160 kilometers. Ibn Battuta then got himself a horse and joined some merchants going across the plain of Khuzestan, traveling through marshes and fields of sugarcane. He found the local people, called Moors, to be uncivilized, but they treated him well. He gravitated to the scholars and intellectuals wherever he went. He continued into the mountains, reaching Isfahan, which rested at an altitude of more than 5,000 feet, or 1,500 meters. Here he was in the heart of Persia, just 270 miles south of Tehran, or 440 kilometers. The city was famed for its architecture, including its magnificent bridges, mosques, and buildings. However, the Mongol invasion in the previous century had sent the city into decline. Ibn Battuta wrote, quote, "The city of Isfahan is one of the largest and fairest of cities, but it is now in ruins for the greater part," end quote. I've talked about the Mongol invasions earlier, but I want to expand on it for a moment because I think it's such a crucial thing for this part of the world. The Mongol hordes that had swept out of Asia had brought destruction wherever they went, and no place took the brunt of that destruction more than Persia. Here, Ibn Battuta saw that devastation. Entire cities had been depopulated. Refugees had flooded cities to the west. It had been terrible. In some places, it never recovered. Other cities were now just coming back from the brink of destruction, even 60-plus years later. And we're talking about cities whose populations numbered in the hundreds of thousands a century ago. Now they were gone, or a tenth of their original numbers. For Ibn Battuta's homeland, Morocco, these were just stories that people had heard about. The Mongol invasions had little effect on the land so far west, but now he was fully seeing the devastation wrought by the Mongol invaders. By the way, one of the interesting twists that history loves to give us is that the Mongols ended up conquering Persia, but were themselves not conquered, but in a different way. The Mongols were really good at destroying and killing. I mean, really good at it. However, at some point, the killing and destroying was done, and they said, "Hey, now we need to rule this place." Well, for that, they needed the people. They needed the locals. And in Persia, they found an old and sophisticated culture. And slowly but surely, the Mongols were in turn seduced by that culture. They liked the cool and fancy stuff. They intermarried with the locals and in time adopted Islam. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta spent 2 weeks in Isfahan and then headed south toward Shiraz, about 300 miles or 500 kilometers away. He followed historic trade routes and made good time, reaching the city in 10 days. It was now mid-April 1327. Shiraz had a reputation as a great center of learning. The city had narrowly avoided the wrath of the Mongols, so Ibn Battuta found it vibrant and healthy, saying, quote, "Its inhabitants are handsome in figure and clean in their dress. In the whole east, there is no city except Shiraz, which approaches Damascus in the beauty of its bazaars, fruit gardens, and rivers," end quote. In Shiraz, Ibn Battuta did his typical thing. He visited people of religious and political importance. He stayed at the local college and went to the mosques and tombs of notable figures. After about 2 weeks, he got on the road to Baghdad. It would take Ibn Battuta about 5 to 6 weeks to reach the city of Kufa, just south of Baghdad. He was now on the pilgrim trail to the city, even passing the famed ruins of ancient Babylon along the way. He was traveling into the heart of the cradle of Western civilization. And then, in the first week of 1327, Ibn Battuta reached the fabled city of Baghdad.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those cloths to start dinner. Why do we shower.
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers for the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn.
Baghdad is one of the legendary cities of the ancient world. It was centrally located between the east and the west, benefiting from the natural trade that happens in such a situation. Plus, it was a crossroads of people coming and going, allowing for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and culture. At its height, during the 8th and 9th centuries, which is called the Islamic Golden Age, the population reached as high as 1.5 million. It may have been the world's largest city at the time. It was the commercial and cultural hub of the Middle East. But by the 10th century, the city's influence waned, and then in 1258, it was sacked by the Mongols. The majority of the population massacred or made refugees. Large sections of the city were destroyed, including the canals and dikes that comprised the city's critical irrigation system. Baghdad was left in ruins, and when Ibn Battuta arrived, it was just a ghost of its past glories. Despite all that, it was still important. It was in a crucial location, a vital cog in facilitating commerce between East and West, and the colleges, most of which had been destroyed by the Mongols, were being rebuilt. The city and the Mesopotamian region formed the western edge of the Il Khanate, the empire established by the Mongols after the capture of the region. The current ruler was Abu Sa'id, called the Il Khan, who had come to the throne in 1316 at the age of 12, making him a year younger than Ibn Battuta. In fact, the Il Khan was in Baghdad when Ibn Battuta arrived in the summer of 1327. The Il Khan brought a huge retinue with him wherever he traveled, essentially a moving city. There were soldiers, servants, slaves, government officials and administrators, wives and children, and anyone else needed to run the Khanate. When Ibn Battuta arrived in Baghdad, the great traveling behemoth was getting ready to head back east. Ibn Battuta worked his way into the court of Abu Sa'id. The emperor was a cultivated young man who played the flute, wrote Arabic and Persian, and composed songs and poetry. While not a Sunni, the Il Khan was known to be a pious, generous, and tolerant Muslim. He is a great example of how the lands and culture of Persia had made the Mongol conquerors more Persian than Mongol. Ibn Battuta liked him. Also, Ibn Battuta found his way into the good graces of others within the Il Khan's court. This included Ala al-Din Muhammad, one of the leading generals of the empire. The man would invite Ibn Battuta to travel with the Il Khan's great caravan heading east. Ibn Battuta accepted. This was a perfect opportunity to see more of the world and all under the protection of important and powerful people. Before departing Baghdad, Ibn Battuta attended lectures given by religious leaders and scholars, but his time in the ancient city was short, no more than 2 to 3 weeks. He then readied himself to depart for Persia. Ibn Battuta had the pleasure of witnessing the mobilization of the Il Khan's great retinue. It was all done with tremendous pomp and fanfare. There were the emirs or generals leading their troops. There were drums, trumpets, banners, horses, and carriages. It was a great spectacle. The caravan of the Il Khan headed east into the Zagros Mountains. The destination was Sultaniya, about 170 miles northwest of Tehran. It was the newly designated capital of the Khanate. However, after about 10 days on the road, Ibn Battuta's patron, Ala al-Din Muhammad, was ordered to go north to Tabriz. Ibn Battuta was given permission to travel with him. This was another boon for the ever-curious Ibn Battuta, as Tabriz had recently developed into one of the preeminent cities in the empire. It was a key economic center in the Eurasian world, as more and more traders and merchants bypassed Baghdad and came to Tabriz. The city had been saved from being sacked by the Mongols by opening their gates to them and accepting their rule. The Il Khan had beautified the city, constructing grand buildings, including colleges and mosques. However, Ibn Battuta would only get to spend a single night in Tabriz, as Ala al-Din Muhammad received orders to return immediately to the Il Khan and his caravan. Not wanting to get caught without a benefactor, Ibn Battuta headed south with the emir. Also, Ibn Battuta had a new plan in mind. He was going to return to Baghdad and catch the year's Hajj caravan going to Mecca. His intention was to complete a second Hajj. Allah al-Din Muhammad returned to the caravan of the Ilkhan, and it was here that Ibn Battuta was invited to meet the Ilkhan himself. This was an incredible opportunity and something rare for a man of Ibn Battuta's stature. He would meet the Ilkhan Abu Sa'id in the royal tent. The Ilkhan asked Ibn Battuta about his own lands as well as his travels. In Ibn Battuta's writings, there's surprisingly not much else said about the meeting or the Mongol emperor. But Abu Sa'id was impressed enough with the young Berber to give him a new robe and a horse. Plus, there was a letter of introduction for him to take to Baghdad with instructions for the governor to give Ibn Battuta camels and provisions for his Hajj. Ibn Battuta thus left the company of the Ilkhan. The journey to Tabriz and the return to Baghdad had been quick, and Ibn Battuta was back in the city by mid-July. This gave him 2 months before the departure of the Hajj caravan, so he did what he always did. He explored. Ibn Battuta headed north up the Tigris River towards the Kurdish city of Mosul. He then did a 360-mile circle, going up into what is modern-day Turkey, and ended up back in Mosul. Along the way, he lodged with important officials, including the governor of Mosul and the chief Qadi in the city of Mardin. There was also a visit to a Kurdish mystic who lived on top of a mountain. The mystic gave Ibn Battuta some silver coins, which he kept for years until he lost them to bandits in India. From Mosul, Ibn Battuta joined up with a feeder caravan heading to Baghdad, aiming to join up with the bigger caravan going to Mecca. Ibn Battuta quickly found a new benefactor, this time an elderly holy woman, a Sufi mystic named Zahida. The old woman had been on many Hajjs in her life, and by coming under her wing, Ibn Battuta now had the protection and aid of her and her Sufi disciples. Sadly, this would be the woman's final journey, as she died on the trek to Mecca and was buried in the desert. In Baghdad, Ibn Battuta turned in his letter of introduction from the Ilkhan, thus securing himself camels and provisions for 4 people for the upcoming Hajj. He would also run into some good luck when he found the man running the caravan. Amir al-Hajj Palawan Muhammad al-Hawi was the same guy who commanded the return caravan from Mecca. Ibn Battuta had become a friend with the man. All things were thus looking pretty good for Ibn Battuta. The caravan from Baghdad would have departed in September of 1327. This was a well-established route, and the caravan was large and well-protected. Unfortunately for Ibn Battuta, the journey across the Arabian desert was going to be a miserable one. It was not long after departing Baghdad that he developed dysentery, and it would plague him all the way to Mecca. Thankfully, Ibn Battuta had camels to carry him for much of the trek, and his friend, the expedition's commander, kept a close eye on the young man. And so, when Ibn Battuta, frail and thin from weeks of sickness, finally arrived in Mecca, he was only just beginning to recover his health. In fact, because of his poor health, Ibn Battuta completed several of the more strenuous parts of the Hajj on horseback instead of on foot. It was a taxing and exhausting affair for Ibn Battuta, but he successfully completed his second Hajj. He was only 23 years old. As we talked about last time, every Muslim was required to complete a Hajj at some point in their life, but doing more than one Hajj was considered a good thing, even encouraged. The more, the better. At this point, Ibn Battuta had been on the road nonstop for over 2 years. He had suffered a share of illnesses along the way, but the recent bout of dysentery was especially debilitating. He knew that he needed to take some time to rest and recover his health. And thus, Ibn Battuta took up residence in Mecca, the holiest city in all of Islam. And as always, he did okay for himself. He took up residence at a local madrasa, a college, and took on the role of a traveling scholar, or pilgrim in residence, as done by Rossi Dunn in his book on Ibn Battuta and his travels. Of it all, Ibn Battuta said, quote, "I led a most agreeable existence," end quote. Ibn Battuta spent either 1 year in Mecca or 3. His records are confusing. Either way, during this time, he cultivated relationships, made friends, and studied. He also found new sponsors and patrons, people to help him now and on his future journeys. And none of this should be taken lightly. Ibn Battuta was in one of the most important cities in the Muslim world, and for at least a year, he would have met and entertained high-ranking people from every corner of the Islamic map. It was an incredible way to lay the seeds for future explorations and travels. Otherwise, Ibn Battuta is surprisingly scant on details about his stay in Mecca, probably because he wasn't traveling and wasn't discovering new and fascinating places. And perhaps he took some deep dives into his education. We just don't know for sure. No matter when Ibn Battuta was ready to move on, he knew that he was not going to head home. The wanderlust still had a hold on him, and he was determined to continue his travels. For the next stage of his life, he decided he would head south and visit Yemen, in the southwest corner of the Arabian Peninsula. But the reality of Ibn Battuta's next journey will be much grander, because while Yemen is on the agenda, the realms of Eastern Africa are going to follow very quickly. This will be places like Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, and Kilwa. And beyond those places, there's much, much more. But those adventures will be for next time. I want to wrap up today's story summarizing the life of Ibn Battuta to this point. And when I say I'm doing this, I really mean Ross E. Dunn, who wrote a groundbreaking book on Ibn Battuta and his travels in 1986. Dunn says this of a Berber traveler, quote, in a year's time, he had traveled more than 4,000 miles, crossed the Zagros Mountains 4 times, and the Arabian Desert twice, visited most of the great cities of Iraq and Western Persia, and met scholars, qadis, governors, and Atabeg, which is a noble, and even a Mongol king, end quote. He then goes on to say that if Ibn Battuta had gone home and wrote out the stories of his travels, it would have been a pretty amazing book. But you know what? There's more. Lots more. And so that wraps up things for today. I hope you've enjoyed our story thus far. Join us next time when Ibn Battuta sets off for the eastern coast of Africa. I want to take a moment to thank all of our show's supporters, including our wonderful and amazing patrons. I'm always moved and honored that so many of you want to help out the show and be a part of it. This list includes Dan, Eileen, Arthur, Gregory, Jean Paul, Donald, Craig, Jesse, Catherine, Chris, Robert, Rudy, Andrew, Benjamin, Cameron, George, Christopher, Collier, David, Eamon, Elizabeth, Eric, Mark, Mitchell, Peter, Philip, Ralph, Susan, Thomas, and many, many others. Thank you again. If you want to help out the show, go to explorerspodcast.com. You can make a direct donation to the podcast via PayPal or by checking out our Patreon program. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other super cool podcasts, including Rainbow Puppy Science Lab and Tumble, both science podcasts perfect for the entire family.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Don't let a busy schedule get in the way of your college dreams. Achieve your goals at Santa Ana College. Our flexible class scheduling allows you to complete your courses at your own pace, day or night, on campus or online. Balancing work or family? Let us help create a plan that works for you. See what's possible at Santa Ana College. New classes start every 8 weeks. Learn more at sac.edu.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for a pressed job, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The AC is available. Close blinds and curtains on all windows, and let fans counterclockwise.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on Ibn Battuta, a Moroccan Berber explorer who traveled throughout the Islamic world in the 14th century. Last time, we left Ibn Battuta in Mecca, just like we had done after our first episode. Only this time he had completed his second Hajj instead of his first. Our only note for today is simple. Go to explorerspodcast.com to find a map of Ibn Battuta's adventures. That is it for notes. The year was 1327. Ibn Battuta stayed in Mecca where he recovered his health. He had been struck with a severe case of dysentery on the road from Baghdad to Mecca, and he was weak and exhausted when he arrived to participate in his second Hajj. He had been able to complete the pilgrimage, but it had been taxing. He had even used a horse to complete some of the more strenuous tasks of the Hajj, but in the end, he had done it. Now he needed some time to recuperate. That downtime would either be 1 year or 3. Ibn Battuta's writings are contradictory on this point, as his chronology gets messed up, so we can't say for sure. However, I would be be surprised if the young Ibn Battuta stayed 3 years in any one single place. He just doesn't seem the type to do so, although perhaps health issues kept him in this place for that time. No matter, while in Mecca, Ibn Battuta likely spent some time studying and attending lectures. He was, we should remember, a qadi, a judge of Islamic law, a young and experienced one, mind you, but still a respected scholar. In Mecca, students would gather around the center of the great mosque, the teacher always facing the Kaaba. People would gather around the lecturer, coming and going as desired. Regarding education, I want to note that Ibn Battuta, while he was eager to learn and a qadi, he was not super devoted to the profession. Author Rossi Dunn, in his book on our Explorer, says, quote, "The depth of his education should not, of course, be overstated. He never became a jurist of first rank," end quote. Anyhow, whether 1 or 3 years, Ibn Battuta departed Mecca in the fall of 1328 or 1330. He traveled with a Hajj caravan heading west from Mecca to the port of Jeddah on the Red Sea. After that, he planned on going to Yemen. From there, he had options including East Africa and India. No matter, for now, his goal was to head south to Yemen, which is on the southwestern corner of the Arabian Peninsula. It would have been a natural jumping off point to go to India or Africa. For his journey, Ibn Battuta ordered the boats of the Hajj travelers, which were packed with people and camels and a million other things. Instead, he took a jawball, which was a small two-masted ship. A jawball was typically made of teak wood, the planks stitched together with coconut or palm fiber. There were no nails used. These were not particularly sound boats. The key was to have expert sailors to operate them. Ibn Battuta had never been on a sea voyage up to this point, and he admitted that he was terrified of the experience. Now, the Red Sea offered all sorts of dangers to any ship, mainly due to the coral reefs and rocks that dotted the shores. Bandits would line up on the coast and wait for the ships to strike one of these reefs, forcing everyone to abandon ship and struggle to shore. The bandits would then rob and often kill the survivors. All this aside, the biggest issue for Ibn Battuta was the winds. This time of year, traveling south and down the Red Sea was not easy due to unfavorable winds. He wrote, quote, "We traveled on the sea with a favoring wind for 2 days, but thereafter the wind changed and drove us off the course which we had intended. The waves of the sea entered in amongst us in the vessel, and the passengers felt grievously sick," end quote. The boat was ultimately driven west to the opposite side of the Red Sea and forced ashore. Thankfully, there were no bandits awaiting them. Instead, the locals came with camels and rented them to the travelers to take them south. And thus Ibn Battuta went overland to the port of Suakin, where he again boarded another jalba. After 6 days at sea, the boat managed to reach the eastern shore of the Red Sea at the district of Hali, which was advantageous because it turned out that while in Mecca, Ibn Battuta had struck up a friendship with the local ruler of the area, and he would thus spend several days as the man's guest. This is a great example about how all those connections Ibn Battuta had cultivated were paying off. From there, it was another sea voyage to the kingdom of Yemen. Regarding Yemen, it is, even today, almost an afterthought when you look at a map of the Middle East. The Arabian Peninsula is dominated physically by Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's the big spot on the map when you look at it. Yemen, however, is in a critical location. It has been at the crossroads of civilization for 3,000 years, and that's because it controls the traffic into and out of the Red Sea. This is one of the most important points along the trade route between East and West. In Ibn Battuta's time, Yemen was an independent kingdom, just like it is today. The rulers were of Kurdish and Turkish origin. They had invaded the area from Egypt in the 12th century and set up their own kingdom. The region is a land of geographical extremes. In the west, it's mountainous and gets rains for the monsoons. The east is a desert. The kingdom had 3 major inland cities: Zabid in the western lowlands, Sinai in the mountains, and Taiz in the southern highlands. The latter was the capital of the Razuli dynasty, the rulers of Yemen. The cities formed a triangle in the western part of the kingdom. The Sultan of Yemen was Malik bin Ali. He was the 5th Sultan in the Razuli line. The other city of northern Yemen was the port of Aden, which we will talk about in a minute. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta landed on the Yemeni coast and went overland about 30 miles or 50 kilometers to Zabid. He then sort of just wanders, going from town to town, visiting wherever and whoever strikes his fancy. Despite many of these locations being in the mountains, Ibn Battuta found the cities quite cosmopolitan. This is due to the kingdom being flush with the cash and an educated populace. As usual, Ibn Battuta gravitated to the scholars and important officials wherever he went. The area had a share of Shia-Sunni tribal tensions, and Ibn Battuta can't help but take the Shia Muslims to task for for what he saw as their shortcomings. For the most part, Ibn Battuta liked the people he met, with the exception of those in Taiz, which was the Sultan's home. He found the people there pushy, rude, and overbearing. However, he was introduced to the Sultan. Ibn Battuta detailed that ceremony. All around there were soldiers armed with swords, shields, and bows. The most important guests were escorted to meet the Sultan first. Food and refreshments were served. The more important the person, the better the food. Ibn Battuta says that he was brought up onto a carpeted platform decorated with silken fabrics and introduced to the Sultan by the local Qadi, saluting the king by touching the ground with an index finger and saying, "May God prolong thy majesty." The Yemeni king quizzed him about his homeland, Morocco, and the lands he had visited, including Persia and Egypt. Ibn Battuta departed with the Sultan's blessing, plus a fine horse and letters of introduction, the latter to help him obtain lodging. After Taiz, Ibn Battuta states that he went to Saneh in the mountains, but that's one of those probably not really moments. In reality, he likely headed directly from Aden. Aden was one of the most important and prosperous ports in all of Asia, Africa, or Europe. Nearly every ship coming into or out of the Red Sea stopped in Aden. It is surrounded by mountains and only approached by the sea. Ibn Battuta states nearly a dozen Indian ports that regularly sail to Aden. These merchants carried spices, iron, steel, brass, bronze, silk, cotton, pearls, beads, shoes, Chinese porcelain, ivory, fruit, and timber. This meant lots and lots of money. In Aden, Ibn Battuta explored the prosperous city, staying with the rich merchant. He then decided to head to Africa. With that in mind, I want to talk a bit about the Arab colonies on the east coast of Africa, plus the maritime trade that dominated this region. First, one thing I want to mention about Ibn Battuta's upcoming jaunts off to Africa is that he will move from the center to the fringe of the Islamic world. And all the place he had been to in his life up to this point, Islam was the crucial factor that unified the people around him. His religion and Sharia law was the legal and moral basis of political, family, and social relationships. Of course, he had met some Christians and Jews in his life, but they would be very much the minority amongst the population. But that will not always be the case going forward. He will be amongst Muslims, but Ibn Battuta was going to be introduced to a diversity of languages and cultures that he had never experienced before. In fact, Islam will, in some of the Indian Ocean cities and lands, be a minority religion. The practice of Islam will be heavily concentrated in the coastal towns. Muslim merchants and traders had ventured to the areas of East Africa where they had no Sharia law to guide them or fall back on. Instead, they will have to work with other cultures, many of whom were not Muslims. And you know what? They were successful. Muslim colonies sprung up all along the East African coast and thrived. Many of these merchants married and intermingled with the locals, and in time, many of the locals became Muslims. This meant you would have people speaking Bantu and Swahili and 100 other languages, right next to Persian and Arabic. Now, regarding the region of East Africa that was on Ibn Battuta's agenda, it covers what today is Somalia, Kenya, and Tanzania. This includes the cities of Zela, Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, and Kilwa. Muslim traders and merchants had come to these places in the past few centuries, partnering with the local people to obtain goods from the interior. All of this was possible because of innovations in sailing by Arab navigators. They were extremely advanced. One aspect of this was technical in nature. The team-rigged ships allowed a vessel to sail in just about any direction. Sometimes it was slow going, but at least it was progress. The lateen sails, which are triangular, would be adopted 100 plus years later by the Portuguese, allowing them to kick off the age of discovery. Another innovative aspect of Arab navigators was their mastering of the winds. This, more than anything, allowed them to venture successfully so far across the ocean. The Arab traders of the era understood when and where the monsoon season was going to take place. This allowed them to know the best time to go from Africa to Asia and Arabia across the Indian Ocean. Sailing was a dangerous game, and understanding the seasonal rhythm of the winds of the Arabian Sea was critical. By the way, the Arabian Sea is the water between Africa and India. Movements in this region were more predictable than, say, the Mediterranean Sea. This allowed Arab traders to go hundreds, even thousands of miles across open water with confidence that they would reach their destination. And thus, this led Arab merchants to Africa. This gave them a massive new market to send their many trade goods. In exchange, Africa offered a wealth of opportunities, but probably nothing was more important than gold, ivory, and slaves. So why did Ibn Battuta elect to go to Africa instead of India or wherever? Well, we really just don't know. Perhaps he simply saw an opportunity and took it. Thus, he knew that if he went down the east coast of Africa, he could eventually catch the Indian monsoons that would take him back to Arabia. No matter, after his time in Aden, Ibn Battuta took a ship across the Gulf of Aden, heading for Zayla on the coast of Somalia. The ship was carrying trade goods, including glass beads, Chinese porcelain, silk, glassware, books, paper, pottery, and tools. They would return with ivory, gold, skins, furs, rice, and slaves. Ibn Battuta does not say anything about the size or design of the ship that he sailed on, but it was likely a fairly large trading dhow. There might have been a small cabin, but most likely he would have maybe living on the deck amongst the crew and cargo. By the way, Ibn Battuta really talks in depth about the ships that he takes. He was clearly not a sailor. Author Rossi Dunn, in his book on Ibn Battuta and his travels, writes, quote, although Ibn Battuta walked thousands of miles at sea in the course of his adventures, Rabbi has a disappointing record of 14th century shipbuilding and seamanship. Since he presumably had no sailing experience in early life, and his Tangerian upbringing was no doubt remote from the workaday world of port, he was excusably indifferent to the rudiments of nautical technology. He is far better at recalling the characteristics of port towns and the pious personages inhabiting them than the humdrum details of navigation and life at sea. End quote. The city of Zayla was a major port for goods coming and going into the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. It was large and prosperous. Ibn Battuta only spent one night in the city, calling it, quote, the dirtiest, most disagreeable, and most stinking town in the world, end quote. The smell was because of the large fish and meat markets. Ibn Battuta's boat then pressed east into the Gulf of Aden, went slowly due to strong winds, but eventually rounded the Horn of Africa, pushing south down the eastern coast, which was dominated by a desolate Somali desert. The destination was Mogadishu, which was probably the busiest and richest port in East Africa. Arab traders had first come to the city around 900, and their presence quickly grown as the city became a major trade center. When Ibn Battuta arrived, he found a mix of African and Middle Eastern peoples. You would have heard Persian, Arabic, Somali, Swahili, and Bantu being spoken. Yet his visit provides a great snapshot into the world of the merchants and traders, both African and Arab, of this time. Once Ibn Battuta's ship came into the harbor, they were quickly approached by a multitude of smaller boats. Men boarded the ship, bringing platters of food to the merchants. If a merchant took the platter, he was thus obliged to accept the man as his broker. The merchant was now under the protection of the broker, whose job it was to hammer out deals for the merchant's goods with the local sellers. The broker got a cut of the sales for his duties. In some cases, the merchants were already well established and had their own operations set up in the city. This allowed them to bypass these brokers. As for Ibn Battuta, he was not a merchant, but a faqih, a scholar versed in Islamic law. He was thus passed on to the representatives of the city's chief qadi. Ibn Battuta was taken to the place of the local ruler, a man named Abu Bakr, respect and fed 3 large meals each day. He was introduced to Abu Bakr ibn Sheikh Umar, who held the title of Sharif, which means he was recognized as a direct descendant of Muhammad. The man had a dark complexion, likely as his descendants had intermarried with the local Africans. His native tongue was Somali, but he spoke fluent Arabic. Ibn Battuta knows the Sultan had a large retinue of ministers called viziers. These included legal experts, generals, royal eunuchs, and many other officials. Ibn Battuta described the pomp and ceremony of meeting with the Sultan, saying, quote, all of the people walked barefoot, and there were raised over his head 4 canopies of colored silk, and on top of each canopy was the fire of a burning gold. His clothes that day were a robe of green Jerusalem stuff, and underneath it, violent robes of Egypt. He was dressed with a wrapper of silk and turban with a large turban. Before him, drums and trumpets and pipers were played. The emirs of the soldiers were before him. The Qadi, the Faqih, and Sharifs were with him. He entered the council room in that order. The viziers, emirs, and commanders of the soldiers sat down there in the audience chamber. End quote. By the way, we have run into several people named Abu Bakr in our story. The reason for this is that Abu Bakr was a close companion of Muhammad, and on the death of the latter, it was Abu Bakr who took up the position of Caliph, the leader of Islam. Now, some people didn't accept this, and this led to the formation of the 2 branches of Islam, Shiism and Sunnism. Abu Bakr would lead the Sunnis. Because of this, the name holds a revered place in the Sunni Muslim world. After a week or 2 in Mogadishu, Ibn Battuta continued south again by boat. As he moved down the coast, the deserts gave way to tangled swamps and lush mangrove forests. At the border of modern-day Somalia and Kenya, Ibn Battuta would have crossed the equator. While he was accustomed to hot temperatures, it's unlikely he had ever endured the humidity of the tropics. Next on the agenda was Mombasa, about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers from Mogadishu. The town was modest in size at this time, but it would later become a powerhouse commercial center. Not far from Mombasa was the island of Zanzibar. It was a small but growing city and would one day emerge as one of the great commercial centers on the eastern coast of Africa. Another thing that Ibn Battuta would have seen all along the African coast was the growth of Islam amongst the local peoples. The next port of call was a few days later at Kilwa, the terminus of the Battuta voyage, as there were no Arab settlements further south. The city is on an island offering protection from attack. Kilwa, which is in present-day Tanzania, was the center of gold trade on the East African coast, making it prosperous. Ibn Battuta said the wealthy citizens wore silk and cotton clothing and ate off of Chinese porcelain. He also said they had indoor plumbing. Of the city, Ibn Battuta said it was, quote, one of the finest and most beautifully built towns, end quote. The city was famed for its dome and vaulted mosque, which was made of coral stone, the largest of its kind in the world. Ibn Battuta would attend services at the mosque. By the way, the great mosque of Kilwa would collapse in an earthquake not long after Ibn Battuta's visit. So while Kilwa, Ibn Battuta would be the city's powerful sultan, Al-Hassan ibn Suleiman had his stone palace located at the highest point on the island. He praised the sultan for his pious and generous nature. The sultan quizzed Ibn Battuta about his homeland and the places he had visited on his travels. By the way, I read something about these Arab colonies on the African coast that I found interesting. One author described them as something akin to the Italian city-states of the same era. These were independent maritime realms. They were key trade brokers in the region and thus were powerful and influential. They competed against one another, yet at the same time they were Arabs with similar roots. Many of these rulers were of Yemeni origin, and of course they were Muslims. And so it was now March of 1329 or 1331, and there was no place left for Ibn Battuta to go unless he wanted to venture out of the Arab world, which wasn't going to happen. So he made plans to head back to Arabia. Now, there are 2 times a year where the winds blew from East Central Africa to Arabia, and that was at the beginning and the end of the monsoon season. That meant that Ibn Battuta's next chance to sail was only a few weeks away in late March or early April. Thus, he made preparations for his return to the Middle East.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When Ibn Battuta set sail from Kilwa for Arabia in April of 1329 or 1331, he had before him a 4 to 5 week voyage. He makes no comment in his book about the return journey, other than the destination, Dhofar, which is located in modern-day Oman, on the southeast corner of the Arabian Peninsula. It would have been a long voyage, but the experienced Arab navigators knew their business, and Ibn Battuta found himself back in Arabia in early May. Dhofar was an important city on the trade route going from Asia to the Red Sea. It was also famed for its fine horses, as well as an exporter of frankincense, an aromatic resin used as incense. It was also used in medicines, perfumes, and oils. In fact, the region around Dhofar was called the Incense Coast. The city was well known as a key trade center.
with famed Venetian traveler Marco Polo singing the region's praises, writing, quote, "Dhofar is a great and noble and fine city," end quote. The monsoon rains made the area around Dhofar green and vibrant. Ibn Battuta was stuck there for a spell, not a bad place to spend the summer. He hung out then with the local scholars and no doubt cultivated some relationships in the process. Eventually, he took a small coastal trader east, stopping at various small ports along the way. He describes his life on the boat, eating fish, dates, and bread. He was appalled when the crew captured some seabirds and didn't slit their throats as prescribed by the Koran. He thus avoided eating the birds and hanging around with the impious sailors. Eventually, Ibn Battuta reached the port of Sur at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. The Gulf of Oman leads into the Persian Gulf, so this was an important area. A short way past Sur, Ibn Battuta and another traveler, an Indian scholar named Drew, decided to depart their ship when it had to stop for some business. Rather than just hang out on the ship, the two men decided to walk to the nearby port of Kalhad, just a few hours up the coast by foot. They even hired one of the sailors to guide them. The plan was now to back up the ship in Kalhad. Well, on the walk to the city, Ibn Battuta became convinced that the sailor was up to no good. He feared the man was going to kill him and his friend and steal their stuff. And Ibn Battuta was not entirely wrong, although the sailor wasn't trying to kill him. Instead, he just wanted to rob the two men. Ibn Battuta, who carried with him a spear, sniffed out the plot and thwarted the robbery. However, by this time, it was getting dark and the men were lost, and Ibn Battuta saw other men lurking in the hills. Thus, he and his friend hunkered down for the night, hiding amongst the rocks and dunes until dawn. Ibn Battuta stayed awake all night on guard. The next morning, Ibn Battuta and his friend arrived at the city gate, tired and thirsty and their feet swollen. Due to their bedraggled nature, the guards refused to let them enter without going before the city's governor to explain who they were and what they were doing lurking outside the city walls. And that was a good thing for Ibn Battuta, because as we have seen, he has a way with people. And it wasn't long before he and the governor were best buddies. Ibn Battuta said, quote, "I stayed with him for 6 days, during which I was powerless to rise to my feet because of the pains that they had sustained," end quote. Now, from Kalhad, well, things get a little weird, and that's because Ibn Battuta's story gets jumbled and confused. There are time leaps, the route zigs and zags in odd ways, stuff like that. I do want to mention one thing about Ibn Battuta's writings that is, at times, frustrating. In all of his travels, he goes to some locations on multiple occasions, and it appears that he at times jumbles up these visits. This might be on purpose or a simple mistake on his part, or it might be the mistake of the man transcribing Ibn Battuta's oral descriptions. We can't forget that Ibn Battuta didn't physically write down his story. The scribe, would you say, did that, and thus it might be a mistake of the scribe. No matter, it's not a huge deal, but I want to tell you about it as it might explain the confused narrative that occasionally creeps into our story. As always, I will do my best to explain things as clearly as possible. So from Kalhad, Ibn Battuta decided to travel with a caravan to the northwest into the Hajar Mountains. This was the rugged interior of Oman. The destination was the inland town of Nizwa. Nizwa is one of the oldest cities in Oman and was a center of learning and trade. It was also a key link in the overland trade between Dhofar, where Ibn Battuta had been earlier that year, and the port of Muscat, just 140 miles to the north on the Gulf of Oman. It's not clear if Ibn Battuta gets to Muscat, the vital port in the area, but he eventually does return to the coast and crosses over the Gulf of Oman and then to Hormuz. The latter city guards the entrance to the Persian Gulf. Ibn Battuta then goes inland and visits a few places, some quite dangerous. He describes areas filled with bandits and graves all along the roads he traveled. Eventually, he emerged on the eastern shore of the Persian Gulf. Here, he described the pearl fisheries. He then took a boat across the Gulf to Al-Qatif. This is just north of modern-day Bahrain and Qatar. From here, Ibn Battuta set out to the south, where he met a tribal chieftain who was preparing to cross the Arabian Peninsula to Mecca on a Hajj, a journey of some 750 miles or 1,200 kilometers. And you know what? What better thing to do than another Hajj? And so Ibn Battuta saddles up for a long journey across Arabia. The man does not talk much about the long march across Arabia, or even the experiences of his third Hajj. We only know that he reaches Mecca and completes his third pilgrimage. And that, my friends, is where we are going to live Ibn Battuta, just like we left up at the end of our first and second episodes. In our last episode, Ibn Battuta had crossed the Arabian desert twice, visited all the great great cities of Iraq and Western Persia and conducted his second Hajj. This time he visited pretty much the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, including the lands of Yemen and Oman. Plus, he had traveled to the far-off Arab colonies on the eastern coast of Africa. Next time, our explorer will head north up to the lands around the Black Sea, followed by Asia, including India. And that wraps up things for today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I want to remind everyone that you can help out the show by going onto your podcast app, such as Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and give the Explorers a nice rating and review. It doesn't cost you a dime, and I appreciate the support. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows. For those interested in finance, there's the Investors for Beginners podcast, as well as Her Money by Gene Chansky.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 4 in our series on Traveler Extraordinaire Ibn Battuta. For today's story, I have 2 notes. First, go to explorerspodcast.com to see a map of the man's travels. And 2, a reminder that the dates of Ibn Battuta's travels are kind of wonky. We start in the year 1330 or 1332. We don't know for sure. Also, at the same time, we are going to find some odd and at times incomprehensible movements of our explorer. This is all okay. We don't know exactly why some of these things happen, but it could be explained by lapses in Ibn Battuta's memory or errors by Ibn Juzay, the scribe writing down Ibn Battuta's story. Again, this is fine. Things like this happen with documents written 700 years ago. I'll note these oddities along the way, but in the end, it really doesn't affect the main narrative of our tale. Okay, that is it for notes. Let us go to Mecca in the fall of 1330 or 1332. Ibn Battuta had completed his third Hajj. He was in his late 20s, no longer an inexperienced kid, and he wasn't interested in heading home to Morocco. The wanderlust we spoke of in the last episode had not yet released its grip on the man. He was ready to go exploring again. But where to now? Well, while in Mecca, word reached Ibn Battuta about the Sultan of Delhi, who was hiring learned scholars to help administer his lands. The Sultan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, was reportedly the richest man in the Muslim world. And what cooler place to go than India, which was in the far-flung reaches of civilization. And so Ibn Battuta departed Mecca, aiming for Jeddah on the Red Sea. The easiest and fastest route to India was to go to Aden and sail along the coast of the Arabian Sea for a couple of thousand miles. It was a dangerous journey as storms and pirates were common and deadly, but the other options were much longer and offered even more perilous challenges. But Ibn Battuta had one major issue. He needed help with such an endeavor. He needed a Rafiq, a trusted friend and guide, to help him get to India and be formally introduced into the Sultan's court. Important note, Ibn Battuta did not speak Persian at this time. His Arabic was helpful, especially among scholars and officials, but that would not be enough if he was on his own. He needed someone to guide him geographically through the region, culturally amongst the Indian people, and then politically once at the court of the Sultan in Delhi. He needed someone to introduce him to the people. He couldn't just show up and expect to get word without an advocate. Ibn Battuta would spend 40 days in Jeddah trying to find his Rafiq, his advocate, but he had no luck. He simply couldn't find anyone who fit his needs, and so altered his plans. He couldn't give up on India, just approach it in a different way, a very different way. Instead of by sea, he would travel north to the area around the Black Sea and then approach India from Central Asia. It was a long, circuitous route, but it fit Ibn Battuta's style as he loved to avoid roads already traveled. And so Ibn Battuta crossed the Red Sea and proceeded north into Egypt. He went down the Nile to Cairo, where he rested for a short while. After that, it was west across the Sinai Peninsula. Our explorer's itinerary is vague through this region, but he will eventually trek up the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, reaching Acre, Beirut, and Latakia in modern-day Syria. Now, I want to stop and talk a moment about a man named Al-Haji Abdallah ibn Abu Bakr ibn al-Farran al-Tazari. Al-Tazari was an Egyptian legal scholar, and he became friends with Ibn Battuta, and it would be a long and fruitful association that would last for years. I also want to note that in addition to Al-Tazari, others joined Ibn Battuta's entourage. We rarely get to know the names or numbers of these add-ons, but I think it demonstrates the growing reputation and influence of Ibn Battuta. As we move forward, we can't forget that he was not a kid anymore. He was an incredibly well-traveled young man with a ton of experience. People likely gravitated to him and took him as a de facto leader. Remember, traveling for the sake of adventure was a rare thing in this era. People traveled for a reason. They wanted to make money. They wanted to find work, that sort of thing. Yet here was Ibn Battuta traipsing around Africa and the Middle East, telling stories of these exotic places to those he encountered. I get this feeling that others were inspired by him and sort of hitched their wagon to his ambition. Anyhow, at Latakia, Ibn Battuta and his companions boarded a Genoese ship bound for Anatolia. Anatolia, by the way, was the term used to cover much of what is modern-day Turkey. It does not represent the western section of Turkey, which includes Constantinople, aka Istanbul. The western border of Anatolia was the Sea of Marmara and the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits. These were the waterways that connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Black Sea. Another note, that Ibn Battuta and his party took a Genoese ship was not uncommon. Aside from simple coastal vessels, Arab shipping in the Mediterranean was weak, having been eliminated by the powerful Italian city-states, plus the French and Spanish. Ibn Battuta would have sailed on a two-masted ship with 2 or 3 decks, larger than anything he'd ever been on before. It would have had a crew of upwards of 100 men and 600 tons of cargo. What cargo, we don't know, perhaps cotton or sugar. The captain of the ship, Ibn Battuta says, treated him and his people honorably and didn't even charge them for the voyage. The plan was to go to Anatolia and then north of the Black Sea through the Khanate of Kipchak, also known as the Golden Horde. After that, it was into Afghanistan and then India. This route was far more difficult and time-consuming than taking a ship from Aden. What's the old saying say? It's not the destination, but the journey. That seems to be Ibn Battuta's motto. Ibn Battuta would reach the port of Alanya on the southern coast of Turkey, just north of Cyprus, in the last weeks of 1330 or 1332. The port was an important one. There were high walls and an impressive fort, a ladder more than 800 feet or 250 meters above the sea. In the city, Ibn Battuta met the local judge, the Qadi, and then rode out to greet the governor at his residence. It was the usual interview, where have you been, what have you seen, that sort of thing. The governor gave Ibn Battuta some coins and wished him well. A few notes. First, while Anatolia was dominated by the Muslim faith, the people were mostly Turkish. Ibn Battuta dealt with the Turks in the past, but they were never the majority of the population. And while many Turkish scholars knew Arabic, such people were not commonplace outside the major cities. This means he would need help translating with much of the populace. Second, while the people here were Turks, there was a strong Persian influence on the region. This was due to the many Persians who had fled from the Mongols some 70 years earlier. Third, the area of Anatolia had previously been part of the Byzantine Empire, aka the Eastern Roman Empire. The once powerful realm of Byzantium was now just a shadow of its former self. In Ibn Battuta's time, the empire roughly consisted of western parts of Turkey, including Constantinople and Greece. In reality, it was a minor power in the region. By the way, Christianity was still fairly common in Anatolia, but it was slowly but surely being replaced by Islam. The ruler of Anatolia was Orhan, who had come to power less than a decade earlier. He was the second Bey, which means ruler or chieftain, of what we now know as the Ottoman Empire. Regarding Orhan, Ibn Battuta said, quote, "The Sultan is the greatest of the kings of the Turkmen and the richest in wealth, lands, and military forces. Of fortresses, he possesses nearly 100, and for most of the time, he is continually engaged in making a round of them, staying in each fortress for some days to put it in good order and examine its condition." It is said that he never stayed for a whole month in any one town. He also fights with the infidels continually, keeps them under siege. End quote. Orhan was one of the key figures in the creation, consolidation, and expansion of the fledgling Ottoman state. Fourth note, while in Alanya, Ibn Battuta was met by a man at the local madrasa, or college. The man was a cobbler, and he introduced our traveler to a very important organization in Anatolia, the Fityan Association. The Fityan Association was a popular organization in Anatolia in the 13th and 14th centuries. It consisted of young artisans who specialized in welcoming Muslim travelers to their communities. In this instance, the man invited Ibn Battuta to the organization's hospice, a fine building with large, beautiful rugs. There was a banquet featuring fruit, sweetmeats, singing, and dancing. The Fityan Association had a semi-religious element, but it was mostly a social club of sorts that sought to promote nobility, loyalty, courage, and honesty. They provided solidarity and safety and structure in urban environments. Ibn Battuta was astonished by the organization's generosity and civic idealism. He would stay in their hospices in more than 25 towns. It will mean that he will safely be able to travel throughout Anatolia and have a network of learned men to introduce him to each community's most important religious and political leaders. This was the exact thing the Fityan Association was aiming to do. From Alanya, Ibn Battuta and his companions headed inland to the town of Agadir in the summer of 1331 or 1333, where he spent Ramadan, which is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. Ramadan is observed by Muslims as a month of fasting, prayer, reflection, and community. Now, at this point, Ibn Battuta's chronicles get confusing, even implausible. At one point, the narrative jumps 700 miles to the west. It's not known why things get all jumbled, but they do. I won't dwell on it, only saying that he visited a variety of inland towns, including Milas, Konya, and Iznik. He called another city, Bursa, which is not far from the Sea of Marmara, quote, a great and important city with fine bazaars and wide streets, surrounded on all sides with gardens and rugged springs, end quote. In these cities, he stayed with prominent men, or in the hospices of the Fityan Association. Sometimes there was more than one of the latter in a city, and they would compete with each other to host Ibn Battuta and his party. And it was not just the Fityan Association which was vying for the attentions of our explorer. In every city he visited, he found himself before sheikhs, princes, and governors. People wanted him to tell stories of the far-off lands and the amazing sights that he had seen. And that's because, as I have noted earlier, Ibn Battuta had developed a bit of a reputation. He was well-traveled, having gone on 3 Hajjs, and in Turkey, a scholar of Islamic law was held in high regard. In fact, Ibn Battuta would insert himself in local affairs as a qadi, a judge. As we know, he knew how to present himself to others. He was probably one of those people who just seemed important. He had an aura to him. Because of this, Ibn Battuta found his prestige and his money pouch growing. Everywhere he went, there were gifts for the charismatic young man. In the city of Aydin, the local governor had 20 Greek slaves at the entrance of the palace. He would give one to Ibn Battuta as a gift. The governor of the city of Izmir would give him another one. To further illustrate Ibn Battuta's growing wealth, he reports buying a Greek slave girl while in Ephesus, on the western coast of Turkey. He bought another girl not long after that. He was putting together a large collection of horses, slaves, concubines, clothing, and other goods. Now, I want to note that I've thrown out a lot of names and places, but I wouldn't get too caught up in these. While the order of these places when visited is jumbled in Ibn Battuta's writings, we can probably read things logically and say he, roughly, followed the coast of Anatolia from the south to the west to the north, going in at times, other times to the sea. In all, he would visit more than 25 cities. And we can't forget about his retinue. Ibn Battuta doesn't often talk about his companions, but at one point in Iznik, he notes that he had 3 friends with him, including Al-Tazuri, plus 2 slave boys and 1 slave girl. And so, with his entourage, Ibn Battuta went to the north coast of Anatolia, which borders the Black Sea, eventually reaching the port of Sinope. Now it was time for Ibn Battuta to exit the lands of the Ottoman Empire. His plan was to sail across the Black Sea to Crimea. There awaited the realm of another offshoot of the Mongol Empire, the Golden Horde.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those clots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers for the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Play or Claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ibn spent 6 weeks in Sinope before departing from Crimea. It was early spring of 1332 and 1334. The voyage across the Black Sea was at least 170 miles, or 275 kilometers. As a note, Ibn Battuta still had India on his mind. He could have gone in a different direction, southeast, and headed for Tabriz, a city he had been to years earlier. This would have taken him overland through rugged mountains for hundreds of miles. From there, he would have gone south to the Red Sea and caught a series of boats to India. But Ibn Battuta elected to go north because, well, why not? He had never been there before. Once ready to sail, Ibn Battuta, Al-Tazuri, and the rest of their companions sat idle in Sinope for 11 days, waiting for favorable winds. When they finally got going, they were thrown around so badly, everyone thought they were going to die. The ship almost returned to Sinope, but would push through and eventually cross the Black Sea and reach the Crimean Peninsula. This was the land of the Golden Horde, or the Tujak Khanate. It had been formed after the death of Genghis Khan more than a century earlier in the breakup of his empire. Now, a quick sidetrack about the Golden Horde name. When we hear the term Golden Horde, it evokes these images of roving bands of horsemen sweeping across the plains, but that's not entirely true. Horde comes from the Mongol word Ordo, meaning camp. The Golden Bar refers to the Khan's opulent field headquarters, hence the Golden Horde. So there you go. I hope we all learned something. I know I did. Sidetrack done. So the Golden Horde was at the peak of its military might at the time of Ibn Battuta. The empire extended from Siberia and Central Asia, parts of Eastern Europe, from the Urals to the Danube in the west, and from the Black Sea to the Caspian Sea in the south. It bordered the Caucasus Mountains and the territories of two other Mongol dynasties, the Khanate to the south and the Chagatai Khanate to the southwest. The ruler of the Golden Horde was Uzbek Khan. Ibn Battuta and his ship would arrive at the port of Kaffa in the eastern part of the Crimea. Kaffa is today known as Phoenicia, which had been called Phoenicia when it was a Greek colony. When Ibn Battuta arrived, it was the chief port of Genoese merchants in the Black Sea, who were at war with the Phoenicians for dominance of the region's important trade routes with the east. The Italian city-states had invaded the Black Sea area in the 13th century. The Golden Horde tolerated these Italian colonies because it was Venice and Genoa and others who moved all the trade to Europe. Plus, the navies of the Italian city-states were unparalleled in power in the Black Sea. No point in messing around with a system that worked well for all the powers involved. Ibn Battuta was impressed by Kaffa, saying, quote, "We went down to its port, where we saw a wonderful harbor with about 200 vessels in it, both ships of war and trading vessels, small and large, for it is one of the world's celebrated ports." End quote. The city was a key link in the trade route from China to Europe. The goods on display would have been astounding. From the east, there would have been silk, jewels, spices, precious metals, and porcelain. From the steppe, which is the flat, unforested grasslands of southeastern Europe and Siberia, there was grain. From the north, there were furs and timber. And of course, there were slaves. Kaffa was the most Latinized of the Black Sea ports. In addition to the locals, Ibn Battuta would have seen Turkish soldiers, Russian traders, Egyptian slavers, and Italian merchants. He would have heard 100 different languages. Ibn Battuta and his companions would find lodging at the local mosque for the night, but he would be astonished when he heard the bells of the local Orthodox churches. He had never spent a night in a place with a Christian population, and had never heard the bells of a church. He said that when he heard them, he became alarmed and rushed to the top of the minaret and
began chanting out the Quran in a call to prayer. The local Qadis, he said, rushed to him to prevent his actions from causing an incident. Was all of this true? Who knows? It smacks of bravado, the bold Muslim rallying his fellow devotees to battle in the face of the infidels. But in the end, it really doesn't matter if it's real or not. I want to remind everyone that Ibn Battuda's book was written for learned Muslim men, and so he takes great pains to set good examples for his readers. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta and his companions depart from Kaffa after a few days, taking wagons to Al-Qaram, the provincial capital. Al-Qaram is today known as Starry Krim. There he met with local scholars and stayed at a Sufi hospice. As a note, while there were many Christians in the empire of the Golden Horde, Islam was the official religion, and its influence was growing. Islamic law now superseded local and Mongol laws. The Khan was tolerant of the Christians, and they were, for the most part, loyal to the empire. Ibn Battuta would continue his journey, going into the interior of the Crimean Peninsula in a clockwise motion, and eventually ending up at the city of Azov, which today is called Azov, at the northern tip of the Sea of Azov. It was there that Ibn Battuta would meet an emir, or general, of the Khan. The man was heading east to rendezvous with Uzbek Khan and his traveling court, his Ordo. This was hundreds of miles through rugged, often hostile lands, complete with an imperial escort. And it was a chance to meet the Khan, who was a direct descendant of the legendary Genghis Khan. Of course, Ibn Battuta was going to accept the invite. He bought 3 wagons and animals for the journey. By the way, it was the first time Ibn Battuta had used a wagon. It's not something I realized until I read this story, but a wagon as a method of travel is rare in the Islamic world, and this where Ibn Battuta had been. If one traveled in luxury, it was in a camel litter. It took some time for Ibn Battuta to become accustomed to the rhythms and jolts and bumps of the horse or ox-led wagons, but he didn't know that the wagon could have sides which offered privacy and a nice place to sleep. And so Ibn Battuta and his entourage headed east. They crossed the grasslands north of the Sea of Azov and into the area between the Black and Caspian Seas. This is called Caucasia. The Caucasus Mountains to the south were the border of the Golden Horde. Ibn Battuta and his friends were considered honored guests, and thus treated well by their hosts. They were well fed with meat and macaroni and fermented mare's milk. Millet beer, a favorite of the Mongols, flowed freely. The destination of the caravan was the city of Bajar on the Nuba River, a prominent location on the trade routes in the region. Ibn Battuta said it was, quote, a large town, one of the finest of the cities of the Turks, on a great river, and possessed of gardens and fruits in abundance, end quote. The march there was a wet and muddy one. Ibn Battuta talks about the many rivers, something he never experienced often in the Middle East. From Bajar, Ibn Battuta and the caravan headed south. Remember that Kutskar was a moving affair, so it could be just about anywhere. And the caravan would eventually catch up with Uzbek Khan's traveling court at a place called Mishda, which today is called Pianigorsk, in the shadows of the Caucasus Mountains. It was the early days of Ramadan in 1332 or 1334. Of the Khan's great camp, he says, quote, we saw a vast city on the move with its inhabitants, with mosques and bazaars in it, the smoke of the kitchens rising in the air, for they cooked while they marched, end quote. The next day he was presented to Uzbek Khan, who sat on a silver-gilded throne in an enormous tent. The Khan's daughter and 2 sons and other emirs were assembled below the throne. Uzbek's 4 wives were on either side of him. By the way, Ibn Battuta was surprised at the freedom, respect, and near equality granted to Mongol and Turkish women. They openly and energetically took part in the governing of the realm. He found this shocking. In his homeland, women stayed out of such affairs. Heck, they wouldn't even be seated with the men. If they had advice to give, they provided it behind the scenes, but not in public at court. Ibn Battuta went on to meet all of the Khan's wives, called Khatuns. He described the experience as such, quote, in front of the Khatun are 10 to 15 pages, Greek and Indians, who are dressed in robes of silk gilt encrusted with jewels, and each of whom carries in his hand a mace of gold or silver, or maybe of wood veneered with them. Behind the Khatun's wagon, there are 100 more wagons, in each of which there are 4 slave girls, end quote. He then goes on to say that the Khatun had 304 wagons drawn by oxen, horse, and camels. They carried chests, money, robes, furnishing, and food. The opulence was magnificent. In his time at the Khan's roving court, Ibn Battuta would dine with the Khan on a number of occasions. Through interpreters, he told Uzbek Khan of his adventures. The Khan gave Ibn Battuta horses, sheep, food, and robes. Ibn Batuta probably stayed with the Khan's camp through Ramadan before heading to Astrakhan, about 80 miles across the North Caspian lowlands on the Volga River. But before we go there, I need to talk about a side venture Ibn Battuta said he went on at this time. And this is a trip to the north, into the heart of Russia, to the city of Bulgar. Bulgar, which is not far from the confluence of the Volga and Kama rivers, was near the northern border of the Golden Horde. Ibn Battuta says that he went north and experienced short nights and wanted to travel to the snow-covered lands of the darkness, Siberia. He tells tales of mysterious people in the north who traveled on dog sleds and traded furs. Ibn Battuta says that he wasn't a merchant, so he elected not to go any further north than Bulgar. The only problem with the story is that it likely didn't happen. Of all the questionable parts of Ibn Battuta's travels, this excursion into Russia is the one that virtually every scholar agrees did not happen. And how do we know that? Well, this was an 800-mile trip, or 1,300 kilometers. Ibn Battuta said he went north and back during the month of Ramadan. To have accomplished that would have been nearly impossible in that time frame. Plus, the descriptions of the northern excursion are weak. There are no details, no routes, nothing about the people he met or his companions. The likely answer is that Ibn Battuta was using secondhand stories to fill out this part of his narrative. And why do that? Well, the best guess is that when he told his story to Ibn Juzay, he was trying to encompass as much of the Islamic world as possible. Where he said he lived in Russia was the northern extent of the Golden Horde and Islam. He basically didn't want to leave out of his book a large section of the Islamic world. In reality, what is written is probably stories from others who had been north, or even lifted from other earlier writings about the region. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta headed to Astrakhan, which is at the northern tip of the Caspian Sea, along with the rest of the Khan's roving camp. Once in Astrakhan, Ibn Battuta was given another incredible opportunity. One of the wives of the Khan, Princess Beilun, was pregnant. She was the daughter of the Byzantine Emperor, Andronicus III, and wanted to return to her home in Constantinople to give birth. The Khan allowed this. Ibn Battuta asked to go along. He was initially refused as the Khan was concerned for his safety. After repeated requests, the Khan relented. He gave Ibn Battuta 1,500 dinars, a robe, horses, furs, and other gifts. The expedition of Princess Beilun departed in either late June or early July of 1332 or 1334. It was a massive endeavor. There were 5,000 horsemen, plus the princess's personal troops and servants, which numbered 500. There were 200 slave girls, 400 wagons, 2,000 horses, and 500 oxen and camels. They went across the flat plains of the region, crossing the Don and Ebro rivers above the Black Sea. Then they turned southward at the estuary of the Danube. Along the way, they would have stripped the countryside of food. The peasants living on the edge of starvation would be damned. After 52 days, the expedition reached Yambol in the southeast of modern-day Bulgaria. It was here that the rule of the Golden Horde came to an end. As for Princess Beilun, most of her Greek company would set up camp here as they could go no further. She would continue with her personal guard and entourage, including Ibn Battuta. He was now entering for the first time ever the Christian world. 3 weeks later, the caravan arrived in Constantinople, the capital of Byzantium. Byzantium had once been a great empire, but in Ibn Battuta's time, it was a minor Greek state. The Italians had seized the international trade, and the Turks had taken the lands to the east. Byzantium may have looked impressive and had a sparkling resume, but it was a weak and fading entity. However, Ibn Battuta doesn't see these cracks. He is wowed by the city and its churches and monasteries and markets and rich history. He would meet the Byzantine Emperor, Andronicus III, who asked Ibn Battuta, through an interpreter, about the Christian shrines in the Holy Land. The Emperor gave Ibn Battuta a fine robe. Otherwise, Ibn Battuta stayed in Constantinople for about a month, visiting many sites in and around the city. He even met with Christian priests. As a note, Ibn Battuta's exposure to Christianity and his followers does not mellow him regarding his rigid views of religion. He doesn't find much sympathy for non-Muslims, calling them infidels, amongst other things. Princess Beilun would elect to stay in the city with her father, allowing her followers an escort to return to Astrakhan. Historic records do say that, in time, she returned to her husband's court in the east. And so that puts Ibn Battuta back on the road, departing Constantinople in the autumn of 1332 or 1334. He marched through Thrace and then north to the steppe. There he ran into cold and snow like he had never experienced. He said that he wore 3 coats, 2 pairs of trousers, 2 layers of socks, and bearskin-lined boots. He wore so many clothes that he had to have someone help him onto his horse. The column would reach Astrakhan in late November to find that Uzbek Khan had gone up the Volga River about 225 miles or 360 kilometers to the city of New Saray. This was a city created by the Khan just a few years earlier. Ibn Battuta said it was already massive. He counted 13 mosques and bazaars and markets to handle the Volga trade of grain, furs, timber, and slaves. He gave the Khan an account of his journey to Constantinople, although there is no word about the Khan's reaction to his wife's decision to stay in Byzantium. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta was ready to move on. This long journey had all been a run-up to reaching India, and now he was ready to move towards his goal. Ibn Battuta departed Saray in mid-December. He and his companions headed south between the Caspian and Aral Seas, eventually reaching the Abu Darya River in the city of Urgench. He found Urgench to be vibrant and alive, vastly different from many of the other cities in the area, which had been savaged by the Mongols and Tartars multiple times in the past century. Of the city of Bukhara, he said, its mosques, colleges, and bazaars were in ruins. There is no one person in it today who possesses any religious learning or who shows any concern for acquiring it. End quote. He reported that Balkh, one of the oldest cities in the Abu Darya Valley, was, quote, completely dilapidated and uninhabited, end quote. The Abu Darya Valley, by the way, roughly separates modern-day Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. Another note, some of these cities have been visited in the previous century by another of history's great explorers, Marco Polo. Now, by coming to this region, Ibn Battuta was leaving the realm of the Golden Horde and entering the Khanate of Shabutai. The Khan was Ala al-Din Tabarashin. Ibn Battuta would meet the Khan near the city of Samarkand and spent 54 days at his winter camp. He called the Khan, quote, a man of great distinction, end quote, because he, like Uzbek Khan, had made Islam the Khanate's official religion. Tabarashin would give Ibn Battuta many gifts, including silver, a sable coat, horses, and camels. By the way, the Khan would see his empire broken up a few months after Ibn Battuta's departure. The Khanate of Shabutai was brought down by an anti-Muslim rebellion of the eastern tribes and was never reunified. No matter, Ibn Battuta was on his way, and he admits that he had become quite wealthy, having more horses than he dares to mention. Also, when he left the Volga region, he had 3 young female concubines. One would give birth around this time, but the baby died about 2 months later. Now, after staying with Tamar Shirin, Ibn Battuta reports that he took a long and zigzaggy trip to the west. But this leg of the march is full of vague descriptions and contradictory information, and probably did not happen. But if it did, he ended up returning to where he started and continued on. Anyhow, in the summer of 1333 or 1335, it was time to push into India. Ibn Battuta moved into what is present-day Afghanistan and approached the Hindu Kush, which is a mountain range on the western edge of the Himalayas in Central Asia. It is the Great Divide separating Inner Asia from India. There were numerous passes that crossed the mountains, but the best passes changed from year to year and even month to month. This was due to things such as snow, rock slides, and bandits. Of it, Ibn Battuta said, quote, I proceeded to the city of Marwan, in the road to which is a high mountain, covered with snow and exceedingly cold. They call it the Hindu Kush, that is Hindu Slayer, because most of the slaves brought thither from India die on account of the intenseness of the cold, end quote. Ibn Battuta camped near the mountains for a few weeks, grazing his horses and waiting for better weather. Finally, his entire entourage, slaves, friends, camels, and horses, ascended the gorges of the Andhra River Valley and crossed the mountains at an altitude of 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters. He said, quote, we crossed the mountain setting at about the end of the night and traveling on it all day long until sunset. We kept spreading felt cloths in front of the camels for them to tread on so that they would not sink in the snow, end quote. Ibn Battuta descended into the Panjshir Valley and onto the Kabul Plain, where most of the mountain trails converged. There he joined a company of merchants driving 4,000 horses to market in India. He then crossed the Suleiman Mountains by the main route through the Khyber Pass. On September 12, 1333, or 1335, he reached the Indus River in modern-day Pakistan. The mountains were behind him. Delhi was now about 500 miles or 800 kilometers away. And it is here that we will leave Ibn Battuta. Next time, he will enter the Sultanate of Delhi. Only this time, he will not be going to explore. He will be going in search of the work. The Sultan was supposedly the richest Muslim in the world, and he was looking for learned scholars such as Ibn Battuta to help him administer his realm. Of course, that doesn't mean that Ibn Battuta won't be up for some exploring. So that is it for today. I hope you're enjoying this tale of one of history's great travelers, Ibn Battuta. Thank you for listening. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other shows. A couple of great history shows that delve into more non-traditional Western topics include the history of China and the history of Egypt.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Presti job, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 5 in our series on Ibn Battuta. 2 notes for today. First, there are multiple maps on our website, explorerspodcast.com, if you want to see Ibn Battuta's route. And second, if I sound different, that is because I have updated my podcasting gear and my podcasting space. This was a big deal for me, but I know it was needed. This should fix my problem of too much echo. I hope you like the new sound. Anyhow, that is it for notes. Let's get going. Last time, we left Ibn Battuta after he had crossed the western Himalayan mountains and reached the Indus River in modern-day Pakistan. A decade earlier, a mystic had predicted that he would reach India, and that prediction had come true. Ibn Battuta was a very different man than when we kicked off our series in episode 1. He was around 30 years old, and he had grown wealthy on his travels. He had with him friends and companions, servants, slaves, and concubines. He had horses, camels, and expensive clothing, marking him as an important person. When he arrived in India, he was a more experienced and confident man. He had with him advisors who spoke the local languages and knew the region's customs. Also, he was coming to India for a very different reason than all of his other adventures. He was looking for work. His goal was to reach the capital of the Sultanate of Delhi and offer his services as a qadi or judge. It was said that the Sultan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, was one of the richest Muslims in the world, and that he loved to lavish money and position on foreign advisors. So now is probably a good time to talk about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, for he is a fascinating man and a central part of today's episode. The Tughlaq dynasty in India was established in 1320. The foundations of the dynasty were formed in the early 1200s. The Turks had invaded India from Afghanistan, bringing Islam with them. From 1206 to 1526, there would be 5 different dynasties ruling over the Delhi Sultanate. Now, let us be clear, none of these dynasties completely ruled India. The region was littered with smaller kingdoms, and conflict was a continuous theme. A major reason for this was religion. Muslims and Hindus and Buddhists and others fought to maintain their place in society, and at times just survive. And we can't look past ethnic divisions. India's population is quite diverse. The Muslims for now ruled, despite being a minority of the population. They set themselves on top of society, like an additional layer of the Hindu caste system. So the Tughlaq dynasty came to power in a bloody and vicious coup. Muhammad bin Tughlaq ascended the throne in 1325, making him around 35 years old at the time. Some historians say that the man killed his father and his brother in order to claim the throne. Under Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Delhi Sultanate reached its power in the early 1330s, ruling much of the Indian subcontinent. However, the Sultan was, shall we say, an erratic ruler. He was an intellectual with an extensive knowledge of the Quran, poetry, and science. He spoke Persian and Arabic and had mastered the art of calligraphy. He was tolerant of other religions and participated in Hindu ceremonies. He was known to be generous to the poor and needy. However, the man was, frankly, if you read the stories, a violent psychopath. He was deeply suspicious of his relatives and ministers, and he was incredibly harsh towards his enemies and anyone he perceived as being an enemy. To defy or even question a man, his policies, and his decisions was risking death. Words I've seen used to describe him include inhumane, paranoid, and eccentric. Ibn Battuta said, quote, "The king is of all men the most addicted to the making of gifts and the shedding of blood," end quote. Ziauddin Burrani, an Indian Muslim political thinker from this time period, wrote this about the Sultan, quote, "Not a day or week passed without the spilling of much Mussulman blood. Mussulman means Muslim, and the running of streams of gore before the entrance of his palace," end quote. In addition to these brutal practices, his policies were divisive. He taxed non-Muslims at an exorbitant rate, making them resentful, and he was known to invest enormous amounts of money and energy into projects only to see them fail miserably. One example of this was when the capital of the Sultanate from Delhi, Dowltabad, about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers south of Delhi. This was done for a variety of reasons, but in the end, it angered and disenfranchised all sorts of people. Resistance to the move was so fierce that the Sultan caved on the transfer, even after building a huge fortress and moving thousands of positions to the main capital. Another great example of the Sultan's short-sighted rule was when he ran out of gold and silver to pay for his military campaigns. To get more money, he started minting coins using base metals such as lead. Well, the populace just started making their own coins using whatever metal they had in their homes, and the empire's economic system collapsed. Muhammad bin Tughlaq lacked any sort of delicate touch regarding, well, everything. He refused to understand the intricate regional or caste divisions within Hindu society, as well as the rivalries within the Muslim elites. Ross E. Dunn, in his book on Ibn Battuta, wrote this on the Sultan, quote, "He was a bold China shop of Indian society, insensitive to the delicate compromises among social groups and power cliques that had held the Sultanate together for more than a century," end quote. When things went bad for the Sultan, he would become paranoid, not a great thing for a violent, unpredictable guy. Anyhow, enough with the Sultan. Ibn Battuta was coming to India to look for work, and the Sultan was looking for qualified workers, and no one was better than a foreigner. And that's because historically, Russians often staffed important positions with people who had little or no local connections to those jobs. Why do this? Well, a foreigner or outsider doesn't have family or friends to worry about. They have no ties to the community. They're there for the money, and whoever pays the money gets their loyalty. You find this tactic used throughout history all over the world. Example, in the early days of the Roman Empire, the emperor had the numerous Veterorum, or Imperial German bodyguard. These were the men who personally protected the emperor. Most of these guys came from the Germanic tribes in the north, and thus had no familiar or political ties to the various factions in Rome. The emperor paid these guys very well, and they had little reason to want to betray him. Anyhow, this was the strategy of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. He was filling his administration with Muslim foreigners, giving them expensive gifts and high pay. This meant their loyalty was strictly to him. Ibn Battuta arrived in the valley of the Indus River in September of 1333 or 1335. The area had been involved in a war with the Mongols a few years earlier, but it was now at peace and trade was good. When Ibn Battuta and his companions arrived, they were questioned by local officials. Ibn Battuta told them that it was his desire to serve the Sultan, and his request was sent on to Delhi. He was then directed to the city of Multan in the Punjab region. This was the military capital of the western frontier. He took up lodging at the headquarters of a Sufi order and waited for 2 months. The city, he reported, was filled with foreigners just like himself. During this time, he was interviewed by government officials. The biggest concern they had was that they wanted men who were willing to commit to a permanent stay in India. Office seekers were even asked to put that commitment in writing. Those who refused were turned away. Ibn Battuta agreed to these conditions. He was then told to prepare to go to Delhi, and this he found was an expensive proposition. That's because giving gifts was a common and expected custom for the higher-ups in the Sultanate. You could not just go to the Sultan and say hello and ask for a job. Proper form said that you brought gifts as a sign of respect and allegiance. This whole process was so embedded in society, Ibn Battuta spent paragraphs and paragraphs detailing the elaborate gifts given to the Sultan, as well as gifts handed out by the Sultan.
There's lots and lots of gold and silver, and all sorts of horses, elephants, slaves, and pottery, just to name a few examples. Ibn Battuta thus took out a loan and purchased horses, camels, slaves, and other goods to be presented to the Sultan. By the way, the gift-giving was a two-way street. If all went well, Ibn Battuta expected the Sultan to give him a pile of nice stuff in return. And as the Sultan was filthy rich, he expected that pile of stuff to be really valuable. And you know what? This would prove to be correct, and Ibn Battuta made an enormous profit on this gift exchange scheme. He departed from home in the late winter of 1334 or 1336 and headed east from the Indus River to the valley of the upper Ganges River. With Ibn Battuta were 40 companions, including friends, servants, and slaves. His Egyptian buddy, Al-Jazuri, was part of the entourage. For safety, Ibn Battuta and his retinue traveled to Delhi with a larger group. However, he recounts making the mistake of lagging behind and being attacked by more than 80 Hindu bandits on the road. He said this of the affair, quote, "My companions were men of courage and vigor, and we fought stoutly with them, killing one of their horsemen and about 12 of their foot soldiers, capturing the horse of the former. I was hit by an arrow and my horse by another, but God in his grace preserved me from them, for there was no force in their arrows," end quote. These were desperate men, ill-equipped and ill-trained for combat. They were easily defeated. That night, the victors reached a town where they decorated its walls with the heads of their defeated enemies. It wasn't long before Ibn Battuta arrived in Delhi, which he called, quote, "the largest of all the cities of Islam in the East," end quote. As this was the capital of the Sultanate, the city was famed as an Islamic stronghold. Muslims came from all over the world, including religious scholars, artisans, historians, poets, and musicians, where they found safety and an opportunity to thrive. Persian was spoken by the city's elites, which always kept themselves above the commoners. And while many of the most powerful people in the city and the administration had Persian roots, more and more Indian Muslims were being integrated into the government. Now, one odd thing about the city Ibn Battuta found was that it was half empty upon its arrival, and that's because of the big attempt to move the capital a few years earlier by the Sultan. Many people were still there. As for the Sultan, he was gone as well, dealing with the tax revolt. Instead, Ibn Battuta met with an aide to the Sultan, a vizier. He also met with the Sultan's mother, who was blind, and had a ceremonial meal and exchanged gifts. Ibn Battuta didn't have an official appointment yet, but he was given 5,000 silver dinars as an annual stipend. For reference, a Hindu family lived on 5 dinars a month, and a soldier was paid around 20 dinars a month. Ibn Battuta's salary would be paid for from the revenues of 2.5 villages, which were located about 16 miles north of the city. This was a common way to pay administrators by assigning them tax revenue from an area. With no duties yet, Ibn Battuta rode out and inspected his villages, but in reality, he did not have any sort of responsibility or hand in running these places. On June 8th, Ibn Battuta would finally get to meet his patron when word went out that the Sultan was approaching the city. He went out, along with all sorts of other dignitaries, officials, and visitors, to meet the Sultan. Each person was presented to the empire's ruler in order of importance. When it was Ibn Battuta's turn, he was escorted into a great tent to meet Muhammad bin Tughlaq, who he described as a tall, robust man. The Sultan was seated, his legs tucked beneath him, on a gold-plated throne. This was a critical moment for Ibn Battuta. He knew the stories of the temperamental king, and he had to make sure that things went well. And thankfully, things did go favorably. The Sultan took Ibn Battuta's hand, saying, quote, "This is a blessing, your arrival is blessed. Be at ease, I shall be compassionate to you, and give you such favors that your fellow countrymen will hear of it and come to join you," end quote. Ibn Battuta kissed the hand of the Sultan 7 times and was given a robe of honor. Other valuable gifts would follow. In Delhi, the Sultan entered the city with great fanfare. There were elephants with small catapults on them, and these catapults hurled gold and silver coins to those watching. Ibn Battuta was led into the Hall of 1,000 Pillars, where the Sultan named him the Qadi of Delhi. He was one of several judges holding such a position. He was given more villages to draw upon for a salary, which now amounted to 12,000 silver dinars a year. Plus, there were 12,000 more as a bonus. His companions were all given 2,000 dinars each. This was an obscene amount of money, and as noted, it made the administrators of the empire extraordinarily loyal to the Sultan. It is a trick that is old as well forever, but I do want to note that there were many people above Ibn Battuta in the pecking order of the empire. Think of him as a newly minted billionaire. He had a lot of money, but there were plenty of other people who had
tens of millions of dollars, or even billions. He was rich, just not filthy rich. Now, Ibn Battuta had some challenges ahead of him as a Qadi. First, he did not speak Persian, the language used to conduct administrative and legal affairs in the Sultanate. And second, he was educated in the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence within Sunni Islam. In India, the Hanafi school was what was adhered to. I'm not going to go into the differences between the two schools. Just know that Ibn Battuta would have to learn and adapt to this reality, because that's what the Sultan demanded. And let's be clear, he would do what the Sultan wanted. To defy the boss was not healthy. Anyhow, to help Ibn Battuta with things, he was assigned a pair of Persian-speaking scholars. And in reality, it doesn't seem as if Ibn Battuta, as a judge, was taxed too much. Outside of Delhi, the populace was not a Muslim majority, so things could not necessarily be enforced in many places, limiting his effectiveness as an interpreter of Islamic law. Now, a few things I want to talk about that will dominate Ibn Battuta's life over the next few years. First, as noted, Ibn Battuta was making a lot of money as a Qadi. The system he now lived in forced a person to spend money, lots of it. Gifts were a way of life in this world. They weren't just expected, they were required. And topping another person's gift was super important. If someone gave you 10 horses, you would give someone else 20. Ibn Battuta admits he developed a reputation for extravagance, even having to borrow money to fund his lifestyle. And speaking of lifestyles, Ibn Battuta did all he could to keep up with his peers. Hunting expeditions were common. And I'm not talking about a few people out trying to bag a deer. These were massive affairs. Ibn Battuta bought himself a huge white tent for these excursions, bringing along a full household of servants, clothing, and food. The second thing I want to talk about is the Sultan, Muhammad bin Tughluq. The man hovers over everything that goes on in Ibn Battuta's life. For Ibn Battuta and pretty much everyone else in Delhi, the best times were when the Sultan was in the field, fighting a never-ending series of revolts throughout the realm. These were often religious and ethnic conflicts. A 7-year drought in the north contributed to the unrest. But the scariest thing for Ibn Battuta and his fellow court officials was when the Sultan was in town. Then things got really frightening. Ibn Battuta wrote this of the Sultan, quote, "In spite of all that we've related of his humility, his sense of fairness, his compassion for the needy, and his extraordinary liberality, the Sultan was far too free in shedding blood." End quote. It didn't matter the person or the fault. If you upset the Sultan, punishment was severe. Ibn Battuta added, quote, "Every day there are brought to the audience hall hundreds of people, chained, pinioned, and fettered, and those who are to be executed are executed, those for torture, tortured, and those for beating, beaten." End quote. Ibn Battuta describes a respected Sufi leader and a friend of his who refused to condone some objectionable actions of the Sultan. As punishment, the man had each hair of his beard plucked out one by one. He was released, but would again displease the Sultan, who had him brutally tortured and beheaded. This was something Ibn Battuta had never experienced before. He was part of this crazy train, and it scared the heck out of him. And so Ibn Battuta would spend years navigating the often perilous world of the Sultanate. He became the administrator of a prominent mosque in Delhi. As such, he oversaw nearly 500 people, including teachers, students, cooks, guards, and clerks. The taxes from 30 villages went to running the mosque. He held this position for 2.5 years. But during all of his time in Delhi, the empire was in a constant state of upheaval. The famine in the north drove all sorts of people to Delhi, resulting in unrest. The area of Bengal in the east broke off and formed its own sultanate, and everywhere there was fighting. Ibn Battuta provides a unique insider lived through it perspective to the rule of Muhammad bin Tughluq. He talks about the wars, the armies, and the people involved, and the politics of it all. There's a ton of this sort of stuff in his book, so much so that your eyes glaze over after a while. Also, he talks lots and lots about life in India, including the people, religion, and social customs. It's an important document about life in India during this time. And I also want to stress that I think that I, at times, forget to share with you the wonders Ibn Battuta encounters. This happens so often, it sort of gets lost in the list of names of cities and people and so forth. It's things such as describing a rhinoceros for the first time, or visiting the tomb of a Muslim sheikh who supposedly lived to be 140 years old. That's fun stuff. Anyhow, all of that aside, there is a big problem with working for a paranoid despot, and that is that over time, it's easy for everyone to at one point or another, all under suspicion of disloyalty. And that sort of thing seems into the light of Ibn Battuta. One reason he fell under the wary eye of the Sultan was that while in Delhi, Ibn Battuta married a woman. This woman was the daughter of Asad Shah, the leader of a rebellion against the Sultan. And she was the sister of a court official who had run the rebellion and been executed. All of this through suspicion on Ibn Battuta. Another issue was with the guy I mentioned earlier, the Sufi sheikh who had his beard plucked out and later executed. This guy was Ibn Battuta's friend, and Ibn Battuta made the mistake of visiting him while he was under surveillance. This led to Ibn Battuta being suspected of plotting some sort of treason. As a result, he had guards posted on him around the clock. He was left wondering when or if the axe was going to fall. It has shades of the French Revolution or a million other turbulent dictatorial regimes. After 9 days of being hounded over, Ibn Battuta found himself suddenly released. Why? Well, we really don't know. Perhaps he wasn't important enough, or maybe something else caught the eye of the Sultan and his secret police types. Who knows? But Ibn Battuta understood that he would do something. He couldn't just leave, not without the Sultan's permission, and it would be hard for him to disappear as he was a foreigner who didn't look or sound like the locals. And honestly, he didn't want to just disappear. He had a lot of stuff, a wife, slaves, concubines, friends, and wealth. He didn't want to lose that. And so he selected a way to disappear from the political scene without causing alarm to his boss. He decided to take a spiritual retreat, a hermitage, unless he donned the clothes of a beggar and went to Kamal al-Din, a cave outside of Delhi. He would stay at Kamal al-Din for 5 months. It was then that he was suddenly summoned to Delhi by the Sultan. Once there, he was ordered to go to the Sindh in the southwest of the Sultanate. Ibn Battuta countered the posting by asking to go on a Hajj to Mecca. This was a hard thing for the Sultan to deny. It was one of the most holy things a Muslim could do, and thus he agreed to the proposal, much to the relief of Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta would spend another 40 days at a Sufi hermitage preparing for his Hajj. But you know what? The Sultan knew that if Ibn Battuta went to Mecca, he wasn't coming back. And so he brought Ibn Battuta a new proposal, wrote to China as an ambassador to the Mongol court. The Sultan said that he had selected Ibn Battuta for the job because of his, quote, love of travel and sightseeing, end quote. For Ibn Battuta, this offered two things. First, the chance to escape India, and second, and even more astounding, the opportunity to go to China. It would fulfill the prediction made by the Sufi mystic many years ago in the Middle East. So why was this happening? The Sultan of Delhi had a long-standing hatred of the Mongols, so why engage with them? Well, in 1340, 15 ambassadors for Toga Timur, the Mongol emperor of the Yuan dynasty in China, arrived in Delhi. They wanted to expand overseas trade with India, and they asked to erect a Buddhist shrine about 80 miles east of Delhi. As a gift to the Sultan, they brought 100 slaves, plus cargoes of silk, jewels, perfumes, and other luxury items. Regarding the Buddhist shrine, the Sultan rejected that plan, but the idea of opening up lucrative trade channels with China was appealing. Everyone liked the idea of more money, especially a cash-strapped regime. And so Muhammad bin Tughlaq offered the ambassadorship to Ibn Battuta, and he accepted. It was now time to head to China.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, they think they were hearing.
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. My solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In December of 1341, a huge expedition led by Ibn Battuta was organized to go to China. The Sultan would send along a bunch of royal presents, more elaborate than anything that the Mongol emperor had sent to him, because that was the tradition in India. This included 200 slaves, singers, and dancers, 100 horses, textiles, robes, dishware, and all sorts of other cool stuff. The Chinese convoy departed Delhi on August 2nd, 1341. I say convoy because it was a huge enterprise. This included 15 Chinese representatives, plus their entourage. Ibn Battuda's friend Al-Duzuri was along for the ride again, as well as other companions. This included slaves, servants, wives, and children. Ibn Battuda's team included a Persian scholar, plus a eunuch named Kafur. The latter oversaw the day-to-day business of the caravan, including the slaves in imperial presence. The plan was to head south to Dawlatabad, which was the city the Sultan tried to turn into the capital, and then to Cambay on the west coast. They would then head down the Indian coast to Calicut, where the great company would board ocean-going junks to take them to China. For the overland trek to Cambay, Ibn Battuta had the protection of 1,000 imperial cavalry. Now, let us remember that this was an era of famine and turmoil. Conditions were not great for anyone. And with that in mind, about 75 miles or 120 kilometers southeast of Delhi, the caravan came to a town under siege from 4,000 Hindu insurgents. The Sultan's battle-hardened horsemen, despite the 4-to-1 odds, quickly routed the rebels who surrendered. The Sultan's troops lost only 78 men in the fighting. However, one of the dead was Kafur, the eunuch under Ibn Battuda's command. Now, the Sultan's troops did not just continue on with the march. Instead, a campaign against the local rebels was launched. This allowed Ibn Battuta to send back messengers to Delhi seeking a replacement for Kafur. In the meantime, Ibn Battuta took part in the fighting against the insurgents, going on several military excursions. And it was on one of these that he almost lost his life. Ibn Battuta, along with 5 others, became separated while hundreds of rebels. It was then that his small group was attacked and the party scattered. Ibn Battuta found himself alone and pursued by horsemen. He was able to avoid the horsemen by hiding in the fields, but once he set out on foot to find aid, he ran smack into a party of 40 Roman. He was probably robbed of everything he had except his shirt, pants, and cloak. Ibn Battuta, by this time, spoke Persian pretty well, but what he didn't speak much of was Hindi, and thus he was not able to negotiate with his captors, telling them he was a valuable asset worthy of a ransom, that sort of thing. And so the order was given to execute Ibn Battuta. A couple of men were handed the dark task, but in the end, they simply didn't have the nerve to execute an unarmed man. Ibn Battuta eventually convinced them to spare him, and he was set free. He ran into a bamboo forest without hesitation before anyone changed their mind. Ibn Battuta wandered the wilds of India for 6 days, surviving on some herbs and water. He avoided villages as the people were mostly Hindus, disliked the Sultan and would offer him little sympathy. But by the 7th day, he was so desperate for food, he entered a village to ask for help. He was robbed of his shirt and forced to flee again. The next day, he wandered into another village and collapsed. Thankfully, the person who found him was a Muslim man who fed him some rice and beans. The man then carried Ibn Battuta to another village that had a government office. When Ibn Battuta awoke, his savior was gone, but he was now safe. Ibn Battuta would eventually be reunited with his company, which now had a replacement for Kafur, a man named Selfie. With the ambassador back in the caravan and the counterinsurgency wrapping up, everyone continued towards Dawlatabad. Dawlatabad turned out to be an impressive place. It had 2.5 miles of walls, including a city and a great fort, rising up 800 feet above the plain, surrounded by a moat. From Dawlatabad, it was on to Cambay, which today is called Cambad, on the western coast of India and the Mahi River estuary. It was the first time Ibn Battuta had seen the ocean in ages. Of the city, he said, quote, Cambay is one of the most beautiful cities as regards to the artistic architecture of its houses and the construction of its mosques, end quote. The city was flush with trade and thus cash. Foreigners were everywhere. Ibn Battuta would spend several days in the city as the guest of the governor. After that, they went down the coastways before boarding 4 large cargo ships, likely 2 massive dhows, to take the entire company further south. In addition to the 100 horses and 200 slaves, plus Ibn Battuta and his people, there were 100 soldiers to defend the ships against pirates. Many of the soldiers were black Africans and who now made a career protecting ships in the dangerous waters of the Arabian Sea. Of these warriors, Ibn Battuta wrote, quote, they are the lords of this sea, for even if there is only one of them in a ship, pirates and Hindus think twice about attacking, end quote. In
December of 1341, the 4 ships headed down the coast ahead of the monsoon season. Now, the southwestern coast of the Indian subcontinent is commonly called the Malabar Coast. It stretches for more than 500 miles or 800 kilometers. This area is unique because there is a mountain range called the Western Ghats that run parallel with the coast. This makes the coastal area between the mountains and the Arabian Sea especially well protected from the rest of India. To this time, it allowed the cities along the coast to act as quasi-independent kingdoms from the Sultanate of Delhi. There were 12 of these ports, including Bangalore, Calicut, Mulund, and Goa. These cities were crucial as the in-between spot of trade from China to the Middle East. Trade across the Bay of Bengal on the eastern side of India came on Chinese junks. They would drop their goods into various Malabar coast ports and head back east with new stuff. The Latin raid ships of the Arabs would then bring the goods to the Middle East and Africa. As maritime security was critical to these ports, they often had their own powerful navies. The first of these independent city-states to be reached was Hanover. This port was the only one ruled by a Muslim. Ibn Battuda's fleet spent 3 weeks here, and he became friends with the ruler, a man named Jamal al-Din. As a reminder, wherever Ibn Battuda went, he would have been treated with respect. He was an ambassador for the Sultan, known as Bad Bear. The fleet continued down the coast, eventually reaching Calicut. Here, the Chinese envoys got on their own ships and parted ways with Ibn Battuda. And it was in Calicut that Ibn Battuda prepared for the next leg of his journey to China. In the harbor, you can see the big Chinese junks. These were huge ocean-going vessels, far bigger than the Arab ships. One person called them the ocean liners of the medieval age. Ibn Battuda was so impressed by them, he even takes time to talk about the design, something he really does in his book. The biggest of these junks had up to 5 desks and a crew of 500 men. There were many cabins of varying sizes, some with private bathrooms. They would carry tons and tons of cargo. Ibn Battuda counted 13 of these big junks in the Calicut port when he arrived. The expedition was ready to depart Calicut in February of 1342. There were 3 ships, the largest one being these great ocean liner-type junks. All the imperial stuff was sent on board that vessel. And it is here that we run into a problem. It seems that Chinese merchants had already booked the best cabins on the ship, and Ibn Battuda was left with one that lacked a private bathroom. Such a thing was not befitting a royal envoy. It was suggested that Ibn Battuda transfer over to the smallest of the ships, which had quality cabins available. He agreed to this. And so Ibn Battuda's personal luggage and staff were moved to the new ship. Ibn Battuda went ashore for the night with the intention to sail in the morning. And it was in the night that the area was struck by a violent storm. Now, there is one thing about the Chinese junks that we've been talking about that is very important. They were incredible ships for the era. However, they were not the best vessels if they got too close to shore. And so when the storms hit, Ibn Battuda's 3 ships put out to sea, as Calicut's harbor was not deep or particularly well protected. Well, the storm proved to be a nasty one, and in the night, 2 larger junks were driven aground, broke up, and sank. The next morning, bodies of men, women, and animals, along with the wreckage, washed up on the beach. The locals came out and salvaged anything of value. No one from the ship, which Ibn Battuda was supposed to have been on, survived the disaster. Now, I said 2 of the ships were sunk, but the third, the smaller junk with all of Ibn Battuda's personal stuff, including his baggage, servants, and concubines, was missing. And so here was Ibn Battuda, a royal envoy of the Sultan of Delhi, standing on the shores of India at Calicut, everything gone. He said he had a prayer rug, his clothing, and 10 dinars. His friend Al-Bazari and 1 or 2 others were with him as well. It was a disaster, but at least he was alive. Ibn Battuda decided to hire a small river craft and go down the coast through the canals and lagoons that make up the Malabar coast. He hoped his other ship had survived the storm and could catch it at Mulund, about 180 miles or 290 kilometers away. The journey to the river would take 10 days. When he got there was no news about his ship. He feared it had been lost at sea. Ibn Battuda would take up residence at a Sufi hospice and consider a situation. He had pretty much nothing. For about 2 seconds, he considered going back to Delhi, but that was ludicrous. The last thing he wanted was to walk up to the Sultan and tell him, "Hey, boss, sorry, but I lost everything. Can you write out another check and we can do this again?" Yeah, that was not going to happen. Not without Ibn Battuda's head coming off his body. And thus
Thus he returned to Calicut and from there found a ship to take him back to the port of Hanavar. This was the only Muslim ruled city along the Malabar coast, and Ibn Battuta had gotten along with Jamal al-Din, the ruler. Once in Hanavar, Ibn Battuta found himself alone, and that is because Jamal al-Din was planning an invasion of Goa, which was about 100 miles or 160 kilometers to the north along the coast. Regarding the proposed invasion, the idea had come to Jamal al-Din in the form of the son of Goa's ruler, or Raja. The son had had a falling out with his father and wanted to seize his throne. He had come to Hanavar looking for assistance in the coup, saying he would convert to Islam and marry Jamal al-Din's sister if everything went as planned. The Lord of Hanavar saw this as a perfect chance to expand his influence, and thus he put together more than 50 warships. The plan was to launch an amphibious attack on Goa and seize the city. Ibn Battuta spent 40 days without much to do, most of the time at the local mosque. Eventually, he approached Jamal al-Din and offered him his services. Jamal al-Din was delighted at the offer and put Ibn Battuta in charge of the invasion. Well, not really in charge, but he did give him a title that made him sound important. Jamal al-Din was probably happy to have the Sultan's envoy as part of his team, even if the position was honorific. Anyhow, the expedition sailed on October 12, 1342, and soon the attack on Goa was underway. The inhabitants were ready, catapults hurling objects at the fleet as it approached. Ibn Battuta said the sound of drums and horns filled the air. When the fleet got near the shore, soldiers leapt out with their shields and spears and swords in hand. Ibn Battuta said he was with them. The city's defenders fell back to the safety of the castle, but the attackers were able to start it on fire and force them to surrender. Jamal al-Din was happy with the results and rewarded Ibn Battuta for his part in things, the latter saying, quote, "He gave me a young female prisoner named Rabbi, whom I called Baga. Her husband wished to ransom her, but I refused." End quote. By the way, Ibn Battuta's cavalier attitude towards women and relationships is often cringeworthy, even if it was not uncommon at the time and place. Anyhow, regarding Goa, Jamal al-Din was in no hurry to hand it over to the former ruler's son. Without much else to do, Battuta headed south to Calicut to see if he could find word about his lost ship. He would stay several months in Calicut and was surprised when 2 slaves from his missing ship appeared at his door. They brought word to Ibn Battuta, telling him his vessel had survived the storm and continued south and entered the Bay of Bengal on the eastern side of India. The ship's intent was to continue on to China, and thus Ibn Battuta had lost his best chance at completing his mission. Although in reality, it was a blessing in disguise, and that's because he would later learn that the ship was seized by the king of Sumatra, and all of the people, including his concubines, wife, and slaves, were captured. His wife died, as did one of his favorite concubines, who was pregnant at the time. So with this disappointing news, Ibn Battuta elected to return to Goa in June of 1343. However, things were not going so well in Goa. In a surprise move, the Raja who Jamal al-Din had overthrown a half year earlier had rallied his forces and besieged the city. Ibn Battuta saw little to gain by hanging around. He didn't want to be associated with a loser, and so he headed south, arriving in Calicut a few weeks later, the 5th time in the past year. And here, Ibn Battuta essentially had 3 options. One was to return.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some deadlines can clearly be established now. Figuring it without a rule.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today we start a new series, this one on John McDougal Stewart. Now, most of you are probably saying things such as, who or what did he do, or never heard of him. And I'll respond by saying it's a huge shame that people don't know more about John McDougal Stewart, because he is probably the greatest explorer of the Australian interior in history. Stewart led 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the late 1850s and early 1860s, and was a direct competitor of the famed Burke and Wills expedition in a race to become the first people to ever cross the continent. So what made Stewart such a great explorer? Well, he not only got across the continent, he came back. In all of this, he proved to be a clever and resilient man who survived despite terrible conditions, such as scurvy, extreme heat, and 100 other challenges. And in the process, he never lost a man under his command. Some more fun stuff about John McDougal Stewart, or simply McDougal Stewart as he was called, was that the guy was a short, slight man with a history of health issues, yet no one could equal the guy for stamina and determination. Do we need more? Well, sure. Stewart was also a social misfit, more at home in the wild than amongst other human beings. He had this big, dark, bushy beard, unkempt hair, and wore rough frontier clothing. He looked like a crazy prospector or preacher, such as John Brown. And let's not forget about his drinking. He was a notorious binge drinker, often drunk more than not when amongst others. Yet out in the bush, he banned alcohol. He was also well respected. Those who worked with him displayed a fierce loyalty to the man and trusted to keep them alive. McDougal Stewart is, without question, a character, as my mother would say. I find him wonderfully fascinating and very, very human. Anyhow, let's get this series started with a few notes. Note number 1, go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see a map of Stewart's travels. I also posted a photo of Stewart, which I encourage you to take a look at, just so you can understand the vibe that the man exudes. This series, by the way, takes place in South Australia, which is the southern and central province of modern Australia. Note number 2, this is Australia, which means all sorts of odd words and pronunciations. I will try and do my best, but I'm sure my Midwest American accent will mangle something. My pronunciation of Menindee in the Burke and Wills episodes instead of Menindee brought me torrents of comments, most of them good-natured. Anyhow, forgive me if something gets butchered, but know that I will try my best. Note number 3, I've mentioned the Burke and Wills expedition, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage you to listen to the series if you have not. It's a long one, but one of my favorites. It is a great companion piece to this series, and I highly recommend you check it out. Alrighty, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling. The life of explorer John McDougal Stewart. John McDougal Stewart was born in Scotland, just north of Edinburgh, on September 7, 1815. He was the youngest of 9 children. His parents were William Stewart and Mary McDougal. William Stewart was an army captain who became a customs officer upon retiring. The young John McDougal Stewart lived an uneventful life until both of his parents died in quick succession when he was about 12 or 13 years old. How they died, I could not find out, but Stewart was left to live with relatives and then on to boarding school in Edinburgh. From the time of the death of his parents, Stewart became a solitary figure. Author Sarah Murgatroyd, in her book about the Burke and Wills expedition, The Big Tree, said this of Stewart, quote, "From the moment on, meaning the death of his parents, John McDougal Stewart struck a lonely figure, always an outsider who never managed to reestablish a home of his own," end quote. As a teen, Stewart suffered from a variety of illnesses, including, some suggest, tuberculosis. No matter, he was viewed as a small, sickly youngster. Stewart attended the Scottish Naval and Military Academy, which catered to men looking to enter the military. However, his health and slight stature, he was about 5'6" or 168 centimeters, and weighed no more than 130 pounds or 60 kilograms, made him an unattractive option for military service. Instead, Stewart graduated as a civil engineer. Then, in 1838, he made plans to go to Australia. The continent had initially been settled by convicts, but now people saw an opportunity to obtain good land, something not easily available in Great Britain at this time. A surveyor, such as McDougal Stewart, would have no problem finding work in such an environment. Now, prior to leaving, Stewart became engaged to a young woman, the cousin of a friend. Stewart reportedly went to ask the woman to join them in Australia, only to find her kissing someone else. He thus departed without saying a word. It turns out that the man kissing his fiancée was her cousin, Stewart's friend, who was just saying goodbye. It was an innocent mistake, but the incident and then the subsequent separation of Stewart and the young woman caused the engagement to be called off. It's not known exactly how the broken romance affected Stewart, but he would never again, at least that we know of, become entangled in the affairs of the heart. The voyage to Australia was a long 4 months. Stewart's health was not aided by the ocean voyage as he suffered from constant stomach problems, including coughing up blood. Based on his symptoms, he likely suffered from an ulcer, something that would flare up all of his life. One of the passengers on the trip south took note of the awkward Scotsman, saying he was a great reader as well as silent and stubborn. Despite the latter comments, some people found him agreeable, and he was well liked by others. Stewart's destination in Australia is the fledgling colony of South Australia, which, as I explained earlier, is in the middle and central part of the continent. Stewart arrived in Adelaide, the colony's capital, in January of 1838. Adelaide was, at the time of Stewart's arrival, barely 2 years old. 636 colonists from Europe and 7 ships, called the First Fleet of South Australia, had founded the city, the colony's first, in December of 1836. The attraction was land. Many of these early colonists were poor and had little chance of owning their own property back in England or Ireland. And so when Stewart arrived in Adelaide, much of the settlement was made up of tents or simple huts with dirt floors. But the population was expanding along the coast and inland, people always looking for new lands to plant crops or set up a ranch. In this situation, the need to survey the land was critical. By surveying it, you can determine and delineate the exact area by taking linear and angular measurements and by applying the principles of geometry and trigonometry. Only then can you properly lay out and assign or sell plots to the new settlers. Well, this made McNeil Stewart a valued asset, and he quickly found work with the colony surveyor general, marking out newly settled districts. Stewart's job took him away from civilization. He spent and the job paid him 2 shillings and 10 pence a day. The young Scotsman thrived at his new job. He was best when he was in the bush, away from people and society, where he found himself feeling uncomfortable and awkward. Thus, he did not make many friends or form many attachments. He was said to prefer the company of kids and animals, enjoying their simple and unambiguous friendship. Even basic creature comforts of the city eluded Stewart. When in the city, he was known to turn down a bed for the night and instead camp out in a garden. Author Sarah Murgatroyd said this about Stewart in her book, The Dig Tree, quote, "Like so many explorers, he was a social misfit, craving escape from the conventions of society and never comfortable with emotional commitment," end quote. Another thing about Stewart is that at some point in his life, he took to drinking. He never did it out in the field, but given some downtime, he would get drunk for days and days. Now, I do want to introduce someone to our story, as he's very important to our tale, and that is the Surveyor General of South Australia, Stewart's boss. The man's name was Charles Sturt. Now, I want to be clear here, that's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. Anyhow, Charles Sturt was, by this time, a famous explorer. In the late 1820s, he had led 2 expeditions into the interior of the Australian outback, reaching the Darling River and traveling the full length of the Murrumbidgee, plus tracing the Murray River to the sea. This was critical to open up the interior of southeastern Australia to farming, ranching, mining, and colonization. Sturt believed that there must be a great inland sea in the center of Australia, and he was not alone in this belief. The reason is that many of the rivers found in the east of Australia flow from the west, so the theory was that there must be a great inland sea feeding these rivers. We will get back to Sturt in a moment, but now let's return to McDougal Stewart. The man went to work as a private surveyor in 1842, and even tried farming for a year, but the latter was not for him. Stewart was a restless type, and he worked best on the move. And then in 1844, the aforementioned Charles Sturt announced he was conducting a new expedition, this to find the great inland sea he believed existed. He offered McDougal Stewart a job as a draftsman, which meant he was responsible for things such as making maps, calculations, and drawings. In August of 1844, the expedition set out from Adelaide with 15 men, 200 sheep, 6 wagons, and a boat. And thus John McDougal Stewart was part of the first ever expedition of discovery. The team headed northeast up the Darling River toward what is now present-day Menindee, and then turned north. By the way, all of what's to come is familiar ground if you have listened to the Birkenwell's Expedition podcast. Anyhow, the march north was a difficult one. Driving a herd of sheep and hauling wagons was a slog. One thing McDougal Stewart began to understand was the extreme seasonal conditions the Australian outback offered. Waterholes, creeks, and even rivers simply disappeared in the summer months, and the heat was debilitating on the men and animals. In fact, 100 or so miles north of Menindee, the expedition was forced to halt for 6 months at a place now called Milparinka due to the extreme conditions. They were essentially trapped in expansive white salt landscapes before them, massive sandy dunes to the rear. Regarding McDougal Stewart. Despite his slight and at times sickly appearance, he proved to be a man of immense stamina and fortitude. He also displayed outstanding judgment and good instincts for survival. An example was at one point in the journey, when the team was desperate for water, they spotted and tracked some pigeons, which took the expedition to a water hole. Eventually, the rains came to the region and the expedition pushed north. Stewart would eventually break up his team, setting up a depot not far from Parinka. He then continued north with a smaller group, including Stewart. Stewart, by the way, insisted on bringing along the boat, convinced a great sea was waiting for them. Charles Stewart's dream of finding an inland sea was, as we know, impossible to achieve because no such place existed. Instead, he would be greeted by two of Australia's most imposing physical regions, the Simpson Desert and Stewart's Stony Desert. The latter is particularly striking. It's hundreds of square miles of desert covered in gibber, which is closely packed interlocking rock fragments. The jagged and often razor-sharp pebbles and rocks quickly tore away the boots of the men. The expedition's dog lost all its skin from its paws. Now, the small group of men did find something very important. After Stewart's Stony Desert, out of nowhere, a chain of water holes surrounded by coconut trees was discovered in November of 1845. This was named Cooper's Creek and plays a huge part in the Burke and Wills expedition. Stewart tried to push onward from Cooper's Creek, but it was fruitless. Summer was coming to Australia, and the desert before them had become a waterless wasteland. On November 11th, Stewart called an end to the advance. It was time to head home. It was here that he finally abandoned the small wooden boat that he had hoped to sail on the inland sea. The return journey was a brutal one, and scurvy was now getting a grip on the expedition. Everyone suffered from it. The expedition's chief surveyor, James Poole, would die from the disease, McDougal Stewart taking over as the lead surveyor. Charles Stewart basically broke down on the return journey, and he had to be carried much of the way back to Adelaide. In fact, Stewart never fully recovered his health. He eventually returned to England due to long-term health issues. One of those health issues Stewart suffered from was deteriorating eyesight, and it's something I want to mention because it will, in time, plague Stewart as well. The problem was spending so much time in the blazing sun in the Australian desert, and this was especially horrible for a surveyor. To take sightings in the day and in the desert is brutal on the eyes. It's no different than a sailor being on the ocean. Christopher Columbus suffered from terrible eye pain due to decades out on the bright ocean, and he could barely go out on deck in the daytime on his final voyage. Anyhow, Stewart's expedition had returned. The inland sea they had expected to find nowhere to be seen. But he had mapped a lot of territory and identified important locations, such as Cooper's Creek. The team had traveled more than 3,000 miles, or 4,800 kilometers. Also, he had confirmed how difficult and deadly exploration into the Australian outback was going to be. As for John McDougal Stewart, he received praise from everyone for the work he had done. He was tireless, cheerful, and full of spirit and zeal. Most of the maps and charts put together by the expedition were drawn by Stewart. And most importantly, McDougal Stewart now had experience that few men could boast. This was critical for what was to come. Coupled with his sound judgment, it will make him a formidable frontiersman and explorer. But I want to note that the 2 years in the wild had taken its toll on Stewart. He had suffered badly from scurvy, and his ulcer was debilitating. He could not work or travel for a year. Once McDougal Stewart recovered his health, he became a sought-after surveyor. He worked in remote areas and for long periods. He developed a reputation for finding good pastures in rough country. It was a great talent to have in this time and place. To be honest, McDougal Stewart had found his niche in life. He was good at what he did, and people trusted him. I want to talk about a couple of things going on in Australia at this time, as they are relevant to our story. First, in May of 1851, the Australian gold rush began. This was focused primarily to the east of South Australia, but there were some smaller goldfields found in the colony starting in 1852. But more than anything, gold brought people to Australia. The population of non-native peoples doubled within a decade of the discovery of gold, and these new arrivals had to eventually start doing something other than searching for gold. And that brings me to my second point, and that is ranching. Ranching was fast becoming a big and very valuable industry. Europeans saw these vast open and empty prairies, perfect for cattle and sheep. Of course, these lands were far from empty. The native Aboriginal people lived in these lands, often moving from place to place, depending on the availability of food and water. Anyhow, all of this led to the rise of wealthy ranchers, or pastoralists, as they were called. These men acquired the rights to huge swaths of grazing land. This was mostly for sheep, which meant wool. wool was quickly becoming one of Australia's biggest and most lucrative industries. As early as 1807, wool was being exported. By 1870, Australia was the biggest producer of wool in the world. Most of it was sent to a rapidly industrializing Great Britain. By the way, the reason Australia is so big on wool production is that the land and climate is perfect for sheep. Ideally, you have lots of dry, arable land. Sheep thrive in such conditions. Well, Australia had all of that and then some. Anyhow, in addition to wool, the other thing people were interested in were minerals. This meant mining. Many of these same men who became rich through the wool industry were also interested in mineral rights to these interior lands. And it wasn't just gold, but there was copper and other minerals discovered in the bush. It was for these types of men, and they were pretty much all men, that Stuart ventured off to places such as Fort Lincoln and Flinders Ranges. He was there to survey lands that could be used for grazing sheep and poke around for minerals. A few of these prominent prospectors/pastoralists were William Fink plus two brothers, James and John Chambers. In doing this, Stuart honed his skills as a bushman. He usually operated with small groups, focusing on moving quickly and efficiently. Despite his own drinking habits, he banned alcohol while he worked, knowing how destructive it was. He would go for weeks, even months at a time, without drinking. Of course, once he got back to civilization, all bets were off, and Stuart would go on a bender. And that brings us to 1858. Before Stuart was 43 years old, a surveyor who had the respect and friendship of some of the colony's most wealthy people. Stuart was, without question, a worthy guy. As I have said, he was never really comfortable in normal society, preferring to be out in the wilderness. And he would have cut quite the odd figure. He was slight and short, his big beard streaked with gray and his messy hair starting to recede. And he was entirely unfashionable. He wore heavy cotton moleskin trousers and a long-tailed blue coat. He frequently sported a cabbage tree hat, which is a hat made of the leaves from the cabbage tree palm. And we can't forget about the drinking. If there was nothing for Stuart to do, the bottle was waiting for him. And that is when William Fink, one of the pastoralists I mentioned earlier, talked to Stuart about an expedition into the Australian interior. The goal was to find minerals in the land of the Aboriginal people of coconut country called Winkleton and New Grazing Land in the northwest of South Australia. And that, my friends, will be the first of 6 expeditions led by Stuart, aiming at exploring the interior of Australia and ultimately crossing it.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In June of 1858, MacDougall Stuart set off on his first expedition into the interior of Australia. People expected an expedition to have dozens of pack animals, hundreds of bearers, wagons, boats, scientists, hunters, guides, and translators. Instead, when Stuart set off, it was him, a man named Forster, we don't know his first name, and a young Aboriginal man, whose name we don't know at all. Stuart had 6 horses, 6 weeks of rations, some reports say only 4 weeks, a pocket compass, and a watch. His team was armed as well. That's it. Forster was an experienced frontiersman. The Aboriginal man Stuart hoped to know the land and be able to translate with the tribes, also known as mobs, that they encountered. Stuart had learned a lot about exploring the past dozen years, and he understood that the size of an expedition was not the most important thing. The Australian outback was capricious by nature, changing suddenly with a dramatic effect. Plotting expeditions fared poorly in such an environment. Stewart elected to go small and mobile, relying on nimbleness and toughness to meet adversity when it invariably reared its head. Now, before we send Stewart into the outback, I want to talk a little about the geography of South Australia. And I want to remind you that there's a map of all this on our website. It's not a bad idea to look at things. So if you look at a map of South Central Australia, you'll find the capital of Adelaide in the far south along the coast. There's a big bay just to the west of Adelaide called Spencer Gulf. At the northern end of the Gulf is the city of Port Augusta. If you go straight from there, you run into a big lake. This is Lake Torrens, and it runs about 100 miles north to south of 160 kilometers. It is a salt lake, like many of the lakes in the region. From the northern tip of Lake Torrens, you can go another 50 miles or 80 kilometers, and you'll find another big body of water, Lake Eyre, as well as a bunch of smaller lakes. These lakes are pretty easy to see if you glance at a map. Both had been visited by Europeans around 1840. Stewart's plan was to travel up the western side of Lake Torrens, and at the top of the lake, head northwest and into the unknown. I've seen some people trace Stewart's route along the eastern side of Lake Torrens, but that is not the case. Either way is not a huge deal. Stewart gathered his expedition at a place called Oratanga Station. It was actually a mine operated by John Chambers, one of the wealthy ranchers in the colony. It is located east of Lake Torrens along the western side of the mountain range called Flinders Ranges. It was, at this time, one of the most remote and northerly settlements in South Australia. Both Forster and the young Aboriginal man were employees of Chambers. Stewart and his companions moved closer to the southern tip of Lake Torrens and waited for the rains to arrive and water holes to fill up. One critical thing to remember is that their water sources were not always permanent. Stewart had learned this over the past 15 years in the outback. Stewart finally departed on his journey on June 10, 1858, from a place called Tana, not far from the southern tip of Lake Torrens. The men rounded the bottom of the lake and proceeded north. The biggest issue at this point was finding drinkable water. Many of the water holes they visited were still dry, or they were filled with salt water, which the horses refused to drink. One of the difficulties with using horses on expeditions in desert-like areas is the need for water. A horse can go weeks without eating, but only a few days without water, and they need lots of water. Stewart's journals are littered with the words, "no water." Another issue surrounding horses was shoes. In the rough terrain, the horses' shoes wore down and broke. By the end of June, most of the expedition's horses had no shoes. Anyhow, steadily the expedition moved north. It was common to do 20 or 30 miles in a day, especially if water was available. In rougher terrain, the team would go as low as 10 miles. One thing I want to stress is that the progress north was not in a straight line. The company was weaving their way through great sand dunes and rocky hills, and they had to follow the water, which often meant going out of their way and made for slow going. Also, to accommodate the horses, Stewart had to rest on some days. The rough terrain, lack of water, and heavy loads was making the horses lame. When Stewart encountered the Aboriginal people, he inquired about water. At the same time, he was told of a freshwater lake called Wimbledon. There you could find an oasis complete with trees and kangaroos. This greatly interested Stewart. Which direction was this fabulous oasis? Inland, said the natives, 5 sleeps away. Stewart wondered if this was referring to Cooper's Creek, which was 250 miles to the northeast. The Aboriginal people, by the way, generally shied away from Stewart and his people. Many had never seen a white man or a horse. Stewart could only continue into unexplored country, and like so much of the area, the landscape was harsh. Of it, Stewart wrote in his journal on June 28th, quote, "Bleak, barren, and desolate, it grows no timber, so that we can scarcely find sufficient wood to boil our corn pot," end quote. And then, about 20 miles north of Lake Torrens, Stewart came upon an isolated chain of semi-permanent water holes, which he dubbed Chambers Creek. This is now called Stewart Creek, in case you look it up on a map. This was an important discovery for Stewart, as the location would be critical as a staging post for future expeditions into the interior of the continent. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest. It was here that the rains came, transforming the landscape. What had been drought-ravaged soil filled with water, and soon there was life. And the rains kept coming, so much that Stewart and his men had to retreat to higher ground when they found themselves belly-deep in water. And at one point, the horses were struggling through knee-deep mud. All of it, Stewart felt, would make the area a good sheep-grazing country. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest, going about 150 miles or 235 kilometers, and crossing a small mountain range before descending onto a bleached, stony plain. Stewart had reached what today we call Cooper Pedy. A bit about Cooper Pedy. At a glance, no one would stay at this location for any length of time. However, in 1915, opals were discovered, and Rapidi was transformed into the opal capital of the world. The place is so desolate, the people that live and work there live underground during the summer months. People literally build homes called dugouts into the area's caves, carving out different rooms. These underground homes keep constant temperature most of the year, and thus don't need air conditioning like the surface dwellings. Today, the location is a tourist spot, and in addition to the mines, we have underground churches, shops, hotels, and even a cemetery. Rapidi has a unique, almost alien feel to it. It has been featured in a bunch of movies and television shows. This includes Mad Max, Pitch Black, Mortal Kombat, and The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Stewart found the bleak white landscape, coupled with the intense sun, caused mirages, making it difficult to travel as one couldn't ascertain what was before them. At this point, Stewart and his companions had been gone about 2 months. Their supplies were running low, and the horses were lame due to the cracked stones of the surrounding desert. To the north and west, Stewart saw nothing but bleak-looking desert. He decided it was time to head home. However, instead of returning the way they had come, he elected to go directly south. The lands they had come from were simply too desolate, and there was no hope for game. Remember, Stewart only brought 6 weeks of provisions. It had been 2 months, so almost everything was gone. And the wilderness had not provided much in the way of game. Up to this point, the expedition's hunting list was slim. 4 wallabies, 1 possum, 2 ducks, 1 pigeon, and a few kangaroo mice, which he said were, quote, very welcome. We were anxious to find more, end quote. On July 16, 1858, Stewart headed southward. They had 310 miles or 500 kilometers ahead of them. They soon reached some grasslands, and food was running low, the men now eating only 1 meal a day. The last of the flour was used on July 30th. So the food was nearly gone. Water was hard to find. At one point, the horses went 3 days without water. The country was rough and unforgiving. Also, the horses were wearing down. One gray mare, who was a favorite of Stewart's, was flagging badly. She had been nearly worthless as a pack animal for weeks, but Stewart kept coaxing her along. He was afraid he would have to abandon her. Things got so bleak at the end of July, Stewart wrote, quote, there is no hope of anything here, end quote. And then on August 2nd, it rained. It brought the men hope. Soon they were in good country with emus and kangaroos and signs of the local Aboriginal people. However, the next day, the young Aboriginal man who had been with Stewart took off in the night. He had apparently been worried about the local tribes and thought it better to turn around. No matter, it is the last we will ever hear of the young man. Something else to note, by this time, Stewart was likely displaying signs of scurvy. He had been in the wild for 8 weeks, and he had barely eaten fresh food or meat. Another difficult moment for Stewart came on August 5th, when his favorite gray mare would not continue. In his journal, he lamented having to abandon her. He left her at a spot with water and plenty of feed, writing that he hoped to return for her in the future. Stewart is odd in that he displays obvious affection for his pack animals. He shows more concern for the gray mare than he does for himself. And he could easily have shot the mare and provided a lot of food for himself and forced her, but he did not. On August 11th, the men came to another barren obstacle, another Ora Plains, essentially a desert. It is a flat, almost treeless expanse. Heading across the plains, Stewart wrote, quote, when will it end quote. I love that line, simple, to the point, desperate in tone. Crossing the desert would take 5 days, no water to be had during that time. The horses were doing badly, although they did find some greenery, allowing them to eat. On August 13th, Stewart wrote, quote, this is dreadful work, end quote. However, on August 15th, the 2 men saw signs of hope, horse tracks. Stewart knew they were getting close to the southern coast of Australia. The next day, the men and horses finally found some water. And the day after that, they reached a place called Miller's Water, which is near present-day Sedona on the southern coast. While Stewart now had water, he was nearly out of food, and the nearest frontier station was still a 100-mile journey down the coast to a place called Streaky Bay, and there was no promise there would be anyone at the outpost. Stewart could only press on. On August 17th, they ate the last of their food. They had nothing for 3 days until crow was shot and eaten. And then late in the day on August 23rd, Stewart, Forster, and the horses staggered into the depot called Mr. Gibson's Station at Streaky Bay. The station was thankfully manned, and the 2 explorers were given some much-needed food. Once they reached Streaky Bay, both Stewart and Forster essentially collapsed due to malnutrition, sudden change in diet, the effects of scurvy, and exhaustion. They waited until September 1st until setting out again. Stewart did regret not being able to go back and find the gray mare he had left weeks earlier. Now Stewart had one final leg in a 200-mile or 320-kilometer journey towards the area around Port Augusta. But these were travel lands with water, and Stewart and Forster had refreshed their food supply. Thus, the journey went without incident. The men and horses arrived at Mr. Thompson's station at Mount Arden, not far from Port Augusta, on September 11th, 1858. John McNeil Stewart's first expedition was complete. So what had the man accomplished? Well, first his team had covered more than 1,500 miles, or 2,400 kilometers, opening up thousands of square miles of potential sheep country. The area around Chambers Creek was of particular interest. Second, Stewart identified key water sources for future expeditions going inland, most especially the Chambers Creek area. Third, he had penetrated further inland than any European. There was no inland sea, but plenty of arable land. It gave everyone a glimpse of what lay in the Australian interior. And the amazing thing was that Stewart had prepared for a 6-week expedition that had been going for 4 months. To survive such a situation was incredible, especially considering the difficult Australian landscape. When Stewart returned, he handed over his maps and journals to government officials. People heaped praise on him for what he had done. The Royal Geographical Society gave him a gold watch. The South Australian government gave him a lease on 1,000 acres of land in the Chambers Creek area. Stewart was now one of the continent's preeminent explorers and a hero to those in South Australia. The other thing I want to note is that the expedition gave Stewart an insight into the Australian interior that few could match. Mother Sarah Murray said, quote, he, meaning Stewart, had come to terms with the capriciousness of the Australian desert, end quote. By this, she was saying that he understood the delicate balances of the land's climate and geography. The Australian interior is renowned for its irregular climate patterns. This on a micro and macro level. Weather conditions can evolve for months, even years, and the extreme nature of the weather can be stunning. The interior of Australia is one of the driest places on the planet, yet it can experience 7 inches of water or 180 millimeters in a single day. Riverbeds can be dry for years and overflowing in a matter of hours. 70-mile-an-hour winds, or 110 kilometers per hour, could sweep across a desert. Temperatures can swing from below freezing to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 45 degrees Celsius in 24 hours. This understanding and acceptance of Australia's crazy climate was one of the most important things Stewart came to grasp. I also want to point out that his approach to exploration, a small, mobile team, avoiding conflict with the native people, had proved to be an outstanding decision. Anyhow, this is where we will leave things for today. Next time, we will begin with Stewart's second expedition. But to be honest, it's not a major endeavor. But after that, one of the things will change when exploration fever sweeps across Australia and politicians embrace the idea of running a telegraph line across the continent. All this will come to a fever pitch when the South Australian government offers a prize of £2,000 to the man who blazes a trail to the north coast. That will eventually lead to a race between McNeil Stewart and Robert O'Hara Burke. It is a great story, so please join us for the next episode. Otherwise, thank you for being with me today. I hope you enjoyed this first episode in our series on John McNeil Stewart. Take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, including The Art of Crime and Historical Blindness.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. I hope you are doing well. Today is part 2 in our series on one of Australia's greatest explorers, John McNeil Stewart. In part one of our series, we learned about McDougal Stewart, his upbringing in Scotland, his arrival in Australia at the age of 23 in 1838, and the experience he gained as a surveyor in the 1840s and 50s in the fledgling colony of South Australia. We also went with McDougal Stewart on the expedition that found Cooper's Creek, which was led by Charles Sturt. That's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. We then followed Stewart on his first expedition of discovery as he and two other men ventured into the Australian interior, becoming the first Europeans to reach Chambers Creek, plus the future opal capital of the world, Cooper Pedy. Stewart had done a remarkable job, journeying for 3 months on only 6 weeks of supplies. He and his team had uncovered thousands of miles of territory. This greatly interested the land-hungry speculators back in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia. Today we are going to cover the second, third, and fourth expeditions of Stewart. The first two are not the most important endeavors, but they do push our story further and further into the Australian interior. These two expeditions are more about searching for water, grazing land, and gold than making a push across the continent. The fourth expedition, however, will do exactly that, with Stewart taking aim at the continent's center and eventually the north coast. This will be in direct competition with the Victorian Exploring Expedition, which was being organized in Melbourne. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let us jump back to early 1859. Stewart had returned from his first expedition, and as he was considered the discoverer, I use air quotes there, of Chambers Creek, he was granted the rights to 1,000 acres of pasture in the region. But Stewart wanted more than that, so he offered to return to Chambers Creek and survey the land himself. The result would be Stewart's second expedition, this financed by pastoralist James Chambers and William Fink. These men understood that reliable water on the western side of the region's large salt lakes would be very valuable, plus they wanted to poke around for signs of gold and other minerals. The expedition would consist of Stewart plus 3 men and 14 horses. The other members of Stewart's expedition were David Hergott, Louis Muller, and a man only known as Campbell. Hergott was a Bavarian naturalist and artist, while Muller was a botanist. Both had experience in the Australian gold fields. Campbell is referred to as a stockman, which is similar to a ranch hand. Also, as a note, in Australia, ranches are called stations. I have thus far used both terms. So as with his first expedition, Stewart focused on staying light and nimble. Such a strategy had served them well previously. There were no tents, each man only having a blanket to sleep with. Food consisted of flour, jerked beef, tea, sugar, and tobacco. In addition to a watch and compass, Stewart brought along a sextant for more accurate readings, plus a telescope. Stewart left Oratanga Station on April 2nd, 1859, only 6 months after returning from his first expedition. This time he traveled north along the eastern side of Lake Torrens. This had been blazed only months earlier by Peter Edgerton Warburton. He is often referred to as Major Warburton. He was the Commissioner of Police for South Australia, but was more interested in exploring than policing. I want to remind everyone that you can see Stewart's route by going to our website, explorerspodcast.com. I have put links to some outstanding maps of each of Stewart's expeditions that come from the John McDougal Stewart Society website. They are far better than anything I could make. Plus, the site has lots of information about Stewart for those who are interested in learning more. I also want to note that the area we are covering in Stewart's first and second expeditions is dominated by 2 large lakes. Lake Torrens is about 250 miles or 400 kilometers north of Adelaide, South Australia's capital, and not far north of that is Lake Eyre. Both are saltwater lakes. Warburton had gone up the eastern side of Lake Torrens and headed west, finding a route between the 2 lakes. Stewart intended to follow that trail to Chambers Creek. The expedition would quickly run into many of the same problems that they faced the previous year. Water holes were dry or filled with salt water, and horses came up lame because they lost shoes. Stewart took days off on a regular basis just to rest the horses. Another issue that arose was about a week into the journey when Stewart got sick drinking the water. He was incapacitated for several days. During this time, he sent out his men to search for water. It is during one of these excursions that Hergott found a dozen mount springs at a place that today is called Mauray, which is roughly between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre in the east. Major sources of water were always of interest to Stewart, and I want to take a sidetrack and talk about this. What Hergott had found was what's called a mound spring, which are found along the faults of the Earth's surface. A mound spring occurs when the salt in the water builds up and forms a small hill. These mounds can be as high as 160 feet or 50 meters. And the cool thing is that the water comes out of these springs like a volcano. So where is this water coming from? Well, the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. This is a massive underwater reservoir that covers much of the eastern half of the continent. It is the largest and deepest artesian basin in the world. It covers more than 660,000 square miles, or 1.7 million square kilometers. It stretches from the very top of the continent all the way down into South Australia. It provides the only source of fresh water throughout much of inland Australia. Now, no one at the time had any clue about this massive reservoir of water, but it is the main reason that you find water sources in the interior of the continent. I share this because before I started this podcast, I did wonder where the heck was this water coming from? And the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. Sidetrack done. Stuart spent more than a week recovering his health. His team often let the horses wander as they have an instinctive nose for finding water. Eventually, the team moved onward, heading northwest between the two big saltwater lakes that dominate the region. The trail between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre was rough, and the men were always on the lookout for water. When they found it, it was often too salty to drink. Regarding the Aboriginal people, Stuart tried to speak with them when he could, but for the most part, they stayed clear of the four white men and their string of horses. As a note, Stuart had strict rules regarding the Aboriginal people. They were not to be fired upon unless in self-defense. If they were aggressive, he avoided them. His goal was always to try and engage them and find out information from them, usually the location of water sources. In the end, this made most of his encounters amicable. I'm going to comment on this lack of interaction between Stuart and the Aboriginal people. I imagine for many of them, the first time they saw Stuart and his team was perhaps the first time they'd ever seen a white man and horses. But I would just stress that while they may have never seen a European, they had likely heard of them. The Aboriginal people had a robust and lively trade and communication network. There was a thing called songlines, which were major walking routes linking sites and locations. The songline describes the features and directions of travel, included in a song that had to be sung and memorized by a person to know the route to the destination. Ultimately, this meant that, despite the great distances, information flowed routinely throughout the continent. That meant that when Stuart encountered Aboriginal people, they likely knew about the problems associated with them. This included violence, the seizing of land, enslavement, and the destruction of the natural environment. So it is no wonder that when the Aboriginal people saw Stuart and his team, they stayed clear. On April 26th, the expedition reached an area around Chambers Creek. Stuart spent nearly 2 weeks surveying these lands. After completing the survey, Stuart headed north on May 9th. A few days later, he came upon some more springs, naming the area Elizabeth Springs. He praised the region, writing, quote, "There is enough running water to drive a flour mill in 2 or 3 places," end quote. One thing Stuart had learned from his previous expedition was to bring more horseshoes. Because of the rough and rocky terrain, he needed them. The expedition was constantly stopping to reshoe their horses. Stuart and his men continued into the interior, eventually reaching a place called the Davenport Ranges. The goal here was to prospect for minerals, especially gold. They had little success. On May 20th, the ranch hand, Campbell, was sent back to Oratanga Station with reports on their progress. Stuart would continue prospecting and exploring into mid-June. Water was a big issue in one stretch, with the men and horses going 3 days without it. The horses were so exhausted that, once they did find water, they were given 3 days to recover. The team continued to explore, finding several other springs, including one they called the Spring of Howe. But then on June 12th, Stuart decided it was time to turn around. The horse's shoes were run down and his food was low, plus he was ill again. The expedition had reached a bit north of what is modern-day Ootd, about 60 miles or 100 kilometers from the border of South Australia and the Northern Territory. On July 29th, Stuart was back at Chambers Creek. From there, it was a familiar route to a frontier outpost. He then rode to Port Augusta, and from there, caught a boat to Adelaide. And with that, the second expedition of John McDougall Stuart was complete. So, this expedition had pushed into the Australian interior, about 100 miles or 160 kilometers, past the northernmost point of the first expedition. But just as important, it had found new reliable water sources that could be used for future exploration. The veil of Australia's interior was slowly being pulled back. And so the year was 1859, and I wanted to talk about 2 things that were going on that would affect our story. The first was exploration fever. The world had caught it. No place more so than Great Britain. This was about the deeds of people like Livingston, Burton, and Speke, and finding places such as the source of the Nile. It was about filling in the blank spaces on the map. Explorers were heroes. They strove to tame the unknown lands and put a face on it. Newspapers loved telling these tales, and people loved reading about them. Australia was not immune to this fever, and You know what? The continent was still more unexplored than explored. People were clamoring for someone to fill in the big blank on the map. I will combine exploration fever with our next topic, and that is economics, specifically regarding communication, and that means the telegraph. The telegraph had been around for decades, but in Stuart's life, the technology involved and the ability to implement it in the real world was evolving rapidly. Great Britain was at the forefront of this, as their empire was growing all over the world. The ability to communicate quickly and accurately was thus a key component in their strategy of maintaining and expanding the colonies. For years, it was talked about extending the telegraph to the growing colony of Australia, and as the technology improved, the demand grew. Well, entrepreneurs jumped into the fray to meet such demand. I want to stress that Australia was, at this time, still very sparsely settled. Most of the population was on the eastern and southern coasts, especially the southeast, so you needed to get your telegraph lines to those regions. The key was for someone to offer a practical and economically viable way to do this. Well, there were talks of running undersea cables to the southwest or southeast of the continent. An example was a cable going from Sri Lanka to Western Australia. But this meant really, really long underwater routes. The Sri Lanka to Australia cable would be at least 3,000 miles or 5,000 kilometers. All this was very expensive and not the most reliable. The shortest viable route to Australia was from the island of Java to the northern coast of Australia and then overland to the southern coast. This underwater cable was just a quarter of the distance compared to the proposed Sri Lankan one. This meant that the shortest route was an undersea line going from Java to the north coast of Australia and combined with an overland route going to the southern coast. In Adelaide, it was quickly pointed out that an overland route to that city was the shortest option available. However, the folks in Melbourne were not going to concede that point. They argued that a line could be run from the Gulf of Carpentaria to their city, and Melbourne was a far more sophisticated, wealthy, and cultured city compared to the frontier settlement of Adelaide. But there was more to it than just a telegraph cable from Victoria. Victoria was hemmed in at this time. To the north was New South Wales, to the west was South Australia. And while the area northwest of Victoria was technically part of New South Wales, it was unsettled. For Victoria, it felt the telegraph line to Melbourne would lead to an expansion into the interior, and thus Victoria would organically expand at the expense of its neighbors. In their minds, the region was empty, so it was fair game to take it if the chance arose. Victoria's expansion desires aside, getting the telegraph would be money, influence, and prestige. The place where news and information flowed into Australia and out of it, being the most important communication hub on the continent. The big problem for people both in Victoria and South Australia was that no one really knew what lay in the middle of the continent. The Great Inland Sea idea that everyone had talked about was proving to be a big bust. So what was there? Well, to push this issue into the forefront, the government of South Australia offered up a £2,000 prize to the person who crossed the continent and identified a route from the northern coast to Adelaide for the telegraph line. Victoria, the government responded to Adelaide's actions by setting out to organize an expedition to do the same thing, only this from the north coast to Melbourne. An exploration committee was formed and money was raised to fund such an endeavor. However, things went slowly for Victoria. Even after a £1,000 donation to the fund, money was slow to come in. And this gave South Australia a real opportunity to move first. And when Stuart returned from his second expedition, he was keen to take out the challenge. His influential friends, the Chambers brothers and William Fink, lobbied the South Australian government to select him to lead a new expedition into the interior. So who would the government turn to in this situation? The decorated explorer who got deeper into the interior than any living European, a man with the backing of some of the colony's most wealthy and influential men? No, instead a police officer, Alexander Tolbert, was elected. The result would be a complete bust. Tolbert never made it out of the already explored areas. Now, not getting tapped to lead the expedition did not stop John Stewart. One of the reasons Stewart was so eager to get going was that he ran into some issues with his recent survey. It seems that after his first expedition, others had taken his reports and followed up quickly and already gone out and surveyed some of the lands themselves. This meant that Stewart again had to return to Chambers Creek and resurvey the land he wanted to claim. Plus, his financial backers wanted him to survey some lands that they were interested in acquiring. And with that, John Stewart set out on his third expedition.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking
signatures from the California lottery because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Play or Play.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for prestige, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stuart's expedition set out from Adelaide in August of 1859. The makeup was similar to his previous expedition. Now, I want to comment on something regarding the makeup of this group. Many sources say Stuart had with him 3 other men when he departed in August, but in his journals he references 4 different men. So I'll take the latter, 4, as accurate. My guess is that he added an extra man along the way, but I can't be sure. Anyhow, Stuart's expedition consisted of himself, 4 additional men, and a dozen horses. The party included 2 stockmen named Strong and Smith. I couldn't find their first names. Plus, there was Muller, who had been on the previous expedition. The 4th was a man named William Darby Keckwick. Keckwick was the second in command, and he's an important part of the rest of this podcast series. He will become Stuart's most trusted and capable companion for the rest of his career. Keckwick was 37 years old and had come to Australia in 1840 from England. He had experience in the goldfields of Victoria and was a first-rate bushman. While he didn't have scientific training, he was well versed in the subject of botany. He will be the rock that Stuart leans on over the next few years, a steadfast and resolute friend and colleague. The expedition took the now established trail along the eastern side of Lake Torrens and then cut across the top of the lake to Chambers Creek. Here, Stuart began another survey of the region. He would complete his survey by the end of October, and on November 4th, set out north for Emerald Springs. I want to point out that this 3rd expedition does not break a lot of ground with regards to pushing northwards into the interior of the continent. Stuart's route is not a straight line. In fact, it looks like someone scribbled a bunch of lines on a map. On his 2nd expedition, he had traveled in the area around Chambers Creek to conduct his survey, but the push north was mostly a straight line. This time, however, his route is all over the place. East, west, north, and south. Stuart was mapping the entire region, not just trying to push further into the interior. Anyhow, Stuart and his team headed towards the western side of Lake Eyre. That there was a big lake, albeit a saltwater one, was encouraging as it was a prime location to find fresh water and grazing lands. And let us not forget about gold and other minerals. Once at Lake Eyre, Stuart found great expanses of dried up shoreline. It was hard white sand. He tried to take the horses into it, but it eventually got soft and the horses couldn't continue. The ground was 3 inches of salt with mucky clay underneath. Stuart wanted to reach the actual lake and continued on foot, but eventually it was just a suckhole of blood and muck, and he had to turn around. Stuart and his team continued to search the region. Generally, he would set up a camp and dispatch his men, often in pairs, to go looking for water and potential grazing lands. Stuart would go on these excursions as well, but to be honest, he often ended up at the base camp due to problems with his eyes. I mentioned this last time that surveying in the desert, which requires conducting sun sightings, is brutal on the eyes. The sun literally damages the retinas. This can cause long-term issues, including pain and even blindness. On November 11th, Stuart wrote, "My eyes are so bad I could not see," end quote. The next day, he couldn't even due to the intense pain. The team would eventually have some successes identifying water holes and grazing lands. Stuart was thoroughly mapping the region, setting himself and others up for further pushes into the interior. Regarding the Aboriginal people, they remained elusive. The party glimpsed them here and there, but they shied away from the newcomers. Regarding water, I read something interesting that I want to share. I mentioned that a lot of the water sources found by Stuart were filled with salt water. However, just because there's salt in them, it doesn't make them undrinkable. Sometimes you'd find water holes where the water was actually fresh under a layer of salt water. The horses would plunge their snouts into the water hole, about 6 inches deep. through the layer of salt water to reach the drinkable water below. It wasn't necessarily the best water, but in a pinch, it helped everyone stay alive. That really has nothing to do with our story, but I thought it was sort of cool. On November 20th, the Stockman Smiths skedaddled from camp during the night. This infuriated Stewart, who prized loyalty and hard work. He called Smith a, quote, lazy, insolent, and for-nothing man, end quote. He considered sending Catquip after the deserter, and decided they were better off without him. Stewart's main concern was that he had taken one of the horses. I want to mention that when out in the bush, Stewart ran a tight ship. Men couldn't drink from their canteens without permission. Meals were at a set time. The horses were not abused. No one left camp without a weapon. Swearing was not allowed. Sometimes Stewart can seem harsh, but the desertion of Smith aside, he was usually praised for being fair and even-handed, with all the rules applying to himself as well as his men. Benjamin had said this of Stewart, quote, whatever he said was law and bound to be obeyed, end quote. All this made Stewart's expedition run efficiently and with little fuss. In early December, Stewart found himself nearly blind, and the pain was so bad he couldn't sleep. All he could do was try and keep out of the sun and let his eyesight improve with time. It was frustrating for Stewart, who had to delegate most of the exploring to his team. Thankfully, Catquip was proving to be an outstanding number 2. Stewart would write this of the man, quote, Catquip is everything I wish a man to be. He is active, pushing, and persevering. At any time and at any moment, he is always ready and takes a pleasure in doing all that lies in his power to forward the expedition, end quote. He was not so kind to the other 2 men, Muller and Strong. One of Stewart's problems was that he thought that every person could and should endure the same hardships he could endure. So when food ran low and the team went on half rations, he expected them to manage without complaint. Regarding rations, Stewart had a blind spot about what a man needed. He was a small guy, yet he expected a man twice his weight to eat the same amount of food. But it just doesn't work that way. A 250-pound man needs a lot more food than a 130-pound man. In late December, the expedition reached a place called Freeland Springs. Here, Stewart began an extensive search for gold. He felt that the conditions were ideal for it, but in the end, they had no luck. When signs of gold proved elusive, Stewart continued mapping the area, and then on January 6, 1860, with provisions running low and his men on half rations, he elected to return to Chambers Creek. Stewart's health continued to be spotty, some days unable to travel due to the pain in his eyes, plus back pains. Advanced scurvy had turned his legs black and his limbs ached. The expedition reached Chambers Creek on January 21st. Supplies had been brought to the location by another team, uprooting Stewart and the men. Despite his ailing health, Stewart was keen to head back north. He had another prize on his mind, the center of Australia, and even crossing to the north coast. Such a venture would net him the 2,000-pound bounty offered by the South Australian government. However, 2 of Stewart's men, Muller and Strong, were done. They had been out in the wilderness for 4 months. It was summer. The heat was brutal. They were suffering from malnutrition and exhaustion, and probably scurvy. They wanted to go back to civilization. Stewart would curse the men for abandoning him, but to be honest, you can't blame them. What they were doing was brutal work, and the men were exhausted and sick. The last thing they wanted was to sign up for another round of it. And thus Stewart sent Catquip south to gather fresh provisions and more men. Stewart would be able to regain his health while he waited for Catquip's return. And that effectively ends expedition number 3. Stewart had not pushed further north on this expedition, instead branching out and mapping big parts of the area just west of Lake Eyre. He had identified trails, water holes, and grazing lands. Now, we know that Stewart had contact with other people while at Chambers Creek, and that's because he found out that the men he deserted back in November, Smith, had managed to make it back to the settled districts, although in a, quote, most forlorn condition, end quote. And because he had news of Smith, it's almost certain he had news of the Victorian Exploring Expedition being organized in Melbourne. The Victorian Exploring Expedition, or the VEE, promised to spare no expense, in the end reportedly costing upwards of £10,000. There were going to be camels imported from India, plus horses, wagons, and nearly a dozen men. The plan was to take the expedition to Cooper's Creek and then strike out for the Gulf of Carpentaria in the north. The committee running the entire endeavor organized the details, hiring men, equipment, and making plans for the crossing. But they actually wouldn't hire someone to command the entire thing until June of that year. And that would be Robert O'Hara Burke, an Irishman and a former British Army officer. At the time, he was the police superintendent of Castlemaine, which is about 50 miles or 85 kilometers northwest of Melbourne. Burke had no experience as an explorer and almost none in the outback. Now, Stewart didn't know the details of the expedition, but he had one advantage over them, and that was time. If he set out on his next expedition by spring of that year, he would be able to beat the Victorian exploring expedition out of the gate by several months. For Stewart, this new enterprise was quite different from anything he had done before. This time, his goal was to press forward and blaze a trail, nothing more. And that kicks off John McDougal Stewart's fourth expedition. William Kedwin returned to the base camp at Chambers Creek with 13 horses loaded with supplies and provisions, but only one additional man. Stewart was disappointed by Kedwin's inability to add others, but he would make do. The new man's name was Benjamin Head. Head had been born in Cornwall and arrived in Australia in 1854. He was around 25 years old. He was a big and tall man, over 200 pounds. He had worked for John Chambers at one of his stations. He will prove to be a reliable and hardworking man. The three men departed Chambers Creek on March 2nd, 1860. Again, they would even be light and fast. The good part is that for a couple hundred miles, or 320 kilometers, Stewart knew exactly what to take and where to find water. This was because of the work done on his previous expeditions. And Stewart was not going to be messing around with side excursions. His team was heading north and only veering from that route unless needed. This was not about finding grazing lands or minerals. It was an expedition of discovery. On just the second day out, Stewart and his men would come upon a disturbing scene. They encountered a native camp where a melee had occurred. There were broken dishes, boomerangs, and spears scattered about, plus the body of an Aboriginal man, his skull broken in 3 or 4 places. Crows and wild dogs, aka dingoes, had eaten parts of the body. It was a stark reminder of the potential dangers that lay ahead. In mid-March, Stewart ran into an issue he rarely encountered in Australia: too much rain. The weather had threatened rain for several days before finally arriving on March 10th. The men were forced to move their camp to higher ground to avoid flooding. But on the whole, the rain was an encouraging sign. Stewart wrote, quote, "The rain is a great boon to me, as it will give me both feed and water for my horses, and if it is going northwest, it will save me a great deal of time looking for water." End quote. One frustrating part of the rain was that it made areas boggy and impossible for the horses and men to travel through. This forced Stewart to have to pick his way through such terrain, which takes time. On May 16th, one of the horses, Billy, ended up stuck in the mud. Stewart and his men tried for hours to free Billy, but to no avail. Stewart was forced to leave the horse, and he lamented not having left the animal who had been weak back at Chambers Creek. A few days later, at the River Eels, near present-day Ootd, the expedition ran into some more heavy rains. Unfortunately, many of the supplies were soaked, and much of the food was ruined. It forced the men to go on reduced rations far earlier than anticipated. By the end of the month, the team stopped for a day to reshoot the horses and recuperate. Stewart reported that his right eye was now useless for making observations. He said he saw 2 suns when trying to use that eye. As the men moved north, there were signs of the Aboriginal people wherever they went, sometimes large numbers of them. If anyone thought the interior of the continent was empty, Stewart knew they were wrong. Despite the signs of human activity, the expedition did not see anyone. Roughly 300 miles or 500 kilometers northwest of Chambers Creek, the team crossed what today is the border of South Australia and the Northern Territory. In doing this, Stewart first met the state from the south. On April, Stewart reached a river that he called the Fink River after one of his supporter patrons. The Fink is one of 4 main rivers basin, thought to be the oldest riverbed in the world. A couple of days later, the trip came upon a magnificent sandstone pillar standing 160 feet or 50 meters out of the desert floor. Stewart called it Chambers Pillar in honor of another of his supporters, James Chambers. Stewart wrote that Chambers Pillar and other such outcroppings made for a striking landscape. They said it looked like a bunch of castle ruins in the midst of the sand. Looking at a photo of Chambers Pillar, which is easy to find online, you can understand the comparison. About 80 miles or 120 kilometers north of the Fink, Stewart hit the McDonald Ranges, named after Sir Richard Graves McDonald, governor of South Australia. Getting through the range was no simple task. He was up and down bluffs and cliffs, often on dangerous routes. It was around this time that Stewart reported the first signs of scurvy amongst the men. The team worked their way through the mountain range and continued north. A few days later, they fought through a lot of scrub and brush. Everyone was flagging, both men and horses. And then on April 22nd, 1860, Stewart calculated his location, writing, quote, "I am now camped in the center of Australia," end quote. The center of Australia. This was a clear and measurable goal, one that any person could understand. Stewart was proud of what he had done. The next day, he and Kedwin climbed a nearby mountain, built a cone of stones, and raised the Union Jack. They also left a piece of paper with Kedwin and his signatures and a bottle on top of the cone. In his journal, Stewart wrote this of the moment, quote, "We then gave 3 hearty cheers for the flag, the emblem of civil and religious liberty, and may it be a sign to the natives that the dawn of liberty, civilization, and Christianity is about to break upon them." End quote. Stewart's words were prophetic and heartbreaking in ways he did not intend. Anyhow, Stewart named the place Mount Sturt in honor of Charles Sturt, who led the 1844-45 expedition that Stewart had been part of. The name, however, would not stick. Today it is called Central Mount Stewart. Also, the location is not really the exact center of Australia, but for Stewart, it was close enough. It was also hugely symbolic. It was one of those we did it moments. Europeans had reached the center of the continent, overcoming all that nature could throw at them. From there, the expedition moved north. Food and water continued to be in short supply. In May, Stewart and Head were suffering badly from scurvy. They found a well on May 6th and stayed there for several days while everyone recuperated and drank as much as they desired. After that, the journey north was again plagued by a lack of water. The horses in particular were in bad shape. The scurvy had caused Stewart's hands to break out into massive sores that wouldn't heal. His mouth and gums were sore. He could only eat flour and boiled water. The pain in his limbs was ever present. Stewart wrote, quote, "I almost wish death would come and relieve me from my torture." End quote. Kedwin was mostly unaffected by scurvy. This allowed him to go out on excursions searching for water and roots when needed. On May 21st, things were looking bad. Stewart could barely move due to pains in his limbs and muscles, and water was nowhere to be found. Despite all of this, the men pressed north. Thankfully, a couple of days later, the rains arrived, rejuvenating the party. The next few weeks, the men went through plains and deserts and mountains. They often saw signs of Aboriginal people, but rarely did they actually see people. On June 6th, the men reached what today is called Tennant Creek, about 500 miles or 800 kilometers from the north coast of Australia. Stewart elected to go northwest to try to reach the Victoria River, whose location was known. However, progress was difficult due to a lack of water. After several days, Stewart decided to turn around. To continue north into the unknown without water was suicide. On the return march, one horse had to be abandoned when it simply ran out of strength and laid down. The second horse suffered the same fate a few days later. It pained Stewart to leave behind the animals, but there was no choice. The company eventually backtracked their steps and reached a creek on June 13th. They had had no water for 4 days, and the men and horses would spend a week recovering. It is during this time that the expedition encountered the Aboriginal people of the area. These people carried spears and boomerangs and kept their distance. When Stewart tried to approach them, they responded with signs of hostility. Thus, both sides kept apart from one another, but Stewart was wary. The long rest allowed the men and horses to recover once they reshoed the horses. Stewart reported his scurvy symptoms easing with the rest. The local Aboriginal people were in the area, men often hearing their voices or seeing smoke from their campfires. The team set out north on June 19th, this time Stewart aiming to reach the Gulf of Carpentaria. 4 days later, while resting their horses, the camp was visited by 2 young Aboriginal people. They presented Stewart with 4 opossums and some birds. Stewart said the 2 young men were obviously scared, but after a short time, they wanted to steal everything they could lay their fingers on. End quote. Stewart eventually had to shoo the young men away. The team did enjoy fresh meat that night, which they had not had in a long time. On June 26, 1860, in the early evening, things would go badly for Stewart and his team. At a place Stewart named Attack Creek, they were approached by the local Aboriginal people. These were men waving their boomerangs overhead in a threatening manner. More and more people appeared out of the bushes and from behind hills. Stewart tried to give off signs of friendship, but the atmosphere remained tense. He ordered his men to ready their weapons. And then, as Stewart tried to lead his company away, the Warmalu attacked. Boomerangs showered down on Stewart and his party, and the grass surrounding the men and the horses was set afire. Stewart said the Warmalu numbered at least 30, and then when some of them charged, Stewart ordered his men to fire. The shots from Stewart's men kept back the attackers, allowing Ben Head to lead the horses away from the fray. Stewart later wrote that the Warmalu were bold and daring, and could be easily surrounded and destroyed by such determined fellows as they had shown themselves to be. End quote. Stewart wisely ordered his men to give up the field and go quickly back the way they had come. They did not stop their retreat until they reached the previous night's camp at 11 p.m. that evening. So why had the Mormon attack Stuart? Well, we don't know for sure, but after talking to some people well versed in the history of the Australian Aboriginal people, I'll throw out three things. First, Stuart was in the heart of Warmongan lands. Whether he realized it or not, he was an interloper. Warmongan people likely felt strong and confident in such a situation. And second was resource scarcity. Stuart and his team, especially the horses, were using valuable resources, in this case, water. 10 or so horses can easily drain a water hole, depriving locals of something they needed to survive. And let's not forget that even if Warmongan had not ever encountered white people before, they had likely heard about them. Knowing what the newcomers had done to other Aboriginal people, they may have decided it was best to drive away Stuart and his team. Anyhow, the next morning, Stuart would see fires all around him. He knew he could go no further at this time, writing, quote, I have most reluctantly come to the determination to abandon the attempt to make the Gulf of Carpentaria, end quote. That said, for about a week or so, Stuart persisted with finding an alternative route to the north, but it wasn't going to happen. The Aboriginal people hovered on the perimeter of Stuart's party, watching them closely. Plus, food was running low. Also, Kegwood was complaining of weakness. A sign scurvy was finally catching up to the man. It was foolish to try to go on. And so a return march in Adelaide was before them. 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers through some of the harshest lands in the world. The men would face three major issues on this march: a lack of food, a lack of water, and scurvy. Regarding the latter, the men all suffered from aching limbs and gums. They had sores that wouldn't heal. Everyone was weak. On August 2nd, Stuart wrote, quote, my men have now lost all their former energy and activity and move about as if they were 100 years old, end quote. Regarding food, the men were now on starvation rations. Stuart even caught them had taking extra rations. The big man was just more affected by malnutrition than the others. It was said that he lost half of his body weight during the expedition. Stuart, by the way, did not take heads thieving against him, as he will be invited on the next expedition. Water or lack of it was an issue because sources Stuart had found coming north were simply going on a return march a few months later. This shocked Stuart. Water holes and creeks that had nourished the party coming north were now gone. At the Fig River, he found it almost completely dried up. It was a classic case of the fickle nature of the Australian interior at work. Thankfully, by mid-August, as the company got further from the continent's interior, water was found much more readily. No matter the problems faced by the expedition, Stuart pushed his team hard on their return. They eventually reached the safety of Chambers Creek on August 23rd, 1860. A few days earlier in Melbourne, Robert O'Hara led the mighty Victorian exploring expedition north. The expedition had great expectations, but little knew that there was a lot of death and misery in store for all those involved. As for Stuart, he reached Adelaide in October of 1860, and while he had not crossed Australia, reaching the center of the continent was a huge achievement. He was awarded the Royal Geographical Society's Patriot Medal, becoming only the second person to receive both the Patriot Medal and a gold watch, the other being the famed explorer Dr. David Livingstone. Stuart was feted at banquets and dinners. People said that the Nile Australia had been removed due to Stuart's feat, and he was compared to the other great explorers of the age. People said reaching the center of the continent was akin to finding the source of the Nile. So that is where we will leave things for today. The Victorian exploring expedition now had to jump on Stuart in their quest to cross the continent. But that won't stop Stuart from heading back into the breach. Next time we will kick things off with Stuart's fifth expedition, this one bigger and better financed and aiming across the continent. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other fascinating shows about history, science, pop culture, and other thought-provoking topics, including the Pirate History Podcast and This Week in Travel.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. My solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hits, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on John McDougal Stewart, who conducted 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the 1850s and 1860s. Today we will focus on his 5th expedition. Let's talk about the fate of Stewart's rival, Robert O'Hara Burke, in his attempt to cross the continent before Stewart. My only note is to check out our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see a move of Stewart's journey. That is it for notes. So, last time we left Stewart in Adelaide, South Australia, in October of 1860. He had returned triumphantly, having reached the center of the continent. This was a great achievement, and people hailed him for his fortitude and perseverance. Stewart had hoped to cross the continent and reach the northern coast of Australia, but he had been thwarted by a lack of water and food, scurvy, and hostile encounters with the Aboriginal people. Now, we have to take a sidetrack at this time and talk about the Victoria Exploring Expedition, historically known as the Burke and Wills Expedition. Led by Robert O'Hara Burke, the expedition had departed Melbourne on August 20th, 1860, just a few days before Stewart had gotten back to Chambers Creek. The Victorian Exploring Expedition, or the VEE as it was called, was a lavishly appointed endeavor costing upwards of £10,000. It consisted of 20 men, 23 horses, 6 wagons, and 26 camels, the latter imported from India. There were 20 tons of supplies, including such luxuries as a table and chairs and a Chinese gong. As you can see, it was all very unlike a John McDougal Stewart expedition. The expedition's goal was to go to Cooper's Creek, which was halfway between Melbourne and the Gulf of Carpentaria. Cooper's Creek, by the way, had only been discovered by Europeans in 1845, when the men on that expedition named John McDougal Stewart. From Cooper's Creek, the team had set off into the unknown and blazed a trail to the coast. By doing this, Victoria wanted to lay claim to a route across the continent, the first step in running a telegraph line from the north to the south coast. Now, the press loved the idea of a race between Burke and Stewart. It was Melbourne versus Adelaide. It got the public hyped up and sold a lot of papers. There's a famous drawing from a newspaper depicting Stewart and Burke racing across the Australian outback. Stewart is this little guy on a horse, while Burke is this big man on a camel. And I want to point out that the rivalry between the colonies was fierce. Each side derided the other whenever possible. The press in Victoria was gleeful when Stewart returned from his expedition, unsuccessful in his attempt to cross the continent. Part of this was spurred by a minor controversy involving Stewart and his journals and maps. If you remember, Stewart's expedition had not been government financed. Stewart's friend and patron, John Chambers, had actually funded most of the expedition. Thus, Stewart turned his documents over to his boss. This led to claims that Stewart had never actually reached the center of Australia and was lying about all that he had done. There were even accusations that Stewart had not even left Adelaide and had simply spent the past months in a wine cellar drinking. It was all very petty, but that's how rivalries can be. No matter, Stewart had had his chance on his 4th expedition to reach the north coast, but he had been turned back. This gave Burke and VE a golden opportunity to steal the prize. Now, despite not crossing the continent, Stewart had come back to a shower of accolades. All of this was great, but Stewart knew that he had unfinished business. Despite the VEE's early departure, Stewart was likely skeptical of Burke's chances to succeed due to his competitor's lack of experience and the cumbersome makeup of the expedition. And thus, as soon as he returned, Stewart dove right into planning a 5th expedition. One of Stewart's biggest backers, pastoralist James Chambers, got the ball rolling by putting together a plan for Stewart to return north with a government-provided contingent. Essentially, this was enough men to protect the company. This would address the issue Stewart had run into on the last expedition, when there had been a hostile encounter with the Warramungi people, forcing Stewart to retreat. The South Australian government would ultimately approve £2,500 to fund the expedition, giving Stewart the large force he needed to complete the crossing of the continent. Stewart's plan was to stage the expedition at Chambers Creek and then proceed from there. His goal was to reach the northernmost point of his last expedition, a place called Attack Creek, and then go northwest towards the Victoria River. Stewart and his team gathered at Chambers Creek at the end of the year. When
he finally departed on January 1st, 1861. He had 49 horses, a dozen men, and rations for 30 weeks. This was, without question, the biggest expedition Stuart had ever assembled. Stuart set down some very specific guidelines. This included no firing on the natives unless in self-defense. There would be no swearing, no drinking of water without permission, and no abusing the horses. Meals were at a set time, and the men were forbidden from leaving the camp without permission or without weapons. Discipline was strict but fair, and very much constructed around using common sense. Unless the men respected Stuart, and they generally heeded his strict guidelines. Author Sarah Murgatroyd, in her book The Big Tree, said this of Stuart's discipline, quote, strict routine meant that each expedition ran like clockwork. The horses and their pack saddles were numbered and divided into equal groups. Each animal learned its place and lined up automatically every morning and evening in the correct order so that the foreman could always locate whatever equipment was needed, end quote. One thing I want to mention regarding Stuart is his reputation as a leader. As I said, people, for the most part, respected the man. This was despite his binge drinking that he indulged in when he was back in Adelaide or any settled area. And that's because once he was in the bush, there was no alcohol. Stuart was all business, and people recognized the man's qualities. One of Stuart's men, Benjamin Head, said his boss was a born explorer, and added this, quote, you could not beat the little fellow. No matter who he might be, he had the instincts of a bushman. However foolish he may have been in town, referring to Stuart's drinking, there's not a man in Australia who can say a word against him as a leader in the bush, end quote. I think this is one of the things I like so much about John McDougall Stuart. He was this raging binge drinker, a social misfit, weighing no more than 130 or 140 pounds, yet in the field no one could match his abilities. By the way, I mentioned Benjamin Head, who had been on the last expedition. Well, Stuart had tapped him and William Darnham Keckwick to return for this new enterprise. Keckwick would, again, be the expedition's second in command. Benjamin Head was given the task of organizing the base camp, which he did. However, Head's health was not good. He never fully recovered after the last expedition, and when Stuart set off, Head would not be amongst the numbers for that reason. To acknowledge Head's contributions, Stuart would name a mountain and a range after Ben Head, names that still exist to this day. Now, before Stuart sets out, I want to make an important observation, and that is the date of Stuart's departure, January 1st, 1861. Our explorer was setting out at the height of the Australian summer. As you can imagine, this was going to be very risky. But if you could get through these early months, that meant he could be out in the field longer than on previous expeditions. That said, I want to point out that Stuart's competition, the Victoria Exploring Expedition, was facing the same issue. Robert O'Hara Burke and his team had missed a golden opportunity by leaving in August of the previous year and not having the advantage of the cooler winter months. Stuart left from the Roos Station, which is on the eastern side of Lake Torrens, on November 29, 1860. He reached Chambers Creek on December 12th. There, he let the horses rest while his team prepared for the journey into the interior. They slaughtered some cattle, turned the meat, mended saddles, and shoed the horses. Provisions were typical for the time and place: tobacco, flour, biscuits, dried meat, sugar, that sort of stuff. As for the expedition's composition, in addition to Keckwick, Francis Thring was named the third in command. Thring would be a valued member of the party and is frequently mentioned leading excursions on the upcoming journey north. He and his horse, Globe, demonstrated an uncanny knack for finding water. The party also included a blacksmith to shoe the horses and a saddler, which is a person who maintains and repairs saddles. Stuart departed on January 1st, 1861. It was him and a dozen other men, a dog named Tubby, and 49 horses loaded with 30 weeks of rations. For those doing the math, that means that Stuart was planning on being in the outback for 7 months. The expedition headed north, and as you can imagine, the main issues were extreme heat and a lack of water. On January 9th, 2 men and 5 of the horses were sent back to Chambers Creek due to the strain of the journey. 2 days after that, the dog, Toby, collapsed from the heat and died. As for water, much of it was dried up this time of year. Creeks and ponds and rivers were just dust in the summer months. And that began a non-stop battle against sunburn, chapped lips, sore throats, and stinging eyes. The stinging eyes were because of the constant blowing of dust into the men's eyes. It's easy to imagine. The sore throat was something very common as well, but not necessarily obvious. That would happen because the men sucked in sand all day long, and due to the lack of water, they couldn't wash it out of their throats, causing them to get scratchy. The expedition reached the Niels River on January 21st, only to find it completely dry. Stuart dispatched exploring parties up and down the river, not reaching water for 8 and 5 miles, respectively. This is a perfect example of why travel in the desert is so dangerous. The men wanted to go north, but the dry river forced them to spend an entire day exploring east and west just to find water. This tired out the men and the horses, but it had to be done. They could not advance without water. The good thing about the advance north was that this was mostly over previously covered trails. Yes, the team had to deviate frequently to find water, but for the most part, this was territory that had already been visited. The expedition continued on into February when they reached the Fig River. Stewart found it dry, but was able to locate some wells used by the Aboriginal people. This allowed them to keep pressing north. Speaking of the Aboriginal people, as usual, there were signs of them, but they shied away from a large party of white men. On February 28th, the expedition suffered a loss when one of the horses ate a poisonous plant and died in the night. Stewart took the loss hard as the horse, named Bennett, had been with him on multiple expeditions and was one of the best pack animals. For the first few weeks of March, Stewart and his team were constantly struggling to find water. There were multiple excursions searching for water sources, most coming back with nothing. The team even resorted to digging in the sand to reach water. The horses suffered the most and had to be frequently rested. The lack of rain, by the way, made feed for the horses scarce as well. So they were not only not getting much water, they weren't getting much food either. It's a bad combination. On March 13th, the expedition reached the McDonald Range, which they had to cross. The tracks from Stewart's 1860 crossing were still visible. It was here that the rains began to finally fall, and not just some nice showers, but torrents of rain pounded the region for days. The men and horses struggled with ankle-deep mud, and horses got stuck in the water. It was exhausting. Many horseshoes were lost, and the horses became lame during the slog north. The expedition continued onward. They passed landmarks such as Chambers Pillar and the Continent Center, as achieved the previous year. The team pulled into Tannic Creek on April 21st. Now, it was not far from here that Stewart and his men had been attacked the last expedition. The people saw signs of the local war among the people, but not nearly as many as the last time Stewart had been here. The likely reason is that the Warren group were simply not in the area at the time. Remember, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia often moved around depending on resource availability, meaning food and water. The last time Stewart had been at a Tannic Creek, it had been late June, not April. Now, I want to remind you that on the previous expedition, Stewart had reached this location and spent most of his energy searching, unsuccessfully, to the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River, which was a known entity. This time, Stewart developed a strategy of sending smaller parties out in search of water and then reporting back to the base camp. It was an advantage of having a larger expedition. And I want to remind you that water, a lot of it, was critical for a party of 10 men and nearly 50 horses. Water holes could be drunk dry by such a large number of animals and not replenish themselves for days or even weeks. So it was essential to find permanent water for the entire expedition. This meant venturing north in a small group for several days and returning to report what was found. The result was usually little or no water. Stewart spoke about one of these excursions, one time heading out with 2 other men, 7 horses, and provisions for a week. He described a landscape of hard, cracked earth covered in long, scrubby grass. This, as you can imagine, made progress slow, painful, and exhausting. On May 6th, Stewart wrote this in his journal, quote, "This has been the hardest and most fatiguing day's work we've had since starting from Chambers Creek," end quote. The expedition would lose several horses during this time, mainly due to the heat and lack of water. The horses usually just laid down and gave up, unable to continue. Another issue that arose as Stewart tried to find a route north was the tangled brush that choked the lands to the north. Sarah Murgatroyd in her book, The Big Tree, said Stewart, quote, "found himself entangled in bullbody and lancewood scrub, a nasty combination that has been described as nature's attempt to grow barbed wire fence. It is vicious terrain," end quote. Nature's barbed wire. I love that description. By the way, Stewart would add this when talking about this expanse of brush, quote, "It is an old dreary forest throughout," end quote. Again, I love that. You can almost taste the bitterness and frustration in those simple words. Anyhow, Stewart was ready to give up hope, and then on May 20th, he came upon a series of water holes. And 3 days later, he found a larger water source, which he named Newcastle Waters. Newcastle Waters was 240 kilometers, or 150 miles, north of the Tannic Creek, and it offered an outstanding base to strike out the north. Abundant fish, and there were even ducks to be hunted. However, future opportunities were bleak. To the north lay what was dubbed the Sturt Plain. This area was an expanse of shrub, the thickest Stewart had ever seen. He said it was like trying to push through a hedge, and the horses refused to enter it without serious cajoling. The landscape and lack of water was daunting, Stewart writing, quote, "They are a complete barrier between me and the Victoria," end quote. But Stewart was going to try. He and his men would camp for 5 weeks at the edge of the Stern Plain, trying repeatedly to find a path through the barrier. On one excursion, he wrote, quote, "Went into a terrible thick wooden scrub for 11 miles and a half, becoming more dense and is scarcely penetrable. I sat peering up one of the tallest trees. Nothing could be seen but a fearlessly dense wood and scrub all around. Again, I am forced to retreat for want of water," end quote. Stewart would ultimately mount at least 10 expeditions to the north. At one point, he abandoned the attempt towards the Victoria River and turned his attention to the Gulf of Carpentaria, which is to the northeast. The results weren't any better. And the long spell in the desert was taking its toll on the men and animals. Some of the horses died, scurvy returned, Stewart's eyes were shot, dysentery was common. The men's clothing was reduced to rags due to the thorny scrub of the region. Rations were down to 4 pounds of flour and 1 pound of dried meat per week per man. What Stewart was doing was not sustainable. Everyone was exhausted and weak, and there was little optimism. Even when it rained, it offered little to the men, as the parched Australian desert simply sucked it all up. Stewart wrote, quote, "These plains swallow up every drop of rain that has fallen," end quote. The Aboriginal people were also a potential problem. Likely due to the size of Stewart's expedition, they stayed clear of the white men, but in time they made their presence felt. Fires were started near the camp in the shrubs, and the horses. At night, Stewart had a set of armed sentries with orders to fire warning shots if there were any problems. Several times, solitary men, out collecting the horses or hunting, had hostile encounters with the Aboriginal people. One man was only saved by firing off his shotgun, which drew some of the other expedition members to his position, forcing the Aboriginal people to flee. But Stewart saw more and more signs of the Aboriginal people, and in greater numbers. They worried him that they were too bold and attacked the expedition, and it made the smaller excursions increasingly vulnerable. And thus, on July 1st, Stewart gave orders to pack things up and head south, writing, quote, "It is hopeless to proceed further," end quote. The expedition had gotten at the closest about 250 miles or 400 kilometers from the northern coast, but that's as the crow flies. In reality, it's much further. Stewart was bitterly disappointed at being thwarted yet again, but even as he faltered, he already was wanting to make another go for the coast. When Stewart set off south, he and his men had been in the wild for half a year, 26 weeks. They had brought 30 weeks of food with them, and it was at least 8 to 10 weeks before reaching the first station in South Australia. The expedition plodded home, the men fighting exhaustion and malnutrition, plus scurvy, the entire time. Thankfully, the Aboriginal people did not harass them too much. Stewart pulled into Mr. Levi Station, north of Chambers Creek, on August 31st, 1861. After resting for 3 days, the team continued on to Chambers Creek, which was attained on September 7th. After another 3-day rest, the team moved on and reached Maluku Station 5 days later. Stewart next continued on to Port Augusta and then caught a steamer to Adelaide. His 5th expedition was done.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
They promised that they
The world that John McDougal Stewart returned to upon the completion of its fifth expedition was very different than the year earlier. Exploration fever had ebbed in Australia, and that's because everyone feared for the fate of the Victoria exploring expedition, which had been gone for more than a year. And it did not take long before those fears manifested themselves into a full-fledged disaster. Let's back up and talk about Robert O'Hara Burke and the VEE. The expedition had reached Cooper's Creek as planned, but things had not gone well. Questionable decisions by Burke and his team delayed progress. The path north to Menindee and then Cooper's Creek was simply abandoned as it became too cumbersome. One item tossed aside was a supply of lime juice, reputed to fight scurvy. Burke wasn't sold on that idea and left it along the road. Once at Cooper's Creek, Burke decided to proceed north with a small contingent of men. This included William Wills, the expedition's second in command, plus two other men, Charles Gray and John King. There were also 6 camels, 1 horse, plus supplies for 3 months. This contingent had a very John McDougal Stewart-like makeup. The idea was to move quickly and with little fuss, making for the Gulf of Carpentaria. The rest of the men set up a stockade and supply depot at Cooper's Creek or returned to Menindee. William Raw was left in charge of the depot. Burke left Cooper's Creek in mid-December, immediately headed into the outback in the hottest and driest time of the year. The result was absolute misery. The 4 men went north, the temperatures rising to 50 degrees Celsius or 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Water was almost impossible to find, but the party kept going, and then as the men neared the coast, they were blocked by mangrove forests. Mangrove forests, which are often called swamps, are almost impossible to get through unless you have a local guide, something Burke did not have. Burke would try to reach the coast, but on February 9, 1861, he decided he could go no further. The mangrove forest was just too tangled to penetrate. He got to within 20 miles of the ocean. By that point, he had used up 2/3 of his provisions, and he and his men were beginning to suffer badly from malnutrition, exhaustion, and scurvy. The march back to Cooper's Creek was a deadly slog. Instead of the heat, they now had to contend with the tropical monsoon season. Eventually, the camels began to die, as did one of the men, Charles Gray, the result of dysentery. Burke, Wills, and King, and the last 2 surviving camels, reached Cooper's Creek on the evening of April 21st, but when they got there, they were greeted by heartbreak. When Burke had left Cooper's Creek back in December, he had ordered William Raw to remain there for 13 weeks. Raw ended up waiting 18 weeks before actually leaving, and the reason he left was that he and his men were low on supplies and suffering from scurvy as well. Raw had left a cache of supplies at the depot, buried next to a cocoa tree. Into the tree trunk, Raw had carved words in dig. This was done to prevent the Aboriginal people from finding the cache. The tree is the famed dig tree. Well, in the cache was flour, oatmeal, sugar, and rice. Plus, there was a note from Raw, which said that he had departed on the morning of April 21st. This was the great tragedy of the expedition. Raw had only departed 9 hours earlier. Burke and his men were exhausted or shattered. Well, Burke, Wills, and King, who were in no shape to catch up with Raw, spent 2 days eating food and regaining their strength. And then the 3 men set out. However, instead of heading south toward Menindee, Burke elected to go west towards the cattle station at Mount Hopeless. It was 150 miles or 240 kilometers through the desert, but it was closer than Menindee. Plus, the men could follow Cooper's Creek toward the station, giving them a supply of water, at least for part of the journey. Also, and this is critical, Burke buried the supplies along with his journals and a note explaining his plans, but he didn't leave any sort of indication that he had been there. He didn't carve into the tree's initials on the date they arrived. He left everything almost exactly as he'd found it. And because of this, the tragedy continued. On the march to Menindee, William Raw was greeted by a relief column led by William Wright. He and Wright thus rushed back to Cooper's Creek on the chance Burke had returned. There they found nothing. Everything looked exactly the same, and thus the men departed without digging up the supply cache. Raw returned to Melbourne, only able to say that Burke was still missing. And that sparked a public outcry, and it was not long before 5 different rescue expeditions were organized. By the way, when Stewart was told of the disappearance of Burke and his men, he immediately offered to organize and lead a relief expedition to help with the search. But with all that was going on, Stewart's aid was not needed. And so, as those who have listened to the Burke and Wills expedition series know, there was mostly tragedy in the cards. The 3 survivors were suffering badly from scurvy, and then they tried to make a bready food, which the Aboriginal people ate from the Nardu plant. But they didn't know how to make the Nardu properly, and it'll leach out of it the toxins. Thus, they all got sick. At the end of June 1861, William Wills died. Robert O'Hara Burke followed a day or 2 later. John King would survive by hooking up with some of the local Yajawanda Aboriginal people who took him in. Just as Burke and Wills were passing away, Alfred Howard led an expedition north from Melbourne, aiming for Cooper's Creek. On September 15th, Howard's party found John King with Yajawanda. King led Howard to the bodies of Burke and Wills. John King ultimately returned to Melbourne, but in reality, he never fully recovered from the trek across Australia. He died in 1872 at the age of 33. Burke and Wills' expedition was mostly a disaster, complete with so many bad decisions and unlucky turns. 7 men had died, including the 2 leaders, Burke and Wills. The expedition had technically not reached the north coast of Australia, but everyone agreed it was close enough. So if you look at the history books today, it says that Burke and his team were the first people to cross the continent. John King is the first person to cross the continent and return. I talk a lot about the Burke and Wills expedition because it had some major influences upon exploration at this time in Australia. First, the exploration fever that had swept the continent a few years earlier had faded. Burke and Wills were heroes, but at what cost? Was it worth it to send all these young men to their deaths, all to fill in the blank space on the map? Second, let's remember why Burke and his team had gone across the continent. They were going to place a path for the telegraph. Well, that didn't look too promising. They needed permanent water sources along any such route, something Burke had not found. Plus, there was the whole issue with getting through the mangrove forest. That had not been solved. And third, the failure of Victoria was now an opportunity for South Australia. Granted, after the deaths of Burke and Wills, some in Adelaide were not in a rush to do more exploring, but their man, John McDouall Stewart, had come within a few hundred miles of the coast. Why not try again? I mean, the telegraph route was still a really important goal. And thus the government, after some hemming and hawing, gave £2,000 to Stewart for a 6th expedition, on the condition that he took a scientist with him. The remaining funds would come from Stewart's longtime backers, the Chambers brothers and William Fink. And so, in the fall of 1861, John McDouall Stewart put together his 6th expedition. This would consist of 10 men and more than 70 horses. Stewart was determined to, once and for all, reach the northern coast of Australia. But that story will be for next time, when we conclude our series on John McDouall Stewart, one of the great explorers of Australia. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I want to wrap up by saying thanks to you, our listeners, and thank you to everyone who helps out. It can be as simple as writing and asking questions, or saying thank you, or sending me suggestions for future topics, or helping me with pronunciations, or whatever. It's all great. If you ever want to send me a message, just go to our website, explorepodcast.com, and hit the contact link. You can fill out the form, or my email is on the page. You can just shoot me a direct message. And I also want to say thank you to all those who help out the show financially. People like Randy, Dan, Catherine, Chris, Donnell, Robert, Rudy, Gregory, Eileen, Andrew, Benjamin, Eric, Cameron, Christopher, Collier, Craig, David, Eamon, Elizabeth, George, Susan, John Paul, Mark, Peter, Mitchell, Philip, Ralph, Thomas, and many, many others. Thank you so much. It is because of your support that I can make as many episodes of the podcast as I do. So thanks. Anyhow, that is it for today. Thanks again for being with us. Take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including The Purpose Show and Tumble, a science podcast for kids.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is the final episode in our series on John McDouall Stewart, who led 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the late 1850s and early 1860s, aiming to cross the continent and blaze a route for the telegraph line. Last time we included Stewart's 5th expedition, where he had reached the dazzled waters, but had come up several hundred miles short of the north coast. His expedition had been thwarted by a lack of water in the thorny, scrubby plain of the area, which was described as nature's attempt at making barbed wire. Stewart had returned to Adelaide as the nation mourned the tragedy surrounding the Victorian exploring expedition. 7 men had died, including its commander, Robert O'Hara Burke. This had tempered people's enthusiasm for exploration, but not enough to stop the government of South Australia, which was still offering a £2,000 prize to the man who could map out the telegraph route from Adelaide to the north coast. John McNeil Stewart was keen to take out the challenge once again. He'd come so close on his last expedition, and just as important, he couldn't do this sort of thing much longer. Stewart was 46 years old, but 2+ decades in the outback had compromised his health. His eyes were permanently damaged, and while scurvy heals, it takes a toll on the body and mind. And every year it got harder and harder for Stewart to get back into the saddle. The government would eventually put up £2,000 for a new expedition, with James Chambers and William Fink providing 70 horses. The expedition was officially called the Great Northern Exploring Expedition. The government, by the way, insisted Stewart take with him a naturalist to document the plants and animals along the route. Stewart wanted nothing to do with this, but if it got a new expedition, he was fine with bringing a scientist along for the ride. Stewart's final expedition was launched from the home of James Chambers in Adelaide on October 23, 1861. And while I usually don't talk about these early parts of an expedition, something will happen just north of Adelaide that will greatly affect our story. The expedition stopped at one point because some of the horses were being troublesome. While working with the animals, one of them rear up and kicked Stewart in the temple, knocking him unconscious. The horse then trampled Stewart's right hand, dislocating 2 joints and tearing the flesh and nail from one finger. The hand was so badly mangled, amputation was discussed. Stewart was thus forced to recover for more than a month, while the rest of the expedition continued north. It was during this recovery period that the fates of Burke and Wills reached Stewart. His Victorian rival was dead, as many had feared. While Burke had crossed the continent, the entire thing was seen as a disaster. As a note, Stewart knew he still had a chance to claim the £2,000 prize before crossing the continent. This had not been claimed by Burke's team. The prize required them to be further west than Burke's route and to Adelaide. So for Stewart, this upcoming expedition was a way to come away with a small fortune. But there was a problem, as Stewart's hand never healed. It was essentially worthless, and it would affect him going forward. In reality, a man with such a disability was a liability for an expedition going into the Australian interior. Stewart should have left the exploring to others, but we know that's not going to happen. Crossing the continent was Stewart's white whale. A broken right hand was not going to stop him, and thus by the beginning of December, he caught up with the rest of the expedition at Malulu Station, just east of Lake Torrens. There, the expedition would spend December and early January preparing for their departure. Let's look at the expedition's makeup. Stewart was, of course, leading everything. Next was William Keckwick and Francis Thring, both returning to the roles as second and third in command. These men were exceptional members of the expedition, their presence even more essential than on earlier journeys, as Stewart was breaking down. In addition to Keckwick and Thring, there was a surveyor and artist, Stephen King Jr., plus a naturalist, Frederick Waterhouse. There was also a blacksmith to keep the horses shod, and 5 other men, although one of this latter group would be dismissed shortly after the journey began for insubordination. A man not following orders was verboten on a Stewart expedition. Outside of Stewart, Keckwick, and Waterhouse, the team members were all young men in their early 20s. In the end, it was 10 men and 71 horses. One thing I want to mention was that none of the men were allowed to keep a personal diary or make any drawings. However, King, the surveyor, would make some sketches in secret, the only depictions of Stewart's travels that we have from a person actually on one of his expeditions. The reason for this was that Stewart didn't want any sort of information leaking out to other people or entities that might try and exploit the information he was acquiring. This had happened on his first expedition, when others had rushed out to Chambers Creek and made claims to lands he felt he was entitled to. The Great Northern Exploring Expedition departed Chambers Creek on January 8, 1862, loaded with supplies to last the expedition for more than half a year. From the get-go, Stewart pushed his team hard, covering 30 to 50 kilometers a day, or 20 to 30 miles. This area was familiar ground for Stewart, and he knew the best places to find water, even in the summer months. A hard pace and excessive heat took their toll on the horses, and some were suffering from worms and intestinal parasite. In the first couple of months, Stewart lost 8 of them. A few died, but most just became knocked up, as Stewart liked to say in his journals, and couldn't continue. For these animals, Stewart would leave them at a location with permanent water and feed. A few would even be collected on the return journey. On February 17th, Francis Thring, while out collecting the horses, came upon 3 Aboriginal men concealed in some bushes. Stewart speculated that they were going to attack Thring, but they admitted they were just observing the white men from cover. No matter the answer, the two parties surprised one another, and one of the Aboriginal men threw a boomerang at Thring and his horse, which missed. Thring responded by firing his revolver and driving off the men. It was not known if anyone was injured or killed in the encounter. The Aboriginal people would keep tabs on the expedition as it moved north, sometimes starting grass fires to spook the men and horses. One time, Stewart reported several Aboriginal people appeared on top of a hill and yelled at the expedition while holding up shields and spears in an aggressive manner. Stewart ordered one of his men, William Mould, to fire a couple of warning shots at them. This drove them off. This sort of thing happened several times. Stewart and his men fired off their rifles as warnings. Thus, any direct confrontations were avoided, but the atmosphere was tense. The expedition reached Attack Creek on March 28th, and a week later they arrived in Newcastle waters. After that, it was the scrubby, thorny landscape of the Sturt Plain. This was the region that had torn up the men's saddles and clothing the previous year. Stewart had never been able to penetrate it. The team rested a week at Newcastle waters, recuperating from the hot and grueling journey. Stewart then sent excursions to the north in search of water, often led by Captain Thring. Stewart spent more time at base camp than previous expeditions due to his flagging health, but he still insisted on leading his share of scouting parties into the wilderness. But honestly, Stewart was feeling the weight of the years of hard living. Also, he was the first person to demonstrate signs of scurvy. He wrote in, quote, "I feel this heavy work much more than I did the journey of last year, and feel my capability of endurance giving way," end quote. Over the next 6 weeks, the team went about 5 major excursions towards the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River. There was no luck. Stewart then led a group north in late May and discovered permanent water at a place he named Daily Waters, about 150 kilometers or 95 miles from Newcastle waters. The entire expedition was then brought up to this new location where the team could fish as well as hunt birds while they prepared for the next step in their journey. This demonstrated the slow stepping that Stewart had been doing all across the continent. The larger expedition size allowed him to send out smaller parties in search of water. When it was found, everyone moved up to the new base camp. It very much helped that the men and horses were not constantly on the move, as with the first 4 expeditions. And I want to point out that permanent water, meaning water that didn't dry up at some point during the year, was really important. That's because Stewart was blazing a route with a telegraph, and to successfully do that, his route needed to have access to water, because laying the telegraph line and maintaining it was going to involve lots of people, animals, supplies, and gear and provisions. For that, you would need water. Without it, a route was not feasible. Anyhow, from Daily Waters, the team pushed north and was greeted not just with thick scrub, but boggy marshlands. Thus, in early June, Stewart made a stab at going northeast towards the Gulf of Carpentaria. It was even worse than his attempts to the northwest. It was a massive swamps and scrub with thick trees making area, Stewart said, one of the blackest and most dismal views a man ever beheld, end quote. It was crazy terrain. Sometimes it was boggy and wet, other times the earth was hard as rock, with cracks and holes that threatened to break the ankles of any man or horse that dared to cross it. There was no way through. Stewart retreated to Daily Waters. But he was not about to give up. With his failing health on his mind, Stewart knew that this was his last chance to cross the continent. Thus, he tried to go to the northwest, aiming for the Victoria River. No luck. And then the team made a move directly north, and on June 25th, 1862, they reached the Roper River, which had been discovered by Europeans back in 1845. They were now past the scrubby plain of thorns and needles and no water. Stewart and his team were now entering a region now covered in lush tropical forests, which run all the way to the north coast of Australia. These were the mangrove forests/swamps that had thwarted Robert Burke. Stewart and his team now had water, but that meant they now had to find their way through the tangled tropical landscape. Stewart could have tried to go east towards the Gulf of Carpentaria, but he kept pushing north. Now, the swamps meant dangers and hazards for Stewart and his men. Such an environment can be particularly dangerous to the horses. The horses were constantly getting stuck in the water and at times not getting out. Also, there were the Aboriginal people. Stewart saw signs of them everywhere, and he knew his team was being watched. In time, groups of the Aboriginal people appeared, mostly keeping a safe distance from the expedition. In an effort to prove their friendship, Stewart was took to giving them fish hooks, something they valued. But Stewart always tried to keep the Aboriginal Australians at arm's length. He didn't want to have any misunderstandings that could happen when 2 very different cultures interact. That could lead to violence, and Stewart very much wanted to avoid that. Another minor issue that plagued Stewart and the team were the bugs and flies and mosquitoes. While not a serious threat to the party, they were wildly annoying. Now, there was one good thing about reaching this new region, and that was the food, and specifically vegetables. Stuart reported finding some wild cucumbers, and while not high in vitamin C, they have small amounts of it, which is helpful, and thus Stuart's scurvy eased some around this time. And so for more than a month, Stuart and his team moved on north through the wet and watery and often muddy and soft earth of what today is called Kakadu National Park. On July 9th, they reached territory that had been previously mapped by Europeans. Stuart knew he was getting close to the northern coast. The expedition went from the Roper River to the Adelaide River and then to the Mary River, making their way steadily north through the forests and marshes and valleys. Closer and closer they came to their destination. Stuart was anxious to reach the coast, always worried the team would be thwarted by some new obstacle. Even as he neared the North Shore, he didn't admit how close he was to the team. He wanted to surprise his men, but also he didn't want to disappoint them if something happened to keep them from their goal. But on July 24th, 1861, Stuart and Thring were leading the expedition through a valley, and Stuart could hear the sound of the ocean. He kept quiet, and then, as the two men emerged from the valley and onto a beach, he saw that he had made it. Stuart wrote, "He was gratified and delighted to behold the water of the Indian Ocean in the Van Diemen Gulf. Before the party with horses knew anything of its proximity, Thring, who in advance of me, called out, 'The sea, the sea,'" end quote. The rest of the men heard the shouting and didn't react at first, not knowing what was going on, and then they came closer and they began to cheer. Stuart dismounted, removed his boots, and walked into the water, keeping a promise he had made to South Australia's governor, Richard MacDonald. The men were giddy at their accomplishment. They rushed into the water to celebrate. They had ventured more than 2,000 miles, or 3,200 kilometers, in one of the most grueling and challenging ventures in the history of the continent. The expedition emerged in Van Diemen Gulf, just east of present-day Darwin. It had taken a month for the expedition to cover the final 185 miles to the ocean, 300 kilometers. The next day, the team had a ceremony to commemorate their success. A flag given to Stuart by Elizabeth Chambers, the eldest daughter of James Chambers, was hung from a tree at a place now called Point Stuart. The flag had Stuart's name embroidered on it. He named the bay before him Chambers Bay in honor of Elizabeth. A container was left at the site of the ceremony. Inside of it, a piece of paper. It said, quote, "South Australian Great Northern Exploring Expedition." The exploring party, under the command of John McDougall Stuart, arrived at this spot on the 25th day of July, 1862, having crossed the entire continent of Australia from the southern to the Indian Ocean, passing through the center. They left the city of Adelaide on the 26th day of October, 1861, and the most northern station of the colony on the 21st day of January, 1862. To commemorate this happy event, they have raised this flag bearing his name. All well, God save the Queen, end quote. The paper was signed by Stuart and the other members of the company. The men asked Stuart if they could have an extra cup of tea to celebrate their accomplishment. Stuart denied the request. And so John McDougall Stuart had done it. He had crossed the Australian continent, blazing a trail that he felt was a usable path for the telegraph. And unlike Rob O'Hara Burke, he had actually stood in the ocean. Not to denigrate what Burke had done, but those last miles were some of the toughest. Now the team had to get home, only there was one big problem with that. Remember that request by the men for an extra cup of tea to celebrate? Well, they were a bit miffed at Stuart's denial of the request, but later they understood why he had done it. Stuart had passed on the celebratory tea because he didn't want to waste any of the expedition's dwindling resources on himself, and the reason for that was he doubted if he would survive the return journey across Australia.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those cloths to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older. Purchase player claim.
Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
John McDougal Stewart was not a well man. He hid his suffering as much as he could, but to everyone it was clear he was not healthy. Scurvy was an issue for all the men, especially so for Stewart. He was weak and achy, but he had pushed forward, ignoring the issues as much as possible. Thankfully, his top lieutenants kept him in the ring until immediately when Stewart needed to recuperate. Stewart's expedition progressed only one more night on the coast of Australia before beginning the return journey. Before leaving, Stewart had his initials cut into a tree near the beach. On his previous expeditions, Stewart moved quickly and relentlessly on his return marches. This would be no exception. The team was on partial rations already, and Stewart wanted to go as far as possible each day to shorten the trek as much as possible. At first, the move south went well. The team had water, and the Aboriginal people kept their distance from the expedition. Also, the men had adapted to their environment. Example, when they came to a boggy area they needed to cross, they cut down the tall grass and laid it in their path. This kept the horses from sinking into the mud. It was simple but effective. However, it wasn't long before Stewart's health issues became apparent to everyone. In early August, he developed a fever. Also, the horses were getting sick, likely from eating plants that didn't agree with them. Stewart knew he was going to have to leave some behind, something he loathed doing. By mid-August, several horses were too ill to continue, and one drowned after getting stuck in the swamp. I shall feel his loss very much, wrote Stewart. Because of the loss of the horses, the team had to get rid of non-essential gear. The less the horses had to carry, the better chance they had of surviving. And then on August 14th, Stewart had an attack while he was on his horse. He wrote, quote, I was seized with a violent pain under the right shoulder blade, which deprived me of breath and the power of utterance. It darted through my body like lightning, causing the most excruciating pain that I have ever felt in my life. End quote. Stewart was temporarily paralyzed and had to be lifted out of his saddle by his men. As he was laid down, he broke out into a cold sweat. He only got some relief from the pain after taking some laudanum, which is an opium-based painkiller. Of the seizure, he wrote, quote, such a day of torture I have never experienced before. End quote. Stewart would recover from the attack, at least enough to continue on their journey. However, due to his health issues and those of the horses, the team began to go slower, often only staying in the saddle for 6 or 8 hours. The horses were really starting to suffer, many of them getting sick and weak. Stewart wrote, quote, I never saw horses fall away so rapidly before. End quote. If that wasn't enough, there was another problem as well, water. By early August, it was already starting to dry up in places. The team was able to reach Newcastle waters by the end of August, but Stewart's health continued to decline. He got weaker and weaker, scurvy sapping the life out of him. He wondered if he was going to survive the journey south. Also, his eyesight was so bad he could barely see anything in the darkness. As a note, the other men in the expedition, most of whom were half of Stewart's age, were suffering from the effects of scurvy, but not as badly as Stewart. Water was now drying up at an alarming rate. The team passed multiple locations that had water several months earlier, but were now dry. At one water hole, Stewart noted that the team was lucky to reach it when they did, as it would be dry within a few days. The drying up of the land also meant that feed for the horses was lacking. Obviously, not getting enough food was bad for the horses, but this also increased the chance the horses would eat stuff that wasn't good for them, which we have already seen can end in disaster. By early September, Stewart was weak and feeble. He had to be lifted into his saddle and could barely walk. The team had to stop frequently because he couldn't stay in his saddle for long periods. Stewart's gums and mouth were so sore he couldn't chew, and he was reduced to eating boiled flour. The expedition reached Tag Creek and continued south. By the end of the month, they were on half rations. It was at this time that one of the horses fell and was severely injured. It had to be put down. It was the first time Stewart had lost an animal to injury on any of his expeditions. The only positive to the death of the horse was that it gave the men some fresh meat. Regarding the Aboriginal people, it was interesting to see them and Stewart's team come to a tentative coexistence. With water getting scarce, parties found themselves in competition for such resources. At first, the Aboriginal people were wary of Stewart and his men, but eventually both groups would share a water source. For example, one time Stewart and his team set up camp on one side of a creek, while the Aboriginal people sitting on the other. I'm guessing the fact that Stewart and his team were not staying long was helpful. The Aboriginal people weren't going to begrudge the white men for using the water hole, so long as they moved on. Through all of this, Stewart's health continued to decline. In October, he wrote, "What a miserable life mine is now.
I get no rest night or day from this terrible gnawing pain. The nights are too long and the days are too long, and I am so weak that I am hardly able to move above the camp. End quote. Stuart couldn't walk, and every day was agony to sit in the saddle. And then on October 27th, the unseen year for Stuart, he was seized by a violent fit and was throwing up blood. Everyone was sure he was near death. That night, Stuart had two of his men sit with him in case he died. He wanted two men, by the way, because he felt it was a lonely thing for a man to be with a dying person. Despite all the signs, John and Stuart survived the night. Getting on a horse was impossible, so a stretcher was made and tied between the two calmest horses. He would travel around 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers in this fashion. The expedition crossed the McDonald Range, where they were greeted by a welcome friend, rain. This boosted the spirits of the men and improved Stuart's health. On November 7th, the expedition reached the Fig River, and then on the 26th, they came to the northernmost ranch in the region, Jarvis Station. Stuart was still in bad shape, but improving. He could walk a few feet, although he couldn't ride. On December 9th, the expedition reached Chambers Creek, and then a few days later ran into John Chambers, brother of James Chambers. Stuart was sad to find out that James Chambers had died a few months earlier, complications from a bacterial infection. It was James who had been Stuart's most stalwart supporter and friend. The team went to the Moon Station, and then Stuart left the men and went on to Adelaide with John Chambers. The rest of the team joined Stuart the next month, and all 10 of the men rode into the city on January 21st, 1863, cheered as heroes. The men had been instructed to keep all their ragged clothing from the march and wear it for the procession. Thus, the 10 weary men, still skeletal from their long journey, rode into the city on their equally weary-looking horses. Unbeknownst to Stuart and his team, on that very day in Melbourne, the colony of Victoria held a funeral for the fallen heroes, Robert O'Hara Burke and William Wills. 40,000 people turned out for the elaborate affair. And so that concludes the sixth and final expedition of John McNeill Stuart. The goal was to cross the continent of Australia and establish a route to run a telegraph line between the northern coast and Adelaide. In that, Stuart had succeeded on all counts. And so, with Stuart's expeditions in the books, I want to talk about several things regarding our explorer. That includes taking a look at the aftermath of the expedition, big takeaways and ramifications of Stuart's expeditions. Also, look at the rest of the life of John McNeill Stuart, plus the legacy of the man, including my own thoughts and observations. So, let's get started with the aftermath of Stuart's expedition. The first thing I should say is that Stuart had done exactly what he intended. He had crossed the continent and in the process identified a route to run a telegraph line from the north coast to Adelaide. Within a year, the area that is now the Northern Territory was transferred from New South Wales to South Australia. And by 1870, the deal was struck to run a telegraph line from the island of Java to Darwin, which had only been founded a year earlier on the northern coast of Australia. The line would then run from Darwin to Adelaide. It was a massive project and continued in August of 1872. The line followed Stuart's route and stuck close to the water sources Stuart had identified. Stuart's survey work was praised by those involved with the project, a testament to his skill and dedication to his craft. The telegraph line crossed more than 2,000 miles of land, or 3,200 kilometers, and it changed communication dramatically in Australia. And it changed the continent in many other ways, which I'll mention in a minute. But before that, I want to talk about our series star, John McNeill Stuart. So Stuart would go back to Adelaide as a hero, but also he was in terrible shape. He was never able to use his hand again, and he was practically blind. He suffered from near constant pain. Stuart had suspected his sixth expedition would be his last, and it was very true. Sadly, things did not work out well for our explorer. Remember the 2,000-pound worth the government had promised to the man who crossed the continent? Well, they said that they weren't going to pay it because they had already fronted Stuart $2,000 to cover the cost of his last expedition. After public pressure, they relented a bit. Instead of giving him the full 2,000 pounds, they awarded Stuart the interest from the investment of 2,000 pounds, which netted him about 160 pounds a year. Not exactly the windfall he had expected. But let's not forget that Stuart had a big lease of land near Chambers Creek. That had to be worth a lot, right? Well, no. The government said the lease would cost him 500 pounds, money he didn't have. He thus sold the rights to John Chambers for a mere 200 pounds. The truth is that no one was really in Stuart's corner anymore. James Chambers, his closest friend and supporter, had recently died, and Stuart's drinking embarrassed others to the point where they cut him out of their lives. Stuart considered going back to surveying, but his eyesight and health problems made that impossible. He tried giving lectures about his experiences, but his introverted nature, failing eyesight, and drinking made him ill-suited for such a thing. Stewart fueled his frustrations by drinking more, and he became bitter and grouchy. And so, with his health failing and no prospects in Australia, Stewart elected to return to Great Britain in April 1864. He lived with his sister Mary in Glasgow, Scotland. Stewart spent much of his time preparing his journals for publication. The result was Explorations in Australia, Journals of John McNeill Stewart. I want to mention that Stewart's journals are available for free online, and they're quite good for the period. Much of this podcast is based on Stewart's writings, but I also want to stress that Stewart compiled his book several years after the actual events, so we should be a bit wary as he may have cleaned up some things that might have painted him in a less than stellar light. No matter, they are a great resource. Anyhow, Stewart's health continued to deteriorate and his drinking increased, and on June 5, 1866, he died from a stroke in London. He was 50 years old. Only 7 people went to his funeral, 4 relatives, 2 members of the Royal Geographical Society, and a South Australian farmer who was in London at the time. And that ends the life of John McNeill Stewart, one of the great explorers of the Australian interior. At this time, I want to talk about Stewart's legacy and add a few observations. First, let's talk about Stewart and Robert Burke. While they never met, their lives were intertwined, even in death. Burke, along with Wills, became a hero. His expedition was a glorious failure, something we all love to celebrate. History is filled with people who fail, yet are praised in death. Some of this is, I think, a way to justify their failure, cloak it in glory or whatever, so there's some meaning to it. And this is what happened with Burke and the Victorian exploring expedition. They were brave and determined men. Public embraced the courage and daring and tragedy of Burke and his men and lionized them. Then you look at John McNeill Stewart, and you know what? For many people, he faded into history, especially outside of South Australia. Yet he was the explorer who actually succeeded. He was the guy who had done what he had set out to do and returned. No one on his expeditions died, ever. That is 6 expeditions, which is remarkable, considering 7 people had died on Burke's 1 expedition. Part of this attitude is related to geography. Stewart was a hero in South Australia, the least populous of the Australian colonies. People in Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland simply didn't take to the guy that wasn't their own. That's understandable. And then there was the fact that Stewart had just missed out on an easy-to-remember trophy and title. First person across Australia, not John McNeill Stewart, but Burke and Wills. Stewart was the first guy to make the crossing, successfully return, and establish a route for the telegraph. That's great, but the title doesn't exactly roll off your tongue. Another interesting thing that affected Stewart was regarding the tree he had carved his name into on the North Coast. Remember that? He had done that right before setting out on his return journey. Well, when others initially came to the area, they could not find the tree Stewart described. This led some to question if Stewart had actually made the crossing. Was Stewart a fraud? People asked. The question lingered until the tree was discovered in the early 1880s, a photo taken with Stewart's initials clearly carved into it. This proved that Stewart's story was true, but the damage to his reputation was done. And speaking of reputation, Stewart's actions upon returning from the crossing of the continent, in particular his drinking, did not help his already shaky reputation. He embarrassed himself and angered others in the process, and thus some people thought it not ideal to hold up this raging alcoholic as a hero. They wanted a proper, upstanding man put on a pedestal, not this antisocial weirdo with a severe drinking problem. Because of this, Stewart was, in many ways, pushed aside by some historians, which is a shame, because in reality, Stewart did so many things the right way in order to accomplish his goals. I respect how he went further and further north, one step at a time, figuring out how to get the job done, and at the same time, never forgetting his duty as a surveyor. He developed tactics and strategies to accomplish his goals, learning and adapting from previous experience. That's the sort of thing you want in a groundbreaking leader. I also love the respect he got when he was out in the field. His strict discipline was not for everyone, but in the end, it helped his team survive and succeed. His men, by the way, were devoted to him because of this. In fact, after Stewart's death, they gathered every year to celebrate their old boss, calling themselves Stewart's companions. They get together and drink a bottle of malt whiskey and toast their old leader. They were working for decades. One photo of them that I saw online is dated from 1904, so more than 40 years after the last expedition. That is a wonderful testament to Stewart's leadership. One thing that Stewart didn't do on his expedition was embrace communication. On his first journey, he brought along a young Aboriginal man, but Stewart found his contributions lacking. Perhaps this soured him on employing other Aboriginal Australians on later expeditions. Or it might He that Stewart understood the Aboriginal people would love him, no matter who was with his party, and that there were many different tribes in the interior, and that just because you had an Aboriginal person in your ranks, it didn't mean that you would be greeted as a friend. Who knows the full truth? Another thing about Stewart that I admire, but has a downside, was the man's determination, fortitude, and zeal. No one worked harder, no one endured more, but because of this, he lost his eyesight and his health, and ultimately his life. We praise individuals for enduring difficult, often deadly situations, but there are often costs that explorers pay, both mental and physical. And we can't forget that. Oftentimes, men who are immensely robust and unstoppable in their younger years pay the price as they age. Men like Shackleton and Roosevelt and Stewart are almost a force of nature when out in the wild, but they fall apart, often dramatically, as they hit 40 or 50. Now, Stewart's accomplishments were great in South Africa and the entire continent. It's because of his work that the telegraph became a reality just a decade later. But I also want to note that Stewart's journey would have a profound impact on the people who really go on this route. On one hand, the establishment of the telegraph helped spur the creation of many towns and cities, including Darwin on the northern coast. But the telegraph line also sped up the encroachment of Europeans on the lands of the Aboriginal Australians, who are recognized for having one of the oldest continuous living cultures in the world. These people's lives were going to change very quickly and in many tragic ways. The installation of the telegraph line led to many confrontations between whites and Aboriginal peoples, including many deaths. This is something that went on for decades and almost always ended badly for native Aboriginal people, whose technology was antiquated and, in time, vastly outnumbered. Example, as recently as 1932, Aboriginal Australians were killed in retaliation. This event is known as the Constant Massacre. I will say that Stewart, to be fair in his dealings with the Aboriginal Australians, he certainly wasn't a shoot first and ask questions later sort of guy. Was he perfect? No. Several times, Stewart has been fired on Aboriginal peoples. Stewart claimed it was always in self-defense. Whether anyone was killed in these encounters is not known, but at the very least, there were likely some injuries. Anyhow, I want to move on and talk about how Stewart is remembered today. I'll start by saying that his legacy primarily resides in South Australia and the Northern Territory of Australia. Telegraph was an enormous legacy, but that eventually became obsolete. But in its place, you'll find the Stewart Highway, often just called the Track. This is a major highway that runs along the old telegraph route and goes from Darwin in the north to Port Augusta in the south. It's around 1,800 miles long, or 2,700 kilometers. How else is Stewart remembered? Well, there's a central Mount Stewart in the heart of the continent, and you'll find parks, schools, roads, and a town named after Stewart. A statue of Stewart can be found in Adelaide, as well as in Alice Springs, which is in the Northern Territory. In the end, the thing I think we remember about Stewart was that he was this social misfit who found himself in the right place at the right time for a man of his skills. In most other places at times, Stewart was probably this oddball on the fringe of society. I mean, let's be honest, he was that at this time, but he was the oddball with the skill set needed to accomplish something really hard. And we cannot forget that when we talk about the accomplishments of Stewart. The man did something incredibly difficult. Others had tried and failed, or even died along with 6 others. Stewart lost no one. That's remarkable. As I said early on, I have a soft spot for guys like John Stewart. The weirdos and oddballs in my book are far more interesting than the conventional types. Anyhow, that is it for John McNeil Stewart. I hope you enjoyed this series. I had a great time learning about this man and his exploits. I want to wrap up with one comment about this series, and that is to give a huge thank you to Nicholas from the University of Newcastle, Australia, who helped out with pronunciations, plus provided a lot of amazing expertise about the Aboriginal nations, people, and culture. His contributions were invaluable. So thanks to Nicholas and everyone who helps out with the podcast. I appreciate it. And with that, I'll finish by saying thank you so much for being with us. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other podcasts that will pique your curiosity, including the Useless Information Podcast and This Week in Travel.
Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population were shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So the actors don't know if they're working on a internet and how much they really deserve, right? Because the more viewers you have, generally, the more money you
Everyone loves the idea of finding and unveiling something of immense historic importance. Tutankhamun's tomb, Machu Picchu, Shackleton's endurance, and of course secret messages on the back of the Declaration of Independence that leads Nicolas Cage to the treasure of the Knights Templar. Well, maybe we don't have something that dramatic, but it is still extraordinary. It is a sort of historical treasure hunt, a decades-long unveiling of one of the most remarkable stories regarding travel and exploration in the history of the world. Our story begins in the early 1800s when a German explorer and traveler, Ulrich Jasper Setzen, came into possession of a collection of manuscripts in the Middle East. In that trove was a 94-page volume titled A Masterpiece to Those Who Contemplate the Wonders of Cities and the Marvels of Traveling. In more simple terms, it was called Rihala, which translates into the Travels. This tome told the story of a man from what is modern-day Morocco, who traveled for 30 years throughout the Islamic world in the 14th century. The story was transcribed by a scholar named Ibn Juzay, but the man who tells this epic tale is Ibn Battuta. Excerpts from the Rihala were published in 1818 and 1819. Next, the Arabic text was translated into English and published in 1829. Then, in the 1830s, the French occupied Algeria, and scholars got their hands on 5 manuscripts of Ibn Battuta's travels. 2 of these were complete. Also, one of the manuscripts that they got was dated 1356 and signed by Ibn Juzay, making it about as original of a source as you could get. Anyhow, over the next decades, the story of Ibn Battuta was slowly translated and revealed to the world. In 1929, selected portions of the Rihala were translated and published in English for the first time. A fully translated and annotated version of the entire Rihala was thus begun, the first of 4 volumes released in 1958. The final volume wasn't completed until 1994. And what was revealed was amazing. Ibn Battuta, according to his works, is one of the greatest travelers and explorers in recorded history. In the 14th century, he traveled throughout North, East, and West Africa, Mediterranean, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, going as far east as China. We are talking about traveling 73,000 miles, 117,000 kilometers, over the course of 30 years. That is extraordinary. Today on the Explorers Podcast, we're going to begin a series on Ibn Battuta. For this episode, we will start by putting Ibn Battuta's travels into context with the world around him. After that, we will cover his early life and his upbringing, and then follow him on his first great adventure, a trek from Morocco to Mecca, as he conducts his first Hajj, which is a pilgrimage all Muslims are required to undertake in their lifetime. But before we do all of that, a couple of notes. First, as always, there are maps of Ibn Battuta's travels on our website, explorerspodcast.com. It's not a bad idea to check these out to understand where we are going on our journey. Second, I want to point out that Ibn Battuta's full name is Abu Abdullah Muhammad Ibn Battuta. He is known as Ibn Battuta, but I want to stress that Ibn is a first name. The full last name is Ibn
Batuta, which is how I will refer to the man throughout the series. Ibn Batuta, by the way, literally means son of the duckling. So let us start with a little background about the world of Ibn Batuta and understand the scope and limitations of what he did and didn't do. First item we'll mention is something I've already noted, and that is that Ibn Batuta's travels were really not known too much of the world until the 1800s, and it's nearly 500 years past before the man's adventures were shared with the world. It is because of this, along with his religion, that Ibn Batuta isn't a household name like Marco Polo. His story was simply not known by many people. I also talked about Ibn Batuta's religion. He was a Muslim. That meant that even upon the discovery of his writings, there was some reluctance to acknowledge the man's accomplishments, at least from those in the Western world. A Muslim from Africa just wasn't the kind of person some history classes talked a lot about. This means that Ibn Batuta's journeys are only now really gaining recognition to the rest of the world. The second thing I want to mention is regards to the actual journeys of Ibn Batuta. If you look at his book, you can track him going 73,000 miles, nearly 3 times around the globe. That's extraordinary. And you know what? It's almost assuredly an exaggeration. Let me explain. Ibn Batuta recounted his travels after they were concluded. Some of what he talked about had happened decades earlier. He did not have a diary or journal to jog his memory, just what he could recall at the time. And Ibn Batuta did not write out his story. He dictated his narrative to Ibn Juzay, who I mentioned earlier. That means there are likely some errors in the text, especially regarding the exact dates and things like that. And it would have been easy for Ibn Juzay to tweak things to his own liking. A few other points about this topic. Number one, it was not uncommon for a person to incorporate stories that they heard while on traveling into their own narrative. So if you're in Mecca and a guy tells you about the amazing city of Baghdad, it's your aim to include that guy's experiences in your tale, as if you had been there. As I said, this sort of thing was not uncommon. Marco Polo was another famous explorer who did this in his writings. The second point is that it was not unknown for transcribers to simply lift other travel logs from one writer to the other. Scholars have found near verbatim sections in Ibn Batuta's writings that come from other earlier travelers. Again, it was just something that was done at this time. For all we know, it was Ibn Juzay who included some of these other writers' works. We just didn't know. In the end, there will always be some doubts about the authenticity of Ibn Batuta's deeds. But let's be clear, just like someone such as Marco Polo, if you equaled out the scope and accomplishments of Ibn Batuta, just know that some of his adventures may not have been his direct experiences. So, to continue with the notes, as we read Ibn Batuta's writings, we should be aware that it was written by a learned Muslim man for other learned Muslim men. Ibn Batuta was a Sunni Muslim and followed a practice called Sufism, which is often called Islamic mysticism. Sufi Muslims have a slightly different method of practice than other non-Sufi Muslim followers. There's a deep emphasis on materialism and an elevation of qualities that allow for and facilitate an individual's unique path to find their relationship with God. It is considered to be a very tolerant practice of Islam. Because of this, Ibn Batuta spends a lot of time visiting and talking about his encounters and the accomplishments of Sufi mystics. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. I will talk about some of these things during our series, but I won't spend a lot of time diving into his discussions about these people and their stories. My final note is about the range of Ibn Batuta's travels. At the time of the man's birth in 1304, Islam was the predominant religion in northern Africa, much of East Africa, all the Middle East, and Indonesia, including parts of India. With that in mind, understand that Ibn Batuta's travels will really venture outside what I'll call the Islamic world. He will have lots and lots of dangers on his journeys, but he will almost always be able to fall back on his religion, Islam, to link him to those he encounters. It is a huge advantage for Ibn Batuta. He can have a different skin color from others, speak a different language, and have different cultural norms, but he will always have, wherever he goes, a set of religious beliefs, customs, and practices that he shares with those he visits. It's a safety net, something our explorers don't always have. I've mentioned Marco Polo several times. Ibn Batuta is often called the Islamic Marco Polo, and his champions point out that he traveled 3 times the distance of Marco Polo, which is true. The distance of Ibn Batuta's travels is staggering. One big difference between the two men is that Ibn Batuta, unlike Marco Polo, will rarely go outside of what he would have thought of as the civilized world. When Marco Polo went east, he was putting everything new and everything he could rely on behind him. This is not to downplay the accomplishments of Ibn Batuta. I just want to stress how important this religious safety net is for the man. Okay, I think we've done a lot of pre-adventure talking notes. Let's get going with the amazing life and adventures of Ibn Batuta. Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Tuda, or if you really want to get fancy, Shams al-Din Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Ibrahim ibn Muhammad ibn Yusuf Nawada al-Taji ibn Tuda was born on February 24th, 1304 in Tangier, which is located along the Strait of Gibraltar, less than 20 miles from Spain. His area was ruled by the Marinid Sultanate, a Berber Muslim empire that controlled much of what is modern-day Morocco. Tangier, by the way, was founded, according to the legend, by Hercules, or Hercules' son. I have read both versions. That has nothing to do with our story, but I thought it was cool, so there you go. Anyhow, Tuda was a Berber Maghrebi. The Maghrebi were the predominant people of northwest Africa. They were of Berber and Arab descent. In Europe, many of these people were referred to as Moors. Tuda was part of the Berber tribe known as the Wada. By the way, everything we know about Ibn Tuda comes from the autobiographical information he provides in his book. Ibn Tuda came from a family of Islamic legal scholars and judges, later known as Qadis. When I talk about Islamic legal scholars, this means experts in Islamic laws and doctrine, commonly known as Sharia law. Sharia law, or sacred law, was the foundation of social order at this time, and religious legal scholars, the Qadis, were relied upon by Islamic communities to interpret and apply the law. This plays out in every facet of a community, meaning these legal scholars held a prominent place in society. As a youth, Ibn Tuda was studying in a Sunni elite school, which was the dominant form of education in North Africa at this time. In Islam, there are four major schools or theory of law. The Maliki school of jurisprudence relies heavily on the Quran and Hadiths as primary sources. Ibn Tuda would go on to become a religious judge or Qadi like others in his family. This would be very important to him. It would give him a level of respect and honor, as well as protection, wherever he went in the Islamic world. Our explorer, despite being of Berber heritage, likely spoke Arabic, as it was considered the language of the cultured and urban population of the era. Not much is known about him to this youth, but he grew up into what someone in Western society might call a gentleman. He was courteous, refined, and understood how to operate within a complex social world. In his writings, he comes across as intelligent and gracious. And scholars also note that he was pious and self-righteous, as well as ambitious at times. He also knows how to ingratiate himself with men of wealth and power. And that sets the stage for the first great adventure of Ibn Tuda, a Hajj or pilgrimage to Mecca, in modern-day Saudi Arabia. The journey was expected to take a year and a half. He did not return home for 24 years.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish populations shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ibn Tuda set out on his first Hajj in 1325 at the age of 21. This was no simple thing. The journey to Mecca was roughly 3,700 miles or 6,000 kilometers. Every Muslim was required to go on a Hajj at some point in their life, so they were physically and financially able to perform the journey. For Ibn Tuda, his Hajj was a momentous and exciting event. He was going out into the world for the first time, seeing and experiencing things he had never imagined. Of it, he would write, I set out alone, having been a fellow traveler in his companionship, I might find cheer, or caravan whose part I might join, but swayed by an overmastering impulse within me, and a desire long cherished in my bosom to visit these illustrious sanctuaries. End quote. Now, for his journey to Mecca, Ibn Battuta had two options. He could travel along the coast of North Africa by boat and then go overland to Mecca, or he could travel by land, following the caravan trails running along the coast. Either way was dangerous. A sea voyage meant pirates and storms. If you went overland, there were marauders, bandits, and even wars. Ibn Battuta elected to go by land. While he would start the trip alone, he would join a caravan heading east. Pilgrims understood that there was safety in numbers, and as they gathered and went east together, picking up more and more people along the way. These caravans were filled with people from all walks of life, from the very poor to the very rich. Some people actually applied for trade along the route, using their skills to get food and shelter and transportation. However, Taj continues to be as a person went from city to city, stopping for weeks or months at a time to earn money, and then moving on. Ibn Battuta departed Tangier on June 14, 1525, and headed south into Fez, about 150 miles away, or 240 kilometers. There he joined a caravan, a solitary young man officially beginning his holy journey. As the caravan went east, they picked up traders, merchants, and pilgrims and travelers along the route. It's not hard to imagine Ibn Battuta taking on the look of a field scholar, a turban and a long, wide-sleeved gown of fine material, all impeccably clean. And he probably had a beard because it was the style of educated men of the day. For a few weeks through the mountains of Morocco, and after about 200 miles, or 325 kilometers, reached Tlemcen. Here, Ibn Battuta would join the company of envoys heading to Tunis. This would provide him with an extra degree of safety, which was important as the roads were plagued by rogue tribesmen and bandits. From Tlemcen, he was on to Algiers, the first sighting of the Mediterranean for Ibn Battuta since leaving Tangier. Which was at this time a small and not particularly important town. Ibn Battuta and his companions would continue east to the Kabali Mountains. Along the way, he would be weakened by fever, but Ibn Battuta insisted he continue with the rest of the company, saying, "If God decrees my death, then my death shall be on the road, with my face set towards the lands of Hijaz." End quote. Hijaz, by the way, is the area around Mecca. Now, did Ibn Battuta really say all this at the time? Well, we don't know, but it sounds great, and to be honest, I don't want to make this kind of stuff. In the end, he got back on his donkey and kept going. That's what mattered. If he actually made such a bold declaration and threw caution to the wind, who knows? But it sounds pretty good, so I'm happy to share it. Ibn Battuta's company moved light and fast. This was primarily due to the dangers presented by the rival tribes and factions that dotted the route. This was a volatile area, and not just simple tribal squabbles, but all-out wars rebels sought to overthrow the local sultan, Abu Bakr. The men continued east, Algiers to Najaf to Constantine. The latter was the largest city in the interior of East Maghreb. And here I want to talk about something that is important to our story. At the edge of the city, Ibn Battuta was greeted personally by the governor, who was the son of the regent sultan. The man gave Ibn Battuta 2 gold dinars, which are coins, and a fine woolen cloak. The latter would replace Ibn Battuta's own mantle, which was worn and tattered from his travels. Anyhow, this is important for a couple of reasons. First, it demonstrates that Ibn Battuta was a person of importance. While he was still a young man, it shows he was to be respected, and the local governor showed him proper deference by greeting him as such. The second thing is regarding the gifts given to Ibn Battuta. This wasn't just because he was an important dignitary, which I'm sure he heard, but because of Islamic tradition and law. Just a little information to share. There are 5 secret pillars of Islam: profession of faith, which means acknowledging that there is no other God but God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. This basically means that an individual does not believe in any other divine spirit or influence. Second is daily prayer. Third is alms, meaning charity to those who need it. This includes the poor, orphans, and slaves, fighters in holy war, and travelers. Ibn Battuta fell into this category. Fourth was fasting during the month of Ramadan. And finally, there was the Hajj, which we have discussed already. And it is because of these gifts of charity that Ibn Battuta will make his way throughout the Islamic world. This sort of thing allowed religious figures and dignitaries to travel without fear of being stranded alone and without means. We will see this throughout Ibn Battuta's travels. He will arrive in a city, invite people to take him in, feed him, and he will provide for the next stage in his journey. Anyhow, from Constantine, he was next on to Tunis. Again, the company moved quickly to avoid being set upon by bandits. At this stage of the journey, Ibn Battuta was plagued by fever, and instead of stopping and letting him rest, he was often tied to his saddle to prevent him from falling off his mount. Thankfully, the expedition arrived safely in Tunis on September 10th, 1325. In Tunis would have found the crown jewel of northwestern African cities. Tunis had a population of around 100,000 people and was the provisional capital of Eastern Maghreb. There were splendid palaces and mosques and colleges. Wealthy from trade, the city dealed in wool, leather, hides, cloth, wax, olive oil, and grain. From sub-Saharan Africa, there were slaves, ivory, and gold. The city had only recently been retaken from rebels by the Sultan Abu Bakr. Interestingly, Tunis had a rather unique reaction upon arriving at one of the Mediterranean's great ports. He recounts being sad. He said he showed up in Tunis, the destination of his company, and everyone was greeted by friends and relatives. But no one would meet him, and he started to cry. I love this moment. It shows how vulnerable he was at this time. A 21-year-old young man with no friends or family to share a homecoming with. It is a very human moment. By the way, he had been to this, and one of the pilgrims in the group saw his reaction and took him in. They were eventually find lodging at one of the colleges in the city. Tunis, by the way, had 3 colleges. A college is called a madrasa, and here Ibn Battuta would have been exposed to prominent religious scholars and officials. Ibn Battuta spent 2 months in Tunis before departing with the caravan heading east. But in a new development, he was the caravan's qadi, or judge. This was a pretty important gig. A caravan could have hundreds or thousands of people with it. It was like a great moving community. To make things work properly, a caravan needed discipline and to keep law and order among the disparate travelers. The qadi was thus responsible for settling disputes, answering questions, and just helping people out as needed. This demonstrates Ibn Battuta's rising status. He proved one of the most sought after and flattered men in the caravan. The next major stop was Tripoli. However, along the way, Ibn Battuta entered into a contract to be married to the daughter of a Tunisian official who was with the caravan. However, the marriage fell apart once they reached Tripoli due to a dispute with a prospective father-in-law. But don't worry, Ibn Battuta wed someone else instead, the daughter of another pilgrim, a scholar from Fez. The caravan would stop for an entire day to celebrate the union. If you were wondering what was up, well, don't sweat it. Ibn Battuta's personal life is honestly rarely talked about. The man will get married several times over the course of his travels, and there will be concubines and slaves as well. Having multiple wives and slaves was legally and culturally acceptable. Ibn Battuta treats these relationships rarely mentioned in his book. A man's relationships were his own business after all. Thus, a wife is luckily mentioned once or twice, and not even by name. Now, the area around Tripoli marks an important boundary. This is where the mountains and valleys of North Africa end, and the classic deserts of Libya begin. It is also the cultural end of Maghreb. Going forward, Ibn Battuta would be an outsider, a greedy such as himself, viewed as coming from a frontier province. So at this point, it was a long plot across the desert to the Nile Delta. Ibn Battuta would arrive in Alexandria in late 1325 or early 1326. The dates are a bit confusing. He had traveled roughly 2,000 miles over the past 8-9 months. He was no doubt a wiser and more experienced young man. The plan next was to go with a Hajj caravan across the Sinai Peninsula and then on to Mecca. However, this was not the time of year for the caravans to Arabia, so Ibn Battuta had some time on his hands, which was not a bad thing for a smart and curious young man. He would thus wander around Egypt, enjoying the historical and religious sites. He was impressed by Alexandria, noting its 2 harbors, one for Christians and the other for Muslims. He went to see the legendary lighthouse of Alexandria, which he reported would be falling apart. Also, the arrival of Egypt is Ibn Battuta's love for talking about important religious and political figures. He will do this over and over when he spends time in any city. He really loves to mention religious people, especially Sufi mystics and the like, plus stories involving miracles and great deeds. Otherwise, with time on his hands, Ibn Battuta would travel extensively. The Great Pyramids got a cursory mention, and even then, he refers to them as a single structure, not several. And the Sphinx is not mentioned at all. This led some people to speculate that Ibn Battuta never actually went to the pyramids. In Cairo, Ibn Battuta would have found the intellectual capital of the Arabic-speaking world. It would have been extraordinary. It was the largest city west of China, with a bustling population of perhaps 500,000. Ibn Battuta noted that there were 12,000 people employed simply to haul water around the city, and 30,000 plus ships sailed up and down the Nile, many of them bringing spices from the east. In Cairo, he would spend weeks in the city, visiting the colleges, libraries, and mosques. He also took time to visit Sufi holy men. He said one mystic predicted his future, telling him to visit India and China. This was probably added to the story to give more of destiny to Ibn Battuta's life and travels. Another thing about Cairo and all of Egypt was the mix of peoples. Ibn Battuta saw Christians and Jews. He saw black Africans, Turks, Persians, Asians, and 1,000 more peoples, religions, and cultures. Ibn Battuta visits a city such as Cairo. He gives incredible amounts of detail. His descriptions are part travelogue, part history, part gossip, that sort of thing. The sheer number of names can make for some tedious reading. Now, I want to share a couple of notes. First, much of Egypt and Syria was now under the rule of the Mamluks, who were of Turkish origin. This made for an odd, but at times successful union. The Mamluks had repelled the Mongols just a few decades earlier. In fact, many refugees had come to Syria and Egypt at this time to escape the Mongols, bringing with them some of Islam's brightest minds. The Mamluks would keep themselves apart from the Egyptians. They got to rule, the locals got stability. Second note, in spite of all these new experiences in the world, Ibn Battuta being an Orthodox Muslim, he tells one story of going to a bathhouse, finding some of the men not wearing proper clothing for such a setting. He promptly reported the offense to the local governor, who instituted a crackdown. Anyhow, come May of 1326, Ibn Battuta was ready to continue his Hajj. However, instead of crossing the Sinai Peninsula on foot under the protection of Mamluk soldiers, he elected to go down to the Red Sea and catch a ship to Jeddah on the western coast of Saudi Arabia, just 40 miles from Mecca. But as they neared, it was found that the local people, the Beja clan, had revolted against the Mamluk rulers. No one had used the road to Mecca anytime soon. Thus, Ibn Battuta had to retrace his steps to Cairo. It was too late for Ibn Battuta to cross the Sinai. What about Damascus in Syria? There, a great caravan always gathered in late summer and traveled to Mecca. And so off to Damascus it was for Ibn Battuta. The road to the famed city was a well-traveled one and relatively safe. Along the way, Ibn Battuta got to visit Jerusalem and was surprised to find Christian pilgrims visiting the Holy Land. Reading Ibn Battuta's visits to the holy sites in and around Jerusalem, you can understand more of why this land is so sacred to three different religions and how they are intertwined in many ways. Ibn Battuta's route to Damascus is not exactly known, but he arrived in the city on August 9th, 1326. He would spend 23 days in the city, waiting for the caravan to head south. While he was there, he stayed at a beleaguered madrasa and spent much of his time learning from a variety of theologians and scholars. Damascus, like Cairo, was teeming with such intellectuals and artisans, many of whom had fled the Mongols decades earlier. It was a perfect place for Ibn Battuta to expand his knowledge and horizons. He also mentions that he was laid up by fever for a time, but all of that would not stop him from getting married again, this time to the daughter of a Moroccan man residing in Damascus. The caravan to Damascus was a huge affair. We don't know how big it was for Ibn Battuta, as it varied from year to year, but one source from the 14th century said they were part of a caravan that included up to 20,000 people, so these things could be massive. Every person was expected to have funds and provisions for their trip to Mecca. It wasn't cheap. It's not like you could carry months of food with you, so you needed money, and the prices on the road were high. Ibn Battuta would again rely on the charity of others to help him continue his Hajj. A man he was staying with in Damascus, a Malik jurist, hired him some camels and gave him money for the journey. The caravan from Damascus to Mecca was important for the Mamluk regime, who would protect it. They were trying to solidify their rule of Medina and Mecca, and thus they wanted the Hajj to go smoothly. They wanted to be seen as the best source of law and order to the people, and thus accepted as burglars despite their outsider status. The Hajj caravan departed on September 1st, 1326. Before leaving, it's likely that Ibn Battuta divorced the woman he had just married, as it does not appear she traveled with him. The journey to Medina, the first stop on the trip, was 820 miles and was expected to take 40 to 50 days. And this was not easy. Physically, it was tough. There were mountains passed through, sandy deserts, caked harder, black lava fields, and all the searing heat and little water. There were hostile nomadic tribesmen, titanic sandstorms, and the occasional flash flood. This meant that injury and death were a common thing. Another main threat to these caravans was disease. You had thousands of people converging from all over the world at this one spot, and who knows what they brought with them. Plague, smallpox, influenza, they could easily take hold of a group of people who are packed together, sharing food and water in tents. For his journey to Medina and Mecca, Ibn Battuta does not report any great calamities or incidents. He befriended several people on his trip, including a Sufi from Grenada, as well as a man from Medina. The latter would host Ibn Battuta for 4 days while in his home city. For Ibn Battuta, the arrival of Medina would have been a momentous event. Medina was the second most sacred city in Islam. It is the burial place of the prophet, and Ibn Battuta went to his tomb. By the way, a visit to Medina is not an obligatory part of the Hajj, but it is only 200 miles north of Mecca, or 320 kilometers, so most pilgrims take the time to visit the cradle of Islamic culture and civilization. Anyhow, while in Medina, Ibn Battuta would do all the things most pilgrims did, such as visit the many sacred sites and mosques, including the famed Green Dome Prophet's Mosque, Muhammad's tomb. But Mecca would soon beckon, and after 6 days, Ibn Battuta was on the move again. 2 notes about Ibn Battuta's Hajj. First, I want to point out that the Hajj is an event. You don't just visit Mecca at any time of the year and say you completed your Hajj. The Hajj takes place over a 5 to 6 day period in the 12th month of the Islamic calendar, which can be anywhere from July to November on a Gregorian calendar. Second, as Ibn Battuta neared Mecca, he moved through various rituals and ceremonies in order to prepare for and complete his Hajj. For example, just before reaching Mecca, or as one arrived, there was the Ihram. This is where a pilgrim really began their Hajj. Ibn Battuta, like all men, was required to wear 2 white seamless cloths, one wrapped around the waist reaching below the knee, and the other draped over his left shoulder and tied to the right side. He was not allowed to cut his nails or have any hair shaved. No one was allowed to have sexual relations, be married, or carry weapons. Because of the no shaving rule, men often shave their heads just before Ihram. Ibn Battuta reached Mecca in October 1326, riding into the city on a camel. He was 22 years old. Wrote this of the experience. We entered the illustrious holy house, where he who enters is secure by the gate of the Banu Shaiban, and before the illustrious Kaaba, God of priests its veneration, like a bride who is displayed upon the bridal chair of majesty, and walks with proud steps in the mantles of beauty, surrounded by the companies which had come to pay homage to the God of mercy, and be conducted to the garden of eternal bliss. It would have been an incredible moment for Ibn Battuta and his fellow pilgrims to have finally reached their destination. Many had been on the trek for years. Others would never get the chance to make the journey or died en route. Over the next few days, Ibn Battuta followed the steps required to complete his Hajj. In his writings, he describes the ceremonies, places, and events. There was the great mosque in the Kaaba, the latter the huge square black-covered stone building at the center of the mosque. There was the stone of the devil, the journey to Mount Arafat, and the sacrificing of animals. Ibn Battuta describes it all. In addition, he talks about the great markets and bazaars and the other holy sites in the city, plus the many revered figures who resided in Mecca or who he encountered. Something Ibn Battuta says no matter where he goes in Mecca was the crush of people. Today, more than 2 million people go to Mecca each year for the Hajj. We don't know the exact number that would have gone in Ibn Battuta's time. It was likely hundreds of thousands, making Mecca, for a few days, one of the biggest cities in the world. By the way, one thing I love about Ibn Battuta's writings is that he likes to report miracles that he heard about from other people. One that he reports here is that the pigeons never landed on the Kaaba or fly over it. Thus, it doesn't have any bird poop all over it. Anyhow, when it was all over, Ibn Battuta claimed the title of Al-Hajji, an honorific granted only to those who completed their Hajj. It would have been an impressive thing for such a young man. And so Ibn Battuta was done with his Hajj. He had done what he had set out to do. So now, what were his next steps? Well, logically, he would have headed home back to his family, who likely expected him to do that exact thing. But you know what? Ibn Battuta had other things on his mind. He had discovered that he liked traveling. While he was out in the world, why not do some more? But that will be for next time. It is here in Mecca that we will wrap up our first episode in the story of Ibn Battuta, one of the great travelers and explorers of the age. Next time, the mysterious world of the beast will call to him, and he will go. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed today's story. Thank you for listening. Please take care, and we'll see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, such as Clever, Conspirators, and Bro History.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow. Today, internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Make your business
one of the world's greatest travelers and explorers, Ibn Battuta. Often referred to as the Islamic Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta journeyed throughout Africa, the Middle East, and Asia in the 14th century. His travels covering an astounding 73,000 miles, 417,000 kilometers. It is truly a remarkable story, even if there's likely some exaggerations involved. One note for today, you can look at our website, explorerspodcast.com, to find a map of Ibn Battuta's journeys. And that is it for notes. Let's get Ibn Battuta back on the road. Last time, we left our Moroccan Berber traveler in Mecca after finishing his Hajj. It had been a 3,700-mile or 6,000-kilometer journey. A pilgrimage to Mecca was one of the most important things required of a Muslim at some time in their life. Ibn Battuta had done this by the age of 22. Now, at this point, it was likely assumed that he would head home. It was, after all, part of an important family of Islamic legal scholars and jurists in Tangier. But young Ibn Battuta had caught something that prevented him from going back to his homeland just yet: wanderlust. Wanderlust is defined by Merriam-Webster as, quote, a strong longing for or impulse toward wandering, end quote. It is a simple explanation, but it perfectly encapsulates Ibn Battuta at this time and place. He had found that he enjoyed traveling. He liked meeting important religious and political figures. He found wonder in meeting and visiting holy places. He was a curious and at times impetuous young man, happy to strike off when the opportunity presented itself. This was a rare thing, especially for a man in his time and place. We can't forget that traveling was a dangerous endeavor. There were risks to travel, such as bandits, warfare, and unrest. There was disease and hunger, not to mention loneliness. Morocco offered Ibn Battuta comfort, security, and family, and he put those things aside and elected to travel and explore and broaden his world. After spending a month in Mecca, Ibn Battuta departed the holiest city of Islam on November 17, 1326. He joined a large caravan heading towards Baghdad, which was a key city linking the Middle East and Asia. The caravan departed Mecca and traveled north to Medina. After 6 days there, it was off towards Baghdad in modern-day Iraq. Now, there was something very important about this caravan, and that is that it was the first official caravan to travel to Mecca from Il-Khanate state. This is the Mongol kingdom, or Khanate, that was centered around Persia, which is modern-day Iran. The Mongol rulers of the Khanate had, by this time, converted to Islam, and this was their first major caravan to come to Mecca. This was important because it had been the Mongols who had swept into the Middle East 60 to 70 years earlier, leaving devastation in their wake. We'll talk more about that later. Now, we have seen Ibn Battuta display the ability to find sponsors all along his journey to Mecca. People offered him shelter, protection, and money. He had even gotten married twice in the past year, although those wives are in our rearview mirror. Well, Ibn Battuta's talent for finding new sponsors was as effective as always. For this journey, he was taken under the wing of Amir al-Hajj, Pehlewan Muhammad al-Hawai, the caravan's head guy. The Amir, which means ruler or general, granted Ibn Battuta a double camel litter, meaning he would be traveling in a sort of hammock. This was immensely comfortable compared to the alternatives. He also had access to food, water, and medicine as needed. You know, in reality, we really can't fully understand what kind of person Ibn Battuta was. We just don't know enough about him for such a critique. But I think this sort of thing demonstrates a guy who was very likable and smart and charming. To be able to ingratiate himself with powerful people on a consistent basis shows a unique talent, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I look at someone like Richard Francis Burton, who couldn't help not being a first-class ass to anyone he deemed inferior, and boggles the mind, and sabotages so many opportunities. What Ibn Battuta had was a special quality, and it was going to take him very far in the world. So for this trip to Baghdad, we're talking about 850 miles across the desert, or 1,400 kilometers. This is classic Saudi Arabia stuff, through great sandy deserts and caked earth. However, it was over a well-established trade route with known water sources. The trip from Medina to Al-Najaf, which is south of Baghdad, would take 44 days. From Al-Najaf, it was a short jaunt to Baghdad. But you know what? The ever-antsy Ibn Battuta decided to trip south to Basra, which is at the southern end of the Tigris-Euphrates Delta, would be a cool idea. A little geography/history discussion is probably appropriate at this time. Ibn Battuta was now in an area called Mesopotamia. The heart of Mesopotamia is the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which run roughly north to south and parallel with each other. The two rivers are only a few hundred miles apart at most, but those fertile lands in between were what birthed one of the great early civilizations in the history of the world. and in the heart of Mesopotamia lay Baghdad, Ibn Battuda's ultimate destination. Now, a couple of important things about arriving in Mesopotamia. First, these were no longer the lands ruled by the Turkish Mamluks. Mesopotamia was the western part of the Khanate, the descendants of the Mongols who had swept through the region about 65 years earlier. The second major thing that Ibn Battuta was finding was that Mesopotamia, despite being a Muslim-dominated territory, was different from a religious standpoint than the world he was accustomed to. And that's because Shiism was the predominant branch of Islam in this region. Ibn Battuta was a Sunni Muslim. The two sects had been formed over a disagreement on who should succeed Muhammad as Islam's leader following the death of the Prophet in 632. This led to a schism in Islam, and over the centuries, some bitter disputes. As a result, the Sunni versus Shia rivalry has made sides suspicious of one another at best. At its worst, there were brutal atrocities. These tensions were at play in Ibn Battuta's time, as well as into the 21st century. Ibn Battuta would find many worthy individual Shia Muslims, but on the whole, he does not care for them. He thinks they are unreasonable fanatics. For the most part, he avoids dealing with Shia religious scholars. So, after a few days in Al-Najaf, where he visited the city's historic tombs and temples, Ibn Battuta headed towards Basra. The Euphrates River, which empties into the Tigris River, not far from Basra, was avoided as it was mostly impassable swamps quite south. Instead, Ibn Battuta went east for 5 days overland to the city of Wazir on the Tigris. He traveled with a group of Arabs in a caravan, hiring himself a camel for the journey. His companions planned a 3-day rest in Wazir, so Ibn Battuta went on an overnight excursion to a nearby village to visit the tomb of Sheikh Ahmed ibn al-Rafai, the founder of the Sufi order in the 12th century. Sufism is a religious practice within Sunni Islam, and Ibn Battuta was a faithful follower. He was thrilled to be one of the Sheikh's descendants. It was not long before Ibn Battuta was back on the road, arriving in Basra in late January of 1327. The city was an important one, a key port at the northern tip of the Persian Gulf. In addition to trade, it was an important Islamic cultural and educational center. The city had avoided being sacked by the Mongols the previous century, but it had suffered as a result of the overall devastation of the area. Ibn Battuta was disappointed by what he perceived as the failures of the city's religious and educational grammatical errors in his sermon, saying, quote, "I was a conduct," end quote. He then added, quote, "In this town there is not a man left who knows anything of the science of grammar," end quote. Ibn Battuta was treated kindly by the city's governor, as well as the local Sunnis. They gave him gifts and presents, all of which would help him sustain his travels. As usual, he visited the local mosque and the graves of the poor people. After a week or two in Basra, Ibn Battuta was on the move again. This time he took a small river boat about 10 miles to the ocean. He noted the traders and merchants along the way, dealing bread, fish, dates, milk, and fruit. It was here, at the village of Abadan, that Ibn Battuta heard the story of a Sufi hermit who ate only fish and lived in the local marsh. Ibn Battuta loved this sort of thing, so he set out in search of the man, finding him residing in the ruins of an abandoned mosque. The hermit shared fish with Ibn Battuta, and after talking with him, gave him his blessing. This sort of thing moved our young explorer. He admired men who devoted their lives to finding enlightenment. He would write, quote, "For a moment, I entertained the idea of spending the rest of my life in the service of this sheikh," end quote. But Ibn Battuta was too restless for such a thing. As I said, he had wanderlust, and sitting in a swamp contemplating his lot in life was just not for him. He had places to go, things to experience. At this point, Ibn Battuta could have turned around and went north towards Baghdad, but he let his wanderlust get the better of him again. He decided to go to the city of Isfahan in the Zagros Mountains to the east. This is very much the explorer in Ibn Battuta at work, a person always looking for something new to experience. He even says that he liked to shun any road that he has already traveled. The Zagros Mountains form the border between Mesopotamia and the Iranian plateau. For this journey, Ibn Battuta got a new boat and headed east along the coast of the Persian Gulf, embarking at the city of Maktrul, which is today called Bandar Dulam. This was probably a journey of about 100 miles or 160 kilometers. Ibn Battuta then got himself a horse and joined some merchants going across the plain of Khuzestan, traveling through marshes and fields of sugarcane. He found the local people, called Moors, to be uncivilized, but they treated him well. He gravitated to the scholars and intellectuals wherever he went. He continued into the mountains, reaching Isfahan, which rested at an altitude of more than 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters. Here he was in the heart of Persia, just 270 miles south of Tehran, or 440 kilometers. The city was famed for its architecture, including its magnificent bridges, mosques, and buildings. However, the Mongol invasion in the previous century had sent the city into decline. Ibn Battuta wrote, "The city of Isfahan is one of the largest and fairest of cities, but it is now in ruins for the greater part." End quote. I've talked about the Mongol invasions earlier, but I want to expand on it for a moment because I think it's such a crucial thing for this part of the world. The Mongol hordes that had swept out of Asia had brought destruction wherever they went, and no place took the brunt of that destruction more than Persia. Here, Ibn Battuta saw that devastation. Entire cities had been depopulated. Refugees had flooded cities to the west. It had been terrible. In some places, it never recovered. Other cities were now just coming back from the brink of destruction, even 60 plus years later. And we're talking about cities whose populations numbered in the hundreds of thousands a century ago. Now they were gone, or a tenth of their original numbers. For even to his homeland, Morocco, these were just stories that people had heard about. The Mongol invasions had little effect on the land so far west. But now he was fully seeing the devastation wrought by the Mongol invaders. By the way, one of the interesting twists, something history loves to give us, is that the Mongols ended up conquering Persia, but were themselves then conquered, but in a different way. The Mongols were really good at destroying and killing. I mean, really good at it. However, at some point, the killing and destroying was done, and they said, "Hey, now we need to rule this place." Well, for that, they needed the people. They needed the locals. And in Persia, they found an old and sophisticated culture. And slowly but surely, the Mongols were in turn seduced by that culture. They liked the cool and fancy stuff. They intermarried with the locals and in time adopted Islam. Anyhow, Ibn Battuta spent 2 weeks in Isfahan and then headed south toward Shiraz, about 300 miles or 500 kilometers away. He followed historic trade routes and made good time, reaching the city in 10 days. It was now mid-April 1327. Shiraz had a reputation as a great center of learning, and the city had narrowly avoided the wrath of the Mongols, so Ibn Battuta found it vibrant and healthy and sane. Its inhabitants are handsome in figure and clean in their dress. In the whole east, there is no city except Shiraz, which approaches Damascus in the beauty of its bazaars, fruit gardens, and rivers. End quote. In Shiraz, Ibn Battuta did his typical thing. He visited people of religious and political importance. He stayed at the local college and went to the mosques and tombs of notable figures. After about 2 weeks, he got on the road to Baghdad. It would take Ibn Battuta about 5 to 6 weeks to reach the city of Kufa, just south of Baghdad. He was now on the pilgrim trail to the city, even passing the famed ruins of ancient Babylon along the way. He was traveling into the heart of the cradle of Western civilization. And then, in the first week of June 1327, Ibn Battuta reached the fabled city of Baghdad.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn.
Baghdad is one of the legendary cities of the ancient world. It was centrally located between the east and the west, benefiting from the natural trade that happens in such a situation. Plus, it was a crossroads of people coming and going, allowing for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and culture. At its height, during the 8th and 9th centuries, which is called the Islamic Golden Age, the population reached as high as 1.5 million. It may have been the world's largest city at the time. It was the commercial and cultural hub of the Middle East. But by the 10th century, the city's influence waned, and then in 1258, it was sacked by the Mongols. The majority of the population massacred or made refugees. Large sections of the city were destroyed, including the canals and dikes that comprised the city's critical irrigation system. Baghdad was left in ruins, and when Ibn Battuta arrived, it was just a ghost of its past glories. Despite all that, it was still important. It was at a crucial location, a vital cog in facilitating commerce between East and West, and the colleges, most of which had been destroyed by the Mongols, were being rebuilt. The city and the Mesopotamian region formed the western edge of the Ilkhanate, the empire established by the Mongols after the capture of the region. The current ruler was Abu Sa'id, called the Ilkhan, who had come to the throne in 1316 at the age of 12, making him a year younger than Ibn Battuta. In fact, the Ilkhan was in Baghdad when Ibn Battuta arrived in the summer of 1327. The Ilkhan brought a huge retinue with him wherever he traveled, essentially a moving city. There were soldiers, servants, slaves, and government officials and administrators, wives and children, and anyone else needed to run the Khanate. When Ibn Battuta arrived in Baghdad, the great traveling behemoth was getting ready to head back east. Ibn Battuta worked his way into the court of Abu Sa'id. The emperor was a cultivated young man who played the lute, wrote Arabic and Persian, and composed songs and poetry. While not a Sunni, the Ilkhan was known to be a pious, generous, and tolerant Muslim. He is a great example of how the lands and culture of Persia had made the Mongol conquerors more Persian than Mongol. Ibn Battuta liked him. Also, Ibn Battuta found his way into the good graces of others within the Ilkhan's court. This included Ala al-Din Muhammad, one of the leading generals of the empire. The man would invite Ibn Battuta to travel with the Ilkhan's great caravan heading east. Ibn Battuta admitted this was a perfect opportunity to see more of the world and all under the protection of important and powerful people. Before departing Baghdad, Ibn Battuta attended lectures given by religious leaders and scholars, but his time in the ancient city was short, no more than 2 to 3 weeks. He then readied himself to depart for Persia. Ibn Battuta had the pleasure of witnessing the mobilization of the Ilkhan's great retinue. It was all done with tremendous pomp and fanfare. There were the emirs or generals leading their troops. There were drums, trumpets, banners, horses, and carriages. It was a great spectacle. The caravan of the Ilkhan headed east into the Zagros Mountains. The destination was Sultan Niya, about 170 miles northwest of Tehran. It was the newly designated capital of the Khanate. However, after about 10 days on the road, Ibn Battuta's patron, Ala al-Din Muhammad, was urged to go north to Tabriz. Ibn Battuta was given permission to travel with him. This was another boon for the ever-curious Ibn Battuta, as Tabriz had recently developed into one of the preeminent cities in the empire. It was a key economic center in the Eurasian world, as more and more traders and merchants bypassed Baghdad and came to Tabriz. The city had been saved from being sacked by the Mongols by opening their gates to them and accepting their rule. The Ilkhan had beautified the city, constructing grand buildings, including colleges and mosques. However, Ibn Battuta would only get to spend a single night in Tabriz, as Ala al-Din Muhammad had received orders to return immediately to the Ilkhan and his caravan. Not wanting to get caught without a benefactor, Ibn Battuta headed south with the emir. Also, Ibn Battuta had a new plan in mind. He was going to return to Baghdad and catch the year's Hajj caravan going to Mecca. His intention was to complete a second Hajj. Ala al-Din Muhammad returned to the caravan of the Ilkhan, and it was here that Ibn Battuta was invited to meet the Ilkhan himself. This was an incredible opportunity and something rare for a man of Ibn Battuta's stature. He included the Ilkhan, Abu Sa'id, in the royal tent. The Ilkhan asked Ibn Battuta about his new plans as well as his travels. In Ibn Battuta's writings, there's surprisingly not much else said about the meeting or the Mongol emperor. Abu Sa'id was impressed enough with the young armor to give him a horse. Plus, there was a letter of introduction for him to take to Baghdad, with instructions for the governor to give Ibn Battuta camels and provisions for his Hajj. Ibn Battuta thus left the company of the Ilkhan. The journey to Tabriz and the return to Baghdad had been quick. Ibn Battuta was back in the city by mid-July. This gave him 2 minutes before the departure of the Hajj caravan, so he did what he always did. He explored. Ibn Battuta headed north of the Tigris River towards the Kurdish city of Mosul. He then did a 360-mile circle, going up into what's modern-day Turkey, and ended up back in Mosul. Along the way, he lodged with important officials, including the governor of Mosul and the chief Qadi of the city of Mardin. There was also a visit to a Kurdish mystic who lived on top of a mountain. The mystic gave Ibn Battuta some silver coins, which he kept for years until he lost them to bandits in India. From Mosul, Ibn Battuta joined up with the feeder caravan heading to Baghdad, aiming to join up with the bigger caravan going to Mecca. Ibn Battuta quickly found a new benefactor, this time an elderly holy woman, a Sufi mystic named Zahida. The old woman had been on many Hajjs in her life, and by coming under her wing, Ibn Battuta now had the protection and aid of her and her Sufi disciples. Sadly, this would be the woman's final journey, as she died on the trek to Mecca and was buried in the desert. In Baghdad, Ibn Battuta turned in his his letter of introduction from the El Khan, thus securing himself camels and provisions for 4 people for the upcoming Hajj. He would also run into some good luck when he found the man running the caravan. Amir al-Hajj Palawan Muhammad al-Hali was the same guy who commanded the return caravan from Mecca. Ibn Battuta had become a friend with the man. All things were thus looking pretty good for Ibn Battuta. The caravan from Baghdad would have departed in September of 1327. This was a well-established route, and the caravan was large and well-protected. Unfortunately for Ibn Battuta, the journey across the Arabian desert was going to be a miserable one. It was not long after departing Baghdad that he developed dysentery, and it would plague him all the way to Mecca. Thankfully, Ibn Battuta had camels to carry him for much of the trek, and his friend, the expedition's commander, kept a close eye on the young man. And so, Ibn Battuta, frail and thin from weeks of sickness, finally arrived in Mecca. He was only just beginning to recover his health. In fact, because of his poor health, Ibn Battuta completed several of the more strenuous parts of the Hajj on horseback instead of on foot. It was a taxing and exhausting affair for Ibn Battuta, but he successfully completed his second Hajj. He was only 23 years old. As we talked about last time, every Muslim was required to complete a Hajj at some point in their life, but doing more than one Hajj was considered a good thing and even encouraged. The more, the better. At this point, Ibn Battuta had been on the road nonstop for over 2 years. He had suffered his share of illnesses along the way, but the recent bout of dysentery was especially debilitating. He knew that he needed to take some time to rest and recover his health. And thus, Ibn Battuta took up residence in Mecca, the holiest city in all of Islam. And as always, he did okay for himself. He took up residence at a local madrasa, a college, and took on the role of a traveling scholar, or pilgrim in residence, as done by Rossi Dunn in his book on Ibn Battuta and his travels. Of it all, Ibn Battuta said, quote, "I led a most agreeable existence," end quote. Ibn Battuta spent either 1 year in Mecca or 3. His records are confusing. Either way, during this time, he cultivated relationships, made friends, and studied. He also found new sponsors and patrons, people to help him now and on his future journeys. And none of this should be taken lightly. Ibn Battuta was in one of the most important cities in the Muslim world, and for at least a year, he would have met and entertained high-ranking people from every corner of the Islamic map. It was an incredible way to lay the seeds for future explorations and travels. Otherwise, Ibn Battuta is surprisingly scant on details about his stay in Mecca, probably because he wasn't traveling and wasn't discovering new and fascinating places. And perhaps he took some deep dives into his education, just don't know for sure. No matter, when Ibn Battuta was ready to move on, we knew that he was not going to head home. The wanderlust still had a hold on him, and he was determined to continue his travels. For the next stage of his life, he decided he would head south and visit Yemen in the southwest corner of the Arabian Peninsula. But the reality of Ibn Battuta's next journey will be much grander, because while Yemen is on the agenda, the realms of Eastern Africa are going to follow very quickly. This will be places like Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, and Cuba. And beyond those places, there's much, much more. But those adventures will be for next time. I want to wrap up today's story summarizing the life of Ibn Battuta to this point. And when I say I'm doing this, I really mean Rossi Dunn, who wrote a groundbreaking book on Ibn Battuta and his travels in 1986. Dunn says this of a Berber traveler, quote, "In a year's time, he traveled more than 4,000 miles, crossed the Zagros Mountains 4 times, and the Arabian Desert twice, visited most of the great cities of Iraq and Western Persia, and met scholars, qadis, governors, and Atabeg, which is a noble and even a Mongol king," end quote. He then goes on to say that Ibn Battuta had gone home and wrote out the stories of his travels. It would have been a pretty amazing book. But you know what? There's more. Lots more. And so that wraps up things for today. I hope you've enjoyed our story thus far. Join us next time when Ibn Battuta sets off for the eastern coast of Africa. I want to take a moment to thank all of our show's supporters, including our wonderful and amazing patrons. I'm always really honored that so many of you want to help out the show and be a part of it. This list includes Dan, Eileen, Arthur, Gregory, John Paul, Donald, Craig, Jesse, Catherine, Chris, Robert, Brady, Andrew, Benjamin, Cameron, George, Christopher, Collier, David, Eamon, Elizabeth, Eric, Mark, Mitchell, Peter, Philip, Ralph, Susan, Thomas, and many, many others. Thank you again. If you want to help out the show, go to explorerspodcast.com. You can make a direct donation to the podcast via PayPal or by checking out our Patreon program. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other super cool podcasts, including Rainbow Puppy Science Lab and Tumble. Both science podcasts are perfect for the entire family.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Don't let a busy schedule get in the way of your college dreams. Achieve your goals at Santa Ana College. Our flexible class scheduling allows you to complete your courses at your own pace, day or night, on campus or online. Balancing work or family? Let us help create a plan that works for you. See what's possible at Santa Ana College. New classes start every 8 weeks. Learn more at sac.edu.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on Ibn Battuta, a Moroccan Berber explorer who traveled throughout the Islamic world in the 14th century. Last time, we left Ibn Battuta in Mecca, just like we had done after our first episode. Only this time he had completed his second Hajj instead of his first. Our only note for today is simple. Go to explorerspodcast.com and find a map of Ibn Battuta's adventures. That is it for notes. The year was 1327, and Ibn Battuta stayed in Mecca where he recovered his health. He had been struck with a severe case of dysentery on the road from Baghdad to Mecca, and he was weak and exhausted when he arrived to participate in a second Hajj. He had been able to complete the pilgrimage, but in a taxi, he had even used a horse to complete some of the more strenuous tasks of the Hajj. But in the end, he had done it. Now he needed some time to recuperate. That downtime would have been 1 year or 3. Ibn Battuta's writings are contradictory on this point, as his chronology gets messed up. So we can't say for sure. However, I would be surprised if the young Ibn Battuta stayed 3 years in any one single place. He just doesn't seem the type to do so. Although perhaps health issues kept him in this place for that time. No matter, while in Mecca, Ibn Battuta likely spent some time studying and attending lectures. He was, we should remember, a qadi, a judge in Islamic law, a young and experienced one, mind you, but still a respected scholar. In Mecca, students would gather around the center of the great mosque, the teacher always facing the Kaaba. People would gather around the lecturer, coming and going as desired. In regard to education, I want to note that Ibn Battuta, while he was eager to learn and a qadi, he was not super devoted to the profession. Author Rossi Dunn, in his book on our explorer, says, quote, "The depth of his education should not, of course, be overstated. He never became a jurist of first rank," end quote. Anyhow, whether 1 or 3 years, Ibn Battuta departed Mecca in the fall of 1328 or 1330. He traveled with a Hajj caravan heading west from Mecca to the port of Jeddah on the Red Sea. After that, he planned on going to Yemen. From there, he had options, including East Africa and India. No matter, for now, his goal was to head south to Yemen, which is on the southwestern corner of the Arabian Peninsula. It would have been a natural jumping off point to go to India or Africa. For his journey, Ibn Battuta avoided the boats of the Hajj travelers, which were packed with people and camels and a million other things. Instead, he took a jolba, which was a small two-masted ship. A jolba was typically made of teak wood, the planks stitched together with coconut or palm fiber. There were no nails used. These were not particularly sound boats. The key was to have expert sailors to operate them. Ibn Battuta had never been on a sea voyage up to this point, and he admitted that he was terrified of the experience. Now, the Red Sea offered all sorts of dangers to any ship, mainly to the coral reefs and rocks that dotted the shores. Bandits would line up on the coast and wait for the ships to strike one of these reefs, forcing everyone to abandon ship and struggle to shore. The bandits would then rob and often kill the survivors. All of this this aside, the biggest issue for Tuna was the winds. This time of year, traveling south down the Red Sea is not easy due to unfavorable winds. He wrote, quote, "We traveled on the sea with a favoring wind for 2 days, but thereafter the wind changed and drove us off the course which we had intended. The waves of the sea entered in amongst us in the vessel, and the passengers fell grievously sick." End quote. The boat was ultimately driven west to the opposite side of the Red Sea and forced ashore. Thankfully, there were no bandits awaiting them. Instead, the locals came with camels and rented them to the travelers to take them south, and thus they moved to the way overland to the port of Sorkin, where he again boarded another Jalba. After 6 days at sea, the boat managed to reach the eastern shore of the Red Sea in the district of Hali, which was advantageous because it turned out that while in Mecca, Ibn Battuta had struck up a friendship with the local ruler of the area, and he would thus spend several days as the man's guest. This is a great example about how all those connections Ibn Battuta had cultivated were paying off. From there, it was another sea voyage to the kingdom of Yemen. Regarding Yemen, it is seen today almost an afterthought when you look at a map of the Middle East. The Arabian Peninsula is dominated physically by Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's the big spot on the map when you look at it. Yemen, however, is in a critical location. It has been at the crossroads of civilization for 3,000 years, and that's because it controls the traffic into and out of the Red Sea. This is one of the most important ports along the trade route between East and West. In Ibn Battuta's time, Yemen was an independent kingdom, just like it is today. The rulers were of Kurdish and Turkish origin. They had invaded the area from Egypt in the 12th century and set up their own kingdom. The region is a land of geographical extremes. In the west, it's mountainous and gets rains from the monsoons. The east is a desert. The kingdom had 3 major inland cities: Zabid in the western lowlands, Sinai in the mountains, and Taiz in the southern highlands. The latter was the capital of the Rasulian dynasty, the rulers of Yemen. The cities formed a triangle in the western part of the kingdom. The Sultan of Yemen was Malik bin Ali. He was the 5th Sultan in the Rasulian line. The other city of note in Yemen was the port of Aden, which we'll talk about in a minute. And Ibn Battuta landed on the Yemen coast and then went over land about 30 miles or 50 kilometers to Zabid. He then sort of just wanders going from town to town, visiting wherever strikes his fancy. Despite many of these locations being in the mountains, Ibn Battuta found the cities quite cosmopolitan. This is due to the kingdom being flush with cash and an educated populace. As usual, Ibn Battuta gravitated to the scholars and important officials wherever he went. The area had a share of Shia-Sunni tribal tensions, and Ibn Battuta can't help but take the Shia Muslims to task for what he saw as their shortcomings. For the most part, Ibn Battuta liked the people he met, with the exception of those in Taiz, which was the Sultan's home. He found the people there pushy, rude, and overbearing. However, he was introduced to the Sultan. Ibn Battuta detailed that ceremony. All around there were soldiers armed with swords, shields, and bows. Most important guests were escorted to meet the Sultan first. Food and refreshments were served. More important than person, better than food. Ibn Battuta says that he was brought up onto a carpeted platform decorated with silken fabrics and introduced to the Sultan by the local Qadi, saluting the king by touching the ground with an index finger and saying, "May God prolong thy majesty." The Yemeni king quizzed him about his homeland Morocco and the lands he had visited, including Persia and Egypt. Ibn Battuta departed with the Sultan's blessing, specifying a course of letters of introduction. The latter helped him obtain lodging. After Taiz, Ibn Battuta states that he went to Sanaa in the mountains, but that's one of those probably not really moments. In reality, he likely headed directly from Aden. Aden was one of the most important and prosperous ports in all of Asia, Africa, or Europe. Nearly every ship coming into or out of the Red Sea stopped in Aden. It is surrounded by mountains and only approached by the sea. Ibn Battuta states he had a dozen imports that they regularly sailed Aden. These merchants carried spices, iron, steel, brass, bronze, silk, cotton, pearls, beads, shoes, Chinese porcelain, ivory, fruit, timber. They spent lots and lots of money. To explore the prosperous city, stayed with a rich merchant. He then decided to head to Africa. Had in mind how to talk about the Arab colonies on the east coast of Africa, plus the maritime trade that dominated this region. First, I want to mention about Ibn Battu's approach to Africa is that he moved from the center to the fringe of the Islamic world. In all the place he had been through his life up to this point, Islam was the crucial factor that unified the people around him. His religion and Sharia law was the moral basis for political, family, and social relationships. Of course, he had met some Christians and Jews in his life. They were very much in the minority amongst the population. But that will not always be the case going forward. Even amongst Muslims, Ibn Battuta was going to be introduced to a diversity of languages and cultures that he had never experienced before. In fact, Islam will, in some of the emergent cities and lands, be a minority religion. Practice of Islam will be heavily concentrated in the coastal towns.
They were asking me where I was on a different day, like 3 years before. I don't know.
Instead, they left to work with other cultures, many of whom were not Muslims. And you know what? They were successful. Muslim colonies sprung up all along the East African coast and thrived. Many of these merchants married and inherited locals. And in time, many of the locals became Muslims. This way, we would have people speaking Bantu, Swahili, and other languages right next to Persian and Arabic. Now, regarding the region of East Africa that was on Ibn Battuta's agenda, it covers what today is Somalia, Kenya, and Tanzania. This includes the cities of Zayla, Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, and Kilwa. Muslim traders and merchants had come to these places in the past few centuries, partnering with the local people to obtain goods from the interior. All of this was possible because of innovations in sailing by Arab navigators. They were extremely advanced. One aspect of this was technical in nature. The lateen rig ships allowed a vessel to sail in just about any direction. Sometimes it was slow going, but at least it was progress. The lateen sails, which are triangular, would be adopted 100 plus years later by the Portuguese, allowing them to kick off the age of discovery. Another innovative aspect of Arab navigators was their mastery of the winds. This, more than anything, allowed them to venture successfully so far across the ocean. The Arab traders of the era understood when and where the monsoon season was going to take place. This allowed them to know the best time to go from Africa to Asia and Arabia across the Indian Ocean. Sailing was a dangerous game, and understanding the seasonal rhythm of the winds of the Arabian Sea was critical. By the way, the Arabian Sea is the water between Africa and India. The winds of this region were more predictable than, say, the Mediterranean Sea. This allowed Arab traders to go hundreds, even thousands of miles across open water with confidence that they would reach their destination. And thus, this led Arab merchants to Africa. This gave them a massive market to send their many trade goods. In exchange, Africa offered a wealth of opportunities. But probably nothing was more important than gold, ivory, and slaves. So why did Ibn Battuta let it go to Africa instead of India or wherever? Well, we really just don't know. Perhaps he simply saw an opportunity and took it. Plus, he knew that if he went down the east coast of Africa, he could eventually catch the Indian Ocean monsoons that would take him back to Arabia. No matter, after his time in Aden, Ibn Battuta took the ship across the Gulf of Aden, heading for Zayla on the coast of Somalia. The ship was carrying trade goods, including glass beads, Chinese porcelain, silver, glassware, books, paper, pottery, and tools. They would return with ivory, gold, skins, furs, rice, and slaves. Ibn Battuta does not say anything about the size or design of the ship that he sailed on, but it was likely a fairly large trading dhow. There might have been a small cabin, but most likely it would have been living on the deck amongst the crew and cargo. By the way, Ibn Battuta really talks in depth about the ships that he takes. He was clearly not a sailor. Author Rossi Dunn, in his book on Ibn Battuta and his travels, writes, quote, although Ibn Battuta logged thousands of miles at sea in the course of his adventures, Rabbi has a disappointing record of 14th century shipbuilding and seamanship. Since he presumably had no sailing experience in early life, and his Tangerian upbringing was no doubt remote from the working world of the port, he was excusably indifferent to the rudiments of nautical technology. He is far better at recalling the characteristics of port towns and the pious personages inhabiting them than the humdrum details of navigation and life at sea. End quote. The city of Zayla was a major port for goods coming and going into the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. It was large and prosperous. Ibn Battuta only spent one night in the city, calling it, quote, the dirtiest, most disagreeable, and most stinky town in the world, end quote. The smell was because of the large fish and meat markets. Ibn Battuta's boat then pressed east into the Gulf of Aden, went slowly due to strong winds, but eventually rounded the Horn of Africa, pushing south down the eastern coast, which was dominated by a desolate Somali desert. The destination was Mogadishu, which was probably the busiest and richest port in East Africa. Arab traders had first come to the city around 900, and their presence had quickly grown as the city became a major trade center. When Ibn Battuta arrived, he found a mix of African and Middle Eastern peoples. He would have heard Persian, Arabic, Somali, Swahili, and Bantu being spoken. And this visit provides a great snapshot into the world of the merchants and traders, both African and Arab, of this time. Once Ibn Battuta ship came into the harbor, they were approached by a multitude of smaller boats. Men boarded the ship, bringing platters of food to the merchants. If a merchant took the platter, he was thus obliged to accept the man as his broker. The merchant was now under the protection of the broker, whose job it was to hammer out deals for the merchant's goods with the local sellers. The broker got a cut of the sales for his duties. In some cases, the merchants were already well established and had their own operation set up in the city. This allowed them to bypass these brokers. As for Ibn Battuta, he was not a merchant, but a faqih, a scholar versed in Islamic law. He was thus passed on to the representatives of the city's chief qadi. Ibn Battuta was taken to the place of the local ruler, a man named Abu Bakr. He was treated with respect and fed 3 large meals each day. On the 4th day, he was introduced to Abu Bakr ibn Sheikh Umar, who held the title of Sharif, which means he was recognized as a direct descendant of Muhammad. The man had a dark complexion, likely as his descendants had intermarried with the local Africans. His native tongue was Somali, but he spoke fluent Arabic. Ibn Battuta knows the Sultan had a large retinue of ministers called viziers. These included legal experts and generals, royal eunuchs, and many other officials. Ibn Battuta described the pomp and ceremony of meeting with the Sultan, saying, quote, all of the people walked barefoot, and there were raised over his head 4 canopies of colored silk, and on top of each canopy was the fire of a burning gold. His clothes that day were a robe of pre-Jerusalem stuff, and underneath it, fine loose robes of Egypt. He was dressed with a wrapper of silk and turban with a large turban. Before him, drums and trumpets and pipers were played. The emirs of the soldiers were before him. The qadi, the faqih, and the sharifs were with him. He entered the council room in that order. The viziers, emirs, and commanders of the soldiers sat down there in the audience chamber. And, by the way, we have run into several people named Abu Bakr in our story. The reason for this is that Abu Bakr was a close companion of Muhammad, and on the death of the latter, it was Abu Bakr who took up the position of Caliph, the leader of Islam. Now, some people didn't accept this, and this led to the formation of the 2 branches of Islam, Shiism and Sunnism. Abu Bakr would lead the Sunnis. Because of this, the name holds a revered place in the Sunni Muslim world. After a week or 2 in Mogadishu, Ibn Battuta continued south again by boat. As he moved down the coast, the deserts gave way to tangled swamps and lush mangrove forests. At the border of modern-day Somalia and Kenya, Ibn Battuta would have crossed the equator. While he was accustomed to hot temperatures, it's unlikely he had ever endured the humidity of the tropics. Next on the agenda was Mombasa, about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers from Mogadishu. The town was modest in size at this time, but it would later become a powerhouse commercial center. Not far from Mombasa was the island of Zanzibar. It was a small but growing city and would one day emerge as one of the great commercial centers on the eastern coast of Africa. Another thing that Ibn Battuta would have seen all along the African coast was the growth of Islam amongst the local peoples. The next port of call was a few days later at Kilwa, the terminus of the Ibn Battuta 7-week voyage, as there were no Arab settlements further south. The city is on an island offering a protection from attack. Kilwa, which is in present-day Tanzania, was the center of gold trade on the East African coast, making it prosperous. Ibn Battuta said the wealthy citizens wore silk and cotton clothing and ate off of Chinese porcelain. He also said they had indoor plumbing. Of the city, Ibn Battuta said it was, quote, one of the finest and most beautifully built towns, end quote. The city was famed for its dome and vaulted mosque, which was made of coral stone, the largest of its kind in the world. Ibn Battuta would attend services at the mosque. By the way, the Great Mosque of Kilwa would collapse in an earthquake not long after Ibn Battuta's visit. So, while in Kilwa, Ibn Battuta would meet the city's powerful Sultan, Al-Hassan ibn Suleiman, at his stone palace located at the highest point on the island. He praised the Sultan for his pious and generous nature. The Sultan would praise Ibn Battuta about his homeland and the places he had visited on his travels. By the way, I read something about these Arab colonies on the African coast that I found interesting. One author described them as something akin to the Italian city-states of the same era. These were independent maritime realms. They were key trade brokers in the region and thus were powerful and influential. They competed against one another, yet at the same time they were Arabs with similar roots. Many of these rulers were of Lemurian origin, and of course they were Muslims. And so it was now March of 1329 or 1331, and there was no place left for Uttd to go unless he wanted to venture out of the Arab world, which wasn't going to happen. So he made plans to head back to Arabia. Now, there are 2 times a year where the winds move from East Central Africa to Arabia, and that was at the beginning and the end of the monsoon season. That meant that Ibn Battuda's next chance to sail was only a few weeks away, in late March or early April. Thus, he made preparations for his return to the Middle East.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those clothes to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When Ibn Battuta set sail from Cuba from Arabia in April 1329 or 1331, he had before him a 4 to 5 week voyage. He makes no comment in his book about the return journey other than the destination of Dhofar, which is located in modern-day Oman on the southeast corner of the Arabian Peninsula. It would have been a long voyage, but the experienced Arab navigators knew their business, and Ibn Battuta found himself back in Arabia in early May. Dhofar was an important city on the trade route going from Asia to the Red Sea. It was also famed for its fine horses, as well as an exporter of frankincense, an aromatic resin used as incense. It was also used in medicines, perfumes, and oils. In fact, the region around Dhofar was called the Incense Coast. The city was well known as a key trade center, with famed Venetian traveler Marco Polo singing the region's praises, writing, quote, "Dhofar is a great and noble and fine city," end quote. The monsoon rains made the area around Dhofar green and vibrant. Ibn Battuta was stuck there for a spell. Not a bad place to spend the summer. He hung out then with the local scholars and no doubt cultivated some relationships in the process. Eventually, he took a small coastal trader east, stopping at various small ports along the way. He describes his life on the boat, eating fish, dates, and bread. He was appalled when the crew captured some seabirds and didn't slit their throats as prescribed by the Quran. He thus avoided eating the birds and hanging around with the impious sailors. Eventually, Ibn Battuta reached the port of Sur at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. The Gulf of Oman links into the Persian Gulf, so this was an important area. A short way past Sur, Ibn Battuta and another traveler, an Indian scholar named Drew, decided to depart their ship when they had to stop for some business. Rather than just hang out on the ship, the two men decided to walk to the nearby port of Kalhad, just a few hours up the coast by foot. They even hired one of the sailors to guide them. The plan was now to back up with the ship in Kalhad. Well, on the walk to the city, Ibn Battuta became convinced that the sailor was up to no good. He feared the man was going to kill him and his friend and steal their stuff. And Ibn Battuta was not entirely wrong. Although the sailor wasn't trying to kill him, instead he just wanted to rob the two men. Ibn Battuta, who carried with him a spear, sniffed out the plot and thwarted the robbery. However, by this time it was getting dark and the men were lost. And Ibn Battuta saw other men lurking in the hills. Thus he and his friend hunkered down for the night, hiding amongst the rocks and dunes until dawn. Ibn Battuta stayed awake all night on guard. The next morning, Ibn Battuta and his friend arrived at the city gate, tired and thirsty and their feet swollen. Due to their bedraggled nature, the guards refused to let them enter without going before the city's governor to explain who they were and what they were doing lurking outside the city walls. And that was a good thing for Ibn Battuta, because as we have seen, he was away with people. And it wasn't long before he and the governor were best buddies. Ibn Battuta said, quote, I stayed with him for 6 days, during which I was powerless to rise to my feet because of the pains that they had sustained. End quote. Now, from Colhead, well, things get a little weird. And that's because Ibn Battuta's story is jumbled and confused. There are time leaps, the route zigs and zags in odd ways, stuff like that. I do want to mention one thing about Ibn Battuta's writings that is at times frustrating. In all of his travels, he goes to some locations on multiple occasions, and it appears that he at times jumbles up these visits. This might be on purpose or a simple mistake on his part, or it might be the mistake of the man transcribing Ibn Battuta's oral descriptions. We can't forget that Ibn Battuta didn't physically write down his story. The scribe, Ibn Juzay, did that, and thus it might be a mistake of the scribe. No matter, it's not a huge deal, but I want to tell you about it as it might explain the confused narrative that occasionally creeps into our story. As always, I will do my best to explain things as clearly as possible. So, from Colhead, Ibn Battuta decided to travel with a caravan to the northwest into the Hajar Mountains. This was the rugged interior of Oman. The destination was the inland town of Mizwa. Mizwa is one of the oldest cities in Oman. It was a center of learning and trade. It was also a key link in the overland trade between Dhofar, where Ibn Battuta had been earlier that year, and the port of Muscat, just 140 miles to the north on the Gulf of Oman. It's not clear if Ibn Battuta gets to Muscat, the vital port in the area, but he eventually does return to the coast and crosses over the Gulf of Oman and then Hormuz. The latter city guards the entrance to the Persian Gulf. Ibn Battuta then goes inland and visits a few places, some quite dangerous. He describes areas filled with bandits and graves all along the roads he traveled. Eventually, he emerged on the eastern shore of the Persian Gulf. Here, he described the pearl fisheries. He then took a boat across the Gulf to Al-Qatif. This is just north of modern-day Bahrain and Qatar. From here, Ibn Battuta set out to the south, where he met a tribal chieftain who was preparing to cross the Arabian Peninsula to Mecca on a Hajj, a journey of some 750 miles or 1,200 kilometers. And you know what? What better thing to do than another Hajj? And so Ibn Battuta saddles up for a long journey across Arabia. The man does not talk much about the long march across Arabia or even the experiences of his third Hajj. We only know that he reaches Mecca and completes his third pilgrimage. And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave Ibn Battuta, just like we left him at the end of our first and second episodes. In our last episode, Ibn Battuta had crossed the Arabian desert twice, visited all the great cities of Iraq and Western Persia, and conducted his second Hajj. This time he visited pretty much the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, including the lands of Yemen and Oman. Plus, he had traveled to the far-off Arab colonies on the eastern coast of Africa. Next time, our explorer will head north to the lands around the Black Sea, followed by Asia, including India. And that wraps up things for today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I want to remind everyone that you can help out the show by going onto your podcast app, such as Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and give the Explorers a nice rating and review. It doesn't cost you a dime, and I appreciate the support. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows. For those interested in finance, there's the Investors for Beginners podcast, as well as Her Money by Gene Chansky.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Individuals need to go somewhere, and we don't
Explorers podcast. Today is part 4 in our series on traveler extraordinaire Ibn Battuta. For today's story, I have 2 notes. First, go to explorerspodcast.com to see a map of the man's travels. And 2, a reminder that the dates of Ibn Battuta's travels are kind of wonky. We start in the year 1330 or 1332. We don't know for sure. Also, at the same time, we are going to find some odd and at times incomprehensible movements of our explorer. This is all okay. We don't know exactly why some of these things happen, but it could be explained by lapses in Ibn Battuta's memory or errors by Ibn Juzay, the scribe writing down Ibn Battuta's story. Again, this is fine. Things like this happen with documents written 700 years ago. I'll note these oddities along the way, but in the end, it really doesn't affect the main narrative of our tale. Okay, that is it for notes. Let us go to Mecca in the fall of 1330 or 1332. Ibn Battuta had completed his 3rd Hajj. He was in his late 20s, no longer an inexperienced kid, and he wasn't interested in heading home to Morocco. The wanderlust we spoke of in the last episode had not yet released its grip on the man. He was raring to go exploring again. But where to now? Well, while in Mecca, word reached Ibn Battuta about the Sultan of Delhi, who was hiring learned scholars to help administer his lands. The Sultan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, was reportedly the richest man in the Muslim world. And what cooler place to go than India, which was in the far-flung reaches of civilization. And so Ibn Battuta departed Mecca, aiming for Jeddah on the Red Sea. The easiest and fastest route to India was to go to Aden and sail along the coast of the Arabian Sea for a couple of thousand miles. It was a dangerous journey as storms and pirates were common and deadly, but the other options were much longer and offered even more perilous challenges. But Ibn Battuta had one major issue. He needed help with such an endeavor. He needed a Rafiq, a trusted friend and guide, to help him get to India and be formally introduced into the Sultan's court. Important note, Ibn Battuta did not speak Persian at this time. His Arabic was helpful, especially among scholars and officials, but that would not be enough if he was on his own. He needed someone to guide him geographically through the region, culturally amongst the Indian people, and then politically once in the court of the Sultan in Delhi. He needed someone to introduce him to the right people. He couldn't just show up and expect to get work without an advocate. Ibn Battuta would spend 40 days in Jeddah trying to find his Rafiq, his advocate, but he had no luck. He simply couldn't find anyone who fit his needs. And so he altered his plans. He wasn't going to give up on India, just approach it in a different way, a very different way. Instead of by sea, he would travel north to the area around the Black Sea and then approach India from Central Asia. It was a long, circuitous route, but it fit Ibn Battuta's style as he loved to avoid roads already traveled. And so Ibn Battuta crossed the Red Sea and proceeded north into Egypt. He went down the Nile to Cairo, where he rested for a short while. After that, it was west across the Sinai Peninsula. Our explorer's itinerary is vague through this region, but he will eventually trek up the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, reaching Acre, Beirut, and Latakia in modern-day Syria. Now, I want to stop and talk a moment about a man named Al-Haji Abdallah ibn Abu Bakr ibn al-Farran al-Tazari. Al-Tazari was an Egyptian legal scholar, and he became friends with Ibn Battuta, and it would be a long and fruitful association that would last for years. I also want to note that in addition to Al-Tazari, others joined Ibn Battuta's entourage. We rarely get to know the names or numbers of these add-ons, but I think it demonstrates the growing reputation and influence of Ibn Battuta. As we move forward, we can't forget that he was not a kid anymore. He was an incredibly well-traveled young man with a ton of experience. People likely gravitated to him and took him as a de facto leader. Remember, traveling for the sake of adventure was a rare thing in this era. People traveled for a reason. They wanted to make money. They wanted to find work, that sort of thing. Yet here was Ibn Battuta traipsing around Africa and the Middle East, telling stories of these exotic places to those he encountered. I get this feeling that others were inspired by him and sort of hitched their wagon to his ambition. Anyhow, at Latakia, Ibn Battuta and his companions boarded a Genoese ship bound for Anatolia. Anatolia, by the way, was the term used to cover much of what is modern-day Turkey. It does not represent the western section of Turkey, which includes Constantinople, aka Istanbul. The western border of Anatolia was the Sea of Marmara and the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits. These were the waterways that connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Black Sea. Another note, that Ibn Battuta and his party took a Genoese ship was not uncommon. Aside from simple coastal vessels, Arab shipping in the Mediterranean was weak, having been eliminated by the powerful Italian city-states, plus the French and Spanish. Ibn Battuta sailed on a two-masted ship with 2 or 3 decks, larger than anything he'd ever been on before. It would have had a crew upwards of 100 men and 600 tons of cargo. What cargo, we don't know, perhaps cotton or sugar. The captain of the ship, Ibn Battuta says, treated him and his people honorably and didn't even charge them for the voyage. The plan was to go to Anatolia and then north of the Black Sea through the Khanate of Kipchak, also known as the Golden Horde. After that, it was into Afghanistan and then India. This route was far more difficult and time-consuming than taking a ship from Aden. But what's the old saying say? It's not the destination, but the journey. That seems to be Ibn Battuta's motto. Ibn Battuta would reach the port of Alanya on the southern coast of Turkey, just north of Cyprus, in the last weeks of 1330 or 1332. The port was an important one. There were high walls and an impressive fort, the latter more than 800 feet or 250 meters above the sea. In the city, Ibn Battuta met the local judge, the Qadi, and then rode out to greet the governor at his residence. It was the usual interview, where have you been, what have you seen, that sort of thing. The governor gave Ibn Battuta some coins and wished him well. A few notes. First, while Anatolia was dominated by the Muslim faith, the people were mostly Turkish. Ibn Battuta dealt with the Turks in the past, but they were never the majority of the population. And while many Turkish scholars knew Arabic, such people were not commonplace outside the major cities. This means he will need help translating with much of the populace. Second, while the people here were Turks, there was a strong Persian influence on the region. This was due to the many Persians who had fled from the Mongols some 70 years earlier. Third, the area of Anatolia had previously been part of the Byzantine Empire, aka the Eastern Roman Empire. The once powerful realm of Byzantium was now just a shadow of its former self. In Ibn Battuta's time, the empire roughly consisted of western parts of Turkey, including Constantinople and Greece. In reality, it was a minor power in the region. By the way, Christianity was still fairly common in Anatolia, but it was slowly but surely being replaced by Islam. The ruler of Anatolia was Orhan, who had come to power less than a decade earlier. He was the second bey, which means ruler or chieftain, of what we now know as the Ottoman Empire. Regarding Orhan, Ibn Battuta said, quote, "The Sultan is the greatest of the kings of the Turkmen and the richest in wealth, lands, and military forces. Of fortresses, he possesses nearly 100, and for most of the time, he is continually engaged in making a round of them, staying in each fortress for some days to put it in good order and examine its condition. It is said that he never stayed for a whole month in any one town. He also fights with the infidels continually, keeps them under siege," end quote. Orhan was one of the key figures in the creation, consolidation, and expansion of the fledgling Ottoman state. Fourth note, while in Alanya, Ibn Battuta was met by a man at the local madrasa, or college. The man was a cobbler, and he introduced our traveler to a very important organization in Anatolia, the Fityan Association. The Fityan Association was a popular organization in Anatolia in the 13th and 14th centuries. It consisted of young artisans who specialized in welcoming Muslim travelers to their communities. In this instance, the man invited Ibn Battuta to the organization's hospice, a fine building with large, beautiful rugs. There was a banquet featuring fruit, sweetmeats, singing, and dancing. The Fityan Association had a semi-religious element, but it was mostly a social club of sorts that sought to promote nobility, loyalty, courage, and honesty. They provided solidarity and safety and structure in urban environments. Ibn Battuta was astonished by the organization's generosity and civic idealism. He would stay in their hospices in more than 25 towns. It will mean that he will safely be able to travel throughout Anatolia and have a network of learned men to introduce him to each community's most important religious and political leaders. This was the exact thing the Fityan Association was aiming to do. From Alanya, Ibn Battuta and his companions headed inland to the town of Agadir in the summer of 1331 or 1333, where he spent Ramadan, which is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. Ramadan is observed by Muslims as a month of fasting, prayer, reflection, and community. Now, at this point, Ibn Battuta's chronicles get confusing, even implausible. At one point, the narrative jumps 700 miles to the west. It's not known why things get all jumbled, but they do. I won't dwell on it, only saying that he visited a variety of inland towns, including Milas, Konya, and Iznik. He called another city, Bursa, which is not far from the city of Marmara, quote, "a great and important city with fine bazaars and wide streets, surrounded on all sides with gardens and rugged springs," end quote. In these cities, he stayed with prominent men or in the hospices of the Fityan Association. Sometimes there was more than one of the latter in a city, and they would compete with each other to host Ibn Battuta and his party. And it was not just the Fenian Association, which was vying for the attentions of our explorer. In every city he visited, he found himself before sheikhs, princes, and governors. People wanted him to tell stories of the far-off lands and the amazing sights that he had seen. And that's because, as I have noted earlier, Ibn Battuta had developed a bit of a reputation. He was well-traveled, having gone on 3 Hajjs, and in Turkey, a scholar of Islamic law was held in high regard. In fact, Ibn Battuta would insert himself in local affairs as a qadi, a judge. And as we know, he knew how to present himself to others. He was probably one of those people who just seemed important. He had an aura to him. Because of this, Ibn Battuta found his prestige and his money pouch growing. Everywhere he went, there were gifts for the charismatic young man. In the city of Aydin, the local governor had 20 Greek slaves at the entrance of the palace. He would give one to Ibn Battuta as a gift. The governor of the city of Izmir would give him another one. To further illustrate Ibn Battuta's growing wealth, he reports buying a Greek slave girl while on Ephesus, on the western coast of Turkey. He bought another girl not long after that. He was putting together a large collection of horses, slaves, concubines, clothing, and other goods. Now, I want to note that I've thrown out a lot of names of places, but I'm going to get too caught up in these. While the order these places were visited is jumbled in Ibn Battuta's writings, we can probably look at things logically and say he, roughly, followed the coast of Anatolia from the south to the west to the north, going inland at times, other times to the sea. In all, he would visit more than 25 cities. And we can't forget about his retinue. Ibn Battuta doesn't often talk about his companions, but at one point in Iznik, he notes that he had 3 friends with him, including Al-Tazuri, plus 2 slave boys and 1 slave girl. And so, with his entourage, Ibn Battuta went to the north coast of Anatolia, which borders the Black Sea, eventually reaching the port of Sinope. Now it was time for Ibn Battuta to exit the lands of the Ottoman Empire. His plan was to sail across the Black Sea to Crimea. There awaited the realm of another offshoot of the Mongol Empire, the Golden Horde.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population, shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population, shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers start a new series, this one on John McNeil Stewart. Now, most of you are probably saying things such as, or what did he do, or never heard of him. And I'll respond by saying it's a huge shame that people don't know more about John McNeil Stewart, because he is probably the greatest explorer of the Australian interior in history. Stewart led 6 expeditions into the Australian interior in the late 1850s and early 1860s, and was a direct competitor of the famed Burke and Wills expedition in a race to become the first people to ever cross the continent. So what made Stewart such a great explorer? Well, he not only got across the continent, he came back. In all of this, he proved to be a clever and resilient man who survived despite terrible conditions, such as scurvy, extreme heat, and 100 other challenges. And in the process, he never lost a man under his command. Some more fun stuff about John McNeil Stewart, or simply McNeil Stewart as he was called, was that the guy was a short, slight man with a history of health issues, yet no one could equal the guy for stamina and determination. Do we need more? Well, sure. Stewart was also a social misfit, more at home in the wild than amongst other human beings. He had this big, dark, bushy beard, unkempt hair, and wore rough frontier clothing. He looked like a crazed prospector or preacher, such as John Brown. And let's not forget about his drinking. He was a notorious binge drinker, often drunk more than not when amongst others. Yet out in the bush, he banned alcohol. He was also well respected, those who worked with him displaying a fierce loyalty to the man who trusted to keep them alive. McNeil Stewart is, without question, a character, as my mother would say. I find him wonderfully fascinating and very, very human. Anyhow, let's get this series started with a few notes. Note number 1, go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see a map of Stewart's travels. I also posted a photo of Stewart, which I encourage you to take a look at, just so you can understand the vibe that the man exudes. This series, by the way, takes place in South Australia, which is the southern and central province of modern Australia. Note number 2, this is Australia, which means all sorts of odd words and pronunciations. I will try and do my best, but I'm sure my Midwest American accent will mangle something. My pronunciation of men and D in the Burke and Wills episodes, instead of Menindi, brought me torrents of comments, most of them good-natured. Anyhow, forgive me if something gets butchered, but know that I will try my best. Note number 3, I've mentioned the Burke and Wills expedition, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage you to listen to the series if you have not. It's a long one, but one of my favorites. It is a great companion piece to this series, and I highly recommend you check it out. Alrighty, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling. The life of explorer John McNeil Stewart. John McNeil Stewart was born in Scotland, just north of Edinburgh, on September 7, 1815. He was the youngest of 9 children. His parents were William Stewart and Mary McDougall. William Stewart was an army captain who became a customs officer upon retiring. The young John McNeil Stewart led an uneventful life until both of his parents died in quick succession when he was about 12 or 13 years old. How they died, I did not find out, but Stewart was left to live with relatives and then on to boarding school in Edinburgh. From the time of the death of his parents, Stewart became a solitary figure. Author Sarah Murgatroyd, in her book about the Burke and Wills expedition, The Dig Tree, said this of Stewart, quote, "From the moment on, meeting the death of his parents, John McNeil Stewart struck a lonely figure, always an outsider who never managed to reestablish a home of his own," end quote. As a teen, Stewart suffered from a variety of illnesses, including some suggest tuberculosis. No matter, he was viewed as a small, sickly youngster. Stewart attended the Scottish Naval and Military Academy, which catered to men looking to enter the military. However, his health and slight stature, he was about 5'6" or 116 centimeters, and weighed no more than 130 pounds or 60 kilograms, made him an unattractive option for military service. Instead, Stewart graduated as a civil engineer. Then, in 1838, he made plans to go to Australia. The continent had initially been settled by convicts, but now people saw an opportunity to obtain good land, something not easily available in Great Britain at this time. A surveyor, such as McNeil Stewart, would have no problem finding work in such an environment. Now, prior to leaving, Stewart became engaged to a young woman, the cousin of a friend. Stewart reportedly went to ask the woman to join him in Australia, only to find her kissing someone else. He thus departed without saying a word. It turns out that the man kissing his fiancée was her cousin, Stewart's friend, who was just saying goodbye. It was an innocent mistake, but the incident and then the subsequent separation of Stewart and the young woman caused the engagement to be called off. It's not known exactly how the broken romance affected Stewart, but he would never again, at least that we know of, become entangled in the affairs of the heart. The The voyage to Australia was a long 4 months. Stewart's health was not aided by the ocean voyage as he suffered from constant stomach problems, including coughing up blood. Based on his symptoms, he likely suffered from an ulcer, something that would flare up all of his life. One of the passengers on the trip south took note of the awkward Scotsman, saying he was a great reader as well as silent and stubborn. Despite the latter comments, people found him agreeable and he was well liked by others. Stewart's destination in Australia is the fledgling colony of South Australia, which, as I explained earlier, is in the middle and central part of the continent. Stewart arrived in Adelaide, the colony's capital, in January of 1838. Adelaide was, at the time of Stewart's arrival, barely 2 years old. 636 colonists from Europe and 7 ships, called the First Fleet of South Australia, had founded the city, the colony's first, in December of 1836. The attraction was land. Many of these early colonists were poor and had little chance of owning their own property back in England or Ireland. And so when Stewart arrived in Adelaide, much of the settlement was made up of tents or simple huts with dirt floors. But the population was expanding along the coast and inland, people always looking for new lands to plant crops or set up a ranch. In this situation, the need to survey the land was critical. By surveying it, you can determine and delineate the exact position of an area by taking linear and angular measurements and by applying the principles of geometry and trigonometry. Only then can you properly lay out and assign or sell plots to the new settlers. Well, this made McNeil Stewart a valued asset, and he quickly found work with the colony surveyor general, marking out newly settled districts. Stewart's job took him away from civilization. He spent long hours in the field, 6 days a week, living in a tent. The job paid him 2 shillings and 10 pence a day. The young Scotsman thrived at his new job. He was best when he was in the bush, away from people and society, where he found himself feeling uncomfortable and awkward. Thus, he did not make many friends or form many attachments. He was said to prefer the company of kids and animals, enjoying their simple and unambiguous friendship. Even basic creature comforts of the city eluded Stewart. When in the city, he was known to turn down a bed for the night and instead camp out in a garden. Author Sarah Murgatroyd said this about Stewart in her book, The Dig Tree. Quote, like so many explorers, he was a social misfit, craving escape from the conventions of society and never comfortable with emotional commitment. End quote. Another thing about Stewart is that at some point in his life, he took to drinking. He never did it out in the field, but given some downtime, he would be drunk for days and days. Now, I do want to introduce someone to our story, as he is very important to our tale, and that is the Surveyor General of South Australia, Stewart's boss. The man's name was Charles Sturt. Now, I want to be clear here, that's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. Anyhow, Charles Sturt was, by this time, a famous explorer. In the late 1820s, he had led 2 expeditions into the interior of the Australian outback, reaching the Darling River and traveling the full length of the Murrumbidgee, plus tracing the Murray River to the sea. This was critical to open up the interior of southeastern Australia to farming, ranching, mining, and colonization. Sturt believed that there must be a great inland sea in the center of Australia, and he was not alone in this belief. The reason is that many of the rivers found in the east of Australia flow from the west. So the theory was that there must be a great inland sea feeding these rivers. We will get back to Sturt in a moment, but now let's return to McNeil Stewart. The man went to work as a private surveyor in 1842, and he tried farming for a year, but the latter was not for him. Stewart was a restless type, and he worked best on the move. And then in 1844, the aforementioned Charles Sturt announced he was conducting a new expedition, this to find the great inland sea he believed existed. He offered McNeil Stewart a job as a draftsman, which meant he was responsible for things such as making maps, calculations, and drawings. In August of 1844, the expedition set out from Adelaide with 15 men, 200 sheep, 6 wagons, and a boat. And thus John McNeil Stewart was part of the first ever expedition of discovery. The team headed northeast up the Darling River toward what is now present-day Menindee, and then turned north. By the way, all of what's to come is familiar ground if you have listened to the Bergen-Wells Expedition podcast. Anyhow, the march north was a difficult one. Driving a herd of sheep and hauling wagons was a slog. One thing McNeil Stewart began to understand was the extreme seasonal conditions the Australian outback offered. Water holes, creeks, and even rivers simply disappeared in the summer months, and the heat was debilitating on the men and animals. In fact, 100 or so miles north of Menindee, the expedition was forced to halt for 6 months at a place now called Milkarinka due to the extreme conditions. They were essentially trapped in expansive white salt landscapes before them, massive sandy dunes to the rear. Regarding Dual Stewart, despite his slight and at times sickly appearance, he proved to be a man of immense stamina and fortitude. He also displayed outstanding judgment and good instincts for survival. An example was at one point in the journey when the team was desperate for water and spotted and tracked some pigeons, which took the expedition to a water hole. Eventually, the rains came to the region and the expedition pushed north. Sturt would eventually break up his team, setting up a depot not far from Milburinga. He then continued north with a smaller group, including Dual Stewart. Sturt, by the way, insisted on bringing along the boat, convinced a great sea was waiting for them. But Charles Sturt's dream of finding an inland sea was, as we know, impossible to achieve because no such place existed. Instead, he would be greeted by two of Australia's most imposing physical regions, the Simpson Desert and Sturt's Stony Desert. The latter is particularly striking. It's hundreds of square miles of desert covered in gibber, which is closely packed interlocking rock fragments. The jagged and often razor-sharp pebbles and rocks quickly tore away the boots of the men. The expedition's dog lost all of its skin from its paws. Now, the small group of men did find something very important. After Sturt's Stony Desert, out of nowhere, a chain of water holes surrounded by coconut trees was discovered in November of 1845. This was named Cooper's Creek and plays a huge part in the Burke and Wills expedition. Sturt tried to push onward from Cooper's Creek, but it was fruitless. Summer was coming to Australia, and the desert before them had become a waterless wasteland. On November 11th, Sturt called an end to the advance. It was time to head home. It was here that he finally abandoned the small wooden boat that he had hoped to sail on the inland sea. The return journey was a brutal one, as scurvy was now getting a grip on the expedition. Everyone suffered from it. The expedition's chief surveyor, James Poole, would die from the disease, with Dual Stewart taking over as the lead surveyor. Charles Sturt basically broke down on the return journey, and he had to be carried much of the way back to Adelaide. In fact, Sturt never fully recovered his health. He eventually returned to England due to long-term health issues. One of those health issues Sturt suffered from was deteriorating eyesight, and it's something I want to mention because it will, in time, plague Dual Stewart as well. The problem was spending so much time in the blazing sun in the Australian desert, and this was especially horrible for a surveyor. To take sightings in the day and in the desert is brutal on the eyes. It's no different than a sailor being on the ocean. Christopher Columbus suffered from terrible eye pain due to decades out on the bright ocean, and he could barely go out on deck in the daytime on his final voyage. Anyhow, Sturt's expedition had returned. The inland sea they had expected to find nowhere to be seen. But he had mapped a lot of territory and identified important locations, such as Cooper's Creek. The team had traveled more than 3,000 miles, or 4,800 kilometers. Also, he had confirmed how difficult and deadly exploration into the Australian outback was going to be. As for John Dual Stewart, he received praise from everyone for the work he had done. He was tireless, cheerful, and full of spirit and zeal. Most of the maps and charts put together by the expedition were drawn by Stewart. And most importantly, Dual Stewart now had experience that few men could boast. This was critical for what was to come. Coupled with his sound judgment, it will make him a formidable frontiersman and explorer. But I want to note that the 2 years in the wild had taken its toll on Stewart. He had suffered badly from scurvy, and his ulcer was debilitating. He could not work or travel for a year. Once Dual Stewart recovered his health, he became a sought-after surveyor. He worked in remote areas and for long periods. He developed a reputation for finding good pastures in rough country. It was a great talent to have in this time and place. To be honest, Dual Stewart had found his niche in life. He was good at what he did, and people trusted him. Now, I want to talk about a couple of things going on in Australia at this time, as they are relevant to our story. First, in May of 1851, the Australian gold rush began. This was focused primarily to the east of South Australia, but there were some smaller goldfields found in the colony starting in 1852. But more than anything, gold brought people to Australia. The population of non-native peoples doubled within a decade of the discovery of gold, and these new arrivals had to eventually start doing something other than searching for gold. And that brings me to my second point, and that is ranching. Ranching was fast becoming a big and very valuable industry. Europeans saw these vast, open, and empty prairies, perfect for cattle and sheep. Of course, these lands were far from empty. The native Aboriginal people lived in these lands, often moving from place to place, depending on the availability of food and water. Anyhow, all of this led to the rise of wealthy ranchers, or pastoralists, as they were called. These men acquired the rights to huge swaths of grazing land. This was mostly for sheep, which meant wool. Wool was quickly becoming one of Australia's biggest and most lucrative industries. As early as 1807, wool was being exported. By 1870, Australia was the biggest producer of wool in the world. Most of it was sent to a rapidly industrializing Great Britain. By the way, the reason Australia is so big on wool production is that the land and climate is perfect for sheep. Ideally, you have lots of dry, arable land. Sheep thrive in such conditions. Well, Australia had all of that and then some. Anyhow, in addition to wool, the other thing people were interested in were minerals. This meant mining. Many of these same men who became rich through the wool industry were also interested in mineral rights to these interior lands. And it wasn't just gold, but there was copper and other minerals that were discovered in the bush. It was for these types of men, and they were pretty much all men, that Stuart ventured off to places such as Fort Lincoln and Flinders Ranges. He was there to survey lands that could be used for grazing sheep and was look around for minerals. A few of these prominent prospectors / pastoralists were William Fink and his two brothers, James and John Chambers. In doing this, Stuart honed his skills as a bushman. He usually operated with small groups, focusing on moving quickly and efficiently. Despite his own drinking habits, he banned alcohol while he worked, knowing how destructive it was. He would go for weeks, even months at a time, without drinking. Of course, once he got back to civilization, all bets were off, and Stuart would go on a bender. And that brings us to 1858. While Stuart was 43 years old, a surveyor who had the respect and friendship of some of the colony's most wealthy people. Stuart was, without question, a worthy guy. As I have said, he was really comfortable in normal society, preferring to be out in the wilderness. And he would have cut quite the odd figure. He was slight and short, his big beard streaked with gray, and his messy hair starting to recede. And he was entirely unfashionable. He wore heavy cotton moleskin trousers and a long-tailed blue coat. He frequently sported a cabbage tree hat, which is a hat made with the leaves from the cabbage tree palm. And we can't forget about the drinking. If there was nothing for Stuart to do, the bottle was waiting for him. And that is when William Fink, one of the pastoralists I mentioned earlier, talked to Stuart about an expedition into the Australian interior. The goal was to find minerals in a land the Aboriginal people of Coconut Country called Wiggleton and new grazing land in the northwest of South Australia. And that, my friends, will be the first of 6 expeditions led by Stuart, aiming at exploring the interior of Australia and ultimately crossing it.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
Taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers for the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In June of 1858, McDougal Stuart set off on his first expedition into the interior of Australia. People expected an expedition to have dozens of pack animals, hundreds of mirrors, wagons, boats, scientists, hunters, guides, and translators. Instead, when Stuart set off, it was him, a man named Forster, we don't know his first name, and a young Aboriginal man, whose name we don't know at all. Stuart had 6 horses, 6 weeks of rations, some reports say only 4 weeks, a pocket compass, and a watch. His team was armed as well. That's it. Forster was an experienced frontiersman. The Aboriginal man, Stuart hoped, would know the land and be able to translate with the tribes, also known as mobs, that they encountered. Stewart had learned a lot about exploring the past dozen years, and he understood that the size of an expedition was not the most important thing. The Australian outback was capricious by nature, changing suddenly and with dramatic effect. Plotting expeditions fared poorly in such an environment. Stewart elected to go small and mobile, relying on nimbleness and toughness to meet adversity when it invariably reared its head. Now, before we send Stewart into the outback, I want to talk a little about the geography of South Australia. And I want to remind you that there's a map of all this on our website. It's not a bad idea to look at things. So if you look at a map of South Central Australia, you'll find the capital of Adelaide in the far south along the coast. There's a big bay just to the west of Adelaide called Spencer Gulf. At the northern end of the Gulf is the city of Port Augusta. If you go straight from there, you run into a big lake. This is Lake Torrens, and it runs about 100 miles north to south, or 160 kilometers. It is a salt lake, like many of the lakes in the region. From the northern tip of Lake Torrens, you can go another 50 miles, or 80 kilometers, and you'll find another big body of water, Lake Eyre, as well as a bunch of smaller lakes. These lakes are pretty easy to see if you glance at a map. Both had been visited by Europeans around 1840. Stewart's plan was to travel up the western side of Lake Torrens and at the top of the lake head northwest and into the unknown. I've seen some people trace Stewart's route along the eastern side of Lake Torrens, but that is not the case. Either way, it is not a huge deal. Stewart gathered his expedition at a place called Ootd Station. It was actually a mine operated by John Chambers, one of the wealthy ranchers in the colony. It is located east of Lake Torrens along the western side of the mountain range called Flinders Ranges. It was, at this time, one of the most remote and northerly settlements in South Australia. Both Forster and the young Aboriginal man were employees of Chambers. Stewart and his companions moved closer to the southern tip of Lake Torrens and waited for the rains to arrive and water holes to fill up. One critical thing to remember is that their water sources were not always permanent. Stewart had learned this over the past 15 years in the outback. Stewart finally departed on his journey on June 10, 1858, from a place called Tana, not far from the southern tip of Lake Torrens. The men rounded the bottom of the lake and proceeded north. The biggest issue at this point was finding drinkable water. Many of the water holes they visited were still dry, or they were filled with salt water, which the horses refused to drink. One of the difficulties with using horses on expeditions into desert-like areas is the need for water. A horse can go weeks without eating, but only a few days without water, and they need lots of water. Stewart's journals are littered with the words, "no water." Another issue surrounding the horses was shoes. In the rough terrain, the horses' shoes wore down and broke. By the end of June, most of the expedition's horses had no shoes. Anyhow, steadily the expedition moved north. It was common to do 20 or 30 miles in a day, especially if water was available. In rougher terrain, the team would go as low as 10 miles. One thing I want to stress is that the progress north was not in a straight line. The company was weaving their way through great sand dunes and rocky hills, and they had to follow the water, which often meant going out of their way and made for slow going. Also, to accommodate the horses, Stewart had to rest on some days. Rough terrain, lack of water, and heavy loads was making the horses lame. When Stewart encountered the Aboriginal people, he inquired about water. At the same time, he was told of a freshwater lake called Winkleman. There you could find an oasis complete with trees and kangaroos. This greatly interested Stewart. Which direction was this fabulous oasis? Inland, said the natives, 5 sleeps away. Stewart wondered if this was referring to Cooper's Creek, which was 250 miles to the northeast. The Aboriginal people, by the way, generally shied away from Stewart and his people, but he'd never seen a white man or a horse. Stewart could only continue into unexplored country, and like so much of the area, the landscape was harsh. Then Stewart wrote in his journal on June 28th, quote, "Bleak, barren, and desolate, it grows no timber, so that we can scarcely find sufficient wood to boil our corn pot," end quote. And then, about 20 miles north of Lake Torrens, Stewart came upon an isolated chain of semi-permanent water holes, which he dubbed Chambers Creek. This is now called Stewart Creek, in case you look it up on a map. This was an important discovery for Stewart, as the location would be critical as a staging post for future expeditions into the interior of the continent. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest. It was here that the rains came, transforming the landscape. Wooded and drought-ravaged soil filled with water, and soon there was life. And the rains kept coming, so much that Stewart and his men had to retreat to higher ground when they found themselves belly-deep in water. And at one point, the horses were struggling through knee-deep mud. All of it, Stewart felt, would make the area a good sheep-grazing country. From Chambers Creek, the expedition continued northwest, going about 150 miles or 235 kilometers, and crossing a small mountain range before descending onto a bleached stony plain. Stewart had reached what today we call Cooper Pedy. A bit about Cooper Pedy. At a glance, no one wanted to stay at this location for any length of time. However, in 1915, opals were discovered, and Cooper Pedy was transformed into the opal capital of the world. The place is so desolate, people that live and work there live underground during the summer months. People literally built homes called dugouts into the area's caves, carving out different rooms. These underground homes keep a constant temperature most of the year, and thus don't need air conditioning like the surface dwellings. Today, the location is a tourist spot, and in addition to the mines, we have underground churches, shops, hotels, and even a cemetery. Cooper Pedy has a unique, almost alien feel to it. It has been featured in a bunch of movies and television shows. This includes Mad Max, Pitch Black, Mortal Kombat, and The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Stewart found the bleak white landscape, coupled with the intense sun, caused mirages, making it difficult to travel as one couldn't ascertain what was before them. At this point, Stewart and his companions had been going about 2 months. Their supplies were running low, and the horses were lame due to the cracked stones of the surrounding desert. To the north and west, Stewart saw nothing but bleak-looking desert. He decided it was time to head home. However, instead of returning the way they had come, he elected to go directly south. The lands they had come from were simply too desolate, and there was little hope for game. Remember, Stewart had brought 6 weeks of provisions. It had been 2 months, so almost everything was gone. And the wilderness had not provided much in the way of game. Up to this point, the expedition's hunting list was slim. 4 wallabies, 1 possum, 2 ducks, 1 pigeon, and a few kangaroo mice, which he said were, quote, very welcome. We were anxious to find more, end quote. On July 16, 1858, Stewart headed southward. They had 310 miles or 500 kilometers ahead of them. They soon reached some grasslands, but food was running low. The men now eated only 1 meal a day. The last of the flour was used on July 30th. So the food was nearly gone. Water was hard to find. At one point, the horses went 3 days without water. The country was rough and unforgiving. Also, the horses were wearing down. One gray mare, who was a favorite of Stewart's, was flagging badly. She had been nearly worthless as a pack animal for weeks, but Stewart kept coaxing her along. He was afraid he would have to abandon her. Things got so bleak at the end of July, Stewart wrote, quote, there is no hope of anything here, end quote. And then on August 2nd, it rained. It brought the men hope. Soon they were in good country with emus and kangaroos and signs of the local Aboriginal people. However, the next day, the young Aboriginal man who had been with Stewart took off in the night. He had apparently been worried about the local tribes and thought it better to turn around. No matter, it is the last we will ever hear of the young man. Something else to note, by this time, Stewart was likely displaying signs of scurvy. He had been in the wild for 8 weeks, and he had barely eaten fresh food or meat. Another difficult moment for Stewart came on August 5th, when his favorite gray mare would not continue. In his journal, he lamented having to abandon her. He left her at a spot with water and plenty of feed, writing that he hoped to return for her in the future. Stewart is odd in that he displays obvious affection for his pack animals. He shows more concern for the gray mare than he does for himself, and he could easily have shot the mare and provided a lot of food for himself and Forster, but he did not. On August 11th, the men came to another barren obstacle, another more plains, essentially a desert. It is a flat, almost treeless expanse. Heading across the plains, Stewart wrote, quote, when will it end, end quote. I love that line, simple, to the point, desperate in tone. Crossing the desert would take 5 days, no water to be had during that time. The horses were doing badly, although they did find some greenery, allowing them to eat. On August 13th, Stewart wrote, quote, this is dreadful work, end quote. However, on August 15th, the 2 men saw signs of hope, horse tracks. Stewart knew they were getting close to the southern coast of Australia. The next day, the men and horses finally found some water. And the day after that, they reached a place called Miller's Water, which is near present-day Sunduna on the southern coast. While Stewart now had water, he was nearly out of food, and the nearest frontier station was still a 100-mile journey down the coast to a place called Streaky Bay, and there was no promise there would be anyone at the outpost. Stewart could only press on. On August 17th, they ate the last of their food. They had nothing for 3 days until crow was shot and eaten. And then, late in the day on August 23rd, Stewart, Forster, and the horses staggered into the depot called Mr. Gibson's Station at Streaky Bay. The station was thankfully manned, and the 2 explorers were given some much-needed food. Once they reached Streaky Bay, Stewart and Forster essentially collapsed due to malnutrition, a sudden change in diet, the effects of scurvy, and exhaustion. They waited until September 1st until setting out again. Stewart did regret not being able to go back and find the great mare he had left weeks earlier. Now Stewart had one final leg of a 200-mile or 320-kilometer journey towards the area around Port Augusta. But these were travel lands with water, and Stewart and Forster had to refresh their food supply. Thus, the journey went without incident. The men and horses arrived at Mr. Thompson's station at Mount Arden, not far from Port Augusta, on September 11th, 1858. John McDougal Stewart's first expedition was complete. So what had the man accomplished? Well, first his team had covered more than 1,500 miles, or 2,400 kilometers, opening up thousands of square miles of potential sheep country. The area around Chambers Creek was of particular interest. Second, Stewart identified key water sources for future expeditions going inland, most especially the Chambers Creek area. Third, he had penetrated further inland than any European. There was no inland sea, but plenty of arable land. He gave everyone a glimpse of what lay in the Australian interior. And the amazing thing was that Stewart had prepared for a 6-week expedition, but had been going for 4 months. To survive such a situation was incredible, especially considering the difficult Australian landscape. When Stewart returned, he handed over his maps and journals to government officials. People heaped praise on him for what he had done. The Royal Geographical Society gave him a gold watch. The South Australian government gave him a lease on 1,000 acres of land in the Chambers Creek area. Stewart was now one of the continent's preeminent explorers and a hero to those in South Australia. The other thing I want to note is that the expedition gave Stewart an insight into the Australian interior that few could match. Author Sarah Murray said, quote, he, meaning Stewart, had come to terms with the capriciousness of the Australian desert, end quote. By this, she was saying that he understood the delicate balances of the land's climate and geography. The Australian interior is renowned for its irregular climate patterns. This is on a micro and macro level. Weather conditions can evolve for months, even years, and the extreme nature of the weather can be stunning. The interior of Australia is one of the driest places on the planet, yet it can experience 7 inches of water or 180 millimeters in a single day. Riverbeds can be dry for years, then overflowing in a matter of hours. 70-mile-an-hour winds, or 110 kilometers per hour, could sweep across a desert. Temperatures can swing from below freezing to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 45 degrees Celsius in 24 hours. This understanding and acceptance of Australia's crazy climate was one of the most important things Stewart came to grasp. I also want to point out that his approach to exploration, a small mobile team avoiding conflict with the native people, had proved to be an outstanding decision. Anyhow, this is where we'll leave things for today. Next time we will begin with Stewart's second expedition. But to be honest, it's not a major endeavor. But after that, things will change when exploration fever sweeps across Australia and politicians embrace the idea of running a telegraph line across the continent. All of this will come to a fever pitch when the South Australian government offers a prize of £2,000 to the man who blazes a trail to the north coast. That will eventually lead to a race between McDougal Stewart and Robert O'Hara Burke. It is a great story, so please join us for the next episode. Otherwise, thank you for being with me today. I hope you enjoyed this first episode in our series on John McDougal Stewart. Take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, including The Art of Crime and Historical Blindness.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
my friends, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. I hope you are doing well. Today is part 2 in our series on one of Australia's greatest explorers, John McDougall Stewart. In part 1 of our series, we learned about McDougall Stewart, his upbringing in Scotland, his arrival in Australia at the age of 23 in 1838, and the experience he gained as a surveyor in the 1840s and 50s in the fledgling colony of South Australia. We also went with McDougall Stewart on the expedition that found Cooper's Creek, which was led by Charles Sturt. That's Sturt, S-T-U-R-T, not to be confused with our explorer, Stewart. We then followed Stewart on his first expedition, Discovery, as he and 2 other men ventured into the Australian interior, becoming the first Europeans to reach Chambers Creek, plus the future opal capital of the world, Cooper Pedy. Stewart had done a remarkable job, journeying for 3 months on only 6 weeks of supplies. He and his team had uncovered thousands of miles of territory. This greatly interested the land-hunting speculators back in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia. Today we are going to cover the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th expeditions of Stewart. The first 2 are not the most important endeavors, but they do push our story further and further into the Australian interior. These 2 expeditions are more about searching for water, grazing land, and gold than making a push across the continent. The 4th expedition, however, will do exactly that, with Stewart taking aim at the continent's center and eventually the north coast. This will be in direct competition with the Victorian Exploring Expedition, which was being organized in Melbourne. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let us jump back to early 1859. Stewart had returned from his first expedition, and as he was considered the discoverer, I use air quotes there, of Chambers Creek, he was granted the rights to 1,000 acres of pasture in the region. But Stewart wanted more than that, so he offered to return to Chambers Creek and survey the land himself. The result would be Stewart's 2nd expedition, this financed by pastoralist James Chambers and William Fink. These men understood that reliable water on the western side of the region's large salt lakes would be very valuable. Plus, they wanted to poke around for signs of gold and other minerals. The expedition would consist of Stewart plus 3 men and 14 horses. The other members of Stewart's expedition were David Hergott, Louis Muller, and a man only known as Campbell. Hergott was a Bavarian naturalist and artist, while Muller was a botanist. Both had experience in the Australian gold fields. Campbell is referred to as a stockman, which is similar to a ranch hand. Also, as a note, in Australia, ranches are called stations. I have thus far used both terms. So as with his first expedition, Stewart focused on staying light and nimble. Such a strategy had served them well previously. There were no tents, each man only having a blanket to sleep with. Food consisted of flour, jerked beef, tea, sugar, and tobacco. In addition to a watch and compass, Stewart brought along a sextant for more accurate readings, plus a telescope. Stewart left Oratanga Station on April 2nd, 1859, only 6 months after returning from his first expedition. This time he traveled north along the eastern side of Lake Torrens. This one had been blazed only months earlier by Peter Edgerton Warburton. He's often referred to as Major Warburton. He was the Commissioner of Police for South Australia, but was more interested in exploring than policing. I want to remind everyone that you can see Stewart's route by going to our website, explorerspodcast.com. I have put links to some outstanding maps of each of Stewart's expeditions that come from the John McDougall Stewart Society website. They are far better than anything I could make. Plus, the site has lots of information about Stewart for those who are interested in learning more. I also want to note that the area we are covering in Stewart's first and second expeditions is dominated by 2 large lakes. Lake Torrens is about 250 miles or 400 kilometers north of Adelaide, South Australia's capital. And not far north of that is Lake Eyre. Both are saltwater lakes. Warburton had gone up the eastern side of Lake Torrens and headed west, finding a route between the 2 lakes. Stewart intended to follow that trail to Chambers Creek. The expedition would quickly run into many of the same problems that they faced the previous year. Water holes were dry or filled with salt water, and horses came up lame because they lost shoes. Stewart took days off on a regular basis just to rest the horses. Another issue that arose was about a week into the journey when Stewart got sick drinking the water. He was incapacitated for several days. During this time, he sent out his men to search for water. It is during one of these excursions that Hergott found a dozen mountain springs at a place that today is called Monterey, which is roughly between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre in the east. Major sources of water were always of interest to Stewart, and I want to take a sidetrack and talk about this. What Hergott had found was called a mountain spring, which are found along the faults of the Earth's surface. A mountain spring occurs when the salt in the water builds up and forms a small hill. These mountains can be as high as 160 feet or 15 meters. And the cool thing is that the water comes out of these springs like a volcano. So where is this water coming from? Well, the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. This is a massive underwater reservoir that covers much of the eastern half of the continent. It is the largest and deepest artesian basin in the world. It covers more than 660,000 square miles, or 1.7 million square kilometers, and stretches from the very top of the continent and all the way down into South Australia. It provides the only source of fresh water throughout much of inland Australia. Now, no one at the time had any clue about this massive reservoir of water, but it is the main reason that you find water sources in the interior of the continent. I share this because before I started this podcast, I did wonder where the heck was this water coming from? And the answer is the Great Artesian Basin. Site turn done. Stuart spent more than a week recovering his health. His team often let the horses wander as they have an instinctive nose for finding water. Eventually, the team moved onward, heading northwest between the two big saltwater lakes that dominate the region. The trail between Lake Torrens and Lake Eyre was rough, and the men were always on the lookout for water. When they found it, it was often too salty to drink. Regarding the Aboriginal people, Stuart tried to speak with them when he could, but for the most part, they stayed clear of the four white men and their string of horses. As a note, Stuart had strict rules regarding the Aboriginal people. They were not to be fired upon unless in self-defense. If they were aggressive, he avoided them. His goal was always to try and engage them and find out information from them, usually the location of water sources. In the end, this made most of his encounters amicable. I'm going to comment on this lack of interaction between Stuart and the Aboriginal people. I mentioned for many of them, the first time they saw Stuart and his team was perhaps the first time they'd ever seen a white man and horses. But I would stress that while they may have never seen a European, they had likely heard of them. The Aboriginal people had a robust and lively trade and communication network. There was a thing called song lines, which were major walking routes in between sites and locations. The song line describes the features and directions of travel, included in a song that had to be sung and memorized by a person to know the route to the destination. Ultimately, this meant that, despite the great distances, information flowed routinely throughout the continent. That meant that when Stuart encountered Aboriginal people, they likely knew about the problems associated with them. This included violence, the seizing of land, enslavement, and the destruction of the natural environment. So it is no wonder that when the Aboriginal people saw Stuart and his team, they stayed clear. On April 26th, the expedition reached the area around Chambers Creek. Stuart spent nearly 2 weeks surveying these lands. After completing the survey, Stuart headed north on May 9th. A few days later, he came upon some more springs, naming the area Elizabeth Springs. He praised the region, writing, quote, "There is enough running water to drive a flour mill in 2 or 3 places," end quote. One thing Stuart had learned from his previous expedition was to bring more horseshoes. Because of the rough and rocky terrain, he needed them. The expedition was constantly stopping to reshoe their horses. Stuart and his men continued into the interior, eventually reaching a place called the Davenport Ranges. The goal here was to prospect for minerals, especially gold. They had little success. On May 20th, the ranch hand Campbell was sent back to Oratanga Station with reports on their progress. Stuart would continue prospecting and exploring into mid-June. Water was a big issue in one stretch, with the men and horses going 3 days without it. The horses were so exhausted that, once they did find water, they were given 3 days to recover. The team continued to explore, finding several other springs, including one they called the Spring of Hope. But then on June 12th, Stuart decided it was time to turn around. The horse's shoes were run down and his food was low, plus he was ill again. The expedition had reached a bit north of what is modern-day Ndeda, about 60 miles or 100 kilometers, on the border of South Australia and the Northern Territory. On July 29th, Stuart was back at Chambers Creek. From there, it was a familiar route to a frontier outpost. He then rode to Port Augusta, and from there, caught a boat to Adelaide. And with that, the second expedition of John McDougall Stuart was complete. So, this expedition had pushed into the Australian interior about 100 miles or 160 kilometers past the northernmost point of the first expedition. But just as important, it had found new, reliable water sources that could be used for future exploration. The veil of Australia's interior was slowly being pulled back. And so the year was 1859, and I want to talk about 2 things that were going on that affect our story. The first was exploration fever. The world had caught it. No place more so than Great Britain. This was about the deeds of people like Livingstone, Burton, and Speke, and finding places such as the source of the Nile. It was about filling in the blank spaces on the map. Explorers were heroes. They strove to tame the unknown lands and put a face on it. Newspapers loved telling these tales, and people loved reading about them. Australia was not immune to this fever. And you know what? The continent was still more unexplored than explored. People were clamoring for someone to fill in the big blank on the map. Now, I will combine exploration fever with our next topic, and that is economics, specifically regarding communication, and that means the telegraph. The telegraph had been around for decades, but in Stuart's life, the technology involved and the ability to implement it in the real world was evolving rapidly. Great Britain was at the forefront of this as the empire was growing all over the world. The ability to communicate quickly and accurately was thus a key component in their strategy of maintaining and expanding their colonies. For years, there was talk about extending the telegraph to the growing colony of Australia, and as the technology improved and the demand grew, well, entrepreneurs jumped into the fray to meet such demand. Now, I want to stress that Australia was, at this time, still very sparsely settled. Most of the population was on the eastern and southern coasts, especially the southeast, so you needed to get your telegraph lines to those regions. The key was for someone to offer a practical and economically viable way to do this. Well, there were talks of running undersea cables to the southwest or southeast of the continent. An example was a cable going from Sri Lanka to Western Australia. But this meant really long underwater routes. The Sri Lanka to Australia cable would need to be at least 3,000 miles or 5,000 kilometers. All this was very expensive and not the most reliable. The shortest viable route to Australia was from the island of Java to the northern coast of Australia and then overland to the southern coast. This underwater cable was just a quarter of the distance compared to the proposed Sri Lankan one. This meant that the shortest route was an undersea line going from Java to the north coast of Australia and combined with an overland route going to the southern coast. In Adelaide, it was quickly pointed out that an overland route to that city was the shortest option available. However, the folks in Melbourne were not going to concede that point. They argued that a line could be run from the Gulf of Carpentaria to their city, and Melbourne was a far more sophisticated, wealthy, and cultured city compared to the frontier settlement of Adelaide. But there was more to it than just a telegraph cable for Victoria. Victoria was hemmed in at this time. To the north was New South Wales, to the west was South Australia. And while the area northwest of Victoria was technically part of New South Wales, it was unsettled. For Victoria, they felt the telegraph line to Melbourne would lead to an expansion into the interior, and thus Victoria would organically expand at the expense of its neighbors. In their minds, the region was empty, so it was fair game to take it if the chance arose. Victoria's expansion desires aside, getting the telegraph would be money, influence, and prestige. The place where news and information flowed into Australia and out of it would be the most important communication hub on the continent. The big problem for people both in Victoria and South Australia was that no one really knew what lay in the middle of the continent. The Great Inland Sea idea that everyone had talked about was proving to be a big bust. So what was there? Well, to push this issue into the forefront, the government of South Australia offered up a £2,000 prize to the person who crossed the continent and identified a route from the northern coast to Adelaide for the telegraph line. Victoria, the government responded to Adelaide's actions by setting out to organize an expedition to do the same thing, only this from the north coast to Melbourne. An exploration committee was formed and money was raised to fund such an endeavor. However, things went slowly for Victoria. Even after a £1,000 donation to the fund, money was slow to come in. And this gave South Australia a real opportunity to move first. And when Stuart returned from his second expedition, he was keen to take out the challenge. His influential friends, the Chambers brothers and William Fink, lobbied the South Australian government to select him to lead a new expedition into the interior. So, who would the government turn to in this situation? The decorated explorer who got deeper into the interior than any living European, the man with the backing of some of the colony's most wealthy and influential men. No, instead, a police officer, Alexander Tolmer, was selected. The result would be a complete bust. Tolmer never made it out of the already explored areas. Now, not getting tapped to lead the expedition did not stop John Stuart. One of the reasons Stuart was so eager to get going was that he ran into some issues with his recent survey. It seems that after his first expedition, others had taken his reports and followed up quickly, and already gone out and surveyed some of the lands themselves. This meant that Stuart again had to return to Chambers Creek and resurvey the land he wanted to claim. Plus, his financial backers wanted him to survey some lands that they were interested in acquiring. And with that, John McNeill Stuart set out on his third expedition.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
Taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers for the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stuart's expedition set out from Adelaide in August of 1859. The makeup was similar to his previous expedition. Now, I want to comment on something regarding the makeup of this group. Many sources say Stuart had with him 3 other men when he departed in August, but in his journals he references 4 different men. So I'll take the latter, 4, as accurate. My guess is that he added an extra man along the way, but I can't be sure. Anyhow, Stuart's expedition would consist of himself, 4 additional men, and a dozen horses. The party included 2 stockmen named Strong and Smith. I couldn't find their first names, plus Lewis Fuller, who had been on the previous expedition. The 4th was a man named William Darton Kedgwick. Kedgwick was the second in command, and he's an important part of the rest of this podcast series. He will become Stuart's most trusted and capable companion for the rest of his career. Kedgwick was 37 years old and had come to Australia in 1840 from England. He had experience in the goldfields of Victoria and was a first-rate bushman. While he didn't have scientific training, he was well versed in the subject of botany. He will be the rock that Stuart leans on over the next few years, a steadfast and resolute friend and colleague. The expedition took the now established trail along the eastern side of Lake Torrens and then cut across the top of the lake to Chambers Creek. Here Stuart began another survey of the region. He would complete his survey by the end of October, and on November 4th set out north for Emerald Springs. I would point out that this 3rd expedition does not break a lot of ground with regards to pushing northwards into the interior of the continent. Stuart's route is not a straight line. In fact, it looks like someone scribbled a bunch of lines on a map. On his 2nd expedition, he traveled in an area around Chambers Creek to conduct a survey, but the push north was mostly a straight line. This time, however, his route is all over the place. East, west, north, and south. Stuart was mapping the entire region, not just trying to push further into the interior. Anyhow, Stuart and his team headed towards the western side of Lake Eyre. That there was a big lake, albeit a saltwater one, was encouraging as it was a prime location to find fresh water and grazing lands. And let's not forget about gold and other minerals. Once at Lake Eyre, Stuart found great expanses of dried up shoreline. It was hard white sand. He tried to take the horses into it, but it eventually got soft and the horses couldn't continue. The ground was 3 inches of salt with mucky clay underneath. Stuart wanted to reach the actual lake and continued on foot, but eventually it was just a suckhole of mud and muck, and he had to turn around. Stuart and his team continued to search the region. Generally, he would set up a camp and dispatch his men, often in pairs, to go looking for water and potential grazing lands. Stuart would go on these excursions as well, but to be honest, he often ended up at the base camp due to problems with his eyes. I mentioned this last time, surveying in the desert, which requires conducting sun sightings, is brutal on the eyes. The sun literally damages the retinas. This can cause long-term issues, including pain and even blindness. On November 11th, Stuart wrote, "My eyes are so bad I cannot see," end quote. The next day, he couldn't even move due to the intense pain. The team would eventually have some successes identifying water holes and grazing lands. Stuart was thoroughly mapping the region, setting himself and others up for further pushes into the interior. A
Regarding the Aboriginal people, they remained elusive. The party glimpsed them here and there, but they shied away from the newcomers. Regarding water, I read something interesting that I want to share. I mentioned that a lot of the water sources found by Stewart were filled with salt water. However, just because there's salt in them, it doesn't make them undrinkable. Sometimes you'd find water holes where the water was actually fresh under a layer of salt water. The horses would plunge their snouts into the water hole, about 6 inches deep, through the layer of salt water to reach the drinkable water below. It wasn't necessarily the best water, but it helped them to stay alive. That really has nothing to do with our story, but I thought it was sort of cool. On November 20th, the Stockman Smith skedaddled from camp during the night. This infuriated Stewart, who prized loyalty and hard work. He called Smith a lazy, insolent, good for nothing man, and quote. He considered sending Kenwood after the deserter, but decided they were better off without him. Stewart's main concern was that he'd taken one of the horses. I would mention that when out in the bush, Stewart ran a tight ship. Men couldn't drink from the canteen without permission. Meals were at a set time. Horses were not abused. No one left camp without a weapon, and swearing was not allowed. Sometimes Stewart could seem harsh, but the desertion of Smith aside, he was usually praised for being fair and even-handed, with all the rules applying to himself as well as his men. Benjamin had said this of Stewart, whatever he said was law and bound to be obeyed, end quote. All this made Stewart's expedition run efficiently and with little fuss. In early December, Stewart found himself nearly blind, and the pain was so bad he couldn't sleep. All he could do was try and keep out of the sun and let his eyes have improved time. It was frustrating for Stewart, who had a delegate most of the exploring to his team. Thankfully, Kenwood was proving to be an outstanding number 2. Stewart would write this of the man, quote, Kenwood is everything I wish a man to be. He is active, pushing, and persevering. At any time and at any moment, he is always ready and takes pleasure in doing all that lies in his power to forward the expedition, end quote. He was not so kind to the others who were fuller and strong. One of Stewart's problems was that he thought that every person could and should endure the same hardships he could endure. So when food ran low and went on half rations, he expected them to manage without complaint. Regarding rations, Stewart had a blind spot about what a man needed. He was a small guy, yet he expected him to have twice his weight to eat the same amount of food. But it just doesn't work that way. A 250-pound man needs a lot more food than a 130-pound man. In late December, the expedition reached a place called Freeland Springs. Here, Stewart began an extensive search for gold. He felt that the conditions were ideal for it, but in the end, they had no luck. When signs of gold proved elusive, Stewart continued mapping the area. And then on January 6, 1816, with provisions running low and his men on half rations, he elected to return to Chambers Creek. Stewart's health continued to be spotty, some days unable to travel due to the pain in his eyes, plus back pains. The man's scurvy had turned his legs black and his limbs ached. The expedition reached Chambers Creek on January 21st. Supplies had been brought to the location